so you think it's only stuck to my head, yeah? What now, dude? What now? Can you boost me? I want to try this boost. Come here.
Are you fucking
Yo! Losable!
Wait, what the fuck?
We're gonna go. Bone him on! Dude!
I think we can all get behind that one.
Hi, Mom. Dude! What the fuck?
Started watching it this year. It's not bad.
Yo, says I don't need to know what you're into right now.
What are you watching hentai?
Yeah, it's not bad. I used to think the same thing my whole life until you actually watch it.
Says
You've
what is
never even tried
hentai?
it. What is hentai?
I thought I killed him.
Do it again, coward.
Oh! Oh my god, no way!
That nade, bro!
Oh, yes!
Stop!
Yes! One already crossed that side. Okay.
Where are they?
Oh, in there! Holy shit! Bro! What the shit?
Just snoring.
What do you mean just snoring? Watch yourself. Watch yourself! What do you mean just snoring?
I knew it.
Killed one trying to push you. Another one. No, I am cheating.
Why are there so many big cocks everywhere?
All right.
Suspect is down but breathing.
This looks like a
Stable.
Gotham.
He was breathing?
Yeah, see, well, now he's not anymore, I guess. Now he's dead. Look away, look away.
3, 2, 1, look away.
Look at it. Do not look away.
Oh, dark hallway here for Tucker. Oh, what the? Oh my! Oh. Tucker, you okay?
Plum?
Hey.
Come on out here. Come out here. I got something to
Here's what I want to do. Bean can, freaking Eric, bean can.
What the fuck is bean can? What the fuck is bean can? What the fuck, man? How do you not know that?
Bean can.
The boost, bro.
I'm gonna plant the bomb up here. He's cat.
What?
1 HP. Yes!
Dude, he did the pop.
Oh, he's in lower! He's in lower!
Oh my god.
Behind the plant, behind the plant.
Yeah! What? No way! This guy, bro.
Oh, is that it? Oh, so bright.
Wait, you can die?
Let's go! There's no way it's dynamic. What is happening? He's going through the wall. Wait! What? I'm proud of these guys. Get your knives out. Come here. Fuck, one more long. Coming out.
Long? 38 days. You got banned.
That means one of you
Eric.
fuckers reported me! Almost missed him. Wait, that's a flop! That's a flop song! Hello? Hello, hello, hello? Good morning, good morning, good morning. How we doing? How we doing? Why'd you say fuck me for? What the hell? What the hell? Fuck me, fuck you. Fuck you. Good morning, good morning. Well, I woke up so early I didn't realize my coffee machine wasn't on. So that's my absolute first world problems today. So I don't have coffee yet, and I'm pissed about it. Went over there to make it during the intro. I was like, the fucking machine's off. Why is this fucking piece of shit off? Anyway, good morning. I'm a little cranky. I don't have my coffee yet. I'm about to make it here in a sec. I'm waiting for the... I'm just waiting for that water to get hotter, bro. Desi X the 6-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, hell yeah, Pepin. Old cranky stream, that's what I'm saying. Morning YouTube chat, good morning Twitch chat. Hi, hello, hello. Jared B, thanks for the 5-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, I did not, Peppy. And I haven't watched any of F1. I'm not caught up on my F1 quali. I should have watched the quali. I forgot. I was watching hockey. I was watching the Oilers get absolutely fucking shit stomped again. Nobody's shocked. I have food. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The Oilers are, and you know what's worse is the Oilers have made comebacks. So like when they're getting absolutely shit canned, you still have to watch because you know there could be a comeback. It's literally the worst feeling as someone that's not invested really in either team. It's actually ass. Like, dude. The Oilers are the FaZe clan of the NHL right now. You know they're capable of making all these crazy comebacks, but they don't always do it. But you still have to watch because it might happen, you know? $10-minute qualifier highlights. You know, if I was streaming just on Twitch, I'd feel okay doing that. But Liberty Media plus YouTube sketches me the fuck out, I'll be honest. That just seems like a good way to get my YouTube channel yeeted into the ocean. Mm-hmm. Wait. I know what we do. Hold on. Wait. I know what we do. Especially while I'm making my coffee, dude. Yes, I have. I'm actually a genius.
Nice. Nice.
Think I have it.
Please, 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 please.
Wait for the smoke, then we rush.
Means smoking, okay?
Yeah.
Okay now.
You ready, guys? Let's jump around. Rush.
Ready?
Flashing house.
Door, I'm blind.
3 minutes, 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Damn.
Okay. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna make my coffee while you guys watch cinema, okay?
Left in the 1v5. Yeah, and if there's one thing you can't doubt, it's this young player of Insani at his second major looking to put on a show. MIBR
Well,
come through
it's unfortunate.
clean and clear.
Yep.
A little counter, you could say.
Yeah.
Fighting con.
Two con.
Took on you.
He's going for the B hit.
One with you. I want flash.
You ping con, Hobby? We're ready to be now.
Yeah,
I'm holding
stay.
ESL,
I'm smoking ESL. I'm smoking ESL.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come from my side. I'm a little bugged out.
I can flash into sun, I can flash into sun.
Flash one side.
Boom.
City.
Side.
ESL one, ESL one.
Side.
Temple, dead. One more. Killed
I
one more.
killed A, I killed A.
ESL, both
Yeah.
ESL.
I'm planting.
One ESL.
One mid.
I'm playing for
I don't have the mid guy.
I'm ready to pick off ESL of you. Yeah,
I'm all in on noob.
I'm ready to pick off you both.
The guy should. I haven't put me to push again.
Yeah.
Is the
Go,
open
be
now?
gone. They're gonna save. He's lit, this guy.
Good run, boss.
Yeah, nice
Go,
shot.
man. Push it.
Yeah.
I can flash close if you want when it's
Smoke
smoked up.
there, smoke there.
Pushing.
Pushing.
Code one more.
Should be open. He's out. I'm flashing close water, Hobby.
I can
Going
flash
in
code as well. I can
mid.
flash code, guys. I can flash code.
Don't see.
You good?
Holding A push. He could be red now. I think I heard a step. I was clear. I'm swung wood. I'm pressuring A.
I'm waiting for B push now.
Yeah.
I killed the one man.
I'm peeking A.
That's Barnes and Insani's mid guy. One wood right now.
I can muller arch.
Two mid guys, two mid. One arch and one wood.
Okay, I'm close A, man.
You can muller arch if you want.
I'm muller arch now.
One just smoke code. One is still B. One is still B.
I'm would native nav.
David, you need help over there.
Yes, I'm coming mid.
Yes.
I can smoke arch.
Fucking
Just
water
one
still
smoke.
isn't hot enough,
Ninja.
dude.
One mid.
Once you heaven. Come with you, eh? I'm rushing, Hobby. Once you nav.
Should be help. Should be help care.
I'm smoking bad wood. Yeah, bad smoke wood.
Hello.
Heaven, right side. Smoked up, left side now. Nav.
Move, Kevin, picking you.
Heaven.
He's picking you. Nice,
Nice.
David.
Planning. Sunny alive.
good,
Planning for heaven,
You
okay?
killed him, I think.
Should be ESL now.
I'm jumping up.
Smoke expired in Arch.
I'm coming
3
through.
seconds.
Smoke spy.
Hold my hell.
Yeah, I don't have it yet. Have it
I
now.
just fed me.
Hell. Good. No, never mind. No, bug glitch.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Flash it now. Flash it now.
Ready?
Work. Two and go. I can't go. Two and con, guys. They're stuck. Inside
Still
con. Inside con.
Dead.
One more.
Dead.
Dead.
Go in.
One more.
One ESL, I think.
Whoa. One is still close. You can resmoke temple.
Temple.
I'm planning.
Guys, Molotov.
Nice things. Nice, boys. Let's
So
fucking
good
go, man.
round, boys. We're playing so good.
Nice, boys. Let's fucking go, man. Take last 3.
I like how Kerrigan's like
Love
almost
you.
surprised.
Flash out A. Flash out con. Can we peek an A stairs, guys?
Mid.
Nading.
I will
We
smoke
smoke
heaven.
this.
have smoke arch,
Let's
smoke arch.
smoke
I smoke arch then.
I'm all side.
Yes. And you smoke heaven. Sasha.
Water push.
Push.
Fucking hell.
Flat.
The Discord notices are working, Marina. I can see him.
Good naded. 1 HP. Nice shot. He saw us both.
It was on plat, guys. It was on plat.
Much weight. I'm all the plat.
Good. You have nade?
I smoke.
You have H over side. It should be low if it's side.
H.
Nade him side. I can smoke heaven soon. Walk in heaven.
Nav, I think.
Heaven dead. Heaven dead.
Wait.
Jump two.
Drop people.
Planting.
I want bullet.
Get behind
Oh
him.
yeah, no science. We know about that. Yeah,
I'm low
Eco
moving the
ads.
heaven smoke.
I want bullet.
It's fine.
Upper.
I'm inside the heaven smoke, so sure.
Okay. Play on yourself.
Yes.
You've been waiting
Don't
for
see.
a simple highlight. You've been waiting to feel his impact in the server. When this smoke fades, another chance could arrive.
You hold it?
Yes, I didn't see him
We'll
much.
be smoking the main. Careful, main better. Peek it.
Good
Nice
shot,
shit.
bro. Good job. Good job. Good fucking shot, bro. Let's fucking.
Fine, good shit.
What?
control has been so tempting. They just
I'm in second.
and go right
That's
into
okay.
this B-bomb site.
Yeah, springs slow,
I'm on
slow.
house.
Springs
Nade
slow,
it,
guys.
Oh God, they're forcing
Still springs.
I got one.
Side.
Side 2. Temple inside.
One more side.
on this B site.
That's two.
Killing him.
I'm also temple. Temple.
Almost temple,
No.
yeah. Almost temple, yes.
First in this B hole.
Two. One more. One more temple.
Tapping.
Up.
Nice.
I have behind. Smoke temple. Careful, only B main, okay? Only B main.
You can play set. I'm holding B man, okay, John?
Is it?
And this is last
Could be
round.
right side. Who is it?
Yep.
Safe down.
Barnes in. I'm checking Sphinx every now and then. Could walk on you, ESL. I'm gonna flash it.
I'm leaving B man.
Flashing and
Just
peeking it.
pass it
Let
for
me kill.
yourself, okay?
I wanna destroy him.
ESL. Nice, boys.
Fucking go, boys.
Fucking go, man.
I'm just saying, we're playing with balls now, okay? Fuck those clutches. We fucked up, but look how easy the game fucking was, okay? Stay mentally strong, also on CT side. If we fuck up, it doesn't matter. Do everything we can, okay? If we fuck a little bit up, just make sure we step up next round. It doesn't matter how, okay? We can win every single way. We win a 2-on-5, or we can win fucking easy. But we need to fucking believe in ourselves and believe in teammates now in these rounds, okay? It's super important, guys.
Phase hope Cordy.
If we don't get Molly,
Okay.
I'm just gonna smoke left.
Nee.
I'm blind. I'm going heaven.
Don't
There's
start,
no
don't
doubts as well. I'll stay here, guys, okay? Go,
Yeah, careful
Mother.
middle. They're pushing.
They're coming.
They're pushing hell, guys.
We're coming hell with you. We're coming hell with you.
Yeah, they're gonna low bar and fight, guys. I'll strafe out.
Mid is clear. I'm still smoke, guys.
One more. Should be in the smoke, heaven.
Orange.
Heaven.
Drop down. Plat.
That's clear.
Flat side.
I'm with you.
Side.
Side.
Side dead.
Flat.
Plat, I'm reloading.
Unknown. Second game, aim, careful. Flat.
Plat dead.
No kid.
Careful,
Careful, aim.
Amen.
I'm on it. Yep. Full stick.
Nice!
Good shit.
Let's go, man.
Let's fucking go, boys. Come on. Nice
Alright, let me see if my water.
Flash of B main.
Water. Dead.
Come back. Go back.
B main.
2 entries.
B.
I spoke B main. And we're going for.
They stop.
They know about free gas.
Nading.
Two guys. One coming B. One more B.
Right side dead.
One more coming B, I think. I'm resmoking.
I have
Chill,
full
guys.
I have full lane.
Yeah.
Heal, 5v2. All good.
What's your count, David?
Don't see con, guys.
What's your count, David?
Cannot be con, guys.
Can't be con.
Stairs one. One stairs.
He went back to stairs. Stairs.
I'm going back, guys.
You pick up A? Stairs still. I'm not picking him.
Be dead.
Last stairs.
Low,
Come with me.
I'm ready.
Exit, I got bad news.
Fight. Don't see.
He's going back stairs.
I
I don't see him. Could have already made it T-spawn.
Nice.
Nice. They know this map is done. Their pick is through, and it was dominant from FaZe Clan.
Let me teach you something about Counter-Strike. It's all about being the best and looking the best at the same time. But guys, it's not about me and how many tournaments I won, or how good I look while doing it. This is about you. Join me on Skin Club.
And so stop.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, rush.
Guys, I'm staying red.
Yeah. I'm gonna Brocky now.
One Brocky.
I'm gonna CT instead.
Rotating. 2-3 CT.
I'm gonna CT.
Still there.
I'm pressing.
Two CT. Guys, careful him.
Take your
Temple,
CT. Take your CT. Take your
One come
CT.
temple.
You have major
Two
or
temple.
me?
3 CT.
I'm blind.
Out temple. Brocky one.
Oh, Brookie.
Brocky, guys.
Rocky. I'm flanking temple.
Rookie.
Still
One more.
Okay, maybe.
3 kills for the young Brazilian, but Elige holds. He waits for his right time to strike, and it's now off the bomb. Elige with the backstab, and Insani dead, safe. A shambolic first map. I don't know how he can save this. Elige forces.
Nice, John.
Guys,
Thanks.
good job. Guys, I will
push
TP,
you.
okay?
Yeah, we need to.
I'm good.
None of that.
Come
I'm
here.
rushing here.
LCB, careful, man.
I never cleared maze, guys.
LCB.
You have Molly for close if you want.
Dragon.
Holding right.
Guys, I'm gonna flash.
I'm inside
Zeros
B.
them.
Base clear.
No
I'm
clear,
going
no
back line,
clear.
I'm going
Flash zero.
First clear.
Zero coming.
Guys, they're
Yeah,
gonna be
no,
flanking as well. Someone pick it up. One maze already. One maze already. One
Take
maze
B, man.
already.
Take B, man, fast.
One already maze, guys.
I can't cross now.
One up, I think.
Maze. You can have AK now. 3 maze.
So, I'll fight.
Give him all those.
So how's he doing? He's not even trying to go.
Probably no kill, guys.
It's a call to save already
What you
made,
hold it?
'cause
Let's see it, backline.
He has full city.
You gotta hold me after.
Kelsey moves in very slowly.
Coming out.
This bomb is already half gone. The flash
Going out.
turns crosshairs back.
CT.
CT.
Hobby, as soon as you're ready to pick, I will pick with you.
You can
Tell
pick,
me
you
when
can
to
I have opening
pick.
flash as
I
well.
pick
I have
that's
opening
it.
flash if you want, Hobby.
Let's see
Wait,
first.
I'm just gonna pick Sharon.
Safe is on this line and has had a bit of a resurgence.
Shield up. Fuck.
I have armor, I have
I
armor.
can flash.
My turn.
You want to believe that if Safe
Don't do
will
it.
get activated, the game that Lucausian and
I'm ready to
First.
go, maze.
Flashing.
Let's try.
the promise of Safe
One first, one Shiro.
One is gonna pick up maze.
They're peeking them down, peeking them down.
Yep.
This is a clean
We have so bad money here.
Are you
Oh,
on it?
okay.
Oh, okay. They smoke donut,
I
they
have
smoke
Ana.
donut.
I'm gonna break.
Fuck city and
Yeah,
A.
kill it,
Ready?
kill it.
Breaking this.
Long banana now.
I smoked maze deep.
Could be red, could be red.
Already in the bomb
One running A, one running A.
Oh, they
Okay.
dead. One more. Big boss.
I'm going here.
They're out.
I can
Banana.
flash. I
No
can
window.
flash about triple.
They donut.
I can
Two
flash.
out A.
One
Have
could be
a-
donut.
Team, come city.
I don't see
Come
don't.
city.
Did you hear him spin smoke?
Two taking donut, guys.
and they've got room to
Bomb donut,
Bomb
bomb
here.
donut.
Ready?
I
Flash.
flash on about triple. Yeah.
Flash.
Flash.
They smoked behind. One is in donut still. In donut
Snake,
still.
snake. Last donut, I think.
Donut, right side, right side, right side.
Блять, Donut. You have kids.
interesting as he brings it down to this 1v1.
Molly.
Been a slow series from Breno. He's got Rain left to beat, who's closed the distance up close with this SMG. Can't run rings round him. It's Breno.
Let's try this.
Team,
Let's try.
Out of nowhere.
I'm ready to flash.
Last spray.
Flash,
That was last spam.
Flash on.
I'm blind.
Very
One
close.
push up B. He knows about me.
Elbow.
Oh,
Elbow.
sorry.
Dead.
Banana dead.
Elbow 1 HP.
One more street, one more street.
Try to stumble back to their feet, but they
Smoke second.
You want free.
MIBR, man advantage, 3-on-2. And if they win
Oh,
this,
yeah.
yeah,
Kill
coffee made, boys.
Yep.
He's 1 HP, right?
Yeah.
Save
They
it.
need a hero now more than
Insane,
ever.
yeah.
And Simple is the one in the position.
Face side
to
dead.
do so.
He's dead.
He
Only one guy
stops
rush.
Insani on this A play. That's
On
gonna
front
solve
dildo.
the role of MIBR. Simple closes in.
Slow.
Can't quite
Donut.
deal with the
Just waiting
captain.
still.
Yeah. Careful, second, get close to
The
right.
route now opens. The chance is right there for an A-side plant.
He knows they're sat
They're
back,
still there,
waiting for
pretty
his
sure.
move, his mistake. And Rain refuses to make it, waits for them. They turn back, they stop considering. That's the bomb. The Rain can't find the
That's
kill.
right.
And MIBR
Uncle boys, keep believing, man.
continue on this Simple, the next port of call.
Dead, he was trying to go right.
Treaties,
one
you
too,
are
man.
iPad kids.
I'm holding.
Quite literally put it all on himself.
I killed
The
all
Sandy's
red.
still alive. That's the mid guy.
Yes, I'm just
I'm a
kinda...
Donut, they know this.
Guys, I'm just holding city cross from.
Can I go passive again?
Yes.
How you doing? Good? I'm doing
Time
good,
right
man.
now. But I haven't
Save, I think.
Issue is this save scrambles
Read a little bit of
already,
YouTube
right?
chat, but I'm still hanging in there.
Water where they have to eco around
Nice,
the
boys.
by,
Survive 5 here is
and
important.
you don't
Yep.
get loss bonus until
Taking this space. And they
I'm
get
smoking
this
donut again.
for free. They haven't had to pay
One step B.
B.
I'm smoking
Kill
maze
B,
now.
kill B.
to get this real estate.
I smoke maze.
Deagle bucket.
Elise is watching this.
We have no smokes left B.
Gonna route to B, it looks
Jumping
like
B once.
safest start outside of this bomb site.
Red.
Okay.
Red one. Red one.
Yeah,
He
go
cro-
CT,
crossed
Sasha.
it- He crossed CT.
Play has
He crossed. They smoked me off. 2
fully
CT.
temple.
2 CT.
Oh, I'm donut, bro. I'm far.
Temple only.
they were looking for. Now they
Good
have
luck,
to-
City.
I have only
You're going
donut.
A.
I'm flashing once, so.
What the big picture is, they're wrapping in through
Taking
the
donut now.
Walking out window.
Simple can hear this.
Hold that. Two
Dead.
sides.
One window, one window.
Two more side, two more side.
One window.
Find the openers. Insani on the board next, cutting down
I'm going
players
donut.
on the lurk.
Yeah.
For Elysian
Working
Rain,
tempo.
money's not a problem. They
On
can
side.
justify giving this 2v4 a look in.
Donuts on me.
MIBR have got no reason to fight them.
Two Donut.
And this might just peter out. Elige isn't even attempting this. Rain is out.
Just hiding
his
plaza.
own right now, and
Big
he's
box,
been
big box, big
spotted and
box.
dealt with from this MIBR squad.
My bad, boys.
Uncle
So
boys,
good.
keep fighting.
The nail on the head. They find the gap. They get through
It's fine. Let's win. Let's
Wait,
win.
I saw your question earlier. I don't have a kettle, but I do have an espresso
They dead
machine,
first again.
so I do have a
Just
boiler.
got spammed.
And I can use it as a kettle, basically.
Bullet deep red. I'm leaving red.
to this wrap round. MIBR
Jumping B.
Next.
stick today,
Running
guys.
B.
Jumping.
They will be going into
He saw me, he saw me.
I'm all of a
Run
sudden,
him all
guys.
ramp.
One maze distinct. Inside maze
Set
now.
him all around.
Dead maze. He knows
I'm
I'm
blind.
there.
Dating ramp.
Run
Stay
down.
alive.
I'm Dillo, I'm Dillo.
Stay alive, Gilda.
I can't.
No.
Side, side, side.
Side.
Maze dead.
One thing, finish me.
Nice!
Nice, guys.
They're up somewhere.
I have
Maze,
AK.
Gabe.
It's felt problematic at times.
I'm up, flash.
Ready, wait.
Burning.
Flash in!
One B.
I mean, I've had
One day,
fun
one day,
press.
one day.
French press is
One close
nice.
maze.
Mollo B, Mollo B.
Bigger. OP, left side.
Yeah, elbow one.
I can flash banana, John. Flash banana. Boom.
Elbow coming to fire. But Shiro.
I'm dead.
Two elbow, guys. Two elbow.
I have one more flash. Wait.
I have
Flashing
flash, guys.
Boom.
You want flash?
Flashing first, guys. Deep. Boom.
In the smoke, don't see.
Shouldn't be mace. Should be mid elbow.
First, two.
One more.
last one.
First
Good.
and elbow. Elbow first. First
Elbow now. I'm reloading. Sasha is kid.
Just kid.
Okay.
Stand for him.
This last man, Lukowski
Second.
This is the chance for MIBR.
Nice. The flash.
Spam to death.
I think I have it.
And Elige, it's gonna be so
Please.
Vamos, caralho!
Good shit.
Fucking
go, boys.
Woo!
Vamos, caralho!
Let's fucking go, man. Fight for this shit now. Woo!
The Mola. Mola Brana.
Mid expo. They're smoking me off donut.
Here, win.
Rancillo Sylvia, but Nori's
Guys, careful, same round.
the coffee person.
Many flashes mid.
Out mid expo.
I just make it and drink it, you know?
Up. I'm walking down banana.
Alone.
I think he's alone doing
Could go red.
Could be mace, Sasha.
Could be red as well.
One double up donut.
I'm walking down B, guys.
I have red.
Okay, donut smoke is gone now.
Walking down B now.
I'm with you.
Down B one.
We'll push
Only
down.
one.
We'll push down now.
Could be one mace. He's jump spotting B.
right side.
Two more mace, I want B. Banana and not mace.
I'm soon with you.
Come on, B1.
Loading
Two
window.
mace, all three.
Okay.
Two
That's
mace.
the mace.
Mace opening.
I'm gonna flash behind you in a sec.
Kill, guys. There's smokes.
I'm flashing long.
One planting.
Win banana. I'm staying Shiro.
One is stuck outside.
Both banana.
Smoke first.
Jonas, smoke for mace.
One banana push for a second.
I'm going through. Okay.
I smoke maze now.
Guys, I'm going through. Wait.
I don't see banana.
Could be
Just step there.
Step, Joshua.
Should be one side on the smoke.
I can flash
What's his
flam.
side?
What's a noob?
Flash a noob.
Noob
Give me
dead.
maze.
Watch
Maze
out,
problem.
He looked towards mace.
Could have went Shiro. There's timing.
That's a bit better to run in, guys.
Inside
Maze.
mace. Somebody run in.
Defusing.
Nice, Sasha.
Listen.
Somebody run in, whole squad shows up.
Guys, go smoke.
Peek banana after.
Running mace with them.
Don't see.
Bump in.
Yeah, I'll take one. I'm
Window
flash on
dead.
banana.
Push.
They
Push, wait.
did her road mid then.
One more damage. Careful, just pull. Nice.
I'm flashing long.
I'm flashing for you.
I can move a second.
Carrigan channel, yeah.
Follow second.
Done.
I flash second. Flash a second. This could be.
Could be no.
Could be no.
Going
Mid was
out.
clear.
I'm planting.
Shiro one.
Window.
I'm staying side.
I have window.
First. Second. Up.
I'm mid. Shiro.
3-1 second, no?
Window.
On the backline. Up still alive, I think.
Mid guys coming to you guys.
One coming CT. Both heading.
Yeah.
On left side CT. Left side CT and Orb alive still.
Stay alive.
He's long.
Best one long.
Long.
Pushing.
Phase up into stage 3. They will not fall down 3 times over.
Doing my part. You see that? I watched something on YouTube. I like it. We're in there. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was watching this game yesterday. I was playing some WoW. Legacy Mouse.
Here on the other.
That's the start of the day.
What's been the story of Mouse so far in stage 3?
Peter kind of said it before, a bad day one can really put you in a tough position, and I think that's what happened to Mouse. Day one, they lose to Virtus Pro in a very close game. They also lose to FaZe in a somewhat close game, and that's a bad day one. We knew Mouse were going to bounce back. We knew that in the best of 3 still
Cheese, thanks for the 2-month primer. Raythorn, thanks for the 15-month resub. Kay, thank you very much for the 15-month primer. Reddy, thanks for the primer. Rogue, thanks for the gifted. Distress, thanks for the 38. Basin, thanks for the 49. JRB, thanks for the 5. Thank you guys. Thank you,
game
thank
against
you.
Liquid
Primer
in
Desi,
an
thanks
L2
for
game,
your
that's
6-month
maximum
primer.
pressure. Then you play Aurora, same level opposition. That's also a lot of pressure. You win that one. And with all due respect to Legacy, if you're Mouse right now, you're pretty happy that the 2-2 game is against Mouse and not against the Mongols or G2 or whatever. I think they got the best possible opponent for the situation. So for Mouse, they kind of rid off the storm and now they have to get the job done.
I actually like the approach that Mouse had taken to this one, that they put themselves in the situation. It was not any blame on the best of ones or things that could have gone wrong. It was like we just played bad and we didn't deserve to actually have a better start. That's how it is. Now they have been grinding themselves back. Now they're one match away from the playoffs. I still believe in Mouse Sports. I think that Mouse Sports is obviously in a position where they don't have this superstar they have to rely on. So they are more reliant on actually playing a lot more and a lot better as a team. And I think one of the worrying signs that I've seen out of Mouse Sports is that it just sometimes looks like they're trying to go a little bit too much of individual plays. They're not playing off each other the way they're supposed to do that. And it kind of resembles me in the fashion that it's like a team that is trying to get themselves kickstarted on the individual part.
I agree with that comment. They didn't blame the best ones. They didn't blame anyone but themselves. And for that, it is also kind of cool when you look forward. There's a world where they beat Legacy today. They are the favorites. There's also a high likelihood, depending on the other results, and if the favorites win, that they will face Furia in a quarterfinal in the opposite side of the bracket than Vitality. So it could be the Mouse win from the worst possible start of the major to now be in a position where at the playoff, then prime position to maybe even make the final.
Well, speaking of one of the individuals that has been powering up, that is Spinks, and I checked in with him ahead of this game versus Legacy. Spinks, just looking at your run here so far in Austin, obviously Liquid, that was a tough game. Aurora, also a 2-1 affair. Do you feel like now that you've got Legacy on the horizons that you're kind of over the hurdle of the hardest teams that you'll face?
No. I think Legacy are a pretty good team. I think that they surprised a lot of people out there. They beat Vitality 3-3, so yeah, we can't underestimate them, especially knowing the 2-2 game in the major. So yeah, of course, in the big picture we are the favorites, but in the same time, we need to fight for it.
I think it was after the Liquid game that Jimmy said, you know, maybe this can spark our CS as a Mouse team. Do you feel like you were able to play Mouse's CS in the game versus Aurora yesterday?
Better than before. Of course, everyone knows we didn't get our A game yet, but definitely we played better than we did before. I think Liquid game was really close. I think they had the upper hand for most of the game, and maybe we got a bit of luck as well with some hero plays in the end. But yeah, I think we're starting to play better every day, and I'm looking forward to keep improving for today.
Considering that you're the only former major champion on the side of Mouse, have you had to take up any additional responsibility with the guys around you to kind of, you know, get them back up to the level that we expect Mouse to be performing at?
Marshawn's been having a great finals, to be fair.
That can help the team. I think majors are a lot about mental. It's not necessarily if you're the better team you will win this time. It's really about mental, in my opinion, especially these stages. So I'm trying to help in what I think I can do better for the team, but in the same time, yeah, that's it.
Considering you just said, you know, you haven't been playing at your A game, how would you rate Mouse's game, like, in terms of coming into this match? Are we saying, like, C game, B game? What are we saying?
I expect us to be able to win the A game. I think we can't just give excuses every time, like we had 4 games now, and every time, we could do better, we could do better. Of course you can do better, but eventually if you don't do it consistently, are you in this level? So yeah, we need to hit it.
Final question, just considering we get Inferno picked by Legacy, of course, like they've looked so solid on that map throughout the whole tournament. I was just speaking to Jamal and he said, you know, maybe now teams have had time to kind of look at us, see how we approach the map. Maybe we're not going to have such a dominant win today. How do you feel about facing them on that particular map?
I'm confident about our Inferno. I think yesterday we played pretty good against Aurora. I wasn't at my best on Inferno, and I think if I would play a bit better, we would win this map as well. So I'm confident, and they say they might not get a dominant win. Maybe they won't get a win at all.
Well, yeah, I appreciate how honest he was with, you know, the fact that they haven't, just exactly as you were saying, Peter, right? Like, they haven't been playing up to the level.
5 minutes, chat. 5 minutes on the prediction. Good luck. Top 3 maps to watch currently to watch.
Bounce back, and yeah, this is undoubtedly going to be a tough game for them.
Oh, but no matter the result of this one is going to be a disappointment. Sorry, that's not how we're going to rephrase that. The way that Mouse Sports has been playing coming into as well, it has been a little bit disappointing. But now when they go up against the team of Legacy, they need to go out and win this one. You know, they're one match away from the playoffs.
That's a really unpopular unpopular opinion for my third.
Do better than what they've done, but I actually think they have grown to the occasion. Actually,
it's probably been Mirage, to be honest.
Speaking of Legacy, I think you asked a very relevant question in terms of Inferno. That is by far the biggest weak point of Mouse's map pool. It's been for quite some time. We've seen Legacy be, dare I say, one of the best teams at this tournament on Inferno. They've been owning it against pretty much everyone they've been playing it against. So I think there's a way in.
Mirage delivers just some great maps sometimes, man.
They can make this game competitive.
And like think of like the Liquid game, for example, even though they lost.
I don't think Legacy expects to beat Mouse. They didn't expect to go into the playoff, but I do think that they're sitting right now in the blue.
And I don't have to watch teams save relentlessly to get to a good game.
How much of a percentage are you giving this one? Because it has been like one of the most beautiful Cinderella runs that we have seen at a major in recent years, right? A team that is replacing a team that couldn't make it here due to unfortunate visa issues. We were counting them out every single step of the way.
It's literally the
when
second map. You just saw the Vitas.
Away from the playoffs. You reckon they're feeling the pressure now? Surely. This is the time they're going to be feeling it.
They should be, but on the other hand, I think Mouse maybe will feel the pressure even more because they know that they're one match away from actually just qualifying for playoffs. And for Legacy to make that Cinderella story going into playoffs will be huge for them. I think it's actually a good matchup for them. I think that is one of the matchups that I think Legacy feels most comfortable around because every time Legacy goes up against a team that they feel like, okay, we are the worst team, we should actually that we should beat. Then I think they play better. Like they play off the pressure, and I think that Mouse Sports can end up in a position where they feel the pressure coming to them. And if Legacy can put on the right amount of pressure in the crucial situations, I think they can actually win.
Inferno is the biggest question mark to me. If Mouse can show they can beat Legacy, they also show us and the rest of the teams in the playoff that they're ready to play that map and ready to play it should it be picked against them, which has been the case in Dallas, which has been the case in Melbourne, which has been the case at all the big tournaments. So I hope that Mouse would have worked on Inferno coming into the tournament, and this is a great time to showcase it. Whereas for Legacy, that's the ticket into the matchup. If they win Inferno, they have a chance for you. You wanted the percentage. I think, based on the two teams, it's 80% towards Mouse, 20 towards Legacy, but considering we have Inferno in the mix and
longest I've probably traveled
between the two, I'd say it's a 70-30.
Actually, no, it's about what I do for Cologne.
So you're not respecting.
But Cologne, it's different because Cologne, I'm like spending 1 day straight flying.
I think there's a case that Legacy can go out and win Inferno, so there could be a 3-map on the likes of this one, but I'm gonna have to give it to Mouse Sports.
Mouse has to win it.
They have to, but.
All the expectations on the shoulders of Mouse. We've seen Legacy do it once before. They were the ones to end the streak of Vitality. Can they make it all the way through to the playoffs?
That's what we're here to find out. It's the team that wasn't supposed to be here taking on the team that wasn't supposed to be anywhere but in the playoffs. Mouse started 0-2, disastrous opener to stage 3. They've had to go on this reverse sweep to end up here, and now they have to beat back Legacy if they want to make it into those playoffs.
Yeah, but look at those odds, Harry. Those are easy, right? Mouse are big favorites. What could be the problem today? It's not like Legacy have done anything crazy. Oh wait, reminder, they took down Vitality to start off this group stage here in stage 3, breaking a 30-match win streak of the best team in the world on Inferno, which just happens to be our second map in this series. So yeah, no doubt about it. Legacy may be underdogs today, but they are here to play, and I hope they don't crumble under the pressure. I hope they challenge Mouse in this matchup, because they've had just a Cinderella run that would be ashamed to go out with the ball being cancelled.
Yeah, and look, they've been underdogs throughout this whole thing, man. The journey started all the way back in stage 1 at the 11th hour.
Couch, thanks to the primer, thank you, and Devour, thank you again for the 16. I think yes, like 3 times. All right, here we go. Mauser, the Legacy continue the crazy-ass Cinderella run.
Even down in that 1-2 position back in stage 1. These guys were backs against the wall fighting for their lives all the way at the start of the Austin Major run.
Well, welcome back, and you've got to get through some of the toughest teams in this tournament if you want to make that top 8 into the playoffs. Mal's sitting right there on their recovery arc. 0-2 into 2-2.
Yeah, good luck. I don't do
and one match separates you from that championship stage. Stage Mouse haven't missed out on in CS2 yet. They don't plan on doing so today. Dumao fighting in the donut. They come running his way into this A split.
Legacy having a scramble, rotates over. And they're going to play fast.
Towards you with that P2. Oh, rolling with that block.
Close, battles back, and that leaves it just on Nissim.
Any preference? I think Mouse delivers a more compelling No. Compelling actually. More competitive playoffs.
Strong start from Mouse's captain. You've seen
I always
Torshi
worry with
being
teams like
his hype the whole way
Legacy,
through
and I've
this
been wrong
0-2
every step of the way
reverse
with them.
sweep
But I always
run.
get worried with them, like a team like that
I
making
do like that you
playoffs,
set the
because
precedent early.
when they get on stage,
you know Legacy are
sometimes
gonna
you just
scream at you in this
absolutely
game. You
just
could be
watch a
stoic, you
shit
could be
stomp.
quiet, you could say nothing. They're going to scream at you every round they win. Dumao is going to have something to say. So Torshi battles it back, brings the energy for Mouse, trying to hype up his teammates.
You are so good, bro.
Definitely
You're
the
so
right
sick,
move
bro.
here for Mouse. Just to
Meanwhile,
set
your
the
teammates
energy
just tell you how
high
bad you are on the
to
mic
start
when
this series, 'cause it's
you
gonna
lose
get
fist around and how they want to leave.
Legacy fighting in the cave. MP9s come rushing through the Molotov, and it turns into a bloodbath. 1-for-1 down the ramp. Spinks needs help from the mid side. He can't stop them. Lux and Dumao get 2 more kills, and Maus are thrust into a 2-on-4. Look at the leave as well. Immediate reset for Legacy. I think Maus have realized that they started to move back. They're going to take the space.
Oh, good catch for Torshi, and he's going to keep taking space away. Ginny now moves in to join him, and Nissim still very far removed in this round. So for now, Sadzin operating alone, trying to be loud here. Hoping that lends a bit more room to his teammate on this wrap round.
Ooh.
Jimmy on the line gets deleted.
What a
Torshi
shot.
is in a corner. He can't
Jesus.
move anywhere.
1v2. 1v2.
Trapped in. Nails the first, but Torshi can't battle it back for a second.
Here comes
and this
Jamal.
force buy goes the way of
Oh, damn,
Legacy.
Sadson's letting
This
them know.
game starting off at a high tempo already. Force out from the Brazilian squad.
And just a really annoying round to lose for Maus, because
And
that
Dumao
player
didn't pop
who's
off.
soaring
Are his
neutral to
vocal
get them
cords
out mid
okay?
is late from T-spawn. If he's there at door and he
Okay,
can
wait,
assist
what's wrong?
Spinks,
Hold on,
Spinks
what's
isn't
wrong?
caught up on
Wait,
Heaven. He's going to
wait.
be covered on the ramp side. Maus will suddenly keep their advantage.
What happened?
Instead, they just get run at by Legacy.
Oh. Never mind. Never mind.
I've just been hearing
warming
Mark
up.
Corralio every day of this goddamn event, Harry. It ain't stopping.
Every fucking
Everyone's
day.
doing it.
Vamos.
Pain up later.
Every goddamn
The boost
time.
is dangerous, but they were tucked pretty tight in that corner. Legacy didn't see. Can Torshi find anything? Fighting on the lane side, Torshi still doesn't see a thing over this smoke, so his teammates are kind of getting hung out to dry right now. Oh my god, he doesn't even know. Inside of the corner, Lux hasn't seen these players caught with nades out. Lucky to be alive. This one's going nowhere fast for Maus. Hero AK can't even break through, and they keep it flawless.
All right, well, they didn't fuck around. Whoa.
Focused faces here on Lux.
Dude, if Legacy beats Mouse,
the captain of Legacy.
Holy shit. I mean, they've already beaten better teams,
Someone,
actually.
I think, undermentioned in this run, right? All the attention has come from the star power.
They've literally already beaten better
teams.
the best team
for the
here.
energy they've been bringing.
How crazy
The
is
Lux
that, bro?
has been sitting in the middle of this team, leading them every step
Like
of the way
who?
through some
Oh,
of the
I don't
best
know. They
Counter-Strike
13-3 that
rosters in
team
the
called
world.
Vitality. They beat FaZe in the 3-0 game in a best of 3 to qualify for stage 3.
The pistols just get chewed up, and so.
Although I would say Mouse should be a better team than
Legacy.
FaZe right
That's
now.
a lot of
But
money banked up.
Ka-ching.
10 players
that could be up
surviving
for
over the
debate.
last 2 rounds. And they also won all of this from that force buy in the second. This is a very early swing of momentum going their way.
Yeah, winning that pistol can be a poison chalice sometimes, because it just puts you in this horrible position if you can't convert. And I mean, it was a pretty loose second
was
round for
Legacy a team that
Maus.
shouldn't be here? Yes.
And one they're still paying the price
No,
for.
they didn't have
the
these issues. Another team did.
No warps yet.
And
fast run boost into middle. The
also,
Molotov
that was
not
kind
in
of
the way.
they just
Lux
fucked
is
up their
elbow
visas.
already, and they're trying to keep pressure on
The
Cave
visa
right
issue
now
wasn't
to stop Maus from
anything
coming up
but-
from heaven. In the meantime, Maus just run through the B smoke
I
into an
seen
empty
you in
site.
Austin. I hope not, but I will be there.
This is going to leave Legacy.
Oh
in a
yeah,
bit of
yeah,
an
yeah.
awkward
Wait,
position here.
meet and greet.
Fast on this lane fight, but no one from
it's
Maus
Saturday,
feeling that pressure to
before the
challenge
game.
yet. What could get interesting is with Exertion here. He's actually getting flanked by Dumao. Aggressive on the A push. And Xerxes now been spotted. There's the backstab arriving. But he gets out with 2 kills from ramp. And
got any more details? Not really.
Lato on this aggressive
what more details do you want?
The cave. Brings it even, brings us back into this 3-on-3. But it's hard to justify, hard to go for. Mouse at the end of the day just picked the right site, called the bluff on the ramp smoke,
maybe?
run through
you think
it.
I know, bro?
Legacy never gets
I haven't
to
even
that
seen my
position to
setup or
begin
know where
the
my
retake.
setup's at. I know more about where Smitty's going to be at the event than I know where I'm going to be.
For free. Instead, Xerxes gets 2 frags before the flank comes in. So Legacy rushed it a little bit, but they felt like they were on the clock.
Remember, thanks to the
with
46
limited
with
kits,
Primer,
limited
thank
time,
you.
and Mao's already deep in that B bomb site. They didn't want to wait forever. And so Mao's come through with their first gun round. And Legacy aren't too worried. Plenty of money.
I told you guys, the whole variety crew is going to be in Austin. I told you guys this. You guys just don't listen to me, which is fair, honestly. I'll go fuck
Mao's
myself.
looking for a late mid take. Spinks trying to come from the heaven side, smoking that Molotov and making a move. And Mao's had that control. Not even a smoke down. Taking risky fights, and it's going to cost them. Nissim opening kill. Very hard one to recommit to.
I believe
Nissim, but he's
it's
going to
in,
go back. That's a
collaboration
with 40 health,
Liquid,
with
and I'm doing a meet and greet.
assistance.
So it'll
He gets
probably
2
be, if I had to
kills.
imagine, it'll probably be like in the Liquid area
And we're going to see a lot
for
of
the
this
meet and
here
greet
with
chat.
Brolin
I don't know
do
though.
now on the lane pushes.
Sorry, I was trying to get more info. I
both
missed this
halves.
round, but yeah.
As Mao's sits stuck in a 2v5.
Smitty watches Pro CS. Dude, Smitty's
Legacy
usually in my
know when
stream
to
lurking.
disengage.
He will literally occasionally just throw out
comms have
the
been
fuck
very
you in my
clean when
chat,
it
and
comes to
that's
this.
about
Everyone
it.
on the same page
He just
like
lurks
that.
and just
The force by
just
round, they
fucking
get a couple
flames
of
me
kills
every
in
once in a
cave,
while.
they all run back and fully reset to regroup. This
Beat
one's
fl0m
still
at the
split,
airport
there are
in the
1v1s
Liquid
available,
area?
but
Okay,
no
man.
one's really overcommitting.
Okay,
a lot of
bro.
info play coming in, Lux jumping red, Nissim
Haircut?
jiggling
No, guys,
donut.
I just don't have a headset on.
Mars are not going to get offered
I got
easy
in-ears.
kills. Look at this. I mean, they're just not throwing this round. That's the call here for Legacy. Just win it.
I have to stream it. Well, no, none of the variety crew live in Austin. Everybody's just coming out.
Mao might get a little bit eager. And Mao's know now they're boxed in. Another flawless round.
Yeah, it's how clean these rounds are that it's concerning. Legacy.
There it is. There it is.
Feeling great. Mao's a little bit worried, right? The energy was super high. They win that pistol round.
Yeah,
Torchy's pumping everyone up. But since that point, there's been very little to get excited about. And the
Yes, I'm still sponsored. They're like my longest sponsor.
That's kind of rounds like this. And, dude, I mean, you can see why Legacy have made it to this position, right? They're all kind of peaking at this perfect moment. This is
a pretty solid copy pasta
the
axe.
best Counter-Strike they've ever played. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of movement in these CT sides. No one's afraid to make their play, make their moves. That double dip from Nissim being an example of something that comes.
I probably have no idea what
confidence
everybody else is
this
doing.
squad and
I'm
where
there.
they've been on, right? Like,
I'll
that's
be-
a wild decision to go back and fight
I don't
mid
even know if
twice
I can
over.
say who's bringing me out yet. I mean, one of the
That's also
sponsors
the
of the
fight that
major are bringing
Xerxes
me out,
looking for, right? He's
basically,
trying
and
to
that's
peek
who's
donut, gets caught
sponsoring
into
the
an awkward
co-stream, so it'll
spray,
be like
whiffs it. Like, you need Xerxes on
co-streaming
form
from
today if you're
Austin,
gonna win this
presented by
game.
blah blah blah, and then
As your
I'm
hard entry
also
player.
gonna be doing some content,
On
I think,
T-side
with
ancient,
Liquid. I
rounds don't
think,
come for free.
which it seems like they'll
So
have some
Mao's
free
back to
time,
the drawing board with another 4-buy.
and then that's who's facilitating my meet and
No
greet.
overcommitment in middle for Legacy. Mao's feign and A attack early. Just trying to keep the pressure on, burn this util and shuffle the defense here for Legacy. But through the smoke, Sadin takes that kill. And
Listen,
Brolin's
I will
put
tell this
down.
to Joker
The
Steve's
picture
face
clears
and
up
troll
now.
him if
Legacy
he's
know
there.
it's a fake.
I was going to confirm that. That's a big spot from him on the lane.
I will
not
then
just the
proceed to
bomb,
look
but
at my
3
toes.
players.
Was it worth it, though? No kills from that. And Mauser far from committed. Even bringing the bomb back out of B after this spot. Oh, perfect.
Are you full-time
reposition
content
for
creator
Satin.
slash
He's
streamer?
gonna
You
miss
know,
the
for the last
timing.
10 years
That's
I've
if they go
attempted
mid. I
that.
think
It's
this
been
is
going
just
all
A.
right.
Xerxes playing cave later.
I can't complain.
Nissim, oh dear. Are you clearing this late round, do you think? I'm not.
How's they going to hope they
This is
have
his
to?
first stream.
This is potentially lethal. And Legacy have read into this, right? That orb's kind of floated back into the donut. Sadzin's going to be here to lend a helping hand. If he can take the eyeballs, the attention away from Nissim, this position could tear everything away.
You hope Xerxion's contact force players out of position, but if no
How many
one gets a
mansions do you
kill,
make per year?
no
Per
one's
year,
gonna
I'm not
move.
sure, but right now we're almost at 12 mansions for this month. And I imagine we'll probably sell about 6 of them. If we're lucky, only like 5.
Nissim bides his
Nice! Dude, Nissim has been on fire this tournament. No. I actually don't know. I don't want to say tournament, but this stage specifically, I just feel like every round he's just always doing
early in a
some
round, maybe get spammed, but Maus are
It's
playing
always
contact.
clean
They're trying to
too, man.
surprise you, and with Xerxion getting nothing on that B bomb site again, there's no reason to rotate. The A anchor can just stay in position. Everyone's fine. They call, hey, it's just one player. 3 kills spray for Nissim.
Frankie, the foot thanks for the 64-month resub. Thank you.
This is a worrying sign for Maus to kickstart the day.
Oh yeah, this is their pick to open up. Inferno has been kind of the backbone map of this Legacy run. That was also where they secured
Where the Maus
victory
confidence
over
go?
Vitality.
I don't know, man.
Their win streak.
Well, this
Been a
is
bit of
kind
a
of what happens with
strugglesome
Maus.
map
If
for Maus,
Xerxion
and that's
isn't
up
able to like
next in
punch
this
through for them, I
series.
just feel like
Win
they're
it,
so
go in the
limp
playoffs,
dick.
a loser, one
And
game
this map
short.
specifically is a bit
Maus
like
and this squad trying to
weird for
embark on
Maus
the
because
O2 recovery
Torji
mission.
is kind of the other guy
To
that
do
makes
that,
up
they
for
have to
it
stop
if
a red-hot
Xerxion's
Legacy
missing.
fighting
But like
all the way
this is
from
such a hard
stage
op
1
map,
through
especially on
stage 2
T-side.
flawless. And now in this position, where the playoffs are within touching distance, Lato and Dumao combined for the opening couple of
Maus
kills
literally
out
feels like
towards
they have
the
that
doors
liquid
here.
problem,
Nissim
but
gonna take up the line.
they're obviously not liquid, but in the sense that you remember when Yakinder, if he didn't find the success, like the rounds just looked entirely
just
flat.
pistols, but again, super clean. That's what matters about having these rounds.
You know that version of Liquid. Remember watching that version of Liquid for like a year? That's still what Maus is. Xerxion just gets overlooked a lot for how insane he is.
Maus run because they went 0-2 down here in
So when
the stage.
he's coming out
they came in
cold,
cold,
they just
losing
look so
a difficult
buns.
BO1s to a ready and raring
They're just
VP,
stuck
and
in
also a
these
follow-up
rounds.
to FaZe. But Maus made this all the way back to 2-2. Such a rarity to see teams get out from 0-2, man. Across all the Swiss majors, only 14% of teams 0-2 have still made it through to the next stage. That hasn't happened yet here in Austin. That didn't happen in Shanghai.
Why are you still getting the fake Falcons AI ad? Oh, because YouTube doesn't give a fuck, guys.
At the major. But right now, nothing's pointing to it. They're just getting destroyed. Every
Hope that
kill
helps.
coming in. Legacy slaughtering Maus across the map. No trades in sight.
Dude, they are.
No rounds
Look at the
either.
kills.
7-2,
Look at the kills on
five
Maus. They're
alive.
getting
I can't keep
dismantled.
saying it.
Dude, and you know, every bone in your body tells you, like, okay, Legacy have done an insane job to make
I
it
cannot
this
stress
far.
this enough.
Hell, you might be
YouTube
rooting
literally
for 'em,
does
but
not care.
There's supposed to be a factor of experience at play here. The idea that this is a super high pressure matchup. Maus is supposed to have the edge in that regard.
Legacy Grand Final
doubt Maus are
incoming?
feeling
Yes,
pressure
yes,
as well,
this
but
is
I
it.
think that also applies to Legacy, because even though you can make the argument that, yeah, they were never supposed to be here, they've already gone deeper than anyone expected. Like, now there sort of are kind of expectations on Legacy. Even though they're the underdog, it's like, oh, you came all this way to lose this match? No, they clearly did
My
not.
personal favorite was still when I was getting cheated in my Road to Global and CSGO. The cheat creators paid Google and literally just had a direct link to cheats and their cheating website at the bottom of my Road to Global videos for the cheats that people were using against me. Shout out Google for that as well.
We've had major
Thank you,
appearances
guys.
before for some of these guys.
That was my personal
but never like
favorite.
this.
Yeah. But trust me, guys, they need you to really see that AI ad, so therefore they will remove the ad
They're
block.
going to try another one of these A-pops, but Nissim has had their number, man. This guy's switched on right now. Very active across the map. He's got support. 2 players lying in wait in
I mean, I was mad for a while ago, just a while ago, but now it's just like, what are you gonna do? Staying mad about it ain't gonna do
These
anything.
pistols find something for Maus. This is the closest round they've had in a long time. Swing out in donut, Lato gonna punish, and just Torshi left, hoping he can chase down this orb.
to scam caffeine.
Here, but Dumao just peppering him from behind.
And in both those swing fights, what is it? It's 80 damage for Mouse. It's not clean. It's not a guaranteed kill.
Dude, this
so
isn't even close. As we all predicted,
sadly,
Legacy is completely dismantling Mouse on their map.
About to win. Legacy holds strong at 8-2 on
I need to get that
CT
meme
side.
with Legacy standing over it.
And Mouse are crumbling.
Still haven't learned your
Make
fucking
no
lesson
mistake
yet,
about
old
it.
man.
Xertion 2 and
Fucking
10
Legacy
on
just
this
sitting
T
there.
side right now. When he's on, this can be one of the best entry fraggers in the world. He's gonna have to find something here in these last couple. Walking out
look,
middle.
like if Mouse break through with 4 rounds, they can do something here, but
they don't care. They're just running at them.
Yeah, it's not. Legacy aren't playing with fear. These guys,
look at him go.
Have got full faith in themselves in this game. Given the circumstances, what's on the line? They're not in their heads. They're not questioning anything.
No, they're not playing
They want to
scared.
take all the fights they can because they've been winning them. And so Jimmy on this aggro push finds himself in a swing position. In through the back lines. Most successful play in this round's been getting him up into the red room.
I like this reset though. Legacy are going to be
Seems
worried
to
about
be
the
worse today with
backline.
the YouTube chat. And the AI ad. So I retweeted it again.
12 and 4 for
Might as well farm.
Open. Him and Doom out topping the charts.
9-2. I almost said 3 because I'm so used to saying 9-3.
From the sidelines as this T side has passed by in an instant. Mouse can't believe this is happening. This was supposed to be, you know, their story, their turnaround from 0-2. Triumphant in the end. That's not what's happening. It's brutal. Legacy are destroying them. And Spinks looking to give this a go, walking in and through the ramp side, decided last minute to give that a try.
Unreal to see Lato and Dumao both topping the charts like this. 4 years in the making, these guys have been following each other around, roster to roster, trying and trying again to get a deep run. We called them the next best thing in Brazil. We said they were the upcoming players. They never really achieved it. They never really proved it.
Faster than softs
Well,
yesterday
today
in
they
quali.
are.
I didn't get to watch the quali yet. But I would imagine it had something to do with temperature on the track.
Getting deep.
Not an expert though, but that would be my guess.
11 and 4, they are running at Mouse. And they ain't gonna stop. Nissim.
I didn't get a chance to watch quali. I was watching fucking Game 5, guys. I was watching the Oilers while they just pissed away Big David's chance at winning the cup because they play like shit. Oilers fans trying to cope about which goalie's worse when in reality their defense is literal dog shit.
Yet another unwinnable
And was
round.
overperforming, and now I'm really annoyed.
And Mouse have been in this all day.
Yeah, the entire game has felt exactly like this to the Mouse squad. They can't get anything going. They're not even making a
10 to
dent
2
in
is
these
insane.
rounds. And hell, they open this up by winning the pistol. And they've got 2 rounds on this T side.
Yeah.
This is as brutal as it gets.
I'm saying this
Legacy
while
are
I'm crying as a
gunning
Canadian
for the
fan.
playoffs.
This is not the Mouse.
Motherfuckers really saw Skinner get completely just lit up in the slot 3 different times. Like, what a bad goalie, and I just want to smack someone.
Right? That was a while ago. They've absolutely proven themselves on the stages. But these are the kind of games you would expect Mouse to mop up. Well, not today. As
Last time I saw a goalie get backdoored that much was on a completely different fucking streaming service besides YouTube TV. That's all I'm gonna say. Chat, I'm running an ad now that I'm done talking puck and Mouse are getting absolutely destroyed. Heads up. Mama Scon, thanks for the 100 fucking month reset. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 100 fucking months. Jesus Christ, dude. Man, 100-month resubs always look the cleanest though. I can't get. I'll never get over that. Raven, thanks for the 6-month primer, and Mariko, thank you very much for your Twitch primer. Thank you. And Tortoise, thank you for the resub. Oh, thank you, Jay. The fact that anyone would keep up with this shit for 100 months is insane. I know, man. I know. Bomb's baiting us, so we all get to 100 months. I mean, the fact that Glowstick's still here and I flame him every time he shows up and he's at 137 months along with fucking Bulldog is crazy. Tarmac! Okay, listen. Tarmac gifted 10 subs before the scam train. So let me see what level we're at and I'll go back and we'll match them. Okay, if we hit level 4, I'll match them. Okay. Tarmac, thank you much for the 5-10 gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Tarmac, you went a little early, bro. Just so you know, Tarmac, this is bait, but it's also how it works, just so you know. When the scam train's like telling you it's about to start, you can't, the interactions that it's not number of subs, it's different events from different people. So like it's not about 5 gifted subs or 100 subs from one person, it's about like 5 subs from 5 different people. Make sense? So if you're already a part of it and then you drop like 10 gifted, it doesn't count. No way the scam ads are still going on YouTube. Oh yeah, baby. They're popping off today because I've seen a lot of people in my YouTube chat talking about it. Deluxe, thanks for the Twitch primer. And Who, thanks for the 11-month primer. Thank you. I mean, they've been running the whole time, but I imagine they re-upped. You know what it probably is? I'm not even kidding. It's around the 15th. I don't know. Knowing how YouTube does ad cycles, or at least payment cycles, there's a good chance that they just got more money from the scam. They probably have a higher inventory of ads, so they're probably running more.
Brazilian CS looking to leave a legacy once again at a Counter-Strike major, as this team
Much
that were
thank
never
you very
supposed
much.
to be here
Oh.
sit up 10-2 in the final
Thank you
game
very
of
much for the
Stage
5
3.
gifted.
This
Thank you
playoffs
much
on the
for Shadow
line,
you.
an arena of
5
Counter-Strike
so
fans
far. If we
waiting
get to
just
level
days
4, I'll
away
match the
in the
first
Moody
10.
Center.
Schlock,
And
thanks for the
Legacy
Twitch
are
primer.
starting
Thank you.
strong. Mouse are crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, it is a ludicrously dominant start here for Legacy. Pistol round picked up for Mouse. That's one of 2 rounds they get in that
Nate. I'll
first
stream
half.
Monday, Tuesday.
Legacy, every round they win
Big
was
love with
dominant.
the
It
5
felt like
gifted
they had
chat.
4 or
I'll go
5
back and
players
match
surviving
Tarmac's
more
first
often
10. I
than
do
not.
20 gifted. Write it down. And
This is not
YouTube,
a
I'll match
close
yours as well.
game. This is Mouse's map pick. Up next is Inferno. That's the map that Legacy broke the Vitality win streak on, and has been one of the cornerstone maps of this run from Stage 1 to now. Mouse needed to show up on Ancient to start the day. By comparison, Legacy haven't looked to play a lot of Ancient here at the tournament.
Oh,
wow. What can you do about that? Felt like Torshi had to kill. Right there for him with a player turning on the boost.
Imagine you jump up on the fucking
covers
box
from the
and that's
bottom.
what you see, bro.
So Legacy take that 5-on-4, and they are just sitting back and soaking it in right now, waiting to hit this B bomb site with a smoke and a molly. Wouldn't surprise me to see this molly even saved to the post spawn. That's the kind of thing that Legacy are feeling right now. That's what I'm expecting. We'll see if Lux gets that in. Double smoke exec, really trying to cover positions. Mouse have 2 guys in the site. They smoke off cave as well. They say you can't come in. Legacy don't care. Right through the ramp. Brolin eats that Molotov. Nissan looking to slide through the smoke, and Xerxan has to step up.
Good hold, exertions, dualies. Gonna put fresh mag in, and Brolin
Yeah, they actually held that
turns
really
back
well.
around to cover him. Only Lux left standing, but low HP on 2 of these players.
Okay.
Jimmy arrives at the perfect moment. Pistol round picked up for the Mouse squad.
That is
but that was how
both
they
pistol
opened
rounds
this game.
now one for Mouse, by the way.
I'm buying off of
PD
confidence
with
right
the
now.
1,
2K in the bag
2,
is
3
nothing to play
months.
with.
That's almost 2 years,
But
right, guys?
you've done it
123
before, you can
months.
do it again.
Surely
Legacy
that
call a
matters
timeout.
Like as well, you talk
I
about
do.
Mouse how they've been known, right? As like group stage merchants, people who when the pressure isn't at its highest, often never struggle.
I really don't want to fly to Austin to watch Legacy get demolished on the stage. What if they don't, though?
This major,
no, I know. That's always my worry with like underdogs. Is I do feel like it almost always fizzles out in playoffs.
This is the front runner squad left in the major, arguably, at least off of results, to be able to threaten Vitality. Sure, I'm looking at Spirit with glee to think that they could do it as well, but Mouse have provably taken them 5 maps in a final.
But you know, the story with this Mouse squad of having to kind of get used to uplifting their level for
DD,
these high pressure situations
and
the journey that took for all of these players to kind of accomplish. It's wild to think that Legacy over the course of this major,
my longest subs are
level up, being
137.
able to deal with these high pressure scenarios.
138.
At a fast speed pop. Once more, this side of the map gets tested. Spinks holds the line, but
Okay. Spinks gets a 3K, and it's still looking difficult. How crazy is that right now?
There in that hit. Would have loved to see.
Almost.
Would love to see more players go for that long.
IO, thanks to the 11-month primer. Thank you, man.
The util.
Minute and a half remaining.
And so Legacy should not be winning this round. Sadzin sits back in the cave, tries to buy a few more seconds, but there's a kid in play, and Mouse are going to move in quick.
Falcons are cursed, man. I doubt they win anything big this year. I don't know. Well, according to all the rumors circulating, they're trying to buy every player they can. So eventually, they should win something.
Defuse hell.
It was winnable. Just saying.
Falcons has a strong strategy of creating the entire server and turning it into a deathmatch server.
Last two. And Mouse try and pull the comeback of a lifetime.
I mean, Mouse just have to take it round by round.
Yeah.
It's like, can't get too invested yet. There's a lot of ground to cover. And these have been, you know, force buys, partial buys for Legacy. The real test is coming for this Mouse squad.
Yeah, they're not giving up, right? They're not going down after a 10-2 half. Seen some insane comebacks of this tournament. Something special about majors. Legacy know that better than most. Flash through the cave smoke and full blind is Brolin. What an entry. Cool little trick here for Legacy to force a 5v4, but they walk out A main at the same time into the AWP. Torshi really trying to commit to these fights.
Torshi's trying to make sure that there's no potential chance.
Put the fear in them enough that Legacy will speed up towards B.
Bro is not trying to let them get eco'd again.
Oh, Spinks is so blind.
Oh my god.
What? The smoke spam Sadzin.
Holy
He's just torn this whole thing away. Now's the comeback they were hoping to embark on.
Oh my god.
Already chipped through.
Wait.
On these aggressive purchases for Legacy, they just keep throwing things at Mouse.
And that wasn't even the second round force. This was the third round half buy.
You better learn Portuguese, buddy. You better fucking learn today.
Pistols and flashes. And I love that Legacy go into the ramp smoke. They spam with the deagles and makes Mouse look right at that smoke in case someone comes through. Then the perfect flash over the wall.
This is
and
crazy,
Spinks couldn't see a
man.
thing. One player in B, Mouse pay the price. They don't get to celebrate long. And now, really, how do you win this game? Sure, Torshi's AWP is still here, but Mouse lose all their economy yet again at the start of the half, and Legacy are but rounds away from stealing Mouse's pick. It's not meant to be. You're believing off the 10-2 pistol win. I don't know if I'm believing anymore. 11-4 down, Mouse in the hole, 2K per player.
11-4, man, as we all predicted, right, guys?
Going crazy with an AWP. What could it possibly be?
We all predicted to show up today and see Mouse get absolutely handled by Legacy while playing for their chance at playoffs in the
She's the
major.
guy trying to hype everyone up, right? Trying to make sure the spirits are good. They lose to the force buy in round 2. And past that point, you have a string of rounds racked up against you. You don't have anything to smile about. You don't have anything to get excited about. The vibes are looking like an all-time low for Mouse.
I know.
Can't believe
Listen,
this
guys, I'm a
comeback is
stupid.
getting torn away.
Yeah.
I'm just a fucking idiot,
best
guys.
of 3.
Hoping Cyclone can be a voice of reason here.
Vest,
Still looking
thank you very much for the
calm. He's
gift,
seen
by the
his
way.
team
Chat, there's
win
my
from these
20 that I owe
scorelines
you.
time after time, and I mean it. Like Mouse are a comeback team. They have shown great proclivity to do so, but not in this game, Harry. Not in this game. This should be Legacy locking in ancient.
No, I mean, Mouse can feel like Legacy have hit that that next level, that flow state where
anti-humidity bags? No, they're just hand warmers.
Everyone's on the same page. Everyone's got ideas.
He just puts them under his nose. I'm not sure why. Maybe his nose gets cold because of the air conditioning.
They know what it feels like, but they don't feel like they themselves can get there in this game.
Real thing, by the way. Like people that aren't used to like crazy amounts of air conditioning, it can fuck you up.
Legacy get that red room control right now. Mouths are gambling. That's all they can do. A roll of the dice in this B site. Legacy smoke it off, putting pressure on Mouse immediately. Jimmy comes through and blocks them in red room. Very important smoke to stop this turning into an A split. Maybe all he's done is delay it.
Yeah.
But at least allows Torch to pull his orb over to this side of the map. He said it had to be him. A couple of Famuses in play. Jimmy going to choose to give it up, play late on this cross. Zershan hiding in the donut. Torshi comes to support. If Mal's going to do it, they have to do it together.
Jimmy traded. Dumao gets past him and the rest of the team follow through behind Dumao.
Here we go.
Torshi Zorp will be in the right place. This is where Torshi has to save Mouse. Jiggled on the spot.
Dude, and he got dinked. He got fucking dinked.
Gets hounded down. The one heavy hitting item of the round removed.
But they didn't plant.
Oh. Back up.
Just Spinks left in this. 9 HP, 1 bullet will end this round. 1 bullet puts Legacy right there.
So unbelievably
guys, it's 12-4 and Mouse won both pistol rounds.
The orb 2-3 times. They headshot him through the corner. Torshi didn't get a chance. They didn't know where the orb was.
The Mao is not even yelling that loud. They're winning so hard. You realize that?
Legacy earning this W.
Like Jamal is quite literally on autopilot while they're just farming them. He's just doing like he's doing C's get degrees right now of Vamo right now.
Where Legacy are going with the AWP in the right place, it's not enough. And Legacy take a breather. 12-4, their timeout. They know this game is in the palm of their hand. They want to crush it right here and now.
Lux going crazy in the comms. Trying to hash out what they want to do in this next round. What could be the last round played on Ancient.
Squared Air, thanks for 26 with the reset, thank you. Fl0m, care to explain what's going on?
Payne, who made it 2-2 in Copenhagen and played against Na'Vi, who went on to win the major. They lost that game.
I kind of talked about it at the start of that T-half. I think the reason why their T-half looked as slow as it did is like they just entirely rely on Zershan to basically crack open every round. And on other maps, Torji can sometimes make up for it. On CT side right now, I don't know. Like, they just, well, for one, they haven't given themselves enough. Oh my god. They haven't given themselves enough rounds to work with. And I think they've just lost, like, tons of confidence right now. Who said it on the desk? I think it was Dupree. That guy's pretty smart. He's won a couple majors. Like, it really does kind of look like what? Oh my god, dude!
They can't believe what's happening. This is so dominant.
Mouse like have like fake ego right now. Hold on, I'll explain. Oh my god! 13-4, they won both pistols. 13-4, and they won both pistols, and one of the rounds was a conversion. They won one fucking gun round.
Pick one of the backbone maps of this entire run from stage 1 to stage 3. Up next, Legacy. This is their golden chance to lock in those playoffs.
Somebody tell Mouse they're not in playoffs yet. They don't need to choke this bad.
I'm simply stunned. I'm going to be totally honest. I thought maybe this was a possibility when we were moving into Inferno.
Somebody tell them they're still in groups. Remind them where they are.
No way in hell did I see this happening on Mouse's pick of Ancient. They never had a foot in the door. They just never had a chance, Jacob.
No, they just continue to do it game after game after game. We write them off. We think, okay,
dude,
now they hit the ceiling.
Kills.
Now they hit the limit. Now they're facing Mouse.
So
best
what I mean by like fake confidence, by the way, chat,
they
is
just do it again. They played fearless Counter-Strike. Peter,
they get behind.
6 rounds. They were just
they get worried.
Every
individual players are all trying to be the difference maker, and then they're all forcing.
Just like they did against Vitality in the
they're
opening
just
game at this
forcing
stage.
fights, right? Like they're not playing crossfires. They're not playing
but
together.
At the end of the day, we just gotta respect the hell out
individuals trying to take rounds and matters into their own hands, and they're just throwing.
I think this is the worst I've seen Mouse Sports perform ever. I think the way they looked in terms of the reaction outside the server, but also inside, was just really poor. I think that Legacy obviously played super great,
nailed it on the
Mouse
desk
Sports
before the game.
Completely out of it. They didn't have any response. They didn't have a chance. They would lose all fights. They would not make the right call. They would make the wrong rotations. I don't think you can take anything away from this game that Mouse did well.
The opening duel went 15-2 in favor
that's just
of
says
Legacy.
how the game went on,
15-2. Brolan and Exertion, your two entry fraggers on the T side, your two space takers, they went a combined 1 for 11 in opening duels, those two. So when you're saying they didn't get anything going their way in the beginning of the rounds, that's a fact right there. Those stats are not looking too good.
I'm making that face purely because Mouse, they were supposed to be making it to the playoffs, right? They do have a chance to turn it around, but after that sort of performance, like, man, we've got to give credit to Legacy for coming out the gate so hot. It was a concern that you had, Dupree, about Mouse. You know, we haven't seen them having those, you know, quick fire starts, 2 maps. Legacy took full advantage of that, right?
It's one thing is that you have the players on Legacy playing super great, but also the way that they react as a team and the way they play off each other is something that I've been praising them for. And it's like when one guy decides to go for a play somewhere else, then someone else picks it up and he goes aggressive somewhere else. And you saw Nissan getting multiple frags from Donut, where he actually, this is like a position that's super hard to play, especially because Anson is a very T-sided map in terms of getting mid control. So he found himself in a lot of positions where he was just going for straight up 1v1s, but he just won them all the time. And I don't think there was like a case where he would only get one frag. I think he got multi-kills.
Streaks aren't best of 3 only.
A saying in Counter-Strike, Peter, you probably know that you know, trust your aim. You know, trust your aim. Whenever you
just
speak
like
to
the
a
streak
player,
people are keeping track of weren't all
maybe not sure
BO3s.
whether he wants to go for a duel or not, and you as a teammate is observing, trust your aim, trust your aim. I feel like all Legacy is doing on the server right now is telling each other to trust their aim, because you can see in every single duel they're wide swinging, they're exposing their entire body. It's not shoulder peeking then swinging out. It's not like playing a little bit carefully or being tactful about it. It's full on swinging, full on fighting, and they're trusting their aim. They're trusting.
DJD, a lot of teams basically run no operas sometimes. It's just in CS2 because in MR12 it's sometimes hard to get them to too expensive.
The third or second best team throughout the entirety of the year, and you trust in your own abilities to be better than them.
And I think it's one thing is trusting your aim, but another thing for
Legacy
Legacy is trusting your instinct, because that is what I see when I watch Legacy. That they trust with like what they are supposed to do as individuals. Because I think it was Dumao, he just went down B ramp like in the beginning of the round, just straight off picked the guy off.
The 30 wins that they had were not all best of 3s. It's not a streak of only best of 3s.
You know, they just seem to be so confident in whatever they do, and of course when you're up like this and you know that you are probably the weaker team in this, well, at least on paper the weaker team, then you also need to go for these fights, because if you sit back and just let Mouse Sports do whatever they want and get into a position where they can, you know, puzzle things together and play off each other, then you will probably lose. So they take the fight to Mouse Sports, and they're just showing.
It's hard in MR12, man. Like most offers are riflers, like very good riflers, and some of the best in the server.
They seem to be a very well-functioning duo.
You have to in MR12.
To Inferno in just a couple of moments, but watch out for that one there as well, because they play Banana together and they are constantly fighting. We saw it in Ancient. You described it, Peter. Pushing out
I was afraid they saw what's in Demao's bag.
Exposing the entirety of his body and just trusting in the instant.
Demao just swapping a mouse after every round. They're like, holy shit, he's got more.
Followed up by Lado, again going for a kill. I just love this re-aggression that is constantly coming in, and the fact that they're playing off each other. The trade game from Legacy is also top tier.
Dupree, I hope you don't mind me, you know, bringing this up on air, but it's a question that I pose a lot to teams. Is like, what is your identity? What do you want to be known for? You had a really nice way of kind of summarizing, you know, outside of play style for the side of Legacy is just making fools out of the top tier teams, because they consistently seem to be doing it, and it's so spectacular to witness, because you know, not only Vitality's was in that mix with that best of 1, but Mao's here as well. Like, it's insane what they're able to deliver.
It just looks like Legacy just always thrives whenever they're not the favorite in the matchup. Like every time they go up against a top team, they want to go out and prove that we can beat you guys. Like, yeah, you are a top team maybe because you have a lot of VRS points and everything, and the way you've been playing is like you have your own little bubble inside of tier 1. You know, they're trying
thank
to
you very much for the new membership on YouTube. Welcome. Thank you, bro.
Of these teams, and they've definitely shown this way. You know, it's not because Legacy is like playing so tactical good CS, but they're just playing out of the intuition, and they're playing the game. They're playing what they have in front of them, like what they see in front of their screen and what happens on the server, what happens on the kill feed. That's what they play off, and that is what makes them so great. Like, they just take and pick up the initiative and actually go for the plays when they feel like this there instead of hesitating.
It's hard not to just praise Legacy for what we just seen and what we've seen so far in the major, but just to add a little context of it as well. It is a very much
Counter-Strike at this level is
from stage 1,
majority a mental game. When you remove the expectation and pressure aspect or lessen it, it frees up the mental quite a
I wonder,
bit.
how does a team beat Vitality 13-2? How
Pressure
does
is
a
a
team
privilege,
beat Mouse in
and
this
you
fashion
want to always
while
be the
also
best
losing
team, and you want to be
13-3
the
to Big
favorite,
Boom
but
or
at the same
13-17
time,
Vision? So it
just
comes with
like
a caveat when you're playing so much, you
you
know,
asked
and
me,
trusting your instinct, trusting your
why
aim.
do people play
It's either
better
gonna
as
work very,
underdogs?
very well,
Why
or
do
it's not gonna
we?
work
Why
at
does
all.
it
Right now
seemingly
it's
feel
working,
like
that's
when
great
you're
for
on the
Legacy, but
eco
there's a
round,
pitfall potentially that
you
we
just
have
feel
seen
free,
early in the
right?
tournament
It's the same,
that Mouse
same
will have to
energy.
believe in.
And that's the thing, it does come down to the response from Mouse, right? You were telling me a
It's the
story
same
in the
energy,
Boon
right?
about,
You always
know,
feel like you
when
can
you've been
do
in
so
these
much on an
situations,
eco
so
round,
prep
right?
heavy. You know your opponent, you've got all, you know, your staff working around you, giving all the tools that you think you need to be succeeding in this particular match. The issue is what happens when that doesn't work, right? And we're seeing that play out right now for Mouse.
I think the easiest answer would just say that they have to go out and reset, but you know, I gotta earn my money here, and I think that from our sports in this situation, like they've probably come into this game, they prepared and they had like a game plan and they know how they want to react to certain things. But when that doesn't work, then you can get kind of blindfolded into just keep playing this kind of style, and you just end up in a position where you forget about the game, you forget about what's actually happening in front of your screen. Instead of playing Counter-Strike for what you actually have and what the actual things that's brought to you, you just keep relying on the preparation and things that you've been working and coming to this match. But right now, Mouse, they just need to leave that all behind. They need to go into an Inferno now, where they just need to focus on playing the fundamentals and forget all the preparation, just start playing Counter-Strike.
That's the question. How are Mouse going to be responding? We're going to have to wait until the other side of this break to be finding out. And this is going to be a tough hill to climb, because Legacy, they've been demons on this map of Inferno, and now just one map away from making the Cinderella story a reality and earning a spot in the playoffs.
Bum, 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 bum. Chat, it's that time. Heads up, heads up. You guys think Mouse actually get it together? You think Legacy just steamrolls? I feel like Mouse have to do something, right? Like, even if you're a Mouse hater, surely we don't expect them just to basically win one fucking gun round again, do we? I mean, they literally might. Like, I don't know. I've underestimated Legacy every step of the way. So this is on me, you know? Old man doesn't learn. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, Maddie. You should consult them. Oh my god, this.
Hi everybody. I'm
Hi.
Luke. I will show what is inside my bag.
This shit. I still can't with this. If you guys missed this yesterday, lock in.
Okay guys. First of all, at my mouse pad, there is my this is my equipment parts. This is my keyboard, kinda combos with the pad, but it was random, not on purpose. I have my mouse, the one I'm using right now. I have boots. This one 5 rings. This one's in search of purples. And this is my Bible. I received from my mom. I have this mouse and I have this version. A little gold. Good, no? Yeah. I just think it's funny, you know. Yeah. Just good. Just kept on my table for myself. I have these glasses, stays and playoffs when there's people to have some extra content. Basically my extra glass. Okay, another mouse with my name, another mouse, and I have an extra if this one break it. And guys, just one more in case of both break it, you know. We never know the future, you know. I have my notes thing, my notes, you know. It's an extra one. Then
Bro literally owns Mouse.
I have this one from ECL. It's the coin. Cables. Cable. Oh, I found my charger.
Oh!
I have one part extra glasses. Maybe both break it. I have watches. This both. This is my first one. I have like this to be hanging around, you know. My coach gave it to me. Yes, that's everything I have. Oh my god, guys. I have this mouse too.
many rounds Legacy got on CT side of Ancient as how many mice allegedly Demao turns up to a tournament with.
Like, this
just
really
in
seems
case,
nice.
just in case.
So people
I'll
get
make
all
a nice
fucking
round 10.
whiny when
for
somebody
him.
yells and finds him annoying. But he's a real dude. The picture with the mouse.
I don't think he will ever bring
Mice in bag,
mice
10.
to a
But
tournament.
dude, Demao is actually such a sweetheart.
That's why he's so
Bro's
relaxed
such a
now,
nice
he
guy.
knows no matter what, he's always going to have a
If you're in NA and you're ever fortunate enough to pug with them, because he pugs you quite a bit.
Do you think they're big chillin'
You're in for a
moving
good
into Inferno? It's been a map that they have put up some insane results on. We didn't run the interview earlier. Demao said he is a little bit concerned that
He's
people
good
have maybe
energy,
figured
man.
out
He's good
what's so
energy.
good about Inferno. But
I want to say something,
go on.
teacher. Yeah, Peter, you had a point about Legacy playing the absolute best when there's no pressure. I would argue now the pressure returns towards Legacy. They know that Inferno is the home ground. They know that they're actually supposed to win Inferno. They knew coming into the matchup that was the ticket into the matchup. So I kind of feel if we go by that theory, which I kind of agree with, then now the pressure turns towards Legacy, and now is where we should see Legacy play their worst brand of Counter-Strike, which should give Mouse a chance of coming back into the game. If not, then Legacy have proven
Legacy
that
has
they
to
can do it
close
all,
Mouse,
and
so now
also
they
play
choke.
above the pressure. So that's my theory right here.
Well, should we check in with Mahone, because I believe he has a moment to be breaking down as to why Legacy have looked so dominant on the grounds of Inferno.
What's up, Pyre?
Yes, that's right. So Legacy, they've been having Inferno as their kind of bread and butter map, but one of the reasons why is because of their B takes. Now, their B takes, I've talked about it before, but what I actually want to talk about instead is that if you give them the banana control, it's actually going to be a problem. Here's an example from the Vitality game where what we're going to see initially is Legacy, they're going to take the banana control, and the goal here is really to try to push fl0m off. To push fl0m off back towards that B bomb site. And the real key after you push fl0m back off that B bomb site is to actually get this player off the arch side position. Because the real goal for Legacy here is to create banana pressure and actually float back towards A. This is actually a strategy that they run. They have banana control right at the start, and instantly they go back into an instant A hit. You'll see that Sadson tosses 2 smokes here, Library and Arch. And what this does is it allows Lotto and Lux to actually push in towards that arch side position. Now the key here is that they don't even wait for the smokes to bloom, and the reason why is because by putting that early pressure towards that banana side and forcing the arch side rotate to go towards B, it means they only have a timing window that they can use to actually wrap towards A site. They don't want to lose that timing window, so they actually push in even before the smokes fade. And look at the situation on the radar. Because they've set up this condition, they're now in a position where they can actually fight the A site from all angles. A player from apps, players from short, players wrapping towards that long side. And that makes it very easy for them to actually fight the players in the site because it's just not that much map control they really have. And it's all the result of them pressuring towards B. Here's another example, or rather, I just want to restate here that Apex, as soon as the smokes fade, or as soon as the smokes bloom, rather, they don't have space to actually retake the site, and that's what allows them to get the site. So here's another example against the 3D Max game. Now, same thing again, 4 players here pressuring towards banana, same idea. They want to pull that arch side rotate away. You see here, after they get the pressure towards B, they have 4 players over towards B side. They instantly go over towards mid.
I remember
then
this
they
fucking
drop
round.
The arch and library smokes, Lux and Lotto, they're already here. They catch the player on the side, and that is the round.
Did you guys notice the round that they ran it on, by the way, chat?
Is that when they take this banana side, it's not just
Why
that
the
they go
Vitality
and hit B,
logo? Somebody
sometimes they
confused
actually
the
float
French
back towards A,
people.
and this is actually a strategy. For Mouse, they're going to have to watch out for this. If they give them too much respect at banana, they're
Somebody
going to be opening
confused the
themselves
French
up to
people.
this strategy.
Thank you so much for that breakdown, Mahone. Yeah, we know the hurt that Legacy can deliver on Inferno, but is it enough to eliminate Mouse from the
Somebody
Blast
said
TV Austin
3D
Major?
Max,
Well, that's
Vitality,
fine now.
same team, right?
Oh yes, the pressure now reaches
That's
fever
fucked, man. They
pitch.
can't do
Hugo,
that.
it's all on the line. For Legacy playoffs, a bit of map away.
Bro, anybody
for
else feel
Mouse,
like
they have to try and start the
Harry
recovery
has
here and
incredible
now
aura
on
today,
the
chat?
Legacy backbone map, and you can see those odds.
What do we think?
have
What do you
flipped
rate
right on
Harry's
over.
aura? 1 to
Legacy
10.
now are the favorites. And I agree. You know, you're heading onto the map that they've won in every single game they've played at the Major.
I do like that Pimp brought up on the desk, like, hey, does it kind of flip now in a way? Does it kind of flip? Because now they are so close, and this is where we see teams crumble, and, you know, everyone expects Mouse to lose from this point. But my issue with that right now is this has been the go-to map for Legacy in this tournament. They have played it 5 times. They have won it 5 times, and they have won it dominantly near about every time. Only Wildcard took them to double digits. They made quick work of Vitality. They are comfortable on the T side of Inferno.
Form they came into this series with was truly terrifying. Enough to give Mao's nightmares. So let's see how they look in this pistol. A walk through the apartments.
Well, he still got one.
Out with one at least. An aggression down through Banana.
You a fan of dualies on pistol? I mean, dualies are really strong on pistol. If I personally, having them sometimes feels like a huge responsibility, but I do like having them.
So they've made a series of aggressive moves in this pistol round. Here's the aggression over towards Banana.
Seeing FaZe play that? Nah, they already qualied.
Oof, these shots are just getting recovered right now for Mouse, but that's still fine. 4v3, and bailing from Banana is Lux. Speed up in the apartments, needs a quick clean kill for Brolin, and he gets one at least. Trades
well
positions,
played.
That's fine by him. Bomb pick back up, can Satin get in the corner to plant this package?
Mouse, also
nice
known as
if he
pistol
can.
experts.
Ooh, takes the fight instead, humbles Brolin, puts him on 5, and the bomb plant down, but the round should elude him. And so Mouse come through with the pistol, but that's not been the problem, has it? Both back
Mouse
on
is
Ancient.
currently 3 for 3 of pistols, and they've won a collective total of 5 rounds.
Being said from Torshi here.
Let's see how this goes.
And hopefully, something along the lines of, guys, don't screw this second round up.
Head up, stuck. We'll see, we'll see. Surely Mouse doesn't get ecoed again, right? That would be... That'd be kind of ridiculous, though.
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
If they do, I might be asking
They
for
are
primers,
forcing.
prime
Yeah,
forgetters.
they
I
have
will
two
be
AKs,
asking
you better
either way,
watch
but
out.
this will give me a good excuse now.
This is a crazy buy. Sadzen and Dumao dropping AKs over. You don't see this much.
Spoonie, thanks for the 11
It was this round that got away
Don't
from
call me
them on
Shirley,
Ancient.
pal.
Mouse,
That's not
that
what to
is,
say.
right? It was the force buy for Legacy in round 2 that got picked up.
Okay.
And that was where, like, the hurt really began. It's so important for Mouse that they're able to win this one. If they do want to try
Standard
and come
across
back
the
in this
board right
series,
now.
I don't know if they can take another setback of having this force buy round go against them. So that's a big
What a
pickup
debate,
for
bro.
Spinks.
What an absolute
Taking the
fucking
damage there.
debate.
He might have even got a kill, but just gets a perfect peek. Molly pushes Torshi out. Spinks at least has found a 5v4, but those AKs are going to be shuffled over to the next man in line. There's some with armor is in the apartments.
Smoked off their own moto.
Sad him right now. And Brolin's come from
4
that
players
B-bomb
here.
side to assist. They're taking arch control. This can't end B though. They've not got the real estate for that. They're just looking for this kill with Brolin trapped in. He might get anxious and he walks right into this AK. That's exactly what Legacy wanted. Knowing that's a B player as well is going to change the plan.
Yeah, they know. They know there's only one B right now.
4-on-1 at this B bomb site.
Oh, Exertion really has his work cut out for him. Will find himself under the microscope here as he's got 3 players coming his way. 2 in first through the temple. Exertion holds the line for that first kill, but he can't wrangle in Lato. Low HP on Torshi, that first player to rotate past.
He has timing though.
Nissim's got the
Torshi
flank.
should play. They have no idea.
Oh.
Oh, and it's the AK that's going to get dropped first. Lato shot in the side of the dome.
Dumao
No
hits
idea
B.
that they've crossed out already. Dumao can't
Shouldn't
find
work.
a thing, and
Nissim's
Nissim
just gonna look
too
for
far
damage.
away. Torshi with that timing.
Oh my!
That's a couple of
What the
clean
fuck?
kills.
What the?
What the is a very expensive win for Mouse.
And you know what I'm doing if I'm Legacy? I'm buying again.
No,
and I'm
get the-
buying one more time. And
check
hilariously,
the
this was the
PC.
round they won on Ancient. It wasn't round 2 of the T-side, it was round 3.
Check
In
one
the
of
first
the
half, it was
15
round
mics
2.
that Dumao have. Did he share one with Nissim? Like, what's going on?
They've done it before. They'll look to do it again, surely. 4 kills, or 5 kills rather, as Nissim gets the closer.
Oh my!
Even though the diffuser is from underneath them. Still something to be happy about if you're Legacy.
He's got Dumao quiet. He said, "Nice."
Nice indeed. Mouse is just happy they found
He
a
said, "Holy shit,
second
that's what you've been
round
doing to people."
in a map that is not their bread nor their butter.
GG Luke, thanks for the 40-month primer. Thank you.
Torshi, he's going to block them. He's not scared of a large trap. They go through the smoke. He gets caught from apartments. His teammate falls immediately.
My Any primers? Prime
say
forgetters
Jim
in the
needs
chat.
to watch out in this game because he was irrelevant back on Ancient. Another young player that is perhaps.
They were expecting like the B end because Legacy loves B, right? A lot of teams do. Forced by, so I think the logic for Mouse is like, you know, Legacy's going to chase your economy. They're going to be a little bit more strapped for what they're going to do, and a lot of teams just tend to end B in those scenarios. Mouse bites early on that. Immediately, Legacy hits him with the bamboozle.
Dying instantly leads to Torshi getting shot in the back, and Legacy again on that third round bye will break Mouse.
Is that cocky? Thanks for the Twitch primer. Did I say that right?
They do it 5 alive. Oh,
Dev,
no.
thanks for the 4-month primer. Thank you. Zim Zam, thank you very much for your tier 1. Thank you.
Nissim's been lethal, and I think you're dead on about Jimmy having to keep his eyes peeled. If kind of Latto and Dumao can sometimes feel like the fire of this team, Nissim's the smoke, man. He's the silent killer. Like, he lurking around, even thinking of that like 1v3, so smooth and clean with the Tech 9. He's going to keep them looking over their shoulder.
Shuhei hate watching right now. Shuhei literally prepping with Legacy the night before.
Capitalizing on all the damage done in the second round force by Mauser now broken. They come into this round with a collection of SMGs. One gun for Spinks.
Search solo B again, but he's got all the util to work with. So he can play this retake set. Legacy haven't taken this control just yet, but going a little bit slower to ascertain what Mouse have got to play with. Lux has already put one down. Torshi trades. Meanwhile, the B side's been lost.
Just has B. He doesn't know he does though.
Got an open runway after that entry. A free site for the taking. Spinks might even just throw himself through this smoke. He goes back.
No way they expect to double their calls, do they?
On a lurk. And options are open with this bomb coming back. Oh my god, Dumao slipped the smoke. Dumao has slipped behind B, and I call the bomb back, I think. Right?
Yeah, this such a
yeah, he has.
Like, Legacy have timings on 2 players
he
right
called
now,
them
both
back.
making separate plays. Latto.
Yeah, now he's going to fake out.
He's making sound over here towards A, hoping to keep both players for Mouse
Gonna wait for the smoke to fade.
But they're not falling for this. Torshi's still walking the mid walk.
Don't need this kill clean.
And so it is Dumao that has to find Spinks, and I think he's seen him closing the distance. There's Dumao in the feed, and they know about this play.
Man, wow.
Ready for Torshi. You're spinning and juggling a lot of plates right there if you're Legacy, but 2 timings go their way.
Dude, that's actually such a hard round.
Dude, the comms are really clean, man, because they could have panicked in numerous
situations. The way
situations
they made that look so easy. That is so hard to do.
Hits his timing, and he realizes, hey, I could just flank this one.
They changed the mid-round call. Dumao quarterbacked it from his POV, audible the team back because he got the back call. The B players didn't run in too early, but also made noise to bait for Dumao, and the Halls player didn't die and then faked on the A side of the map. All within like the span of like probably what, 10 seconds?
Dude, if you're Mouse,
that was nice, man. That's a nice round. Snark, thanks for the 2-month primer. Thank you, Mike. Thanks for the 95-month reset.
Right? No one was having a good time there. You could see it in their faces. You could feel it in the comms.
And what's awkward as well is one of the players who we kind of
those are the types of rounds that teams like Legacy you would expect to fuck up, to be honest, because they're
this is going to be
on paper you should be winning them with the positions you get, but with that many pieces scattered throughout the map, the comms have to be perfect.
So Zershan's got to be very, very switched on this CT side if it's going to be a Mouse map. In this round, Legacy just waltz into that empty bomb site. Zershan will get himself an AK. Saving this could go a long way.
I'm just worried they might crumble on stage. Me too, man, but at the end of the day, Mouse, let's be honest, are we really shocked if Mouse were to crumble on stage? And also, like, if they can't beat Legacy, they don't deserve to be there. As much as I think Mouse would probably be the more competitive team in the playoff,
doesn't want to risk giving another gun over. He's trying to
also doesn't matter if they can't win this. They just don't deserve to be there.
Spinks may as well just run, but
so, and if they're playing like this, I don't think. Oh my god, I don't know if it's gonna be much better. You know, Drummer, thanks for the 16-month primer. Thank you, man.
Aim into the hole. He digs a grave for Mouse. 3-2 now. Mouse have a full bite. They have a saved AK. Let's see how they deal with this banana control.
I mean, dude, if Legacy win this round right now, break Mouse's money again, this is going to start to feel like just another beating for Mouse.
Oh, yeah.
Mao and Lato, first two to find success. Jimmy's got his work cut out for him, and he gets blindsided by Nissim out through the apartments.
He was ready. Nissim's just so quick on that kill. I don't think Jimmy can even see him through the
like
Molotov.
from a place of desperation, Mouse might have to seriously entertain this round.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
2 on 3, and just to try and get something going, they give it a look in. But nothing presented, no one out in top mid, no one fighting them on long.
I mean, yeah.
And that's the thing.
Sorry, I was just running the Slasher. Apparently Slasher's going to look into
once they get in a post plant like this, they're never going to give Mouse a reason to go for it.
getting YouTube to just simply do their job.
It'd be nice to see Mouse like peek in.
Shrimp, thanks for the 7-month primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Fully tucked in. They're here to win. Up to a 4th on this T side now. Mouse again exits, risky. Need both kills here to make it worth it. Brolin will find them, but the bomb gets him from this far.
Good luck to him. It's 2025, and we're simply asking Google to not promote scams.
Because damage
Challenge
on
impossible.
your opponent's economy is only as valuable as the rounds you win. And if you win none, that damage is irrelevant. Legacy coming with 10K on many players. Mouse call their first timeout, at least getting on it early yet again.
The original one was taken
does
down.
just
The
feel like a
Falcons act going
similar
on now
case
is
to
the
that game of
re-upload from a
Ancient.
different payee. Oh, so somebody just put in more fake info and just put in the same thing, and Google's like, all right. Welcome
Anyone
back.
stop this roll of Legacy?
That's fucking funny.
I like how you called Nissim the silent killer, because he's
Somebody
really been
somebody
going under
in
the radar. But on maps
advertising
like
going,
this is where he
that
shows
looks
some of
mighty
his best
familiar.
work.
That one looks more real, though.
A very entertaining player to kind of watch, because you only get him at his most impactful moments in the round. But, you know, he'll really pick and choose his moments on the extremities. And we often only get to see the best parts of that, but he does all the build-up on his lonesome. That's some crazy nades down through Banana. My word, Legacy are hurting.
Guys, Mouse has won 6 rounds so far.
That's so
3
much
of them are
damage
pistol.
right off the top of this round.
Across 2
okay,
maps.
Mouse. They've got our
Just
attention.
keeping the
This
stat
is a
up to
good way
date.
for
2 of those
Paul
rounds
to have
were
started.
eco rounds
Low
after the
HP for
pistol.
Satin and Lux. Aggression in towards
Ideally,
top
after
This
doing
is
almost
actually
200
left the
damage in nades,
extremities.
though, I
He's
think
left
they
the
might have a
push.
good chance here.
So this means
Watch them
that
get one shot
Legacy
by the
likely
mouth.
to commit here.
Oh my god.
They've conceded real estate on the other side of the map. If they did go back, they'd have a lot to clear. So this might just be a very up-tempo, change of pace round. The initial volley of Util was meant to get Brolin out into the open. He's gone straight away. Exertion, desperate times, call for desperate measures. Oh my god. Knife pull. Spinks out now, and it's 2 smoke pushes that bring Mouse back in.
What a clusterfuck.
For
What a
exertion coming through that
clusterfuck.
smoke.
But hey, they got
Layer
theirs.
after layer for
Second
Mouse.
gun round, baby. They're so back.
Suffocating Legacy. They get stalled out in the top of Banana. Good flashbangs. Mouse play oppressive CS. And again, on paper, these are the stronger individuals. These are the more proven players. These are the fights they should be winning. So, nice to see Mouse play with some bravado in this game. Especially with how silenced they
I hope they hear me talking shit. I want to see a fucking game, man. Mouse or Legacy. Give me an actual competitive game. None of this 13-4, 13-3 bullshit. Oh my lord. Banana knows where he's coming from. Ooh.
There is a trade. Brolin looks to commit here. Very dangerous move. That would be the B-side falling if he died. But more damage done keeps Legacy humbled, and they will slow the round down.
This is the exact round that was described at the analyst desk portion of this game by Mahone. One of these B fakes up through Banana to draw the rotates away, and then pull up into a fast A play from Legacy.
And there's no one here. Mouse bit down completely on that play.
So the tried and tested method behind this Inferno success racks up another round. for this Legacy squad. Maintaining that lead and putting more doubt in the minds of MAJOR. And that's the worst thing about losing in a round.
I feel like I'm just listening to Harry or Hugo, one of them, click and furiously look for an interesting statistic while Legacy just beats the shit out of MAJOR.
Just an extra
I'm
few
just here to
seconds
click
just
in
to
the
make sure
background.
it's confirmed.
All right, we need something interesting because they're getting absolutely
conditioning
rolled right now.
Lux can try and use as the game rages on. For now, MAJOR feel like they can stomach one extra loss. They have money to get these guns out again, so it's not the end of the line yet for MAJOR on this CT side.
Yeah, they're running the exact round on the Dust Showed on loop. What the fuck? Well, it's because it's just really powerful.
The rounds that lie ahead.
The teams,
most
teams can't hold Banana without 3 players there. So as soon as you start establishing Banana control early on in the rounds, that gap is just always there. Because one, either the CT start 3B, or 2, if they don't start 3B, the Orange player leans early because it's just they at least like look right here. Oh my lord! Artillery strike galore.
Allow the space for Legacy, but it
So
comes at a cost.
it's not that strat is like all powerful or like MAJOR doesn't know that Legacy's doing it, but the problem is you still have to respect it. Look, you have to still respect it. That's the issue. This is kind of like what you see people talk about conditioning.
It's Torshi and it's Jimmy up against the world.
Oh, you missed it.
Oh, that smoke missed.
It's out through the apartments though. Jimmy, slow start to the series. Feeling the burn.
Oh, Jimmy just went huge there.
And now his teammates arrive. Jimmy staved them off long enough for the cavalry.
What's funny is Legacy actually got what they wanted, but they missed the window. Not because of smoke. They just didn't go fast enough.
Yeah, they try and do it a little bit different there, right? Same smokes, but go out through apps and just try and pop.
Nice round
get
from
stalled
Jimmy.
out in the mouth. Jimmy gets his double kill, and with the missed smokes, Brolin sees there's nothing on long. He just
That
comes
transfer is
through
pretty
Moto
disgusting, I'm not going to
and helps
lie.
his team.
Consider he also got naded.
I see MAJOR react.
I wonder if the nade helped him. I wonder if it was hard to see him in pit because of the nade explosion.
But maybe we'll see some more default rounds now. They've already done a good T side. They want to make it great. And this is their final buy before pistols must be dispersed, so... Oh dear. It's time for Legacy to play more standard. That's from the spawn.
Yeah, they've played with a lot of pace thus far on this T side, but it felt like almost that's what the Cyclone timeout was about. Oh, what's gone to MAJOR? That's a wild smoke shot to open. They just keep funneling through this banana smoke. Stanton, one shot from death on the rifle, no less. He leads the charge with the entries.
That wasn't meant to happen. Not the second kill, let alone the third.
And that is a brutal chain of events for
Are they getting 5v3'd? Wait, why are you guys saying Falcons all over again? What happened?
Twice over felt like they should have had Sadzin dead to rights. Instead, he's torn this whole.
Wait, what happened? What happened? What happened, guys?
Jimmy moves in, the fourth player to try and deal with Sadzin, and finally someone will.
Jimmy 1G'd himself? And I missed it? Wait, no, he's still alive.
To stop that one player.
Wait, hold on.
Jimmy alone in this clutch is iced out.
Oh.
And that's got Sadzin on his feet.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Breaking through the one-man army, the rifle up through Banana.
Oh, he broke through. First major for this player. Everyone else has had their chance in the limelight.
He said your
this guy
ass.
is seizing it.
I just got
he was
chills.
the guy in stage 2 on this 3-0 run for Legacy to show up. Where 3 players of that Legacy team were in the top 10 rated. And he's been a little bit quieter here.
He actually said that?
Best.
Did he? I'm
That's
a
what we've
fucking
looked
genius.
to do now to Lato to carry them through.
I know what that means. I know what it means when you stand up, take out the headset.
Just to break MAJOR's momentum here in this T side.
Your fucking ass, buddy. Holy Moses with the 50-month reset. Thank you. Slippery, thanks for the Twitch Primer, and Explorer, thanks for the 50-month reset. Thank you,
Legacy
guys.
win a round that they weren't planning to.
Bomb's been grinding Duolingo. Hell yeah. They sent 3 players through the
this
banana
really
smoke.
is like the
So
swing
desperate
round
times
now
is
to
what I
decide
missed.
this first
Sorry, guys, I was
half.
putting in
It's
my
gonna
morning
be a
breakfast
wash, Harry.
order
Yeah,
with
Mouse
wifey.
can still stay afloat here and split the half 6-6 if they
And
find
let's
success.
be
But
real,
if they
guys.
don't,
Counter-Strike
Legacy
or food?
end this
You
half,
know
but rounds
what I'm
away
doing,
from
okay?
playoffs in Austin.
You know the hierarchy
So it's
around
back
here,
to
okay?
This A play, back to this A site. Last time they
What's for
came
breakfast?
Here,
I gotta
Jimmy P
power
from
through
down
some
in the pit,
leftovers.
put on a show.
So I got some like
It was
leftover,
his 3K that helped locked it in for Mouse. Other than that,
like
though,
pasta,
he's had
basically.
a quiet series.
Good grenade to slow it down at least. He'll still take the
It'd be
fight.
like-
Sees a little bit more, and that's a
What
bomb
is
on the
it?
map as well.
something that in my family call it Johnny Marzetti, but it's kind of like if you were to Google it, like American goulash.
Smokes down, and they just walk into open sight lines, easily held by Mouse. 4-on-1.
Pasta in the morning?
No
Yeah,
ammo
bro,
to
I
do
got
that.
fucking leftovers. Let's go, baby.
Is brutal, but winning this is
Even a gamer, if you've never eaten fucking pasta for breakfast that's leftovers from the day before.
And into that AWP. Torshi with 2, and Mouse try and stop this streak here.
The mouse
from
staying warmed
Legacy.
up right there. Good form. Like, the difference is I'm just not eating it at 1 o'clock because I just woke up playing World of Warcraft all night. You know what I mean?
Say, open
But I'm
sightlines,
basically
allow
doing
Mouse
that.
to just pick and choose their battles there.
I'm just living the
All
gamer life right now.
undisturbed on it to rotate over.
Waking up at noon or like 1 o'clock. Reheating up some leftover fucking pasta from the night before.
You saw him speaking to the guys. It felt like Mouse from that point on have leant back a little. It was a far more brawly game right off the top.
Maybe
Suddenly
that's
it
just a
became
me
more
thing.
about this util damage down through Banana, getting the good nades in instead of scrapping for it and fighting.
Well, I
from
don't
the
sleep
car.
in now. But I'm saying I'm reliving it.
You feel like maybe that's a bit of a reminder from Cyclone. Guys, we don't have to play and meet them on this brawly level of Counter-Strike. Feels like the pace of these rounds for Legacy
No matter when I wake up. I mean, I love breakfast, but
has been
I don't
very,
want,
very high.
If I don't start making a dent in the
So
leftovers,
Mouse getting
dude,
a
they're
hold
just
on
going to
this
go to
util
waste.
to take the pace out of the close. No util burned for Legacy in contrast. Now we head into a little timeout as well, just to fix some problems for Sadzin down on the end.
What's up, Viraj? How you doing, man?
Not ideal. This is a little stoppage
I've
of
eaten
play.
pasta and
Mouse
meatballs
winning
for
that
2 weeks
last
straight
round. Looking
before.
to chain together 2 to close out the half. That was the one that could have broke their backs if they lost it. That would have been an 8-4 half.
That's the
as
story
good
of how
as
he bought
done
his
for
house, guys.
Legacy.
He didn't get any more avocado toast. Stopped ordering coffee at the store and ate
Not what you want
meatballs
to be
and
sitting
spaghetti
right now for
2 weeks straight.
A couple of minutes in silence here with how tense this game has been, with how much is on the line. More so for Mouse, who don't have the fortune of a map in their pocket. I say fortune, it wasn't gifted, it was earned here by Legacy.
I mean, both
Eating
these squads
leftovers
have been
is a leg day
fighting
of
really
food.
hard
It's not
from
everyone's
their
favorite, but you
respective
do it.
positions. For
I love leg
Mouse,
day,
it was
though. I
slow
feel like it's the
starts
most
right at the
like
start of the
satisfying.
event. Put them down 0-2 at the end of the first day.
But I guess that's because I got my fucked up
from
knee.
0-2 down.
Leg day for me is always just like a massive dopamine hit when I
Try
get
and
through my squats
to
cleanly.
those playoffs. The place where you expected Mouse to end up. One of the favorites
When
to
I
get
just have
there.
like
A lot of people pick this team to
super set of
3-0.
clean squats, I'm feeling
In
fantastic.
stage 3, only squad they haven't been able to beat this year was Vitality. Other than that, sky was the limit for Mouse. For this Legacy team, a journey starting all the way back in stage 1. Coming in on a controversy. Landing in stage 1. Being 1-2, just a game away from elimination. Flawless in stage 2.
With all the noise, you could have expected nothing from this team.
Like front squats? Does anybody like front squats? Actual
Instead, they've
question.
seized the opportunity. They've
Exotic
run
with the
with
gifts
it
of the
every
juicy
step of
chickens.
the way
Thank
into
you.
this B bomb site. Team kill as well. Advantage.
I like
for
the feeling
Mouse.
after
But
front
again,
squats
through the
that I
smoke, which is
accomplished
spotted.
it.
Doesn't matter. Spinks has
But
found a deep
doing them?
kill. His teammate's still alive in the bomb site. You need this frag, and even then, it's a 2v2, and you're trapped out, committed. Sadzin tries to help through the smoke. Nissan boxed in, the nade to pulls by
Like, I'd rather do
What
split
an error.
squats.
1v2 for Jimmy with a pistol. They got to
Oh,
come in
wait,
quick.
wait, he's still in this.
Low HP for Sadzin. One shot would do it. Jimmy
Dude,
has
there's
a
guns
full
everywhere,
belly
bro.
util, but does he want to
does
get
he-
caught in the open
This
play with
USP
nades?
might not be
These are
enough
the mind games
if
at
he
play,
shoots
but the
armor.
instant
Oh,
wrap
no.
comes in. Jimmy with a quick swivel seals the deal on a
My powers are
for this
too
Mouse
strong.
squad. Jimmy's starting to come alive.
I might be
Mouse
way
with a
too
far
powerful.
better scoreline.
I might
They
be way
save
too powerful.
themselves in this
Honestly, say
major
some
run
shit,
on
Chad. I swear to
Inferno.
God, I'll cast a hex on your ass. I swear to God, I'll pop off right now, dude.
Esports organizations that have been around for as long as Mouse have, but they're one of the first
Oh,
organizations.
Chad, I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'm running an ad. Heads up,
The
heads
talent
up.
side of it seriously, it paid off massively.
Get back.
The number one thing probably to mention is got to be Kerrigan. You know, rewind time long enough speaks to his legacy with the game and just how much he's managed to do. And the other one probably is Nico, who was picked up pretty early on. That was his first escape from the Balkan scene, playing with iNation and all the rest of it. And then he came in and played with Mouse and was essentially the whole team. It was Nico trying to carry every round for a long time there, and probably set him up for what he's been doing for the rest of his career, more or less.
Find one more, the molly isn't going to touch him. And what on earth has just happened as Deagle is on fire and Shox is going to walk into it as well. Nico is on fire.
This current Mouse core has almost too many storylines. Like the classic one is about how the roster came from the academy side and consumed the entire team. Cyclone and his longevity with the team and what he's managed to build across multiple rosters, which I think is really impressive. And the most recent one for me is probably Brolan. Having to take over as an IGL, I still feel like under somewhat unclear circumstances, and the whole entire community, probably including myself, thought that was going to fail on almost day one. And then they managed to actually make it look amazing. And I'm actually still kind of blown away by that fact. It's so hard to judge who is going to be better on Mouse. And I think it's one of the things that makes them sort of dangerous. Torshi and Exertion, they played such different roles that it's hard to match them one-to-one.
Look at the energy.
I think Torshi's explosive personality is one of the things that actually makes him insanely valuable on the team. You can tell when they're playing how much he contributes to the overall energy. But Exertion's lurking capabilities and like how much he can turn around a game on his own, for me, that's super rare, and so I'll probably pick him over everybody else. In my opinion, there's no reason why Mouse couldn't win a major. I think they've got all of the essential ingredients. There's a certain chemistry in the team when they're winning that I think is really hard to stop. I know that they're living under the stigma of constantly almost making it and then not quite making it and losing to Vitality. All the rest of it is going to be down to, I think, coincidence and timing, and I can't see why they wouldn't be able to.
Why do you think Inferno is such a comfortable map for you guys?
It's a map that we know the protocols, we understand the rotations and movement and timings. So I think that's why we play very well. But as the more we play, the harder it gets, because the teams will see things and have to adapt some things. So yeah, that's kind of something that we know that we are going through, and yeah.
Mouse bite back somewhat here on Inferno. It's Legacy's map pick. They sit just rounds away from the major playoffs, and for Mouse, they've got to claw this one back and take us all the way on Nuke. Safe to say, looking better than Ancient, but the bar was pretty low for Mouse after that first map, getting absolutely blown out of their first half. Still need more from Mouse if they're to convince us. Would be the first loss on Inferno for Legacy, all major, 5 wins straight, including a stomp over Vitality in the BO1s. This is a Mouse returning to form from 0-2.
You guys didn't even see when food arrived to tell me?
Just to comebacks, and it could all start with that. Nissan 1-for-1 in
Convict,
the
thanks for the 14 months prominent. Thank you.
Ready to go on this abs pop. Santin will meet them there. Full blind and mid-air. 2 strokes of luck for Santin, but that third one's all skill, baby.
First pistol to Legacy. That's their first one.
For Legacy.
He's out of his chair as well. Brazilians with something to say, something to shout. And Mouse, devastating pistol to lose. That's a first pistol they've lost in this series. Should be a good sign, really, but all these force buys have come through for Legacy. Now they don't even need to do it on hard mode. Can Mouse do what's been done to them all series?
Dude, that's just such a wild sequence to have go against you as well. You're looking at the kill feed of your Mouse. First kill jumping, second kill blind. everything going the way of Legacy in that pistol.
So quick.
And now is up-tempo round as they explode out into the top of middle. Legacy weren't set up for this, but they'll get Lux into the long side on time. Beats down upon the Mouse squad as they drip on through one by one into the waiting guns of Legacy.
Just a limp execute, man. No util really for Mouse. They had no smoke alongside. They had no flash alongside. They had nothing in that round. Pistol armor running and praying for trades. They don't get a single kill.
I'm just going to let Demau teach me Portuguese, I think.
Something to be said for that. Mouse couldn't do it once on their pistol rounds. Legacy just slipping by and waving as Mouse said at the bus stop. Full eco now. Grenades a car, hoping Legacy are confident enough to go for a swing. They don't. So Mouse
picked Mouse 3-0, by the way. I know. What a fucking idiot, am I right, chat?
It does feel like...
And just think, some of you guys copied me. Although, to be fair, at this stage, I really just did not give a flying fuck. I put Liquid going through, that's when you know I'm trolling.
When Mouse's first buy round comes through, do something incredible. Ouch.
They use their own mouse and keyboard? They do.
I mean, this just gets to be a confidence building, money-making stat pad round. As though Legacy need more confidence at this point. Demau fired up. They're on these rails, walking this path towards the playoffs. And there's few rounds between them and that goal. Mouse have been waiting to bring these guns out. This is where they've got to leave one hell of an impression. If they want us believing in a comeback, if they want to get believing in a comeback, it's got to begin with a convincing rifle round here and now. Yeah. If not, Legacy are right there.
The sheer amount of 4 or 5 alive rounds here for Legacy in this series is unbelievable, really. Double apps push. Legacy come through with a little trick up their sleeve. Despite the deep sap molly, they're still here. For one, and they somehow win it out.
My God.
FP9's just chewed through 2.
That was quick.
Simply done. Demau is denied, though. So this B hit might be Mouse's only option to pick up the pace and go. Smoke in the face. 2 smokes in spawn. Mouse are getting scrambled right now, and they get isolated through this smoke. One by one, Latto takes them down. Brolin, the captain, in a clutch, and he must stick the landing, or this is Legacy looking for playoffs.
Brolin backs up. In this moment, not about leadership, not about being the captain of the team. He's going to play all on his own.
2 nades and a molly.
The entire squad looking on. Molotov goes in, that forces Brolin wide.
It's not even a good molly, but he's looking at the ground to see where he can stand that makes him open for spawn. Legacy have got them right where they want them.
Keyboards instead of letting the players bring their own.
Mouse
be a massive fucking, that'd be just logistically a nightmare. 1. 2, they're playing on, like, they have like a tournament and then they have like a practice SSD. The tournament ones they don't have access to. And then when they play, they're completely on lockdown. So I guess, like, worst case scenario, if somebody's really trying to, if it was already on the mouse or keyboard, it'd have to be on there, and then it would have to have no way to, like, do what, like, because I think, like, a lot of the fancy shit now, they usually run like a second PC and then it goes onto the main one, so they'd have to have something that's on the PC that gets past the kernel level that couldn't access anything. Yeah, I don't know.
Taking down top
I'm no expert. I don't know how any of this shit works, but I imagine it's pretty difficult.
Vitality 13-3. And while FaZe got their revenge,
that's why he runs 2 PCs.
This is Mouse's
well, of
first
course.
meeting with this Brazilian squad. And maybe their last at the major. 3 rounds is all that separates Legacy from the top 8.
fight for Banana. Triple set here, Legacy won't ease up. They wait for that Mao's early util, but they want to go
Didn't the
after
chess player
the
use a
back.
butt plug?
Flashed in with
Anything is
retake
possible. Well, to be fair, actually, if you didn't know, the CS players literally get like wanded before they go up to their PCs, and they don't have access to their phones either.
The three-man push brushed aside.
So unironically, if somebody tried that
kick to the
and had somebody given them the good old chess knowledge through the anus,
there was a third player.
that would still get picked up.
Open, hoping he'd catch a couple of kills there, because that was 2 for 1 for MAJOR before they found that player. So that third clean entry makes all the difference to stop this from snowballing here. And MAJOR get to say they played their T side. May have lost the pistol.
Not if it's not made of metal. True.
This gun round comes in. Not too late to do something in this T side.
So then if you need a non-metal one, then you need... Right now you would need your coach to basically... Never skip a squat day. That way he could tense up his cheeks to communicate what he thinks is happening. But also nobody's on the other side by the other team, so he can't actually do anything. One clinch, they're going A through the butt cheek. 2 clinches, they're going B.
Lead's starting to close up. It's still a ways away from worrying a Legacy. MAJOR's
1 round.
One step in the right direction. The Legacy still feel freedom to make their plays.
They're not watching in real time.
This lead, and they play like it. Aggression to open up. And a 5v4 locked in.
Yeah, plenty of need to be. Still calling for that third rotation. Thinking in a 4v5, MAJOR are going to come hit this B site.
Well, I'm speaking from experience, of course.
They seem to have a good read. Oh, he didn't see him. Xerxin didn't see him. An arm showed. The back of the plat. Dumao
just survives. Both players get out, looking a little worse for wear. Xerxin and Dumao's clash ends even. Both players still in it.
Bit of a disastrous
I don't know.
attempt to be, though, for
Maybe
MAJOR.
somebody can, but yeah, I think it's pretty far-fetched.
Legacy just block, and MAJOR were actually ready to go for the B hit. They pulled Jimmy out of the apartments as well. Now they've got to retake that space. The only positive is this is an undefended site. Nissim is on Arch side, and the AWP is in apartment. Sadzin, he's got to get 1 kill and drop that molly instantly.
Just falls short. Sadzin can't follow up. They'll break through.
That's an opping like me right there. Unlucky, really.
Just threading the needle on these players out through the apartments has let MAJOR in.
I mean, yes, he missed his shot, but MAJOR is still very lucky that he saw the back player first. If he saw the close player and got the kill, it would have been a disaster. I think even if he got that back kill, they still win the round off trade. So MAJOR quick to get out the apartments ahead of that Molotov. No respect for the CT incendiary. No reason to. So 2 in a row for MAJOR.
And that's a man advantage round for Legacy. Mama, they went and picked up a kill early. They get to ease back into the man advantage. That's usually not been a problem for them. It's here as you're just rounds away from something you've dreamed of your entire lives. That finding the final few rounds can feel like a real challenge.
I mean, closing a game out in any moment, any serious event is hard, but closing a game out that has consequences like this is a different beast. It's a position MAJOR have been in many a time. It's something new to Legacy. Every stage, something new.
No, you're dead on. I mean, this is already the furthest they've ever made it. And to think it could still go further, but they have to overcome demons. For a squad like MAJOR, it took them a very, very long time to battle through, dealing with these high pressure scenarios.
His legacy coach
Does
did
just
anything
feel like
besides
the
sit there?
energy
Well,
of
you
the room
can't
has
do
changed
anything.
somewhat.
You're literally not allowed to speak, bro, unless there's a timeout.
still
You can't
in
even
this.
like show
Legacy
emotion at
still get
majors.
to play
That's a
like
Valve
they have
rule.
the freedom of a round or two.
They got 2 buys in a row here. This is going to be pretty nice for Legacy. In terms of opportunity, it's right there.
That's a lot of damage taken from this orb going for that early pick. Sadzin softened up, still trying to get value out of this AWP.
Insane.
So it's Jimmy dead. That's the A lurk removed for Mouse. If they want to go back, if they ever want to lean back towards that A site, they've lost their guy that watches the extremities, and so that's going to be a lot of clearing, a lot of time getting wasted, and it's allowed Nissim to embark on this wraparound.
Wow.
He's going to get deep all the way down old mid.
Ooh, wait, this could.
He loses the timing here, but they just
Oh,
blocked middle,
Sadzin leaves
stall
too early.
Mouse out
See,
somewhat,
okay,
and
dude, I've
they're
seen
not
this
sure.
fuck up
They're uncertain.
before.
They're going back.
No,
He's
this
gonna have something
this
from
is a
this.
great
No
play
way
by
Nissim
Nissim. Okay,
gets
Sadzin is
zero
saying. I was gonna say,
from
but
a
you
flank
can't
to
leave
T-spawn.
early. Not yet.
Oh, and he
Playoff qualification.
Nissim with one, but just one. Fires off straight away. Sadzin caught with the orb.
Every time,
over
bro.
and long.
Every fucking
Exertion's
time.
opened.
The amount of times I've seen
And that's
some
the
shit like that happen are way
secured
too
bomb
fucking
getting
high.
planted. Legacy, it's rounds like these last couple where you seem to have all the cards and yet it still goes against you. They're the
Play
ones
discipline.
that live on.
He couldn't trigger discipline
If this
that.
ends up going to a third, Mouse bring this back.
He's
to
trying
a
to search for
one-round
more,
game.
but if he crosses banana, he knows he looks left, and then if he looks left, there's a chance the guy that he kills
He calls
time
they're
is
going
him.
B. Really, there were 3 mid. They were just tucked in on the bench side.
The
Repeats
problem,
B dies.
okay,
At that point,
Sadzin just had to be patient and like
knife
understand
out,
how big
and
the gap
Mouse
was, but
were already
that
in
Arch
mid,
player
ready to
never
go.
understands
They
how
know
big
they
the gap
killed
is.
Apps player, they just speed up.
They think the T-Steps
So
player
because
basically
Mouse
like
were
sees
tucked in
everything, I'm
mid,
telling you. I've had that scenario play out so many times in my life. The mid guy always thinks that like the T-Steps guy is God and has like full vision of everything, but it's like the complete opposite.
If Nissim just stayed T-spawn, they'd have better odds. Would have gone into the B stack. But instead, Mouse continue to fight back, and a sigh of relief for Cyclone as they find 3 in a row. Oh, exertion
no. And Mouse haven't really been in a position to yell anything back at Legacy. They've been getting wrecked in this
He
series.
didn't though, Bray. He didn't see the mid. You saw them on X-ray.
It shows Mouse are
Killed
at least
one
feeling
mid,
confident in their
got
odds
off by the other in the side, didn't know where
he
he was, and he saw one banana.
You just want them on edge. You want them shaken. Brolin certainly has Dumau feeling that way after that kill. And now they try and run it down into this B site. Lato, first kill comes out from him. Lux on the rotate over, plays the contain and stops Torshi from moving out through Banana. Does he want to make a play here and now? Lux swing for the fences on this smoke push. He's snuck right through.
I feel like everybody makes this play though, no?
Do they know? Are they ready for this? Are they aware? Exertion is eyes on. Lux is push. Read like a book. Made on the smoke, but Exertion just gets back in time. This would be another man disadvantage picked up for Mouse. And at that point, the comeback has well and truly arrived.
There was smoke, he puts it down. Funneled through this ruins, and Jimpat is ready and waiting. There's no kit right now. Nissim will pick it up.
Called Nissim the silent killer. Well, he's going to be that right now. Through the back line. Can't get his aim under control. The nerves are setting in for Legacy.
Oh, no, Legacy.
Mouse are breaking through.
Uh-oh.
What a read
Mikey,
for
thanks for
Xertion.
sorting
That
my farmer,
player was
thank
coming
you.
through the smoke and going over the lip there. That was the round winner to make it a 2v2, to lock those last players out of the B bomb site. Lux tries to take matters into his own hands, and it costs him 4 rounds in a row for Mouse. Legacy's money finally called into question. They're going to squeeze a buyout. AWP, SMGs, whatever to make it work. But if Mouse win this one, they are sitting right and ready to take Legacy's pick to drag us to a third. Gotta earn it still. Dumau nade out Brolin. Another man advantage. What could go wrong? Look at the confidence though. Back to Banana. Legacy just full
Should speed them
take
up
it
a little bit, but they lost 2 bodies in the process, so you can't really like
They sit back
send it now.
and wait for Mouse to come to them. Uh-oh.
Nissim has just missed this timing, maybe.
Oh.
They've crept on past. Jimmy's made it deep out towards the apartments. And this isn't
Well,
confirmed
Sadzin, I think it was calm. I think it was calm.
Sadzin gets on the line in
yeah.
time. One kill back for Torshi, but they shouldn't be ready for the MP9 tucked in close. Nissim plays the discipline. Takes that one kill after a moment. It's just Torshi. And 2 players holding onto the spawn. This wrap is not available to him. And as he rounds this corner, he'll go into that double hold. The game might get tied, but Legacy refused to give over the lead.
That was meant to be the round for MAJOR. That was meant to be them building on this streak, breaking the money. That's the story we'd expect. The experienced team on a comeback, talking smack, going on to steal this map from the brink of defeat. But instead, we look for every single round in regulation. As Legacy are not done fighting on Inferno.
I mean, Brolin and Xerxon dying in the first, like, 30 seconds of that round basically sealed it.
A brazen round where
Brolin all the way at the bottom. What do you say fuck me for?
Dry. I can't believe Nissim holds that shot as well. I'm just thinking there's so much on the line. Just take the kill while you've got it. It's a clean round for Legacy as they look for 2 more.
Far slower a banana from MAJOR. No one wants to fall prey to this
hey,
early
I'm glad you're
util.
enjoying
That was
the
how
games,
the last round opened for Brolin. So MAJOR are a bit slower to arrive, but they still get this control over B.
Where's Liquid? We'll see them in August. Or July? July? No, August.
This is MAJOR's making sure they do everything right, feeling like they've pushed Legacy away from any apartments control. They've taken away top middle. And locking down this long angle, they've taken all the important map control here of MAJOR's. Legacy currently feel like they're flying blind.
Just a bit outside with that mid.
It's been good staging to open up, sure. Legacy still looking to come through with the read. Throughout this entire event, they've had faith in their captain. They've hinged on his every word and believed when he's called the shots. He's put them in
turning
this
in July. July's player break. I think at the end of July it picks up again.
Brings an extra player, an extra body around towards this B site in the round that could find a match and series point. Qualification of the playoffs for Legacy on the line, but they get run through. Jump shot for Brolin, kill for Spinks in the feed, and Sadzin's AWP, the only thing that remains. That third player at the B site needs to put some distance between himself and MAJOR.
You want that AWP, you got to get out of here right now. MAJOR have
Good
won
hit.
this round.
That was a really nice hit out of MAJOR.
Double entry instantaneously for MAJOR, and it is very clean. Like you said, the staging was good. They force Legacy back into a double pit setup. Sadzin has some doubts, so he stays in CT. And even though he's offering flashes, they come too late. MAJOR jump over first box. They find both kills, and they stay in this game. Not letting any tricks get pulled here for Exit Banana. And MAJOR have more to say.
The tension is palpable, and Legacy in the duration of the next 2 rounds have to do something that this MAJOR squad have been working on for years, which is learn to handle the pressure.
We do know what you're into, Super Ghost, but hey man,
the MAJOR picked up their first trophy in front of a crowd, right? Not in like the studio environment. We saw him in Cluj hoist that trophy. That was
I know it'll be Saturday,
good sign
and I know it'll be before the games.
This major.
So right when the doors open and before the games start.
But MAJOR's still feeling like there's ground to cover in that regard.
Yeah.
And they've already been on the grind for years now. Legacy have put 2 rounds to dig deep.
With Liquid, so I think Liquid's the one that's technically hosting my meet and greet.
To this game.
I imagine it will
they
be
held all the cards.
Yeah, it was never going to be an easy
wherever
match
Liquid
on
set
paper,
up.
right, for Legacy, but the fact that they put
I don't
themselves
actually
in
know
this
where I'll
position,
be. I just
a
know it's
map
going to be
up
at the start of the day
with
on
the
Saturday
chance.
before the games.
Is that enough for them to seize the moment?
It's the fact, you know,
Okay.
it's Inferno. This is the backbone map of this Legacy run. They haven't lost it the 5 games they've played it. No one has beat them on this yet. Not even Vitality able to take
The
down
airport?
Legacy
Yeah.
on Inferno. But here in the game that sends you into the playoffs, the game that they were leading by some margin, it's gone the distance, and this round could decide everything.
Oh, they're kissing, they're kissing.
Could decide everything. Just one kill over in middle. It's Sadzin's
Oh, that
to
was
be
a great
tested
bait.
next. First shot misses, and with each shot you miss, Maus get closer. The gap closing. Another missed shot from the Sadzin orb.
They just forget where his op was entirely? What
They
the
got here
fuck?
not with one standout individual, but as a team. It's going to have to come together like that in this retake. Maus have time to get set up. Exertion down in the pit. Torshi tucked at the site, and Jimmy embarking on a wrap round through the apartments. He's playing aggressive in this 3v3 post-plant. He's going to come in on this backstab. He's gone unchecked.
Jimmy.
They flushed out Boiler. They think the backline's clear. Can Jimmy nail this timing? This would be stealing the major playoff dream away from Legacy. Exertion might have beat him to the punch. Lux doesn't know where to look and left cowering in a corner. Maus, bring it through all the way on a map point. An undefeated map for the
OT?
Brazilians.
Or are they closing? What do we think?
Maus on the back foot the entire way.
As we all expected,
just
Maus are now in the
one round
lead.
away from Nuke.
So ready to write this team off in this map. After a stomp on Ancient, after a dominant lead, after Legacy's first pistol in the series coming through on this CT side, they were sitting rounds away from those playoffs. Now Maus are favorites in this map. They have the backbone of
Legacy's
overtime as
getting
a
punished for
guarantee.
starting 3B. Well, hold on.
And Nuke the decider.
Legacy knows that.
Maus want to take us all
Legacy
the
is
way.
losing
Legacy
because
risked
their
money
opper,
on
who's
that
getting
round. They've still
action
got a
forced
bit
into
to
him, is
buy.
not hitting a singular shot.
But I'm glad they went for it. It shows they're still believing they can win any round, any
Yeah, the odds today,
situation.
he's there. He could be getting
That's a
impact.
belief that's got them
They are
here
literally
to
forcing
2-2
them
in the
into him.
first place.
He's just not killing anyone.
Look, though, this was a 10-4 game, right? You have to acknowledge what's happening to Legacy.
Legacy is
The
hedging
pressure of it
correctly.
all,
They're
the
starting
impossible
3B. They're
comeback
showing that heavy
being
B
mounted
presence,
against
but
them.
they're
The
leaving
game
their op
that
today. The
felt
problem
so
is the
safe,
op is not
like you
delivering
couldn't
right now
give
when
it
they need
away.
it to.
But it's not
Now it
over
is.
till it's
There you
over.
go.
And Sadzin's orb
Heard me talking shit.
gifts Legacy a 5v4 right off the top. You've seen Legacy struggle to convert these rounds before. They can't afford to have that happen now. There's no better chance for overtime. Their AWPer has guaranteed as much.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of shots in the apartments when they need him, so position swaps coming in as he takes that all back to B after the entry. Dumao is putting it all on a smoke fade. He's ahead of the wall, looking for a 1v1, looking for a clean kill.
Well,
and he
it doesn't
can't
matter,
get it.
guys. Like,
Orb looks back to follow up again. Sadzin lands his
context matters.
second.
When you're getting
This guy
action
at his
forced at
first
you, this is
major,
big.
looking to kick up dust.
You're getting
in
action
Maus'
forced
face,
your way and
take
you're
them
getting
to
0 kills,
overtime
and then you
off
get,
the
well,
back
I
of
got
his
16
solo
kills
B-hold
is like what you say to
AWP.
your teammates because you realize you just fucking lost them the round.
Put the fear in Maus. They don't want to risk it into a hot-handed AWP.
Basically what I'm saying is
surely.
you're shit if you do that.
But in a man down with just enough
He's having a
util
really
to
nice
hit
round
this
right here,
B-bomb
though.
site,
Big.
this is all they've got.
An AWP at back B on Inferno, a major lifeline into overtime. Can Sadzin be the legend of Legacy? 2 kills off the AWP already. And the most high-pressure AWP sequence
Better go, you better go.
this guy
You
will
better
have
go.
ever had in his entire life. Util reigns in. Sadzin full
This is too
blind.
much actually on
They
him.
get
That's too
closer,
much.
and they
That
get
was too
past him
much.
straight away.
3 day for that
Sadzin
long, no
crumbles.
info is crazy,
B-side
especially when there's no
taken.
pressure.
Legacy, it's all on the
Oh,
line right now. Overtime
Falcons.
or bust. A third map off in the distance. And a retake that has to slow down. Jimmy continuing to take space, take heads. Mauser built back into this one. And only Lato left. Moving out through the spawn, they know about him now. The net continues to close around Legacy. A 10-4 lead, a golden opportunity
No kid.
given away.
All right, third map.
Left of fate.
It's Nuke, right?
Left to a third map as Mouse stick the landing on this comeback. From 4-10 down, they swing for the fences. And Legacy have to dust themselves down, pick themselves back up. This whole major run now rests
Last couple
on
rounds,
their
Sadza needed to make some impact with the op. This round he did. This round, Legacy just kept 3 on B, or 3 on A, sorry. No pressure, no smoke, no flash, and they didn't re-clear mid until like 20 seconds and just left Sadza on B with no nades to just... They literally said Sadza ace this round or we lose the game. This is basically what they did there.
A crazy game of Counter-Strike, but that was also
while I did flame him for those 2 rounds,
exactly what we spoke about.
Very much not his fault in that last round
started
either.
to feel the pressure. I felt Legacy were the better team. I felt Legacy had it going for them in the first half and in the second half as well. But there were a couple of crucial moments where they put themselves in a winning position, where they read the game fine, where they had a good setup, where they again showcased us. They played good Counter-Strike, but when the individuals had to deliver in the most pressured environment, they couldn't.
Mouse was fighting with tooth and nail in that game. It's like they found this last percentage for them, and it was good to see that they just kept fighting for it and didn't give up. I was sitting in here watching and listening to how Mouse were coming back in this game, and they were just being so quiet. But then as soon as they started to get some of these rounds going, it just really came to a point where they started believing it, and that was so important.
Should we dive into one of those rounds almost immediately, Dupree? Because you picked out round number 7, not only from what went down in the server, but what you also managed to hear in the booths when this was being executed, right?
I think round 7 was what we needed more of Mousebots on Ancient, but also just the way that they played round 7 was that they actually played with what they had in front of them. I think the whole idea is that they obviously went to fight Banana and do a lot of damage in the beginning of round, which is important, but it's more about how they react to when the actual execute comes in here. Obviously, Exertion, he's throwing down some utility, but once they find themselves getting executed on, that is what I want to talk about. And it's all about the idea that when you are in a position where things go from going a little bit south, that is why you want to change. Zebron, he goes in, actually gets nothing done here. But Exertion, he sees this, that the smoke seed is actually laid, mollies pool and gets a flash instantly from Spinks and CT. He runs in and actually gets a double kill of this. But what I like is that Spinks, he actually decides to go through the smoke instead of waiting behind the smoke. He goes in, he wants to keep up the surprise, and he goes through, gets a double kill, wins the round. And the reaction from Exertion saying just after this round was, guys, this is exactly what we need to do. So they analyze and realize that this is how they want to be, this is how they're supposed to be playing.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from Mouse. You know, be a little bit more proactive, be a little bit more in your face. That push through CT smoke, that's something we saw in Dallas, we saw in Melbourne, we've seen it at pretty much all the tournaments that we've seen Mouse play, that they're willing to do that, but they have seemed a little bit scared. They are not playing on their best, but great example of Mouse actually entering the game and playing on their own conditions.
Also, another great example, or rather, a great example of the in-game leader leading by example this time around, because it's no secret he's had a couple of tough maps, hasn't he?
Yeah, hold on to this one. I just want to set the context before we speak Brolan. I believe yesterday when they were playing Aurora on the third deciding map, he went 0-6 in opening kills in the first half versus Aurora. Obviously not a good look for Brolan. They still got away with 60 rounds, so the teammates picked it up for him. First game today on Ancient, he went 0-6 in opening duels, so now he's 0 for 12
that would be sick paper towel, but I don't think Valve will give me a sticker,
In this game on Inferno as well, he went 0 for 6 in opening duels until the point where he got 2 very important opening kills in round, believe it was 21. 12
mentions yet? Not yet. And we lost the 35% off gifted subs, so it might be a little while.
Finding impact, especially as an entry space taking in-game leader. It's almost been the worst I've ever seen Brolan do in that department. But when it came down, to the very crucial moment, when it came down to the moment where it mattered the most, he found 2 opening kills in this game, and that sort of kept them alive. But I just want to reiterate that one more time.
Yeah,
this game, just tonight alone, he's 2 for 14 in opening kills. When we look towards Nuke, that cannot continue that
community.
No, definitely not. We expect more
giving the entire community to basically like 24 hours from when the last game ends.
It's complicated, but I feel like he's had
not even
enough
a real,
time
it's like 12 hours to put in pick'ems.
Synergizing with the rest of the team, so need to see more of him in Nuke.
I mean, Brolan goes a long way. I
feels like if anything, you're alienating like casual
this
people.
New talent, and now he's transitioned into becoming an in-game leader. So we just need to remember that Brolan is still young, but he has so much experience, and for him to live up to this expectation of becoming the new in-game leader, a lot of people were looking at him like, can he actually carry this one over? But I think he's done a tremendous job, and there's, from what I know, is behind the scenes that they love working with him, and he just keeps wanting to improve, and that's a good sign. But obviously in the fracking department, like if you are the spirit of the attack and you are an in-game leader that wants to take so much space and also be inside of the grouping of Mouseboard, like obviously you also need to perform and actually have a better showing than what Brown has. But obviously, when it matters the most, he's been playing really well.
You picked up on the individuals on the side of Legacy, and you were concerned about them feeling the pressure coming into this map. I don't think that was any more evident than when we looked at Sadzen with the AWP. Some uncharacteristic misses that beforehand, you know, he'll be hitting those, right?
I feel for him because we have two examples where Legacy could have closed out the game, won the game, and actually made it happen. You know, Booker spotted the play of 10-7. You see the scoreline right here. Again, aggressive. He gets an opening kill in the middle. Love that from Sadzen. He was very successful with that throughout the entirety of the game. They spot a play over here. They isolate him. And again, at Legacy at this point, you have a very good chance of winning this round. You are exactly where you want to be. 5v4. He misses that shot. Had he hit that shot, it probably would have been game over. He misses the second one as well. Had he hit that one, it probably would have been game over. But unfortunately, he cannot hit it in this round. It goes 10-8. Now, again, round 23. Look at this. Nissan gets a trade in towards middle. Where's Sadzen positioned? In apps again. Tough shot, misses the first one. Then he's being put under an awful lot of pressure, and it's not an easy position. I'm not blaming him necessarily for not hitting these shots, but it is shots that you're supposed to hit. Misses that one as well. Dumao, in the meantime, gets a kill. Had he hit one of those kills from the apps position in either round 18 or round 23, I think that would have been enough for Legacy. Of course, it's impossible to know for sure, but it probably would have turned the round into their own favor. The 5v4 in particular in round 18, that was the moment where Legacy should have won. It would have been 13-7.
Yeah.
We would have been speaking to them on the desk right now about one of the biggest surprises ever at a major.
Yes.
Now they have to go into map 3.
It looked panicked. That's what I kind of took away from both those situations, right? It looked a little bit shaky, a little bit unstable, which is something that, you know, we haven't necessarily seen the pressure getting to them in that way. That's what leaves me concerned going into the third map as well.
The way the last round played off on Inferno, like, that was just gambling completely from Legacy, and it was like a gambling that didn't pay off. And it just, the way they decided to gamble, the way they played the situation just showed how little experience they have in these kind of pressure situations, because the way they were stacking 3 guys in mid and didn't go for information push for the, like, they were just sitting still for 25 seconds and just expecting that, like, Sadzen would do everything on the B bomb shot. And, you know, they completely played that round, like, in a really poor way. And obviously now moving forward, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if the pressure now shifts back into Mouseport, because yeah, I don't know what to take from this one. It's like it's going back and forth so much.
Just to round off Inferno, Mouse lost the opening duels, I believe it was 16-8, you know, and they still found a way to win the map. So Legacy had the vast majority of the rounds being up 5v4. We saw the situation with Sadzen and apps, and they couldn't capitalize on that. This was the moment, this was the ticket, that was the opportunity for Legacy to win this game, move into the playoff. Now it's going to be very difficult to bounce back.
Quite literally do or die as we are entering the grounds of our third and final decider. We're going to throw things to a quick break, but when we're back, we're going to be dissecting Nuke and finding out which team progresses on to the playoffs and which is heading home.
Major needs an iconic trophy, and after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? Is it because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what, we got some, like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris Major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I want my idol Monastic get hit.
Whoa!
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
It all comes down to Nuke, a chance for Legacy to make that Cinderella dream a reality and an opportunity for MAJOR to do what ultimately is the bare minimum and make it to playoffs. A lot of expectations on their shoulders, and we can see Torzy having to catch up with Cyclone after what has been pretty rough series so far with him.
Torzy has not been looking good throughout the major, in my opinion. I think he has he was really stable coming into the tournament, but he just haven't really found his groove, and he is so important for the MAJOR squad. Obviously, he's their AWP, but also like the way that he brings, you know, the mood. He's also calling where he wants to start, you know, and the AWP just has such a pivotal role inside of a team. But looking at the picture of Cyclone, you know, addressing it and maybe having a chat with Torzy is something that I really like. You know, I've always praised Cyclone to be like a coach that's really good inside the game, but also outside the server. Like he knows that he's working with very young players.
Same code.
And the way that I assume this conversation goes is that he's telling him,
I don't know what's going to happen with Simple and FaZe, guys.
You're still showing up outside of the server, and that is what is so important, because if Torzy wouldn't be sitting there and yelling and let's go guys and all these kind of things, then he would just not be present whatsoever. Like he's actually bringing out what he can right now inside of the game.
I haven't played a CS game with him yet.
To realize that how important,
I'll tell you tomorrow.
The mood and everything inside the mouse camp, then he has done what he can in the series. Obviously, he needs to be better in-game, right? But he's working with what he has right now.
There's two massive win conditions for MAJOR that need to get under control. One being Torzy, as you just described, not having a great game. Had a weird tournament. He's been good, he's been bad, he's been good, he's been bad. Very inconsistent from a player that we praise to be the most consistent player within the mouse camp and arguably the most influential player, especially when you consider Nuke. The way he plays CT side with the AWP, constantly fighting, constantly poking the smokes out there, getting nades from teammates, etc. The other big problem, as I alluded to before, is Brolan. I just checked up on it again. The last 3 maps he's played in this tournament, he's 2 for 20 in opening kills.
Yep.
You cannot lose that many opening duels and give away that many advantages if you're the in-game leader. So if I'm Brolan, either I figure out a way to stay alive or win my opening duels, or I take a step back and try to play it a little bit more conservative, a little bit more passive, and then maybe allow Exertion, Spinks, or someone else to do the job, because it's not working out for Brolan.
What's the story for Legacy coming into this particular map? Because we obviously prefaced Inferno has been
story is we need them out of power up,
for them
or
up
for
until
Legacy.
this very moment when MAJOR submitted them.
Don't
their
think
first
he's
loss.
yelling quite enough.
On a 6-map win streak, 4 of those being here at the major, but it's a different caliber of opponent, right? Do you think this is the end of the line for Legacy?
One thing is the map that we're going to, but I think that I would much rather go into more of the mental aspect, because I think that is actually what's going to matter the most coming to this one, because Legacy, they just had their chance of making playoffs. They literally threw Inferno away. Yeah. So coming into Nuke, this is where they need to like forget what happened, and they need to go in and show that we can still do this. Like, I'm also curious to see who's going to feel the most pressure. Is it going to be mousesports being in a position where they know that, okay, this is the last map again? Like, both teams are 1 map away from making playoffs, but who can actually handle that pressure the most?
Lado and Dumao, that duo, we had a lot of clips of them. We requested a lot of highlight package from those two. They're each respectively averaging a rating on the CT side of Nuke of 1.47 and 1.46. Those two have been the catalyst behind the strong Nuke showings we've seen from Legacy. If they play well,
channel
they
points
definitely have a chance.
back and Naz's
it all
favorite
comes down
teams,
to this, the
now.
third and final decider to see who goes through to the playoffs.
After a comeback from MAJOR, finally warming up into this series. A slow start on Ancient, and now one
guys,
that's
this is the
got
last
the
day to see
distance.
who's in the playoffs.
Legacy
Last day
was the closest they'll ever be to
stage
those major
3.
playoffs. Just
After
rounds
today,
back on
next
Inferno.
games are
MAJOR's
Thursday.
now coming to map 3 as the
Playoffs.
favorites. The momentum swinging their way. They stick the landing. on a wild second half of Inferno.
Yeah, they break a streak of 5 at this major on Inferno for Legacy, and now we go to Nuke, where Legacy have a streak of 4, 6 overall, 4 at the major, unbeaten on this map as well. MAJOR have already broken that. Can they do it twice over in the most important game yet to get to those playoffs? Only one of these teams will leave the next hour satisfied, the other devastated.
TOs don't do Thursday games.
Both
They do
so
when they have
close.
quarters and semis. Yeah. So remember, ESL does a format where they literally don't play 2 quarterfinals. Remember? That's why it's annoying. They literally only play half the quarterfinals, and then that way they only have to have the games Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Finally feeling themselves and believing in themselves to turn this series back in their favor and recover.
Excuse me, sorry about that. Do
this
people normally have to go to your meet and
disastrous
greets
day
early?
one
Yes, because I don't run them during the games.
Yeah, you feel like it's easier for MAJOR. They have the proof, they have the experience, and they've just come off of a comeback with momentum in their pocket for Legacy. Can't afford to get in their head.
Last thing I'm trying to do is host a meet and greet live during the game because one, I don't think you want to be there, and 2, I definitely don't want to be there.
It's gone quiet. MAJOR are looking for this A attack. Exertion from ramp.
Trying to watch the game.
Outside to main, and that's a quick shot. Back up Secret. He's found a second as well. They're still going to the stack. It should be fine in theory. Only one player up hell side. Nissim got to get in position, but Desertion has already made this theirs.
Ooh, and he can't hit a thing. 3 players.
Based on how this has been going, Legacy losing the pistol might be better for them.
Half health. And no way to win this. Exertion even
What up, Toki?
wrapping around from behind. A done deal and a dominant pistol falling in MAJOR's favor. For Legacy, this is going to be a huge ask. Right? They've been underdogs all throughout this major run.
Wouldn't recommend it, Shelly.
It's your teammate, of course.
Just a little friendly slash.
They've been having to
Yeah, Maddie would not recommend.
battle against overwhelming odds throughout this entire thing. But now to feel like you just gave up the best opportunity you've ever had in your life to make a major playoffs. And now having to dig deep on a 3rd map versus a warmed-up MAJOR. That is a crazy way for this to start.
Right through the big box as well. Headshot.
I was sipping my coffee. I almost spit that shit out.
Legacy so successful on the other 2 maps. We got to see that again. I mean, Exertion has just been wrecked to open this up.
I took a sip. I really did almost just eat that shit.
That's going to pump you up a little bit if you're Legacy.
Oh my god.
They're going to go into ramp, it looks like, and Legacy have numbers.
That caught me off.
Legacy,
Oh,
my god. Second wall
Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Oh my god.
Doing everything.
Get away from this demon.
And a lot
Get
of
back.
damage on a Spinks and Torshi. Brolin left trying to look for solutions. Out in the main. Latofeld over towards ramp, and Brolin wrestles with the Galil to bring them into this top site.
What the fuck?
There's no stopping him. 3
Bro,
kills. He's done
what
so
a-
much in this round.
No bomb.
I don't care the result. What a fucking round. They're literally typing to each other right now.
In through ramp, heard
Nah,
by the
he
player
literally
up in
just said
heaven.
NS.
What's Torshi even supposed to do?
You think it's heard, right?
Chez, can you close the
Trying to fake
prediction for
steps,
these
but they ain't
fucking
falling for it. Look at the
degenerates?
bomb. Nissim holds the ladder. Torshi doesn't have time to get weird with it and go climb up outside. He just has to fly up this ladder or go main. 20 seconds for him to make this play happen. Time will be the
And the
problem.
narrator
He
said he wasn't
realizes
doing
has
enough
to
last
run now.
map.
Fake steps made. This is
One,
not
I'm not the narrator.
Legacy,
2,
again,
not what
on
I
a
said.
force buy.
Thank
Pick
you.
it up. MAJOR cannot convert a pistol.
That sends him with one of the wildest scout rounds you've seen in a minute.
He got 3 wallbang kills and a tag.
And he does that at a very critical juncture
Throwing the
in
pistol runs to
Legacy's
keep this from
major
happening.
story.
That's what I'm saying.
Second
I
round
told
of
you, dude. Legacy
third and
losing
final
pistol
map,
might
and
be
the
fucking
force by
beneficial.
landing stuck thanks to the Sads in Scout.
What a time.
He lands tags on every single player, kills 3 of them. That is a huge
Man.
impact round.
Ready thanks to the
for the
58 month
Legacy
primer.
Orb.
Thank you.
Every
Oh my
shot, that one
god.
falling out of heaven as well. This, like, how do you even calculate that? That's just feeling. That's just muscle memory. That's thousands of hours to perfect your play. And I thought Legacy might just crumble in this 3rd map. That's given me some hope that we still have a competitive series here. As MAJOR have done what you could call the hardest part, coming back from 10-6 on Inferno. In the hole. And looking to long out this series and teach Legacy what it means to be a champion. But the problem is
Scouts have really crazy
only
pens.
one rifle in this round, and Legacy just decide not to fight it. They know there's not a lot to play. So
Okay.
they're going to try and flush these pistols out while they can. It's a bit awkward for Nissim getting caught, but recovered for a lot of damage. And Brolin is not getting a plant on this B-bomb site. There's already two
Even
here.
they, though, I think we're mentioning the same thing about just not having impact on some of those key rounds that I was
pistol
bringing
or
up.
no, Legacy do it every single time.
Dude, Sadson is giving me a lot of faith right now.
Man,
not just the scout round, but the way that he's roaming with the rifle.
I'm just making I always make an Americano in the morning.
Confident.
That's what I'm sipping on right now.
You know, it was Sadson right at the top of the tournament that kind of kept the whole major run alive for this Legacy team.
Dude, is Zertian the in-game leader? Like, that, I don't know. I haven't heard Brolin say a word in this series. Like, I know we're only getting... Like, he's probably doing a lot more of the mid-roundy stuff, right? But in terms of opening every single round of this game, it's always Zertian making a call. It's always Torshi giving info. Don't really hear a lot from Brolin at the start of the rounds here for Mouse. God, they're on the roof.
Oh, that's
so annoying.
So horrible.
Oh my God, bro. They're just farming it.
Backline and Nissim.
They're pugging them. They're pugging them.
Round, a quick end to that eco. Whatever conversation Mouse was having, it's over. Focus on the next round.
They're pugging them.
I mean, I'll say it again. Every pistol has been converted by Legacy, and they've won two of them. No, sorry, one of them in the 5 played. They force bought and won every single pistol they lost. Or won every single conversion, you know what I mean. They always start the half strong, is what I'm trying to say. So Mauser, again, have to do this from the back foot. No AWP here in this gun round.
Fuck it, you know what I'm saying.
And I think, you know, after having a comeback leveled against you in that previous map and then being able to still double down and go into map 3 feeling good, it's impressive stuff from Legacy. And a win here versus the more experienced Mouse squad, I think what is even more impressive, Dumao push out through the heart. And they're playing with a lot of heart here to open up map 3. Dumao on a second dive back into the lobby.
You just have to love it.
Mouse get decimated, stopped in their tracks. This round never even starts.
Dumao doesn't give a damn. He's just doing it again and again.
And we're back to these clean CT round wins for Legacy.
Oh no, don't remind me.
Not even one kill, man.
Brolin, he's got
not
the
even
clear
one.
heart. Dumao's pushed this 3
Brolin,
times.
get one
in this
just
round.
for fucking ego at this
Flash
point.
through the door to get aggressive.
Just to
Did it
save
again,
yourself from getting
and then just
absolutely
walked in for the
mauled.
third
Nope.
kill. You're not getting anything, Brolin. And let him sing. After a round like that, 5 alive, 3 kills for Dumao. Mouse's money broken again.
It's cool though. I think Legacy had like this realization that
mauled.
towards the end of
Devil
Inferno, things got a little bit awkward. Like they lent into these aggressive plays to open up. They'd even find 5v4s.
Also my nickname,
Then they kind of started
Devil.
freezing a little bit out of, you know, the fear of not wanting to give these rounds away. Well, here they're all making their aggressive moves again. CT side very mobile, constantly shifting around the map. Mouse never know where to end, never know where to go. This is a very, very good recovery from Legacy in a series where if it did get out of control here on map 3, you'd almost go, yeah, I don't think you can blame them. Like, this is an incredibly high-pressure environment. It's an all-or-nothing match for major playoffs. And even though the Legacy run has been legendary, they've taken down Vitality, they broke their win streak. You know, the
Coach Barry, thanks for the 13-month reset. Thank you. Appreciate you. Welcome back.
Stage 3. The harder it is, the more of a slog it becomes. There's no second chances anymore. So they've leveled up.
Dude, they've got tricks here. That's what I'm seeing. That molly is purposely deep so he can step in behind it. Did the same with the flash through door and the smoking hut last time. Dumao wants to keep the pressure on. He wants to remind Mouse at no point can you relax in the lobby. You've got to be ready for everything. Hell Control coming in for Sadin as Mouse have walked out ramp. He actually won't overdo it, and neither will Mouse, so no one gets this info. Mouse go back to lobby. They need to play soon, though, because Legacy are reclearing ramp with 2. Outside's been finished off, and really it's just Lato on this top side, but he's got to go for the job.
Little labor. Oh.
Swing in from main. We're okay here, Legacy. They got players in the right place.
My God, dude. The Mouse doing tricks on it. Hey, yo.
I did not expect Legacy to come in swinging this hard when they just choked Inferno, their go-to map. Like you said, would have been so easy
Crazy,
to
man.
expect
Crazy
them to
fucking
crumble
world
here.
right now.
Mouse, I want to see something slower. Obviously, they've been disrupted in these gun rounds. Let's get some rifles outside. Stay eyes on in the lobby. Orb's going to go over the top.
Good thing it didn't go too much further. Sadin was waiting for that exact play. D-Mao's got an aggressive out in the yard. And with Exertion getting peppered on this spam, I don't know, is D-Mao going to get checked here? Doesn't matter, he's clean with it.
Exertion was hard clearing that, doesn't make a difference.
Up and over for Brolin, trying to sniff out this close man out in the yard. But this is info now for D-Mao, wrestles with them. 2 big kills from D-Mao out in the
Dumao
yard
is
side.
just absolutely owning them, men. He's just straight up brawling with them.
He's trying to be everywhere all at once.
He's just fighting.
Back in main
and he's
now.
winning everything.
Like how he slows
That's
it down
both the entries,
They
by
don't
the
know
way.
there's
That's
no
both the
play
guys for Mouse that go in first and usually take map control.
Knows when to quit it with the man advantage. Sadin waits on ramp.
This was the guy that started this streak of rounds for Legacy. Gonna get tested on the AWP. Swing and a miss for Sadin. Sees him away from this ramp room. They're looking for Hell Control. Miss him on the extremities. Will get overwhelmed. Spinks gets out with this 3-on-3 for Mouse, and Lato's getting split on. They're coming through heaven, coming out into this top site. Dumao will provide the cover.
Dumau's still going.
And it's on Dumao.
Oh, maybe overheated though.
Spinks.
Oh!
And there's the hero figure. Spinks with a huge 4K. Finally puts Mouse on the board.
Unbelievable shot.
That's
And what a
crazy.
read. He drops top silo and just waits. Lets the kill come to him. Sadin playing quick, and Spinks shuts them right up. That all comes because he misses the ladder, so he sends his teammate to his death. But my God, was it worth it? 4 kills for Spinks. Silences Legacy. That's what you got him for. And
So Fally thanks to the
they
46
have
with
had a
primer.
reality
Dumao kind of
check
trolled
at
that round
least
though. I
early
won't
in
lie.
this game. Mouse even
Dumao
forced
absolutely
their
shat
second
all
time
over
off
them.
of that win.
He could have
Just to
waited a
make
little
the
bit
most of
longer
his
before
opportunities.
giving
I
that
love
duel to
that force
Spinks,
of
but he was
Cyclone.
feeling it and he swung
So
them.
just like Mouse go into that next round, hearts pounding. They let Legacy think
Right
about
here.
it. They let Spinks calm down.
He had all the time in the world to basically play that, and then Sadism got kind of stuck in the vent with a clutch.
And now Mouse have the
Not
chance
sure,
to
Raging.
build on this T side.
Not sure. So Fally thanks to the 46 with primer. I can tell you, but when I got back from visiting my grandmother, I was like around like 5,900 subs, and we're almost at 12K now. I can tell you that. So
Okay, they know they've been locked out.
we've had a
already.
few primers, prime forgetters, and a few Twitch tuggers and member mommies show up. You know.
Legacy actually completely leave the lobby aggro. They set Lato up over towards the door, and everyone else peels away. They know the likely reaction is to make use of these smokes out in the yard, especially when they don't fight anyone on the lobby push.
This is a really interesting setup.
They deal with
right?
overheating
Play
in CS.
anyway,
It's
like you
hard.
said,
You just
leave
gotta
one lobby and everyone
gotta keep
has
that
this
presence
cross.
of mind, man. It's tricky.
Mal's ready for this many eyes. Oh, the gap. Into main, full blind
Wow.
is the shot, and they can't even go A. They don't have lobby. Main feels like a trap, but really they're walking into it.
Speed and conviction on that rotate away is maddening.
Man.
Mouse, everywhere they've gone in this round has felt like they're walking into a stack. The last thing they heard as they embarked on that cross out in the yard was that there's 3 players taking lobby. Next thing they know, they're fighting a small army outside. Jimmy and Torshi link back up in
you
the
just
lobby
lost the round
position.
if you overheated. True, if you simply just don't lose, then you never overheat.
Not a dent made in the armor of Legacy.
Then you're just the GOAT.
And they're going in. When Gnarly set up into this top site, Lux secures that opening on the spray. Torshi with a vent drop, but this lower site isn't safe. Dumau's already down here. They're chasing Torshi in the
Holy
vents.
shit.
And nothing feels more hopeless than this round for Torshi. He knows it's over.
He said, "Fuck it."
Such a smart call.
He said,
here for
"Fuck it.
Lux
Get your ass
again.
back here."
That rotate is the last
They
thing
got
Mouse
mine.
expect. The militia outside. Not meant to be there. And Mao's every space-taking move just feeds Legacy a further kill. And so despite that clutch from Spinks and the pause that follow, Mao's
Yeah, you're not wrong, Raging. You're not wrong. So when do I get only fl0m's access? Dude, you don't already have it? 54-month primer, you should have access.
The Legacy licking their lips, looking
Dude,
for a glorious
maybe at
CT
56
side,
months or
but
something.
Okay, humbled outside.
Better yet, double your prime
For
sub.
exertion. Flash
We'll
play
see.
back in, looking for 3. Dumau stopped.
Like 108,
Pretty
you
well,
know?
and a ramp walk will not be tolerated.
I'm a premium member, but I had to pay.
Lurker,
Yeah,
so
it's
Nissan moves
tricky,
outside
man.
to assist. Lato has lower. And Maus are forced to reset spawn.
What month do
Nissan
we
may
gain
even
access?
re-clear this later in the round. Satin's still got to be careful on top side. He's going AWP on his own with a lot of positions open. And the more time that expires, the more he has to consider heaven.
Simon, thanks for the 18-month primer. Thank you, dude. Appreciate you.
Spinks has had a huge round already. He's got his captain Brolin in this one with him.
Bomb, 40
It's
seconds.
time for Brolin to showcase what he can cook up here.
Ism hasn't been clearing hell. Satin still looks forward. He's read it right.
It's on the prize. Brolin
Damn,
offered
bro.
up first. Spinks looks to make his way out, but the AWP entrenched at the back of this site, buying time for the rest of Legacy to arrive. As soon as Spinks plays his hand, Legacy are ready to pounce out and deal with him. And there's the cover.
Formerly good, I got you in 69 business months. You know it's not my birthday. Empire Dix with a 2-month primer. Bartowski Dix with a 16-month reset. And Simon 6 to 18. Chat, I'm matched gifted on Twitch. All member mommies on YouTube. You guys are absolutely beautiful.
Even though we're seeing some very aggressive moments in the 3v1, they know how to squeeze the round out.
Jimmy, you have
They
too
play
much
very
off time
slow.
on
Satin
Twitter.
doesn't
Mouse
force
should
that
have
kill.
started
His
stage
teammate
1.
covers his back. They just sit back and wait for it to come to them. They seem so comfortable in these late rounds for I don't want to call them inexperienced, but comparatively to Pals, when it comes to playing top tier CS, they are. Even though these guys have been around for a long time, many majors between them. But always stuck in that challenger stage for the most part, other than those 2 pain additions.
Kovasada, thank you very much for your tier 1 sub. Thank you.
And so Legacy are seizing this yet again in a third map. 7-2 up. 4 buy for Maus, looking for 5.
Just Guy, thank you very much for the 12-month resub. Thank you. 1 year of burning money. W. You're just getting started.
Across the majors in CS2, there's been like this rise of prominence of Brazilian squads, but
Anyone
never
think
making
Jimmy's
these
success
crazy
last year
deep
could have been because of
runs.
Shrek? Could have been.
Furia already in the playoffs.
I feel like Jimmy's not had a strong
storming
year this year.
towards that position as well. Payne left in the conversation for later on. This is Sadson smoked out behind the AC vent, trying to dodge capture out here in the yard. Maus fling themselves out into the open, and they cross into the garage, trying to get past the
Damn,
Legacy
bro.
AWP. They can't find that gap yet. Spinks will get up, Heaven's side on for this wrap.
Wildfire, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Exquisite Willy brother, chat out you 5. Oh, nice shot from
Hell of a
Torji.
pickup. Spinks still gaining ground on this push up through the heavens. Lux is already here holding for this exact move. Spinks has got to be hands-on on this peek out into the heavens, and he can't wrangle in.
Oh
Lux, who
my
goes
god.
on a tear.
Dude, 8-2.
Legacy are in full control. Nothing is working for Mouse.
Dare I say,
Georgia looks like he's about to crash out.
This feels like more safe right now for Legacy. Still not out of the half yet, but right now, 8-2 up, winning every situation, disrupting rifle rounds with aggression. And in all of this, they've still lost to one of the sickest rounds of the matchup, which is Spinks' 4K clutch. And that didn't even deter them. That's fired them up more. This is a Mouse who have been a shoo-in this year, this season. 6 events in a row. They have been semi-finals or better. Legacy want to group them.
Oh, he got scared. He got scared. Oh, but
Sadzin might be able to provide the solutions. Brolin, fast drop down lower.
Captain Clutch
has this route to the plant open, but you know the Legacy with the game they've been having, going to feel confident here. They sneak one player down the vent, the other guy runs, hoping that Brolin isn't prepared for a second player. Nissim going to nail the shots, and the dominance continues for Legacy. They are sprinting towards his finish line.
Yeah, bad fight for Brolin to take. Maybe he's trying to reposition, but that shadow is going to give it away completely. He gets pre-fired on that repeat, man. And so that clutch goes nowhere, and it goes nowhere fast. Legacy storming towards the playoffs.
5, chat.
4 rounds away.
What the fuck? It's crazy to think too that like what Spinks had to do to get one of these 2 rounds, guys. Guys, it was the Spinks clutch and pistol round.
Now's getting drowned in this moment.
Guys, let me see that. Pistol round and the Spinks clutch. Those are...
Can they hold on?
This is nuts, man.
Just going through all the usual motions. Throwing the usual smokes they would, but something is missing, something is lacking. There's not that fire for Mouse. Meanwhile, the server is ablaze for Legacy. What? Aggression
oh
for
my, the Mouse through door. Ooh, but Sadzin goes down. Is there anybody lower? Ooh, they do have one lower.
Thanks to the Torchy Orb. That Sadzin dealt with up
30 seconds remaining on the scam train. Ooh,
desertion of this Legacy squad. Exertion
does, right?
on the move around, takes up Hell, looking for a ramp kill. This is going to be a tough round for Legacy. They've not been in a position like this in this CT half. 3v5. Lux already down at lower.
Trying to find them, but
felt like you can win
can't.
anything if you're Legacy. This round really tests the limit of that.
Nora, thanks for the 110 bits. Thank you. And Woods, thanks for the 21-month resub.
Dumao continues on this aggressive pathing. It was him, contact play through the lobby
Oh,
right
he
at
couldn't
the top
see
of
the
the
barrel,
round.
I don't think.
He's going to find the bomb.
Now arrives out in the yard. This is the bomb here. Kill for Lato. Dumao gets the Springer's trap. That's the bomb drop.
Oh, he had an idea, but nice shot from Spinks again.
Bomb can get retrieved. They have a player up in the heavens. Exertion wrapping back through the lobby. Going to blindside Lato, and Lux falls. Mouse battle back in with 3, but it doesn't feel like enough.
Yep,
Legacy hold this
timer.
massive
Matrix,
advantage. They
thanks
are
for the
now
5-month
closer
timer.
than
Chat
ever
is
to those
5.
major playoffs.
Running a little halftime ad here. Then we're going to stand up for the second half. Brady, thanks for the 47-month resub. Thank you.
Do you think Vitality are going to win this major?
Yeah, of course. It's completely scripted. I don't want to say which event. Cluj. But I'm not going to let them have all the glory. You know, there are very powerful people out there. We all agreed it's a time for a new era. It was a bidding war. Why do you think Falcons are second? Everyone, literally everyone is in for it. Even the referees. Paris, 2023. Did you see this bracket? You think it happened by accident? They think crowd cheating is a problem. Come on, that is the least of their worries.
Legacy in pole position. That's after a comeback on their pick of Inferno. That felt like it was going to be their best opportunity. Well, they blaze a new trail on Nuke, and they sport an even healthier lead here. 9-3 at the end of that first half. Dominant stuff in their CT side. Just 3 solitary rounds, once more, including the pistol for Maus.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to speak too soon, especially after Inferno, but it's incredible that Legacy have been able to show up even harder in this map after choking a 10-6 lead back on the previous. Felt like that was a perfect storm for Maus to steal this series as the experienced team and go through to the playoffs, but Legacy still have more fight in them.
This is the most important pistol round Legacy will ever play. Because if they win it here and now, that's it. They're on the path, they're on the fast track into those playoffs. If they fall short, they've got to win it in these rifle rounds, and it gives room to a potential Maus comeback. Fast play down the ramp into Jimmy. They'll trade him after 1.
3v5, but great space to take it. They've even got a Molotov to flash out double doors. That will slow Maus down. Careful.
This is playoffs on a pistol round. Just let them, and the advantage is getting whittled away for Legacy. Dumao, can he reply? That's 2 quick kills. Dumao, low on health. So is Torshi. Can he isolate this one man up on the rafters? Can't quite get past Brolin.
Probably good that Legacy doesn't win that if you're a Legacy fan.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, right? They open the double
Based
door
on
to
how
set
this
up
whole
Dumao,
series
but in
is
doing
gone,
so, it gets one of their teammates killed.
That's literally a good omen
B.
for Legacy.
Spinks makes the most of that opportunity with the molly not deep. And so Maus fight on. Maus have something to fight for.
If you're a Maus fan, well, you're just happy they're winning around.
And you want to say that's the most important pistol for Legacy. Well, this one is for Maus. I will remind you,
5
they have
of
not
6
converted
pistols have gone
a
Maus's
single
way.
pistol in this series.
ZCX 6 to the 8-month primer, thank you.
They have won 5 of 6.
A6, hey, what the? That was my line. Hugo, my line. Joker, thanks for the primer. Thank you.
This has to be their first conversion.
It's the worst possible start.
Oh my god, dude. Not again. This script is way too obvious. It's way too obvious, guys.
Hold for the drop down, but they'll make it.
Guys, the script is way too obvious.
I don't know if you can plant and get out. It's a one-way mission.
Giving chase, yeah, there's no return ticket. Just the bomb plant.
He dinked him. He fucking dinked him.
Hoping now that his teammates can take this over the line.
No kit.
Legacy have won all of these 4 spies. And if that trend keeps up once more, that's them on this path to the playoffs. It's only Lux left standing, but it's this guy's brain.
Why'd he fight him?
Lethal, exertion and a blow out the back of his head, and this one, the conversion.
Oh my
landed.
god, Lux won the round and
Maus
threw it.
finally
Holy
bucked the
shit,
trend.
what an accident.
That was one they shouldn't be winning.
God, he knows it
Lux,
too.
If he tucks in, I think that's just his on nature of position and time.
Oh my
Zershon
god,
with no
he won
kit,
the round.
hits that must-hit shot through a gap in the door.
Sting.
And Maus finally given a chance off of the pistol.
That's an oopsie. That's a little bit of an oopsie.
It's not a way back in for Legacy. Like you said, they got to do it on the gun.
Zixer, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but thank you.
On Ancient. Maus were able to stick the landing on that round, but then we had a bit of an investment with one player surviving. Legacy don't want to push the boat out too much, though, on map 3. They keep this investment pretty light.
Gift him the 5 that I owe y'all. Xander, thanks for the 82-month primer. Thank you.
They're chasing on these anti-ecos. They're keeping the pressure on. They're playing like the favorite. And even though they're down, they are not out. Maus sit within 3 rounds of Legacy as we go into the bye rounds. Oh.
You've seen this comeback once already.
Yeah, this is easier.
9-5. This rifle round.
Formally, I got you, but we have like a line, so I'm not kidding. It usually takes a little while, but I'm actually pretty close to catching up these days. The mods will see it formally in your message history.
5 and 13 on ramp. He is going to be
Or
tested.
Super can just snag it real quick. We'll be good.
With this position for free.
They don't want to immediately get taken back.
No, you're good, formally. You look great. You look great.
Of the comeback on Inferno.
You know what? Fuck it, this guy's got VIP Super. Move him up to the front, actually. The virtual front.
Out in the yard, plays behind these
Step aside.
smokes.
To all the peasants that didn't have VIP that redeemed their profile sign, step aside.
Torshi won't have spotted him yet, but he is going to catch him on the fall back. And so Doom out, dead first.
Jimmy lives.
Jimmy going to get out of the ramp room. Here's the support from Brolin. Can't find a thing. Just the dink onto Nissim.
Oh, shit.
We can't go back either.
3.5k viewers and only 360 likes. What the fuck, guys? Yeah, what the fuck, YouTube chat?
Jimmy dropped B. He's been reinforced
I've been
by
reading your ass all damn day.
They've got to clear this if they're going to make the A hit happen.
It's because the YouTube chat's upset because all of them thought they won a knife from Nico.
Oh my god, they did clear it.
Now they know though, it should be easy. Spinks feels the pressure, he goes swinging. There's Nissim inside of the smoke, popping his head
What do you
up.
mean cap? Literally somebody called me schizo earlier because I read a message on YouTube chat and they said it wasn't there.
It's only Torshi left. The turnaround from Legacy. Faking them out, it's just
That's actually schizo. Nobody actually did that. Oh my god.
secured.
Literally nobody did that. That was the lie.
Start to this T side, they hit the ground running, opening up with a rifle round.
It was from this very scoreline. Mouse still won Inferno. 10-6. Legacy found but one more round in that map.
fl0m is a liar? Yeah, well, I bet you're not
That's
a real
what Mouse
zebra.
had to tell themselves, but Legacy still storming forward despite the pistol finally coming through.
Bet you're not even that zesty, bro.
First go round hits hard.
How do you know? Because, dude, we don't make keyboards for zebras, dude.
And an MP9 in the same round. Even the util kits unavailable.
Halsey, thank you very much for the new membership on
They
YouTube.
feel like
Thank
this
you.
outside play is a fake, but Doom now is stuck behind main playing late. Oh, does he walk right into Torshi here? Change of tune for Doom now, and Torshi makes it easy.
Okay.
If he was convinced in his position, might have gone a lot better. But now they've got a mid round. Now they've got to test the ramp again. Jimmy still subject to Legacy's entry.
That was a nice nade.
Commit continues, and Jimmy goes down again.
Ramp control, but at what cost? At what cost?
Last time Legacy got this ramp
What
room,
if
they
the
slowed it
zebra's using
down.
text-to-speech? Shit.
And it looks to be more of the same, waiting to see if they catch Mouse on any sort of reaction here.
And in these spots, again, Mouse just do the same thing. Two
I'm
up and two
convinced that
lower.
fl0m is checking on YouTube chatters
Keep
before
Sun
they
info.
become rapid.
Force Legacy to commit.
A YouTube chatter said this.
A better position in the lobby this time for Brolin. One that's committed earlier with info. Legacy try and change their tune, go down into
No util besides the mollies. Tough.
Crossfire's
Alex,
pretty
thank
nice
you very
right
much
now.
for the
Spinks
5
baiting
gifted
Jimmy
members
for the
on
trades.
YouTube.
It's
Thank
the
you,
right
dude.
move with the M4.
Sicko, the
Even
YouTube
one kill
alerts
for
still
Jimmy
don't
would
work.
go really far here.
Jimmy's
Wanding
going to
6
take
with
first
30 month
contact,
resub.
and then
Thank
he'll
you.
have Spinks there to back him up. And you're dead on. If Jimmy can even make out with one kill, it's a lot of damage.
Wait, oh, he saw him! Oh, but he didn't get it. Oh, and they wait. Oh, wait. Wait, he's got time. He has time.
Just gonna get
8
that
HP.
plotted in time, but they are running at him. They are closing
Okay.
the gap. And the captain's clash. It's Mouse picking it up.
Oh, that could have been the trade onto Spinks that they needed. It was right there for the taking.
Never
from
fade.
Legacy.
Thanks for the
Just couldn't
18-month
find
resub.
that
Thank you,
final
dude.
bullet in a very claustrophobic B-bomb site. Mouse will come through with the round. Step
Blame
by step.
Sicko. fl0m 8 the YouTube alerts.
Torshi
Okay.
calling they don't have great money. That's not true.
Put
though.
something
We've
in
got
front of
enough
me.
for
Like
an
at
AWP.
that
We've
point,
got
it's not
4
my
rifles
fault, chat. You
available.
know what I am.
So Mal's better watch out because this buy is coming in. Satin opts for the AK over the AWP.
This is an up-tempo round. There's going to be real pace behind this. Fast out towards the door. Molly comes in.
Oh,
Torshi calling their
whoa, whoa, that was crazy. What the fuck? They don't give a flying fuck about fire. These guys are literally built different.
One man makes it down to vent.
It's cheeky.
Left away from the action. Bomb plant in the downtime, and a 3v4 for this top site. Now pulled into question for Mouse.
Nissim can come in on a huge flank.
Real low HP on 3 of these players, though. Sadsin, the only guy with health. Nissim on this flank. The silent killer. Do they want to smoke? Turn around, and what a whip that is! Headset off for Nissim. He can't believe what's just happened. A man down, 4 Mouse, and retake. That gets Torshi on his feet. Nissim throwing the headset off. He looked cool, he looked calm, collected across the entire series. But that is a frustrating round for Legacy to give up.
He plays too slow and it all happens too quick. Jimmy with 3 huge
what the
kills
fuck?
out heaven, and Torshi the 180 to stop anything from getting weird.
That's insane.
Let's fucking go!
Mao's shouting them down as Legacy. They need to buck the trend. A lead again, akin to Inferno. Mao still won it. They are still fighting for it. Oh dear. Every reason to win that 5v3.
And as this one continues to get closer and closer,
I can't believe that, dude.
Gonna get to see exactly what.
How did they fall apart that hard in the post plant, though? Like,
Even for the most
actually.
experienced or the most stoic players, you know, these are the events.
How did they fall apart that
every
hard?
individual dreams of.
No HP? I know, but like, that
Spinks
hard.
on an aggressive push into the lobby. As Mao's build confidence, build up rounds.
Like, I'd understand if they like walked in and it happened, but they didn't, you know?
They came into this half. They came into this half doing exactly that.
Like, think about where the fights actually happened. Like, I know you guys are mentioning HP, but actually think about how Legacy played the post plant, like with the HP that they had.
Trying to pull nades, he gets hit by it, and they run through that Molotov into the B site. Still Jimmy here, trying to come back in this game late.
I don't know what's happening anymore. I think everybody's just literally lost in the fucking
Behind
sauce.
the volley, 2 players move in. Legacy can't hold that post plant, and again, Mouse make it look easy.
White Chocolate 64, thanks for the 44-month primer, and Konsky, thanks for the 43-month primer. Thank you.
Mouse aren't crumbling under
Molly's
the
an
crushing
invitation,
weight
you're
of the
sorry. I'm
pressure
telling you,
of
dude.
this series.
Molly's are literally
Back-to-back
just like,
maps.
please.
Comebacks look to build.
Please run me down.
And it's feeling like so much of a perfect storm for Maus. They are the more experienced
A little bit
team.
different that time, though.
They have the veteran players. They've been in both
Wait,
major
you can destroy the
playoffs
thing
of
on the floor, the
CS2.
vent? Yeah, the little vent that's broken on the ground, the little piece of like the remaining upper
So this
vent.
is
Yeah, you
meeting
can
their
shoot it.
expectations. This is them rising to the occasion. They've been here before.
Oh dear.
Torshi, aggressive move. And what felt like a molly designed to make life miserable for Torshi
hear that
propelled
footstep?
him into a 5v4 for Maus.
Still a door player.
Oh,
Nissim plays ahead of it,
Nissim.
and Spinks doesn't know because he's already in the hut. He goes
Ah!
for the roof instead. It is covered, but
Well,
Nissim
Nissim
just
knows
saying, hey,
he's
he's
pushed hut
clear
now.
space. He's going to flank
He
Spinks and
knows
just
he's
win this
timing
round.
someone. And there's Spinks caught moving out the hut. Nissim.
Oh.
One more trades go both ways, but out in the yard, Exertion.
Not high
slams
enough
the
value
gauntlet
for the play
down.
that
It's
he made.
Jezlato.
Wasn't
1
enough.
versus 3 to
10 to
stop
10.
Maus from tying up this game.
Oh my god.
Exactly
Legacy,
as Inferno
please.
went. A lead for Legacy.
Guys, you're
Started
crumbling
crumble
so
away
hard.
before
That's
their very
tough.
eyes.
Young Dex with the 48-month reset, thank
only
you.
have this one guy
Dirk with
left
the
in it.
35.
Bomb dropped out in the yard. He doesn't know where to look. And he goes into Exertion, who's playing a patient game out in the yard.
Yeah, Exertion
Props to
came into
fucking
this
Mouse for
series
hanging
an
in
absolute
there.
shell of himself. His T-side on Ancient was abysmal. He did nothing. He found no opening kills.
They're playing
He
good
didn't help
enough
Mouse in any way
to make
take
Legacy
that map.
just
And now, by
throw
the
this
end
game
of the
away.
Series, he is staying calm. He is closing rounds. He is top of the
Mouse
server.
is like Rocky Balboa when he's getting hit
Exertion we know
relentlessly and he
and love.
somehow just keeps standing and his
Paul
strategy is
Nissim, who finds
basically
all
just
that
not to
space, but
die.
His teammates are trapped outside.
That's basically Mouse right now.
They go
They
right
just
into
keep.
Mouse.
I got. I didn't hear no
10-10 now.
bell.
Legacy keep up
They
the
just keep
pace.
getting fucking relentlessly fucked up, but they're fine.
Lux will get
Oh wait! Another uppercut, another haymaker just landed onto Rocky. Hold on.
Fast down into lower. Spinks.
Oh, and another one lands.
Quick trades from this Legacy squad.
Yeah, Randy
See them
Marsh.
through into a B play.
Thought this was
Dumau
America.
lurking out in the yard, but he's been found out. And these Dumau lurks that in the past were so effective have started to feel like a bit of a problem for Legacy.
Not safe to plant. They don't feel it. Mouse are picking their side right now. They're going all double door.
Gotta go at some point while this util's still up. Once those smokes are gone, the job only gets harder. And so forced to commit. They will get that bomb planted, but it's
God,
these
the
two
plant
players
was
that
so
were
late.
collateraled by the AWP. One of them
They're
knocked down
completely
now.
squeezed in here.
The
Oh my God.
Lato in
Ooh.
another clutch. Couldn't do it in the
Does he
last
do it?
round.
This would be
This time he's got
insane.
the bomb to play around. The hopes and dreams of Legacy resting on the shoulders, and that weight is too much to bear.
I love that for Mouse. They just stand still, side by side. They know the pressure is on that boxed in
Rocky
player.
is
who
tanky
has
or he
to
has too much
peak,
HP
and Mouse
regen? Oh,
await
too much
that
HP
kill.
regen
It
for
comes
sure.
to them
Yeah.
delivered. As this comeback looks to be in
For sure, too much
back-to-back
HP
maps,
regen.
with major devastation.
They get him to 1
on the
HP every
line.
time, but he goes back to the corner and he's back.
A Legacy that look to defeat number 1 and number 2 in the world in stage 3. But Mouse have got more to say here.
Man.
On this CT side
Dirk,
of
thank
Nuke,
you
they
again for the
take
35.
lead for the first time since the opening pistol.
Surprised not more CS players are
Legacy, I
playing
mean,
games like these.
they're still in this, but
His hair's falling out as they play. You just see it
imagine the
floating
feeling
around.
of losing this series with the match points, with the chances,
Pastor One Diggs,
with the last
dude,
2 games,
thanks for the
of how
1,000 bits.
dominant Ancient
That's not
was.
controller, bro.
Oh, dude, it's in this moment. Like, you can imagine it. Your heart's racing. You can feel it all over again. At least when this happened on Inferno. You
Well, no, Cooper lost all of his hair playing with his brother.
Rest and reset, another collateral. That's how both of these last rounds have started.
Oh man, 34 and 55
Collaterals
health.
from the Torchy Orb to soften up Legacy,
Oh.
to lower that confidence even more.
Yeah, Torshi's not
That's
had a great
crazy he
tournament,
gets out of there. That
but these
clean.
last couple of rounds will keep Mouse in it. Man advantage. Nissim controlling the roof. Lobby taken, and he doesn't know it for sure. Spinks, not again. Not again. Not on the ladder. Gets given a second chance. And
Spinks
still
really
maintains
wants to
lobby
go up on the
control
roof. He's
as
still
Legacy
thinking
were
about the
moving
round
back to
that Legacy
retake.
went on the roof on them, and he's trying to get
Mouse
revenge.
don't want to hang around. They suddenly scramble.
Bro's
and
always
give
trying
up
to go up
position.
this ladder.
They
He's
say,
like,
"Have
this
it
time?
back." Just got to watch on this top
What's
side.
going
Bro,
wrong
retaking
for
it
real
alone.
with
And
Legacy?
they line up again. More damage done. Scout will get the trade. and
Panicking,
Spinks is
losing
ready to
early
play.
duels and not having like clear set plans in the mid round.
Hey, he is right behind them. If they go ramp, he is ready.
And they are coming his
They're
way.
losing a little bit of
They're going
steam,
right
like,
in this Spinks.
and
They're
then
playing right into his hands.
They're playing fast, dying. Then when they slow it down and find any bit of room, they don't continue to play with like real energy, and then they stall themselves out. Right, like think of 2 rounds ago where they're just in lower. They could have planted, they just didn't.
To stick the landing on this reverse sweep from
And that's just a sign of like the
They were meant
pressure,
to
you
be
know, like
the
it's
only
just
team we
surmounting,
knew
and
could test
it's just
vitality, and Legacy almost removed.
it's
that
all just sitting on their
opportunity in the
shoulders right now, and
playoffs
they
here.
know that they.
Mouse
If
put
you're
around
Legacy, you know you're
from
blowing
making it to
the
top
fattest
8
fucking
to the
lead you could have ever
stage
made.
in the
And
Moody
guys,
Center.
they had like they didn't just like have all bad rounds. You know what I mean? They had real chances in a lot of rounds.
I mean, you know, you can.
So it's just that
you can kind of feel it in some of these peaks, some of these
it
moments
just starts
for
to
Legacy.
fade
The
away at
game's
your
gone.
energy, you know?
They're having this out of body experience right now, feeling that twice over they've been the team in pole position. They've been the ones with this chance to upset from not even supposed to be at the major to now twice over, rounds away from the major playoffs.
Because when you start losing these rounds, you know, even if you're not constantly thinking about them, you're like mentally feeling the
about to take it all away.
The weight of all of it
Cross out in the yard.
throughout the game.
Lux is called for
You
a
might not be
slower
thinking
round,
that you threw
hoping
that post plant, but
taking the pace out of
when you
it,
don't win the next round, you're kind of like,
together,
what? This game's so hard right now.
rolly counter-strike, that can be their way in.
3
Really
players
strong
are down
position.
here.
Spinks lets it pass. They're going to clear him still, but a 5v4 taken. Legacy.
Roland and Spinks are in the vent, fighting out and killing 3. That's it. That's it.
No one survives, and Nissim
Man, that's
left
brutal
in the
for Legacy.
silence
That
as
is
Mouse have
brutal.
done it. A 4v1
GG.
to take them to the playoffs at the major.
That is fucking brutal
On
for
the
Legacy,
edge of
man.
elimination early to the biggest underdog that never made it. Nissim creeps, Nissim crawls, but Zershan closes, and Mouse make it happen.
For the sake of their own legacy, Mouse had to destroy
I know everybody said it a billion times, but team wasn't even supposed to be in the major and was 1 map away. They should had every opportunity to make playoffs. They didn't. on the flip side, one of the tournament favorites, 0-2 to 3-2. One of the few teams to make that run, Shaq.
They were in the lead. They were in pole
Let alone for
position
playoffs.
twice over. They were the squad with a chance to be moving into those playoffs, and both times, Mao was able to launch the comeback. There were no expectations around this team. Coming in at the 11th hour, starting all the way back in stage 1, playing that first stage, a game from elimination, flawless in stage 2.
Say Mouse deserved to lose all the games they played as pure coke.
But it was world number 2 on their reverse sweep. Mouse to stop Legacy in their tracks.
Yeah, you got to commend Mouse's
That is a trait of a
resilience
good team,
in this
guys.
series, in this tournament, going down 0-2 on
Mouse
BO1s,
isn't
coming
playing
all
good.
the way back in BO3s and facing defeat.
They should have lost a lot of
time
games.
again in this series.
Yet
This
they
is a team
didn't.
who have been top 4 for the last 6 events of the season, and they will stay in that conversation as they enter
If you're able
yet
to beat
another
teams
playoff
when you're
run.
not playing your
This
best
Mouse
game, and you're
team
able to
is
put away
ready to
teams and
go.
grind out these games when you're not
The
playing your
Cinderella
best.
run sadly comes to an end for Legacy. I do have Lux down here for a few words after that series. I know there's probably so many emotions running through your head. Can you just tell me what is going through your head right now?
I feel like the only thing that I can say is that I'm proud for my boys that we can manage to come to now, and we had a lot of situations that we could end this game, but we couldn't, and yeah, I'm just proud. That's it.
You should be so proud, man. What you've delivered here has been, nothing that we could have anticipated. You weren't even meant to be at this very tournament, and you really did push Mouse to the limit. Obviously, first map going in your favor. Was there any particular reason why on Inferno or Nuke you had the round lead and then it slipped away from you? Can you kind of, give us any words to that situation?
I think on Inferno we couldn't find the, can I say, the secret to win those CTs rounds. They got a pretty solid T side, and yeah, we got obliterated. But on Nuke, I think on these rounds we had some kind of facials stuff, and yeah, we couldn't finish it anyway.
I spoke to you yesterday about kind of the pressure element. I spoke to Demau about it this morning as well. Do you feel like the pressure got to you guys in those moments when it's almost touching distance? Do you feel like the pressure was on you guys then?
I don't think the pressure. I think it was only the anxiety to finish the game, and yeah, not the pressure of like we need to win this game, only the pressure that we have the advantage and we couldn't finish the rounds.
I know it's probably a tough situation to be digesting at the moment, but just looking back at what has been an incredible run here, you end Vitality's win streak at the same time as well. What are the takeaways for Legacy coming off the Austin Major?
I think the takeaway is that we are on the right path. We need to continue. We need to. I think it was like light on the end of the tunnel this run, because we could finish the season with not getting to the major, and now we are like sad because we couldn't make to the playoffs. So yeah, we have to have our heads on the right place and continue this amazing job that we're doing.
Yeah, I know it's probably a bittersweet moment for you guys, but I feel like, you've garnered so many fans across the globe with your run here in Austin. Anything you want to say to those who've been cheering on for you at home?
Yeah, I would like to send some love to all the new fans, my family, and all my friends that are cheering for us all the days. It was like it seems like 6 months here in this hotel playing these tournaments, and yeah, I love you guys.
Commiserations, Lux.
Been there for like
so much for your
2
time.
weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Here for Legacy in Austin.
End of the line, but what a story it's been, Peter. Legacy
Is
have
that,
done nothing.
am I misremembering one of the teams, chat, or is Legacy the team from stage 1 that made it the furthest?
They couldn't make it at the last step, but overall, as he said, they should be very proud.
Once the disappointment has settled, then as you said, they can just be proud. They came here, they shouldn't have been here. They broke all the expectations coming here. They were so close of making playoffs, but they could not close it out.
Well, yeah, LinVision's
out. There was a couple of kills that made the difference. They were very, very close.
I know LinVision made it to this part, but I'm just saying, like, that's still pretty.
Making the playoff would have been a Cinderella.
It's pretty gnarly, bro. Stage 1, when stage 1 is the earliest too, is pretty nuts.
It's heartbreaking for them, obviously, but you could just see the indecisiveness in the later rounds, and when they got so close,
I feel bad, but also like
win it out. Maybe that is where
I'm not lying when I'm
be a little bit of an issue for them. But
I don't think Mouse is going to do well in playoffs unless something
But for
clicks.
Mouse, I imagine pure elation.
But I also
Torzy,
still
we've
do
got
believe that like
ready
teams
to
being
celebrate
able
this
to win
victory.
games
It was
like
a
this
hard-fought one, though, guys.
is a
Like,
sign of
tell
a
me
good
about
team.
the
Mike, thanks
emotional
for the 37th
rollercoaster
primer,
you
and
must
Ezra
have
with the
been
Twitch primer.
experiencing
Thank you.
Yeah, it has been a long, 3 days. Like, I feel like I'm really
Squire,
exhausted.
thank you,
I
dude.
gave a lot of my energy in the last 3 days, and I need some recharge for the playoffs, so I'm happy we are there. And Yeah, after the first day we were really angry and disappointed because that was not the expected results we wanted, and I'm just happy we stepped up and we did many comebacks. I think we were 1 round away getting eliminated for like 5 times. Like, I'm just really proud of the team. I think the tenacity we have right now is gonna help us a lot in the playoffs.
What do you think has been your main issue so far? Because you've been playing very inconsistent. Like, you've actually had some pretty poor starts. You've had issues getting the pills in, and once you actually start losing the fourth round. So what do you think has been like the biggest problem for you in this stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're not really playing our CS, to be honest, and more specifically, I feel like we're just not stepping up to the moment. We're losing a lot of mid-rounds, in my opinion, and when we sometimes against them also on their city side nuke and also Ancient, we didn't even get to mid-rounds. They just smashed us on the defaults, and yeah, I think that that's mainly the reason why we're not sometimes we're not prepared. I feel like our mental state is not ready still. I think we have yet to even see like maybe 75% of what we're able to do. Every day we're getting a bit better, but you can see that we're almost losing many times. And I think that going to the playoffs, we also need to step up a bit, and I think it will come gradually, of course.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you guys, to be completely honest, play like a sack of potatoes compared to where you normally are at. Yet you still find yourself in the playoffs. So is that something you can use as a positive, that despite playing your C level, you're still good enough to make the playoff? And if you then can rediscover the B or maybe even A level, you still have a chance?
For sure, I think we have a chance, and of course, it's going to the playoffs is a positive thing. Of course.
Are you surprised that with the level of Counter-Strike you played, that you actually made it?
Maybe a bit.
Maybe I'm surprised that the situations we were in, we are still in. Okay. More like that, yeah.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of resilience throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, exactly. I think the best thing we can take away from this group stage is our mental. I think that we showed many times that we are here to play, and we still want it more than other teams. And yeah, I think that after the first day we had to adjust our goal a bit. Of course, we came into this tournament to win the major, or to go really far at least. And after those 2 losses in the beginning, you just have to take a step back and say, let's just go playoffs now. We take it game by game, and we did it. I'm really proud of that. But yeah, I mean, of course, in the game we need to figure out how we will play a bit better, because I think from now on there will only be the best teams in the world, and I feel like our level has to be a bit better for us to even compete against them in this moment. But I still have full confidence. I'm a very confident player, and also very confident in my team, and I'm sure we're going to show up much better in the playoffs as well.
Now, Torzy, Dupree was noticing, production was noticing as well, that you're a bit of a hype man in the server for your team. We've got an example to showcase from the halftime break a nuke, so let's listen in with it.
Guys, this is the map where we need the ping pong, okay? We need to fucking start it going, okay? Yeah. City side, we need to fucking talk. Yeah. This is our best map, okay? They will not fucking win versus us. I promise you, but we need to play fucking good and together. Yeah.
This is nuke halftime, yes, yeah. Tell me what came over you in that moment to be saying those words. Strong words.
Yeah, I knew we were down like 3-9, and to be honest, we got smashed on T side. But the last round we got, and I think it gave us that little confidence we needed. And my favorite map is nuke, and I know we are really good on nuke, and I think City side is one of our best sides out of the map pool. And I knew if we do what we are capable of, and usually we do, then we will win this half. And yeah, I just wanted to give the boys some energy and some belief, because I felt like it was needed at that moment.
Exertion, it's not a secret that you, Torzy, haven't played the best tournament so far, but you're still able to keep the mood up and pick up the mood. How important, Exertion, is it to have a guy like that even when he's not playing his best burn of Counter-Strike, he's still this motivator?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you, and I think Adam is the most aware about it, that of his individual level is not where he wants it to be in this moment, but I think that he's super professional about it, and just about having him is the best feeling in the world. Since the academy days for me, it's always been a really good friend and an amazing teammate to have. And there was only one moment on train against Terran Fire where he was lacking a bit on that, and I called him out on it, and he instantly, he just started to shout like crazy on city side and make some moves. And I think that it's just incredible to have a player like him also being able to reset. This is super impressive all the time, and yeah, in tough moments I feel like he's always there for us.
Yeah. And moving into playoffs in a couple of days, where do you think is the most important and crucial part that you need to change coming from your experience for stage 3? Like, where do you think you need to fine-tune things in preparation, just like your mental, or where do you feel like you could actually gain the most percentages?
Might sound cliche, but I think we just need to play mouse CS. Like, we just need to figure out again how we will play our CS. As you said, Jacob, I fully agree with you. We didn't even show, we played like sack of potatoes most of these tournaments, most of the maps. It's the truth. I think mentally we push through every game. Yeah. But in terms of the actual CS, if we bring the mouse CS, we're going to be the favorites once again. And I feel like, yeah, we just have to do that, and we need to figure out a way to do it. I can't really say right now.
Now, I don't want to jinx it, and obviously a lot can change depending on the results as well. But there is a world where you could play, let's say, fl0m. Like, do you have a team that you would like to play in that quarterfinal, or does it not matter at all?
Doesn't matter for me, to be honest. I don't care.
Yeah. I think at the moment every team is a big opponent for us because of our game. And I mean, I'm not underestimating anyone. Also, fl0m went 3-0, which is very impressive. Yeah. I feel like they're doing a great job. And also the Legacy guys, I just have a lot of love for them. I want to give them some support. I think it's so tough to get so close after such an amazing Cinderella run, as you say. So yeah, I think for me it's just whoever comes, we have to face them at face value and just see what they bring and what we can bring in the day.
Serge and Torzi, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. I'll let you get on and get some well-deserved rest before we head into the playoffs. And yeah, we will be seeing you in a couple of days' time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Hard-fought battle for MAJOR, unfortunately, does come at the expense of Legacy, whose Cinderella run sadly ends. You can kind of see it in the emotions, right? Normally, these guys are quite celebratory, you know? It was a sigh of relief, I feel, that getting this one over the line, because in everybody's minds, MAJOR, this was a necessity. This was the bare minimum, is to make it to playoffs.
I will allow myself to look at it from a positive point of view, because I really do feel like they played like a sack of potato. I don't think we've seen MAJOR play well at any point in this tournament. There's been a couple of halves or a couple of moments, or the comeback versus Legacy right here, where the CT side of Nuke was the MAJOR level of Counter-Strike, but overall the tournament has been very disappointing. So
only Gallery
to be able to make the playoff despite not being here at all, well, look at Falcons. You know, they weren't here at all. They weren't able to make it. They weren't able to have a floor level where they could play Counter-Strike even at a somewhat high level in order to make it. I think MAJOR should be happy. Yes, they haven't played well. Yes, it's worrisome in that department, but they still made the playoff despite not showing up. And I think that in itself is credit to the foundation and everything they worked on.
Looking at a positive for once.
I'm trying.
It's
a bit of positive, right? There's always some positives.
Yeah.
I'd rather
I mean,
Mongols
for
as a
Legacy,
team make
end
it,
of the
but
road,
yeah, I'll be
it's
hoping Mobs plays well.
I appreciated Lux just being really honest in that interview.
Mongols playing in front of the crowd will go well, because
on the Counter-Strike map,
NA crowd loves the Mongols team.
Of course, allow them to be disappointed right now.
I'm just being real.
In a couple of days, they'll just be proud, and that's
Jason, thanks for the Twitch Primer. Thank you.
South American Counter-Strike, we had the whole theme of Brazilian Counter-Strike struggling coming into the major. Pain is
if you guys weren't in Dallas, and if you guys aren't really aware, I can tell you right now, a lot of NA people are just cheering for Mongols in general.
Very proud.
Because NA loves underdogs,
getting this one over the line to earn themselves a spot in playoffs. But only 2 more places remain, and we've got 4 more teams battling thoroughly for it. Next up, it's going to be the Mongols versus G2 after a bit of an extended break.
Mongols said America feels like a home crowd. Yeah.
What's up, everybody? We're down here eating a little classic Texas barbecue because it's time for a little barbecue in A with Legacy.
Detroit Lions champs. Thanks for the Twitch Primer. Thank you, dude.
What you guys want?
I will have a brisket.
Do you like the fatty or the lean?
Fatty.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Tenzin, what can I do for you?
Everything.
Everything. Yes, sir.
No, I'm joking.
All right, so now, while you guys are stuffing your faces, I'm gonna ask you questions just to make it a little more difficult. But it's funny to think about because I feel like this event is probably the highest pressure situation. Why do you think in this moment you guys are sort of finding that
for this
form of
segment?
shining?
For me, it's the energy. Everyone is so hyped, playing so well.
Of course, the situation for us was weird because we didn't expect to be here, you know. But when we had this opportunity, we said, "Oh, guys, let's just enjoy this moment," you know.
There's a phrase in the U.S. It's like we say you're playing with house money. It's like you go to the casino and you've already got like more than you came in with, you know? So it's like you guys just keep pushing it further, right? How far does it go? How far do you guys go?
I mean, we're just grateful to be here, and we're trying to do our best, as Jamal said, so we can leave here with no regrets, and that's what we will keep doing. I don't know how far are we going to go, but we're gonna go like this.
Yeah.
Did I have more brisket?
Yeah, dude. Let's see, what do you got here? What do we got?
Not gonna stop, bro. It's so good.
That's good. That's good. I'm curious about how things have been with Lex as well, right? He's primary IGLing. He came in. It's his first time doing that role, I think, in this team. Yes. How has he been doing? What's the learning curve like there? I asked right when you took a bite of food. This is the classic move.
If Lux was here, it would be fun.
Yeah.
He talks a lot, me and him, we talk a lot, but he already talked a lot in the game, being like second color, and I think for him, he doesn't have any, it's like a habit for him. I see him looking for things around to learn, like a library, you know, and it is very, very good, you know, if you see someone like pushing forward, and it makes people like, oh, if he's learning, I'm gonna learn, you know?
All right, Sudzin, we'll get a question in for you.
Okay.
I mean, this is just a basic one, but is there one player here you wanna op against?
I talked with the guys. It's sad what I'm gonna say, but I was really like to play against Monesi, but yeah, the other op I want to play against, it's Zayu.
Yeah.
Because we already say, like, oh, we need to get the revenge.
And then the question that we have to ask, right? How far can you take it?
That's a question. We don't know. It's just about no regrets, and then if you lose or win, we will be happy with our attitude. Because the results are, most of the times, they don't say everything. A bad result, a good result, doesn't matter.
All right, you heard the answers here, folks. We smoked them to perfection, now ready for your consumption. Hope you enjoyed it. That was Barbecue and A with Legacy.
I've had Terry Blacks before. So they only did this barbecue and A with one team because they fucking didn't want Mike back in there. That's crazy work.
Don't do it, don't knife him.
That barbecue makes me hungry. Nah, I ate earlier. I'm kind of good right now.
I can't believe it. It looks like Rob's going to be tested in this pistol round. He's got dual Berettas over towards the ramp.
You like these little cutaways, chat? I feel like they're goofy or both. I feel like it's both. I like them, but...
Away out in the yard. It's Rob's though on the chopping block. Dual Berettas fire off, and it's all Rob's all day. That's an ace in the pistol.
Vitality are back.
Cause it's sarcasm, bro.
Kills a player, drops smoke. Frozen ends up being found out by Senzu. But now he hears it. Come around.
Zipple started this game 0-6.
Wall bang.
What do you mean a paid experience? Jordy.
I'm here at the Liquid Watch Party, and Nick, what do you want me to do?
I want you to sign my forehead.
This might be my strangest signature request, but ask and ye shall receive. All right,
You mean the
here
Legacy
we go.
guys? What in the...
There we go.
Classic.
That's beauty right there. First thing with forehead I've ever signed. I'll tell you that much. All right, Corbin, what brought you out to the Liquid Watch Party?
Honestly, my cousin was here, and we tried to get into the actual tournament next weekend. Couldn't get tickets, so we thought this is pretty cool. They got all the computers out here. It's a lot of fun, so.
Watsy, I think from your hat, I might know who you're rooting for now that Liquid's getting knocked out.
Furia 3-0, we're going all the way. Yakindar is coming back hard.
Probably Navi, who I picked, so.
I'm rooting for Aurora.
Definitely FaZe. I don't think there's any other team really that I haven't been watching too much recently, so once I saw Simple come back, they're for sure my favorite now.
John, what brought you out to the Team Liquid Watch Party?
Well, I live in Austin, so I saw, I think on Twitter that they were having it, hoping to watch Liquid here, but obviously they got eliminated yesterday, so. But I brought all my friends who don't know Counter-Strike, but I watch it, so I was like, this would be cool for them to come out and see it. I can tell them about it.
So come on down
Dude,
today,
the
the
28-month
15th,
reset
for the
here.
Punch Bowl Social for the Team Liquid Major Watch Party.
Damn.
The games are great. The fans are having a damn good time. There's snacks, there's activities, there's all sorts of stuff to do. And who knows, there might just be a couple of special guests.
Mongols represent the underdog, and they played very aggressive, in-your-face, aim-based Counter-Strike. All the names in the team can stand out.
Santor, thank you for the Switch Primer. Thank you,
I think
thank you.
they can be the game changers for both of the team as the star rifler and the all.
Plum?
For 9-10,
But me
I think it's
there?
the lack of hours and lack of experience, but the pedigree
Don't
in which he
think
approaches
so.
the game. He looks like he's been doing it for a lot longer than he has.
No, I'm doing my co-stream is going to be with another company,
This
but
is
I
a
am
team
working
that
with
has
like
taken baby
Liquid on
steps
some
in
stuff
World
at the major.
Counter-Strike. You can't question the type of CS they bring to the server. It's well fleshed out. It's playing the top tier meta, but it's bringing their own flair. It's just experience on the big stages is what they still need to get.
Maybe they're hosting
If Mongols
tryouts
continue
for
on
the
this
team.
trajectory, they can and will go down as the best team from the Asian region in Counter-Strike of all time. They continue to compete against the world's best. They're not a gimmicky team. They are actually building time and time again on what they bring to the match. Considering the type of Counter-Strike that this team has been playing in recent history, they should be in the top 8 of the playoffs of the Major.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some
never played that way.
dances, whatever. What is this? 1.6? So much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I will take one.
One of the most stressful days
I'll be honest,
that
dude,
can
I
happen
think
for a team when it comes
I
to
feel
the
like
major,
Zach's been
especially
crushing
if you've
the
been
TikTok
eyeing
game.
the Moody Center and a spot in the playoffs. That's what everyone who is left in this tournament is fighting for right now. Out of the 4 teams that have a chance to do it, there's some favorites, there's some ones that might struggle on their way
TikTok
here,
dances,
but anything
dude.
is possible because it's a major. I'm your host, James Banks. We've got 2 games coming your way for the rest of today. We've got Mario with us, we've got Moses. Moses, what do you got to say?
It sounded like you were taking a personal shot at Mouse with the struggle bus comment. Just felt very personal. I just wanted to get that out in the open.
Hey, when they get to playoffs, it can all change. I believe in that.
I felt like anything could happen, but then Legacy lost. All my dreams were dead.
Oh, that's it. You believe.
Unfortunately.
It was very sad. It was very sad watching that.
It was sad. We got to speak to him for a bit afterwards as well, and they are feeling it. Damal said to me, he's like, I'm missing the trophy, bro. You know what he gets for getting into the playoffs?
Yeah.
And you see for these young players, that's such a special thing to be
I
able
always
to do.
don't
And that's just
like
the magic
this
that we
graphic
can
that
only
Blast
get
uses,
at
but
the
that's
majors.
just me.
We're having a look at the bracket. We're seeing where we are at
It just
right
feels
now.
so
Still
overwhelming.
2 more teams with a chance to go through to the playoffs. And, well, going into our next game, we got Mongols going up
But I
against
could just be old.
G2. For Mongols, I thought, honestly, they would be a shoo-in to begin the playoffs at this point. I didn't think they would be in this position on the last day. And G2, I expect them to already be eliminated. So both of them have proved me completely wrong here, boys.
The Mongols coming in as Asia's best team of all time. Many, including myself, agree with you, James, that they probably should have been in by now, that they've had such a solid season, even going into the previous season, that would have merited a spot in the playoffs already. But G2, on the other hand, kind of in a rebuilding phase, but one where they're actually still taking it to some of the better teams out there.
Yeah, they really are. Some of the wins that G2 has gotten have been very impressive. The dominant win over Aurora to maintain their position in this Swiss system. This is their matchup back at Dallas. These 2 lineups played against each other. This was just a couple weeks back. A very comfortable win for Mongols. But now we get to see, as we said, we expected G2 to be eliminated at this stage, partially based off what we saw in Dallas. So now we get to see the improvement that's actually been made because they do look stronger than they did just a couple weeks ago.
They do look stronger, but for the Mongols, I can't put my finger on what is going wrong for this team because they've had the same players, they have the same style. They make some little changes, but the individuals is certainly what they rely on. Blitz, we say he's always calling a good game. He can call himself into good games and have good performances. But I'm like, where's it at right now when it matters the most, boys?
I think when you get into these games that are like your qualification into the playoffs, this is where you look at the Mongols and you say Blitz has stepped up and had good performances for the Mongols so far at this event, but where's 9-10? You know, where's Mizinho? Those 2 guys are critical. Senzu's been great. Blitz has had really good games, but 9-10 as the AWPer and Mizinho as this kind of role player that has elevated his game over the past couple of years since he joined this team. Those 2 guys needs to be hitting harder today. This is where you really need them to kind of wake up in this tournament.
Nori listened to me crash out in World of Warcraft last night.
Those are guys that are expected to go
not
above and
good.
beyond at different points.
And for Senzu, though, he's one we're looking at and saying, okay, we're
Crashed
happy
out
with what
so
you
hard
can
I
do, but
fucking
we know
made a
you can
character
do
and boosted
more.
it to
We know you
70.
can
He was
do
getting
better.
ready to fucking level a
Usually,
healer.
we don't have to ask more of Senzu, though, in the group stages.
We had
far
2
at this
back-to-back
event, he's been
keys, like
easily their
13s
best
and
player,
14s.
as he usually cleans up in these kinds of
2
moments.
healers that
It's
didn't
usually
pass
when he's
a
playing
million
a top
HPS
dog in a high
overall.
pressure match on a stage. That's where the inexperience gets to him because he's
I
still
know
a
you guys don't know what
teenager
this means
after
in
all.
WoW talk,
Still
but
so
like,
young,
if you guys don't
still
play,
so raw in terms
but
of his
holy fuck.
development. Like, you're not always going going to see Senzu and the rest of
Holy
Mongols
Priest,
playing
one of them was holy, and then the other one was a fucking resto druid.
Duels. They trust their ability.
Okay,
they
for
trust their aim,
Counter-Strike
and
terms,
Senzu,
guys,
he's the
imagine
sharpest tool in
you
their
play
shed.
with like a
That is an
3,500
absolute
elo
must when you're
player.
going up against some of the
Okay,
individuals, right?
and
When
you're
we
like
look at
thinking
what's
he's
on
going to
the
be
side of
good,
G2.
and he gets like
Another side though that's not looking so positive is
8
Techno.
kills.
So I had to catch up with him before this
And
game.
then imagine you played multiple games and you
I
had
hear
2
this
of
a
those
lot
players
from
back to back.
different players of the Mongols about the mentality and that this keeps happening. Do you have anyone to help you guys?
Like that,
Do you need
like
someone to help you guys?
Maybe not, because I think we just got tilted ourselves by ourselves, you know, because the 4 versus 2, it's a really easy round. Yeah.
Okay, at least you understand it, at least you're aware of it. Now, at the moment, you guys are in the 2-2 category. It's your last chance to make it through to the playoffs. Are you starting to feel the pressure, the stress?
Not really.
No?
Yeah.
Wow.
We're confident for us, yeah.
You're confident? Is that because you were playing G2?
It's not that.
The primer, thank you.
We can win the any teams here, but we need to end the game, you know?
Yeah.
Just need the ending, yeah, that's all.
In terms of getting to the ending, you did already beat G2 in Dallas, the exact same lineup that you're facing today. Do you feel like you have extra confidence? And even if it gets difficult, even if they win a crazy round, do you feel like, okay, we know what we need to do, we must be in playoffs?
At that time, in the Dallas, they had Hades on the lineup, and I think they didn't
did you know? Let's
practice
go.
a lot in that time.
Okay.
Now they had time to practice, and I think it's kind of harder than the last time, I guess, yeah.
I love Techno in this because he's telling me, right, they were getting tilted, they have some mental problems with this, but he's still confident that they can beat anyone. That's a positive sign from going into this.
Add time, true. I'm
Of
running
course.
out.
I mean, if you're
up.
the
I got it.
Mongols, you've taken maps off of some of the best teams in the world.
Okay, right, okay.
At Dallas, they took a map off of Vitality.
Did you
So
get a full
they're no
pub group,
slouches.
or what?
They're coming into this one as the favorites. One very, very quick point about the veto that just went by. I'm not too concerned about the maps all in all, but G2 decided to actually start on the T side for both maps, actually.
Ooh.
So I think that's something that's actually really cool in terms of them recognizing they are just so much better
Bob,
when
thanks
they're
for
the
the
ones that are
comment.
dictating the pace.
Twitch chat if you haven't, and if you guys aren't,
general
if you guys
shift of
follow the
T-sides
stream,
getting a
I
little bit
appreciate it.
stronger as well.
And if
So
you guys are on
we'll see if
YouTube,
they
don't
can-
forget
they
to
can
like and
manage it.
subscribe to
They're
the
gonna have
channel.
their own
Thank you
struggles.
guys.
I'm glad he said they don't not feeling any pressure, and I mean I'm glad it didn't seem like he cared so much about the Dallas thing because I think coming into an elimination game at
What
the
did you
major,
run?
you kind of need to forget all the past history to some extent. Like this team has changed some things. They're getting better wins here than you saw them just a couple weeks ago. So
Motherwood
it's
what?
not the same team, even if it's the same lineup.
And looking at that same lineup in G2, we got to touch on, I think, a player you've been super positive about over and over again here, Maui, Heavy God.
Heavy God is not having the best major so far, and he is a guy that I've rated extremely highly ever since he got on OG, playing through the open qualifiers of the major with them, playing on Cloud9, switching up a bunch of his roles throughout all of the teams that he's ever been on. He's been such a stable force for them because at the very beginning when he joined G2, he was limit testing a lot. He was trying to see, what can I get away with? How can I push? How can I get in the face of my opponents, impose my abilities? I feel like he's now reaching a point where he's playing the best teams in the world, and he started kind of
right now,
losing that sense of himself. Like, where can I find the fight, or should I just sit on the bomb site?
Yeah, well, speaking as a fellow jack of all trades kind of a guy, I think with Heavy God, when you are that kind of person who's played so many different roles in various teams that you've been in, and now you're in a team that's going to make a massive roster change, including changing the coach, including changing your upper, you're having pieces go in and out. It's hard to find the comfort zone of where you're supposed to slot in. It's hard to find like where you can provide the most impact because so many things are changing, and things, gaps that you were filling previously will no longer be there, the next day of gaming, because it's all just a little bit random as they're trying to put this together and just make it work for in the short term.
Looking at someone, though, who is on G2 for the long term as it stands at the moment is Malbs, who now has great positions. He knows what he needs to do. He's starting to have some confidence come back in. And yesterday, he was one of the really defining factors of why they were able to challenge Na'Vi the way they did.
I've been loving Malbs' energy where he wears his heart on his sleeve. I mean, if they're losing a round, he's pounding the table. If he's winning a round for the team, he's the one that's trying to hype everybody up. He's not having necessarily the best major for himself. It's pretty good, but when you're trying to fill the shoes of Nico, as so many people know by now, that is not an easy task. So still got a little bit of catching up to do in that capacity. But again, like, I'm glad they're starting T-side. He's so much better on the offense than the defense is.
And I like you mentioning he wears his heart on his sleeve because it lets you put a little bit more stock and read into the kind of interviews he's been giving over the last few months. Because you're right, upon the departure early in the year, it was, you know, I'm trying to learn the things that Nico did and adapt it to my own gameplay. And you kind of heard the struggles from his own mouth through that stretch. And now getting closer to the major, he's like, oh, I'm actually starting to like find my way in this team. I'm starting to find like where my comfort zone within this lineup. So you're starting to see that attitude change a little bit. And if that leads to better performances, then this G2 can upset Mongols in the series.
Yeah, that's a better performance we want to see from Mouse, but we want to see if we can deliver it within this series. It's do or die. We're going into the opening map. It's Ancient, it's Mongols pick, and we got the incredible Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, gentlemen, as always, for the insights. That's right. The limited space left in that Moody center beckons for one of these two teams to join them. Mohan, Mongols better protect their neck because G2 have shown us a marked improvement as Austin's gone on.
I've been so critical of G2 in the last year or so, even when they had Nico and m0NESY, just certain moves they made, the way they've played. We've got the odds on the screen that show you that Mongols are heavily favored here, and I think for good reason. On paper, it's kind of like, you know, they'll be most likely to get to match point first. Will they end up closing, as Techno said, is another question. But I will say this, that even though I've been really critical of G2 and they come into this major and say, we don't have a boot camp, all that stuff, they've played very well. And they've gotten better each day of this stage, and they're one of the teams that gets thrown into the lion's den. They have to play well right away at the hardest stage while everyone's practiced. Also, last time when they played with Hades, he went 15 and 30 in their series versus at Dallas. No practice
Need
at all.
Uto to flush
He's
out the positions,
gotten
Mads.
a lot more comfortable in this lineup and
Same
played
with the
so
A-bomb
well
site. They're
yesterday.
both
So we're
fucking
looking
awful.
for Hades, we're looking for Malps to do
And
a
you
lot
don't
better.
have it because
It's got to be
the
the
map's
duo
so
in the
util-based.
absence of m0NESY and Nico that really steps it up if G2 are truly going to get to the top 8 at the major. So pressure's on them, and they decide to start on T-side as Maui Snake so quickly caught onto. Malbs fast out from Hulk. Cave is just dominated. There's no defense to hold it. There's no B site to speak of.
That was so
Mongols,
clean.
They just get caught off by the sheer pace of that one, and so a 2v5 is needed of them in the very first round of play.
That's beautiful. Same strat they ran last time, and it works even better here. That's flawless execution.
I mean, that was
Damn, the pace
beautiful.
of that one. Players start to retake. Hunter's
And they
gonna
didn't
lock it
throw
in
the
with Heavy
post
got
play.
next to him. 4-player stand tall.
They set
Just
next
a
to 60 in the
classic
round.
Hunter
That was a
pistol,
nice round.
perhaps. It's the pace of it all that clearly catches Mongols and me off.
Again, we've mentioned it. It's like one of those calls. It's not complicated. Any team at any level could run it, but the spacing and everything was so flawless. And you can see it from Malbs. He's got someone in the side of the head when they have this smoke down on the ramp.
Oh, that was nice
so
one.
Mongols maybe should have been a bit more
Freaking
cautious
alive?
about
Nah,
that
bro. They
one
died
open
in
choke point
stage
while they have
2.
their smoke still up. But
And the only
I'm not
pickums that
gonna
matter
pass. I'm
is
just gonna
diamond. If
say,
you get a gold, no one gives a
I'm not
fuck.
going to call momentum until the second round is won, and maybe in this case the third, just because we are seeing a lot of ecos. Not just because the other team's choking, but we're seeing some great calls on the second round.
Getting gold's only
Really
acceptable if you
use
fuck
of
it up at the
pistols
very
and
end, you know?
positioning. But this one's
And that's more of like a caveat for
gonna
you.
yield
For me,
anything.
knowing that I could only get gold after stage 2, I'm ass.
All 5 of the pistol rounds they won today.
It doesn't even feel the same, you know?
So the Mongols better be trying to tap into that. Unfortunately,
Like how you get gold matters too.
for the 5-player elbow wrap.
What if you get a silver? I already got silver.
And it's almost done, but hanging on by a thread here. Senzu, highest rated
Cope?
player
Ah,
for
this
the
kind of like,
Mongols
what's the point,
at the
you know?
major thus far. Picks up with Galil to try to get a little more damage in. Bomb plant on B. Deep goes G2.
I want gold because you get
Not a
another
bad find,
package.
actually.
Just keep buying more,
We've seen there's
forehead.
no Mac 10s here for G2, so they didn't want to lose anything.
You get silver for choosing
And they're
pickums, no?
buying.
Nah,
in a
you gotta
way
get 5
to
right in one of the
specifically avoid
stages to
just
get
any
silver or
chance of an
whatever.
eco. They know that likelihood's very high, obviously, versus the Mongols too. One of the teams renowned for just their raw firepower.
What if you get
They
a
could do
silver
what
at the
Legacy
end?
did
Yeah,
as
then
well.
you just tell everybody you forgot to submit your pickums after the first stage.
It does take a little bit
Which
away.
is totally valid,
from
by the way.
start
I
to
could
this
lie to
T-side,
everybody.
But Maui brought up
Guys,
the
don't
choice to
you
play
remember there's
T-side
only
on both
12
these
hours to
starts.
put your pickums in? I
Economy's
just
less
forgot.
punishing on
I
T-side.
didn't put them in.
You know,
It's
if
not
you
my
do
fault.
get eco'd or whatever, it's not as damaging as if it happened to you on the defense. So we'll see how the investment
Is video
shapes
proof though?
up here
Yeah, but then
for
they watch the video and I get an
the
extra view.
Mongols.
Actually,
It was
beat
weird
this
yesterday
marketing.
watching the Mongols kind of collapse in on themselves once they started to win, or excuse me, to lose the rounds that they weren't supposed to at the end of Ancient. The 2v4 between Frozen and Simple that kind of set it all up. There was a 3v5 right after.
There's
And we
video
never
proof
talked
of a
about the
lot of
Mongols
things, and
from
people
that
still lie
point
true.
onwards
Just
in the rest of
fucking
that series.
quadruple
We'll see if
down.
they have to deal with any kind of mental struggles in that regard
You know,
as well.
I was about to
First
say
gun
something,
round
but
of
I'm just
fastball.
gonna leave it. Let's
They're
just
gonna
watch
charge
this.
in.
Holy
9-10
Mongols! Nope.
Just kind of feeds himself to
How
this
is
pack of players
nobody?
that don't
Okay,
slow
there we go.
down. Mzinho's gonna cut
I was about to say,
down
how is nobody
Andy Gunn,
dead?
And Hunter's got that tray frag with a wounded player behind him. Here's the press out from Blitz. Lineup! Triple kill from him.
the fucking
Off to the side of the
triple
donut
is
smoke. Just
crazy right
finds
there.
that perfect test for G2, and the first gun round hits the scoreboard for the Mongols.
They tried to be real tricky about it, but they ran through 3 lines of defense on their way to the site. Yeah, it was one player at a time, but they never got that easy first trade. Took a little time to get the spray off on the first guy. 1 kill before they got the refrag. And then Blitz gets to spam through the smoke. And it looks crazy, but for him, he's just spamming the signpost, right? Once he sees they don't cross, he actually shoots from the outside of the smoke inside just to even make sure that they haven't crossed yet.
We said that the pace was going to get set by G2. I don't think they're letting off that tempo with already Mobs out middle. Throughout his time in G2, we've seen Mobs smash his head against the middle of this map.
If
Ancient,
G2 wins this, it guarantees
positively
a
and
FaZe
negatively.
versus Vitality
And right now
quarterfinal.
he's got a lot of room to work with on his own. Almost gets the better of that red room duel.
Yeah, they know.
If Mongols wins this, are they on opposite sides of the bracket, or are they on the same side of the bracket no matter what?
In donut either. Blitz also walking back towards B means these 2 players will have a lot to do. Snacks is going to replace Mobs inside of window, and this is a lot of space given up from the Mongols.
9-10 just waiting for donut contact, hoping he can get that shot off, turn attention. But with Mobs on his own, will he give it to him early? Because now you start to feel the pressure coming out from main.
It depends on the other game too. I'm gonna look for myself.
Donut exit coming through. There's the trade, much needed. 9-10 burning, still able to get back into cover. And Blitz again tries to get into the action, just offering that little bit of help. And Snack sees his opportunity to attack through spawn, but he's a little too late. Too late to save his teammates. Not too late to save the round.
They are immediately watching their flank, however.
Nope.
There's 9-10
Goodbye.
with that op shot in. That's a pretty good round considering the fact that they had Blitz leave towards B in that spot. I actually love the staging from G2.
So what
they got a lot of
happened?
space inside of middle. They didn't commit Mobs, and Snacks could have been a little bit more tricky if the retake didn't happen so fast, basically, here with Senzu. Probably weren't ready for that. So there were chances.
Somebody just shout some Portuguese. Are you picking
Just
the
double
fifth
checking. This is
stage?
the only
Yeah,
game
yeah.
that's going on, and I still hear people screaming in Portuguese. Either Legacy has left me with brain damage,
They're fighting 40 years after the war.
or
you know?
Mongols have learned Portuguese.
There's no fighting. They're still on nuke.
The legacy aura, dude.
The ghost of Legacy echo through the halls.
We've actually all looked around. Oh my goodness, just walking in plants.
Hey man, you know how it is. Just walk that bomb in,
This
leisurely
is so
stroll.
weird that they just completely
Might be a
gave
key
up an
frag
entire
to
bomb
that
set
one,
on this
honestly.
round.
Weird situation.
Yeah, weird
I
as well, 'cause
don't know what. I do not know. Guys, do not ask me. I actually. There are some times I'm not afraid to tell you. I literally have.
some critical amounts of time off. Oh, he's doing it.
Somebody was cooking meth on the
Where
other
we learned
side.
this from Austin. Techno with the 2K. Walk up. It's all on Snacks. Loves this kind of stuff. Maybe a little too much. 9-10 laps him off, wipes him off the windshield like a bug.
Hey, you can only learn
It
so much
works.
from
It works.
YouTubers, you
That's
know?
true, eh?
That's insane. What? Insane.
Yeah. You know, it was a round with Glocks retake should have always happened. I think even getting the plants pretty significant.
Your friend that
victory
says,
here, though.
"Watch this" after watching one Austin CS video.
It's going to take a little more than that. But, you know, 9-10 and Mongols can't laugh at them too much. They just evacuated a bomb site and let that plant go down for free.
It's funny because they ate like a nade on the ramp first, and then they just sat in it, and no one came to peek them.
So, hey, good way to get a little injection of money here. G2, healthy buy, and very aggressive Mongol setup down middle. Trying to flex that M4 straight into elbow, dropping nades on these waiting G2 players. It's not ramp like it was last round, but it's still Mobs down by half. Wallbang, little chip damage for Techno to deal with.
X-Rose, thanks for the 30-month primer. Thank you. Nice rooster, exquisite Willy,
Just
brother.
2 players
Thank you.
inside of A main, and the bomb is sort of in between. G2 have to just be careful about how they organize here, otherwise they're going to burn a lot of time off the clock, and those players start to come back now, so that makes sense. Snacks.
Yeah, well positioned. No second kill yet.
Holy fuck.
From dealing with the trade over towards the jump up to smashing Techno off the bottom of ramp. 4 versus 2 looks great for G2, but there's still this Senzu problem they haven't solved.
Yeah, 2 problems. Senzu and Cave, where they might not go. They're committing B, and so if they rotate over, it's the hardest possible route to victory, but 910's now really far away.
And he still considers Temple still floating over on A site.
He should just call the stack as soon as he's any utility, though. Like 910 should just come over, because if it's not
Hunter winning major before Nico would be diabolical, dude. When
there's a chance to get picked off on their way.
the caster's mentioning that Malbs has to replace Nico and how hard that is, and me just laughing in the kitchen listening to this going, but who's still in the major?
Running away. They're going to surpass Cave at this point. Just chasing them.
I want you to know that I was thinking about that for about 5 solid minutes.
Here to deal with him. Hunter sits around just in case.
Like, well,
they tried to lurk from behind.
Malbs is
and
doing
G2
all right.
find a solution to tie this game early.
A little sloppy here from Mongols when they came up from mid. Just had no idea that anyone could have pushed into the cubby outside of B. Really ran down into that fight. As we could see, 1-2 more seconds, and they get the fight in the door before Snacks can even peek. And then Snacks
Bombs holding the map behind a chevron.
It's a guaranteed 3-for-1 trade.
Bro, they're not called chevrons out here, man. Get your lore correct, man. Where are my Vegas people at? Who's gonna tell them?
Charging out through middle to chase. Donut fallback, immediate, and Malbs wants the red kill. He'll find it. Cracking that open, catching Mzinho unprepared. 5 versus 4. There's still guns out there for the Mongols, but look how deep Malbs is going. No sign of slowing down.
They don't know how fast he moves.
No.
Terribles. Thank you.
He gets rewarded for his aggression.
That's right. We have a chain in Vegas called Terribles.
Control of the server at the moment.
That's where you get your gas.
Wow, he gets away too.
Damn, man, he has just got all of the Mongols a little too concerned about him.
That's the chevron one anyway.
Issue with 910 having to go back and deal with him causes an opening on the B site that now just an MP9 is left to handle. Versus 3, tries to pounce the grenade thrower, and Heavy got able to get his gun
I think
back
it's
out in time.
mostly
This is
West
not
Coast,
just
no?
another gun round win for G2. This is a total
So you have terrible gas? Yes.
of the Mongols in round 7. 5 players stand tall. That is all Mobs from the get-go.
Damn, bro.
Out of Mobs, he's
that
got
heavy
space
gun on
again,
the other
that
side
Mongols
getting fucking
one round
amped
now,
up,
they've
bro?
taken over mid and haven't really. There hasn't been clashes inside of Elbow just yet. It's not been the team picking early mid control at the same time as the other.
In Vegas
so
for the weekend, good places to eat. I got a command for this. I think it's
1:35,
Vegas food.
he's
Enjoy.
already at the doormat. Even though Mzinho's facing him, I think he's kind of shocked to see him that far up, right? He's probably holding the headshot angle, thinking he's going to shoot guys that are 20 meters away.
Now you can bully versus pistols. Let Hunter off the leash.
James, please stop.
Can definitely see G2 weaponizing the tempo of the game as they selected T side.
We saw how much
Hello,
trouble
Piper.
he
Somebody
was
to
in
use the
out
command. It's on
yesterday.
cooldown.
And,
Scroll up.
I haven't seen the mental fortitude from the
Or
Mongols that
use
we
it
have
again,
seen
either
from
one.
Mouse. You know, if it comes time to that, to make a comeback.
I like
or
this. I'm
whatever.
going to read
We
out this
saw
free sub so
Mongols
that
play
way
against
I can
FaZe.
use this as an
They
endorsement.
totally collapsed.
2-month primer, just subscribed, and I swear Fl0m CS Insight got 10% better instantly. Must be the magic of Twitch up. Ruck, when you say things like this, when I pay you to say them in the resub messages, you do have to disclose it with like a hashtag ad. Yeah, everybody knows that's bullshit, but if you could do that so I don't get sued, that'd be great. Thank you.
Breaking into the top 8, struggling on
10%
straight
of
stage.
zero
almost
is
the
still
same sort of
zero, bro.
tier of team.
Davey,
It's kind
thanks
of
for
a
the
weird tier
16-month
because
primer.
it's like
Thank you.
not a playoff threat, but a threat to get the playoffs, you know. And Aurora got eliminated as well.
Piper, I think, is struggling with this.
I think it's also a comparison we get to draw on just because
Piper, I'll
even
just
though
post it, okay?
Aurora are competing as a European team,
There you go.
still just all 5 Turkish players.
There's still other places, but that's the easy one.
Underrepresented at the very top of Counter-Strike at times, now all coming together. Doing it while they wave the flag, much like the Mongols with Mongolia.
The one time I put Legacy Advancing, they choke. It's okay. I put them over 3 again, and they fucking definitely didn't do that.
One of these two teams in top 8 because I didn't think that either of them would so consistently break into the very top of Counter-Strike. The fact that they had to deal with the same jitters, the fact that they're head-to-head and they just so often meet in the playoff bracket early as well.
It's true. You only normally see one story at a time.
Like the breakout, singular. But this was a year that started with the breakouts, plural, and you're looking at one of them. Try to repeat the
Isn't it expensive
consistency
to live
that they've
in
been able to
Vegas?
find in top 8 results.
No. It's all relative, though. I mean, it's more expensive than,
Such
like,
a young roster as well, the Mongols.
where I'm from, and if you're on the Las Vegas Strip, yeah, like, I mean, they got tourist trap
And
prices
still an
there.
organization that is only starting to find its kind of growth. You know, the local support from the government of Mongolia. I'm not seeing the Mongols move around.
But also,
with
man,
12
it's
staff
fucking
at events just
ramped
yet.
up like crazy in the 10 years I've been out here.
Let's keep it that way.
Wow, nine
They're
years.
doing it old school. Mara's got to be a coach, a mentor, dietitian.
Have you ever had a
Father.
diamond coin? Yep. Diamond coin. I got one of the diamond coins everybody has, which is Stockholm, and then I have one of the rare gold coins. So before they had diamonds, I have the most important coin. Okay.
And that's why Mzinho put him in his
I have the
sticker
coin
for this Austin Major. Because the few staff they do have mean so
where
much to the Mongols. They've said
Cloud9
it.
9-10, no op here.
won the Boston
And forward
Major,
hand, execute coming over top.
and that's all that
No
matters.
smoke,
And
no
that
volley. To keep this
I'm in a rare
simple
club. I'm in a
five-player
rare
strong
club,
out
yeah.
A main flashbang perfectly
The only
placed,
one
but
that
there's a little
matters.
stall. Yeah, they ate that, and it makes 9-10's job way too easy. You're 5 players inside A main. Why do only 2 come out? The rest of them still just leaning back. Hades and Hunter getting those responses as the CT sign up for fight. They've given it right back over. A delayed attack out from Hunter gets him a triple. Techno 4K on the rebuttal, able to get into cover.
What?
Holy kill!
There's that form shining through from Techno. Said we don't need a mental coach in the interview. Beautiful play from him.
Check. What the
Felt like the Mongols had just handed that bomb site right back to them. Felt like they were swinging into A main even though they had control of site.
Oh, this is so. This is a mistake, though. I think it.
Davey, thanks for the
further in
16-month
front. I think
primer.
it was Malbs. When you get
Wand,
blind like that,
get
you
the
still
wand.
need to scale, right? You ate the flash. That's either your fault for turning too late or your teammate's fault for misplacing it. But either way, if you don't get out along that wall, you see how easy it is for 9-10 to shoot the second guy as well. It's important to displace their aim even if you can't see anything.
Signing up for it again.
I have a question. How do they aim so much better than me? Different game? Respectfully, it's because your ass. It's okay. So am I. Oh my god.
The donut hole goes down with nothing.
Okay.
Rinse and repeat. This time G2 come out on top with everything.
Honestly, not that impressive what Hunter just did, chat. When I see Donut, that's also what I do every time.
And Techno can't clutch it out this time. G2,
So,
they saw
not
blood
that
in the water
impressive.
on that A site, and they go right back for it.
Yeah, they're getting this information so late, as G2 are obviously moving so quickly, each time going faster than the last round. And Hunter's having a great game so far, even though they lost that 1v3. He also got 3 kills on that exec, right? 14 and 6 already.
Did Nico leave or will he watch Hunter? Bro, fuck if I know. Let me call him up. Yo, dog, you staying extra for a vacation or what?
As we've watched G2 throughout the event.
You want to see your cousin play on the
thing
team
about
that you
Hunter
left
is
that's
always,
now
you never know when
outperforming
he's
you
gonna
and
have
is
his
going to
best
be
game
going to
of the
playoffs
year.
while you didn't make it to
It can
stage
come out of
3?
nowhere, but he's starting to string together these good starts.
What's up, dude?
Yeah, he was also good yesterday.
That means he would have had to have stayed in Austin for like fucking 2 weeks. I doubt it, to be honest.
Not consistent across the series per se.
I doubt it.
Right there, trying to keep Hades and
Y'all are
Malbs
tight like that.
supported. There's no denying
Well,
that
what
that
did he
duo
say?
was the star of the show for G2 as they took Na'Vi the absolute limit. Molly over towards the cutout. MP9's in bottom middle.
No.
No way, they answer back with less.
Come on.
G2 finally play a round slower without that electric pace, and what happens? They trip over their own 2 feet.
Yeah, he's more likely to have left and then come back
Just the totality
than
of
to
this
stay that
round
long.
is MP9's on that front wall.
They said late mid, no chance.
Well, Trinity, orgs don't pay for hotel
Trying
and
to lay a
travel
trap card there
for
for
events.
Malbs, but Mongols are just right in his face.
They haven't
Middle of
since
the
like
round.
when I played.
Heavy God, even recovery kills would be good for him.
For sure,
I think, but
2017, 2018, that
he's-
stopped. Orgs don't pay
his
for
team has
travel
some money.
or hotel.
but he's not going to try to do this.
The tournament
Too many players
organizers
watching
pay
his
for that.
spot.
And no, tournament organizers, if you get knocked out of the tournament, do not keep paying and fund your entire vacation for you.
This was definitely leading up to an 8-4 half for a second.
Like, they brought you all the way out there and you fucking lose. Like, get out, your ass. But also, yeah, they're not going to do that.
Well, in this case, I feel like life came at them slowly. It's the slower
They have the
of
money, the
rounds that they
tournament
play out.
organizers. You know, friendly reminder, ESL never once turned a profit in their entire company's history. Just remind you. The only time they broke even is when they took the Facebook deal. And then we all know how that went.
Tempo out of the gate from G2. Let's see if they tap back into that before they have to play responsively. Once the Mongols have the assault.
So I'd imagine they don't.
Quick boost for Blitz. He's taking the fight to them. Bulbs emerges out from elbow trade. Demanded of Blitz, and he delivers. Nobody else from middle to help that out. It is all in G2 towards
The
this B
Facebook
ramp.
fucking days
Senzu
were
leans back.
actually
Nice
cursed as
tap
fuck.
onto Snacks. But Heavy God's got the trade from the back of the site. Techno
Insane.
still controlling on Cave, throws himself into the bomb site, and will just barely clean up Heavy God. It's pressure on Hunter. He fake plants once. Hades is trying to support, but he's got 2 kills this entire half. So he's going to need to double it now for the clutch with more than a minute to work. But they know that bomb
Reminder
is down
for
in the
those
center
of-
of the
oh,
site. And
hold
CT's
on.
not too far away. Blitz tucked behind the box. Molotov in front of him spreads out. That's going to give Hades the info. He knows where you are.
Oh.
You can't hide from him. But he's got you locked inside that cave for the 7-5 lead. Here comes Hades.
Oh,
And
he
gets
whiffed.
gunned down by a fast-moving Blitz. A back and forth affair and an answer the Mongols needed. They step up to the pace of G2, securing a tie at the end of this half. And what does their attack have in store for us?
Yeah, the Facebook deal back in the day is literally the entire ESL circuit was exclusive to Facebook. It was horrible. Also, for those of you that don't know, back then when they did that, this is probably, I don't know, I don't even use Facebook, so I literally don't know. They didn't have a 1080p player. They promised ESL, I think it's actually part of the reasons they were eventually able to get out of the contract with Facebook. They like, they promised them that they would have like a 1080p player by a certain point, and like it was only 720p. And then I think also embedded viewership didn't work, and you couldn't watch if you weren't logged in or something, or maybe you couldn't chat if you weren't logged in. And you didn't count as a viewer if you definitely didn't count as a viewer if you weren't logged in. Dude, it was wild. HLTV had to orchestrate like a whole different way to watch the game, so you and most people just watched on the HLTV match page. Also, Kyra, you're asking how are they still around if they weren't turning a profit on a business model? One, I mean, a lot of companies exist out there that haven't turned profits that are, you know, high value. But also, without getting into that, like, they were bought and sold a few different times. That's how you know, like, the books. Like, you can, you know, people that are much smarter than me, like Richard Lewis, when they were owned by a publicly traded company for like a few years during that Facebook deal. But that's why for when you get offered $1 billion for ESL for that type of company, you're like, yeah, dude, yeah, yes, please, infinite oil money, just take this off our books. Thank you very much. Have a great day. So, Hoo-ha, thanks for the 74-month resub. Thank you. So companies bought equity in the metaverse, like a shop in a mall next to a Louis Vuitton store. Crazy, man. Yeah.
G2 came out swinging.
Remember, dude, we're all going to be rocking
taking
Google
control
Glass
of the
and
T side
shit,
on
or
their
was it-
terms.
was it
But the
Google
answer
Glass?
has been set here for the
Apple
Mongols,
Vision, whatever
tied
the fuck.
at the end of the first half.
Guys, we're all going to be walking around with
6
VR
to 6, and
headsets.
it was
That's what
very
we all
unclear
wanted.
who
That
was
was the
necessarily
future.
better that half. I mean, a lot of the Mongols round wins.
None
were
of us
kind
asked
from
for that,
unwinnable
but
spots,
dude,
a 1v3,
trust
the
me.
Eco, they just did what they had to do to recover that. This could have very easily been 8-4. G2 were excellent, but X factor for sure for the Mongols, which is what you need to see from them. Senzu destroyed them the last time they played. That's going to be a key to victory on that side of things. And it's clear that Hunter is going to be one for G2 right now because he's just having a good week now.
That's crazy. Sorry, that's crazy.
He's happy to take this headshot fight, to be honest, so.
He's got to be careful, though. He's down to 15 health.
Keeping their attention.
Hades could damn well end up being the first domino of a B-site collapse.
They don't have Heavy God's Molly in place. Snox is going to just...
I think
he got spotted, actually.
Doesn't matter. That's a lot of
They
things.
just start shaking up the positions right.
Yeah, the
then and
idea
there.
could be good, but if you can't actually execute
Snags
it, then
dodging
it's not good.
9mm.
There's a lot of things that you could say fall under that umbrella, but like that doesn't.
They know there's 3
Being
now.
smart is knowing when you can.
They've got mid control. They've got 9-10 deep through red room already. So this is a nice hinge to try
So
to
it's
get
not really
you
a
elsewhere.
take to say
Now it's
something
gonna
like
come
that
to
could be the
Maltz.
future, but also if it's dick and not even
Perform as well
close,
as
then
Hunter.
you're kind of stupid for
Hades
trying to
gets
do it.
spammed
No?
out by 9-10, and Heavy God's got that answer back. They still have a cave player over towards
Oh my!
Donut smoke. Just 3 players.
How did
jumping
they
out
get
through
through
a
that
smoke
so
blind. They got it
easily?
from sight. Numbers advantage.
Blocks are dumb.
Catches them off.
They're
Then suddenly
stupid.
that 1B player becomes the thorn in their side. The lurk through CT spawn. He misses his timing slightly, and the retake's on from Temple. Snack's already out. They're giving him this room. They hear him hit the ground. Heavy God covers onto the big box. This is still a winnable pistol.
Oh, so fast here from Senzu.
But there's no kit, and so Senzu coming up from behind them as they have to go for a 10-second stick? I don't think so. The Mongols, they let 2 players drop, but in that 4v2 post plant, close down and take this lead.
It's a great shot from Snacks as they walked up. And then it was such a good bait on big box because that's becoming such a common fight in the post plant. They have one guy drop out and just start scaling, and then the other guy's watching Heavy God the right side of the box. But I think this is a moment where they
You
organize
think that
really well to jump
organizers
through the
and
smoke,
companies prioritize
and
experience
it's
that
not
lands
like they had a
over the
minute left,
gameplay?
they
Why
could
not
wait it
invest
out.
more in
This
player
was an
development
emergency
than they
move
do
to
the
go
event?
back to A. So I think they timed that quite well, and it's
I
like when you're
legitimately
running
don't
out
know
ramp
what you're
on Nuke,
asking
you jump
me.
out swinging backwards.
That
and
doesn't
the
make
great
sense
player's
to
gonna
me,
have a
but
hard time
I could
hitting
be
you.
stupid.
They just didn't get anything.
I know
but
what you're
I think
asking
Maltz
separately,
knew
but I don't
that
understand how they're
something like that
connected.
was about to take place.
I don't know what you're saying. So,
No
do you
scouts
think
this round,
organize?
but
Well, I
fully
guess I'll just
stacked.
bring it. Do you think organizers and companies prioritize the experience that lands over
They're
the
going
gameplay?
light on the
the
exec as well.
viewership experience, they should. They're an entertainment product.
SMG back.
They're responsible for providing an even playing field to create good gameplay, but they can't force and manufacture
Makes it sketchy for a second.
better
These Desert Eagles
gameplay.
looked
That's
hungry.
on the teams and players. So that's the only thing you can experience. And then why not invest more into player development? I don't know how an organizer. Are you calling
and nothing else? Barring that
are
one
you
death for the Mongols.
when you say organizers, you mean like team
There
organizations?
was just some good shots coming
Sorry,
back
most
in,
people
and
say
it's very hard to capitalize
organizers
on,
when they refer to tournament
overwhelming
organizers.
as soon as you see them from all the
So
positions
that's
that
what
they
maybe
had,
that's where I'm getting
but They
confused.
couldn't get they just got that one trade here after MZU got his first kill.
But your
and
question
that was the best chance
makes
of
a
slowing
little
this whole
bit
thing
more
down, but
sense, but then
Mongols'
it
aim
kind of
looks
gets flipped.
excellent,
It
so
doesn't really make sense.
Not
either way.
surprised they recovered it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This one looks to be
Sorry.
a longer default.
Yeah, I got nothing. Your question is cooked. Should organizers rig the games?
Grab that bomb, rocket back.
Honestly, ban 'em.
They
Dude.
smell an opening.
Gizmo, ban your ass first, buddy.
It's looking like pretty clean prep here. They understand certain players and not in certain positions. Okay, it's time to go.
It's a vacant B bomb site for the plant. No wispy looking saves for the Mongols, so should be able to avoid this.
Why don't
unless the
TOs do
Pistols
more
climb
tier
up
2 and
feed
tier 3
themselves.
events? Yeah, but that's also, they do, right? People just don't watch.
2-9-10. A little bit of ramp support from Senzu. We got to keep a close eye on the Mongols as well because they started
Never
so
used it,
strong
Taz.
versus phase. So they started to lose some unforgivable rounds. Their fundamentals started to fall apart. And as that happened, they started to drop off and they lost that series in a pretty shocking fashion. Now the cost here
Oh,
is
they
very
spammed him,
significant
and then
for G2
Malms
in the
ran
end.
in and
3
died.
deaths
That's
on the Mongol side of things.
Somali stopping him
he
from
said,
getting
"I'll
the
get him,
kills."
guys. I'll get him."
Oh, we got one scooped. But was that a T picking up?
Yeah, I'm not sure who we switched to, POV.
It looked like it was the bottom of B.
What a mystery.
To be fair, tier 2 and tier 3 games can be quite compelling as well. You just actually have to build the storyline.
See one. No AKs.
Okay, that was a T saving an AK.
No, it's a weird spot.
That's tricky
Talking
stuff,
to the guy
Chef.
that does
is
tier
tricky.
2, tier 3 events,
Like, I wanna
right?
catch this, I'm
Like
gonna trick
that's
him.
literally what I do. There's definitely interest. Like people
See,
enjoy it.
G2 can trick them.
They just don't
You're
really
the best
like.
observer in the world.
They're doing the.
Not that you have to like force people to
play very
enjoy it,
fast
but
like
you do
G2
need to
would have.
explain to them like
Shadow
the like
Rays,
people just
so
don't know the
the
process,
Just
right?
walks right into him. Oh, but he fumbles with the scope. That is so awkward. He could have damn well had a second kill. Instead, he kind of awkwardly single scopes back into what is now an angle held by 910, and the save's called.
He wasn't expecting them to just keep going in like that and lost his chance, unfortunately.
But are you not familiar with the Mongols? They move in a horde.
Yeah, exactly.
Where there's one, there's more.
Also, they're playing like you, G2. They're playing a lot like you. A plays every
What's
round.
your silver cast? Silver. Maybe one day an Academy League will start up again? Yeah,
Oh,
I
it
think
just
that
looks so
type of
awkward
stuff
from
is like
Hades'
having a
perspective.
strictly an Academy League would go pretty crazy. It would be
Can't get
nice
those two
because,
fingers to work on the mouse the way you want.
and like what I mean by is like people don't know how shit
Double
works,
digits from
and that's why you can't be
the Mongols
invested.
T-side
It's like
off
the
the back
average.
of
I
that
always
one.
tell you guys,
I
the
think when
average
he hit the first
viewer,
shot, he had earned a
most
little bit extra
viewers
time to stay on
like
the
for
angle.
anything
Sure.
for like this type of event, they just
Sometimes you just-
follow Blast, ESL,
you outplay
PGL.
yourself, you think
They
they're 2
see
steps
it with
ahead
a lot
of
of
me, they're
viewers
gonna
on the
do
left-hand
approach
side of
differently.
their
I'm gonna
screen or
move into
wherever
a
the
new spot before I
following
take a
is,
shot,
and they
but
click it.
Nope, they just kept
If you
running.
use
They just kept
HLTV,
running
you're
in.
like a very small percentage of viewer.
Unfortunately, this ancient outing for Hades is not nearly up
Like
to
if
the
you
level
know
that
when
he
the
was able
matches
to
are and you're
bring
using
in the best of
HLTV
3
and you know when the
yesterday.
games are and you're like, yeah, you're
He outclassed
you're hell
Wonderful
invested.
in
You're
the
you're
offing
you're cooked
department
basically.
up until the end of that series.
If you're
Yeah,
using
I would've had
HLTV to find out when the
criticisms, had a great
matches start,
recovery. I think overall he's just
you're
better,
you're
though.
cooked. You're there's no going back for you.
But that is not the showing that we're getting out of Hades tonight when it
That's fine.
certainly
I imagine a
matters
lot of
even
you in
more.
here are under that category. Yeah.
You had a second chance when you failed to close versus Na'Vi. This is your second chance, and it's getting away from you. 4-round lead for the Mongols.
Yeah, you're in deep.
Again,
You're in deep. If you're like
with
most
no
people's
practice or
experience
anything,
on like
joining
any gaming
G2
platform,
had
like
a
for viewership,
15
it's
and
literally
30, so they got a
whatever is
really
spoon fed
tough
to them.
Series, so we'll find out today
Right, like
if,
if
it's a
on
Mongols
Twitch
thing,
the way it works, right? Discoverability is just whoever has the most viewers wins because it's just winner take all with how the viewership is at the top. And then on YouTube, it's just about the algo. If you hit the algo, number go up. If you don't, number don't move.
This flawless T-side just keeps winning.
Solid.
Right, grenade could have been way worse, I feel.
So-
wait, Techno?
He did not see
Like you know, now if you were to try to get those people invested into tier 2, tier 3,
the nerve.
Yeah, he's to walk
that's
out
like
through that
really hard
spot.
to
Now
do.
he fades,
Is
he gets
where I'm
nervous, he
trying
turns
to
towards ramp,
take
and
this
this is gonna
point.
elicit the
Ooh.
Almost gets a
Oh,
second. He will
Malms
get a
is going
second.
for it all,
Nicely
dude.
done. Signing up for that fight to deal with middle play.
Yeah, expecting people to know how tier 2, tier 3 works when they'd have to be able to familiarize themselves with a third-party matchmaking platform like Faceit /ESEA is hilarious and will never
No
happen.
mid control, total B control, no rotate, nothing. You're just leaving Hades out here to hold it back on his own.
Good molly
Hunter's
timing.
starting to come back.
Why
He's
are they
in
just
CT
sitting
spawn,
here,
so at
bro?
least the incendiary goes
G2.
down enough to delay the Mongol
There's pressure
commitment.
today. You know that there were 2 in elbow.
Still damn well make this weird. And a
There we
boost
go.
over top
He's
of
getting a little
Green
bit of
to try
help,
to
but like
get
this
you
feels
out
so
from this
dick.
position. It's a good angle to try to deal with that. And Zeno puts the squeeze on him. Hades goes down. Hunter takes up the position. Now there's more defenders here to help, but they're dying one after another. It's a 2
G2
versus 4.
respectfully, this
And
is
it's
so
one that
stupid
looks
and
like the
so
play could come
easily
down for
avoidable.
free, but they try to give it that one test first. Spam through smoke off the mark.
So close.
Snacks chucks out the molly. Heavy got tested, bested, and now turned back to Snacks, who just gave away his position with the util.
Mzinho on 4 frags at the end of this round. Snacks could still die to his AK. What a moment for him.
Nothing's wrong with it, Bassetti. I'm saying the people that use it, you're just like a very...
His teammate was watching, the guy who was sitting there.
You make a very small, dedicated portion.
I think he walks away.
Yeah, thanks for the 10-month primer. Thank you.
This is done. This is toast. This is a 2 versus 4 to come out of the Mongols.
Man.
These are the sorts of
what a round of
that spelled
Mzinho, but
disaster
dude,
for them yesterday in the face of FaZe.
There's no world where you have 3 fucking people on catwalk.
And it's still this
pressure out A main
T-side that keeps going.
And you're not taking one of those fuckers off cat.
He's the youngest looking player on the Mongols, but my goodness, does he have a gold
that's
soul when it comes
so
to Counter-Strike? The way he moves
insane
into
to
these
me.
fights
You don't even have to go through mid. They had so much time. They could have gone through CT. Hades actually played that great with the molly.
Just so smart,
just
so
sat.
sharp here, Mzinho.
Deer in the headlights, man. They're like, 3 of us got cat. We got cat control. They're elbow. There's 1 A main. What do we do? So, like, I'm going to hang out here. There might be a B lurk.
G2 have found a number of great positions. Is one conversation for the desk about this game, you know. And it's incredible the way that Mongols pulled them back.
Holy
but if you're
shit.
G2, you're just going to be really angry about the way that you lost them, because this is, I mean, we thought this was going to be 8-4 half. They still don't have 8 rounds.
Yeah, fair point. Honestly, you bring that up. Ever since that double MP9 push to the bottom of middle from the Mongol CT side, they've only lost 1 round since then. The one that came right after. As if the Mongols woke up in that moment and decided they weren't going to let this game go. It's a deadly 2-hand grip on the T side. Again, just kind of taking the test to this A site, giving Hades too much to handle. He opts not for a further angle.
He doesn't have a donut teammate here.
And he's taking this forward fight.
It's like they haven't gone A before. Hades has 4 kills playing A.
Oh, no, my pick was
down.
a
There's
big.
no one here to stop
Cooks
this.
and stage
You got to
Skyler.
help him. You do have to help him.
He doesn't even play like a super passive safe angle inside temple. Floats out on the floor, tries to get the timing on the peak. Just left it behind, and in that moment, his counterpart in 9-10 takes over control of it. Believe it or not, there was a time when G2 felt like they had control of this map.
This might be a smart move from Mobs. He's actually chilling.
Okay. Goes ahead from Arnold, pulls the trigger for the 2K. And is it enough to get this retake going? Bomb is
Chat,
still
Rory
about
just said
halfway.
something I've never heard her say before. That was crazy.
And then with that one, any Hail
She said
Mary
this thing
attempt
was
for
huge.
G2 to try to claw a 7th round win out of this seems to have gone to the wayside. Snacks
Been together 9
dips
years. It was the first time I heard
towards
that.
elbow. Leaves Heavy God alone in the red room to deal with what's left of the Mongols as they will take that coveted 12th round.
Senzu stays alive somehow, 30 to 8 HP. And, well, 2v2 in the end. Good try. Great try, actually, for Mobs to read that, because you would just think, well, I'm just got to come in, but I'm probably going to lose this round. Gave them a chance to actually pull this back, but letting this all come down to Hades alone with no donut
It's not Hades' fault that he's alone on. No, yeah, no. Hades has been left out to
over half
dry.
These rounds have gone to the A site, and it's not like over half the rounds have gone to the A site and they've lost, right? They've actually been very successful at taking it. So
And
just
G2
kinda
is
feel
just
they left
like,
him-
also, I don't really know.
left him to perish.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Utility over the top of middle. Challenge for Senzu. And he'll body Hunter. Mobs has got the answer, but still trying
Can't
to
Hades
swing
just
this
ace
out
him if
to
he had
get
an
a
op?
lead.
People.
No, Hades, his nade comes out from Donut.
That's a kill steal, actually. I think he was dead to Senzu.
It's not going to leave Hades feeling any better, but hey.
Me trying to defend Hades because his teammates completely left him on an island getting mugged the last like 3 or 4 rounds by like 3 to 4 people. Immediately nades his teammate. Like, thanks, man. No, thanks. Thanks. Jesus Christ, Mongols just absolutely ravaged them on this T side. Holy fuck.
This one is as clean as need be once they swapped sides. Inspired by the force by round win on
Hades
the
was
defense,
not
that
happy with
6-6
how little help he was
set
getting
them
at A,
up
and he
with
wanted
all
his
the
team to
runway
know.
They need map 1 in their back pocket and playoffs.
B-Rob, thanks for the 73-month reset. Thank you.
It certainly does call after a map like that, Scrawny. 6-6 first half, and then the Mongolian side switch
got
up
bullets
over
already
to the
turned
T
on his
side, and they
team.
absolutely wreck any
Most
hope that G2 had of doing something like that. Look at them now.
Most
they're
average
smiling, they're
CS
chilling.
fucking
This is
crash
an
out.
after lab, like, hey guys, we got this. We can just sit here and chill.
They gotta feel really confident about this. The
that was
switch
an
up in the
absolute
map
mauling on
VO
the
in
T
terms
side.
of their pick worked out fantastically. You could see exactly why G2 wanted to start on the T side, because when it came to the defense there, Jason, there was nothing to be happy about.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time. I was like, it's a good thing they started on the T side because we have something positive to talk about. It's a shame. I actually thought Sax called a pretty good game in the first half. I think he's really good. If you want to talk about strengths as an IGL, I think maybe designing tactics and having a depth of strategy maybe isn't one of them, but I think his pace changes are really good. Calling with momentum is really good. Doing the unexpected is good for Snacks. And I thought that T side did a great job, but you switch over to the CT side and there's no cohesion on the rotations. There's no like real depth and protocols to how they shift around the map and just get beat.
I think
Just straight
honestly,
up just
G2 have
get
looked
beat.
a little bit
They
better
did
than
just
I
get
thought.
beat. That's
And then
what
they
it was.
drew
It was pretty
Mongols
brutal,
here.
But even on some of the rounds that were looking like we could have success from G2, some moments came out from Techno, who obviously we spoke about not having the greatest
If
of tournaments
Mongols
so far.
and Pain
We look at round
wins,
9,
it's Cinema
and
Group
he was
Spirit
able to hold
Vitality
it
will be
and
on the
also
other
save
side
them
of
in this
phase.
one.
Yeah, this is Techno. Just, I mean, we just talked about him in the pregame as someone who'd been a little bit quiet for them recently, and this is kind of what you want out of Techno, especially if you're having a bad event. You don't need to like grind out the numbers, but have the impact. And in this round, 9-10 opens it up well, but it all starts crumbling down, and it's Techno who's going to come in and save the day, just sliding in aggressively. And by the way he chooses to take these fights, you wouldn't feel like he's lost any confidence throughout all the difficulty of this.
True.
I would always say that despite what the numbers say, like Techno may fail on the stats test, but he always passed my eye test. He's always doing things selflessly for the team. So when he's in these kinds of 1v3 moments, he's got the mechanics and the ability to turn around on its head when need be. It's just that he's usually running in first without a flash. Like, okay, like he gets the short end of the stick on almost every strategy that they run. And so yeah, his numbers are obviously not going to be really up to somebody like Senzu, who gets to bait somebody like that.
Yeah, right, who gets to follow up and knows who everyone is when he's stepping into a fight. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I would agree with you there. And I mean, to be fair to Techno as well, he put together a pretty solid game all the way through. It wasn't just isolated impact rounds. He was very, very good for the Mongols, especially on this defensive side. Did really good work for them. And entries on the pistol as well. He did a little bit of everything for
You
Mongols.
guys think Mongols could actually make a run if they make the playoffs, or I feel like they can't,
In the interview
dude.
where he said, right, I'm not feeling this pressure. Well,
Big Mongols fan here, and I will cheer for them, but I feel like they just, there's something missing right now. That T half was the best Mongols I've seen since like...
The shot that we got of him after the game was over, like G2's like, oh.
I can't remember my events, they all blur together,
and then
but...
Senzu's like,
Remember when Mongols like skipped a tournament or took a break? I can't remember what it was. Or like they didn't practice for one of the events.
So much of that tension, doesn't it? They're just
Whatever that was.
And we also got to touch
This
on
was
the
the best,
Mongolian
like,
bit,
T-side I've
Mazzino in
seen
here,
ever.
because, you know, the little headshot machine is delivering, and he has some epic moments here. Round 17 was one of them.
the babyface assassin.
Oh, yes.
I got my complimentary one from last time.
He's a born killer. I mean, the guy, the ability to, again, like multi-frag from somebody like him, when
feels lost.
There's no way that G2 should be losing this one. This is kind of what you meant, Jason, when you're talking about the protocols and just ability to play off of each other.
I feel like that was
for
just a
G2
weaker field
is
in Dallas.
sometimes questionable.
Yeah, no ability to trade there. Hunter kind of steps in, gets one more, and after this, but this is just almost, you know, these shots are actually incredible.
Just my
Straight
opinion,
up.
but-
For someone who's been a little bit quiet.
Dallas
this is what he
was
offers
really
the
good
Mongols, and they
games,
haven't
but
been
it
getting
didn't
out of him
feel
as
like-
much as they'd like, as much as they're used to. So for him to step up in a round like that, I think to me, like that was like the map securing round. Like as soon as
I don't
Mazzino does that
know.
to
I
you,
don't know
like,
how to
you have no
describe
recovery,
it.
you have
Just
no
the
chance.
level of
I
Dallas
had a
didn't
personal
feel as
conversation
strong.
with Zeno back in the
as I-
starter, and he was getting so
The games were
frustrated,
good,
saying,
though.
like, I feel like I'm off my game. I can't hit my shots. I've lost some confidence right now. Having this moments where he can just bring that back and kind
It felt
of
like
show us
people
what he
were
can do,
were
he's gonna be
building
so
for them.
important
Like
for a young player
everybody
at a
was
major
there.
as
Like
well.
Dallas
the
was like the
evolutions of
warm up to
Mongols
like
as a
boot
team as the
camping and
players within
I
this
sit on
roster as well,
major. You
'cause
know.
This is why we always talked about like during their rise up last year and
So
even
it
at
was
the
a
start of
little
this year,
weird.
like you better capitalize on this. Like 9-10's
games
playing
were
really
still
good,
good,
Senzu's playing
but-
really good, Mazzino's playing really good. That's not always going to happen. You're not always going to have like your core stars all playing good
Two
at
more
the
for
same time.
Mythic
So when it
Silver,
does
Q-
happen, it's like please
Two
seize this
more?
moment because
Might
then
work?
yeah, Mazzino's going to
Rolling
go
on
on a
a-
cold stretch. Someone
What
else
day
is
is
going to
it?
go
I
on a
don't know
cold
what day
stretch.
it is.
Techno's going to be struggling to
Today's
find his
Sunday?
impactful rounds. Blitz might be struggling to
Today's
feel the flow
Sunday.
of the game as an IGL. You
I
never
know
know
where I'm
when that
at.
drop off is going to happen. So Mongols in one sense missed a little bit of a window of opportunity earlier when they
Dude,
were
I
playing
went
very,
to
very
bed
well.
earlier last night,
And now you can see they're a little bit
and I
shaky
still
here,
woke
but
up
again,
earlier
peaking,
before
trying to
my
peak at the
alarm.
right moment and build up into this as the playoffs are
My
around the
body
corner.
just
And we put so
refuses
much
to try to
emphasis
like
on
let itself
people like
actually
Mazzino's
sleep. I swear.
mechanics, because the game at this point is not just can you run the most efficient tactic. Like almost every
You guys ever
single
go
one
on
of these
streaks
games
like
is
that
just
where like
recycling everybody else's
you're going to bed,
strategies.
you're,
At this point,
but
so
you're
it's
just like
up to
waking up like an hour
execution,
more than
and
you
so much of that
earlier
comes
than you
down
normally
to,
do.
do you hit the shot? And in a round like that, I mean,
I
the
don't
thing
know
is,
why.
somebody like Malbs could do the same thing in this game without a doubt, but it's just kind of it's just like, for someone like Mazinho, you just kind of have to like bring those out if you want to give your team a chance to actually make it deep.
I'm gonna wake up at 6:45.
I mean, if you're
wakes up
Mobs,
at
it's also like, is
5:45,
he confident
checks
enough
phone,
with all like
fuck.
the stand-in situation with the roster changes coming? Are they confident enough as a team at the moment to go for those kinds of plays? Like that's
yearns for
Mazinho
the
just saying,
morning
you know,
lift.
I'm the only one who can do anything about this round. I'm going to
no.
step up to the plate. You know, Mobs has to find those kind of moments to be able to do that. It's not as easy as you'd think when you're in the situation that G2 is in.
And it is a really rough situation for G2, but there
There's
are
not
some
enough time to
positive
go back
player
to sleep.
impact that's being
Exactly.
had here, right? We'll start by looking at Hunter, because obviously Hunter is the old guard of this G2, remaining, trying to do his best, trying to push forward on it, and he can deliver, but if that's not even enough, it's getting tough.
Tired
Hunter does
though?
such a great job of reading in
It's
the
less that I
mid-round.
get
what's to come
tired
next.
and-
The ability to
well,
make sure
probably. It's
that
like,
he
but I
doesn't
notice it
create
'cause I have a
losing
harder
conditions
time
for G2. I
maintaining
feel like
my
he's the guy
focus on
that's so
things.
often saving G2 from a bad situation and ensuring that they don't actually.
It's
further
frustrating.
their
Like when I get
losses
good
in
sleep,
a
it's
bad
really
moment.
easy for me
He's a
to
great
stay
example
like
of the way you can
exactly
kind
where I
of learn
want to
to
be.
underestimate a
But
player's
when I
abilities
lack
by the
a little
team
bit of
they're in,
sleep, I
right?
just
Like
feel
when
like
Nico and
my
Modesty
eyes
are on
are
this
kinda
roster,
like-
he's more of a role player. And he's got a second voice to his team, but he's doing a lot of setting up. He's doing a lot of the dirty work. And now in this roster, when you've missed those guys like Nico and Modesty that just put volume frags on the scoreboard,
So it's less
as
that I
Hunter,
feel like I'm
you have
like
way more
falling
chances to
asleep
step up
and
in
more
that
just
fashion, and you get way more
a little
priority in some of the
frustrated 'cause I know
tactics.
I'm off.
And I mean, you shouldn't be surprised because Hunter did it in previous teams as well. He's a very strong player. Now that he's had some time kind of readjusting to the fact that he has to provide more, he's delivering, at least in this game. Just unfortunate that he couldn't
humans
do
are so
anything
weak.
about it in the
Sleep's
second
just
half.
I would just say
man.
ultimate glue guy.
Who would've thought?
He always makes the team better around him.
Yep.
And now it's about
Good
G2
sleep
trying
is
to
where
make
it's at,
themselves
man.
better and thinking hard about how they're going to
I'll
come
be right
back
back.
into the
I'm
series.
gonna
If they
run
want
an
to
ad
have a
real
hope
fast,
in
so
hell's
we can
shot
go.
of
Not
reaching
two
the
coming up.
playoffs, there
Not
could
two.
be one more map left for G2 right now. They need to dig deep and get into it if they want to fight back against the Mongols. We'll be finding out how and if they can do that after the break.
G2 have picked Dust 2. It's a map that they've actually played against Pain on just earlier. They're going to be starting on the T side, and what I actually want to show is a small thing to watch out for from Snax. So let's jump into this clip right here. So what this is a smoke that Snax throws towards long. Now, the smoke looks a little curious because it actually looks like it's a missed smoke. It almost looks like, you know, there's a gap here, and typically when you throw a long corner smoke, it covers this gap. However, I assure you this is actually not a mistake. Here's some data from Leaderify that really shows all the smokes that Snax throws at the start of the round. The one that we want to pick out here is this one right here. You can see slightly offset, and he throws it multiple times. He's throwing it multiple times in multiple matches. So why is the smoke like this? It's actually because it's part of a larger tactic. It's one to help set up Heavy God to push out through the doors. So there's 3 people involved in here. Heavy God close doors, Snax here at the back, and then Hades further back at the top mid area. What's going to happen initially is that Snax, he's going to toss that smoke and then throw a flash through the doors to allow Heavy God to push through. This flash blinds anybody close right, as well as anybody here towards the barrel and anybody at pit. This allows Heavy God to come out, and at the same time, Hades tosses a second flash that bounces, or rather pops over the roof, and this one blinds anybody who's holding the angle from blue, as well as anyone on the close left side. Now with these flashes, it allows Heavy God to push in, and with that smoke up, you can see there's that gap there, and it looks a little weird, but it actually gives him an avenue to fight. And this is because he actually has Snax, who after throwing those initial flashes, he's going to throw these supporting flashes to allow Heavy God to fight this player. With these flashes popping above the building like this, it blinds the CT here, so it gives Heavy God more room to actually fight this player. And this is where the smoke comes into play. With the smoke actually being more offset to the right side, with these flashes coming in, Heavy God actually has the option to path directly through this gap and fight him directly. If the smoke was more typical on the left side where it actually covered it, then Heavy God would have to path all the way to the right or simply go through the smoke. This is what this smoke enables. It allows him to actually hunt the player if he actually wanted to. Now, a side benefit of the smoke as well is it actually covers the cross the pit. So if he actually wanted to cross here towards his pit side, anybody who's playing towards the site, he can't actually see Heavy God cross in. And this allows him to take an angle on the right side and catch out NQZ. So really, this is the power of the smoke. You can see from NQZ's point of view, as he's trying to retake long, he doesn't see him cross towards the pit, and he gets taken down. So this is something to really watch out for, this one particular smoke. G2, they like to throw it. It looks like a mistake, but I assure you it's not. We'll see if they pull it out here.
I absolutely love a Mahone zone when there's that much detail and that much knowledge.
I bet it started as a mistake, though. I bet someone threw it wrong the first time, and then someone else said, damn, we can use that.
Yeah, that can work in our favor. We know how to spin around that. But you know what? If Danny knows it, you got to hope that the Mongols know it as well. And right now, it's 2 different faces of the teams because G2, they're up against it. Their backs are against the wall. And look at this conversation Taz is trying to have with Heavy God.
I love that.
He was performing, right? You want to keep him in that zone. You want to keep him in that good headspace. They know what they need him to do, and he'll be a very important factor if they want to be able to take down the Mongols.
I mean, I love that Taz is still giving it his absolute all. I mean, we know that the reality is that G2 is going to be changing their roster as soon as this event is over. That we know that Saw's coming in, that Sun Pies is coming in, but they're still game planning. They're still coming up with new material. They're still trying to embolden their players, their star players that are set to be the future of G2. It's great that Heavy God was able to show a nice face for himself, but we know he's staying. So everything that Taz does at this point, in some ways, it's an audition for the future, but I'm glad that he's just given it because he knows that his team wants this more than anything.
It's also, I mean, one of the positives of why they probably brought Taz in in the first place is that kind of championship drive and that mentality. Like there's probably, I doubt there's any player active in the scene today who's had to deal with as many like contractual organizational issues than Taz over the years while competing. So he's very used to competing in big events at majors while being distracted from outside effects.
Well, it might look like doom and gloom for G2. It's Taz that's trying to pull them back into it and into this fight on Dust 2. If they can't do that, it'll be the Mongols booking themselves a spot in the playoff. We're going into the game.
Well, at least Jason, he got to drive in his Mercedes-Benz between those 2 orgs.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
No longer distracted, full focused on this last final spot. Of course, you lose map 1, sketchy stuff, but obviously Dust 2 versus Pain. We saw good stuff from them. Odds skewed further into the Mongols' favor. You can absolutely understand why. That second half
you guys not
when it came
get
to
a
G2
Gamba?
on Ancient was nowhere to be found.
Are these fucking mods
Dust 2,
trolling, dude?
When we saw this work versus Pain, Mahone shone a light on a really good strat
What
that
the
they
fuck?
used, and Pain just could
What the hell
not
are these
figure out how
mods
to
doing?
stop
Am I
them
right,
anywhere.
guys?
That was the T side. It was such a strong first half. When it went to CT, it got even worse. So we know that we've got a lot of strength from G2 on this map. I think that what we saw, though, is a lot of plays that have to do with Long, a lot of plays that have to do with Cat, a lot of very simple walkout plays. This is the map that I'm most sort of like suspicious about how much success G2 can find on it versus every team. We did see Pain go on to play better CS after they played against G2. So maybe it'll be tricky for the Mongols too. But I think this one's going to be a lot of firepower needed from Malbs to
2
pull
minutes.
this off.
I don't want to hear any crying.
Senzu's going to catch first blood. Walk up catwalk. And they're getting away from it. They'll find no resistance. It's just Blitz, who decides to go down towards the CT spawn. Slightly
W, they
open
timed
gap.
out the spammer. That
Back
was
on
move
910.
bot.
Lines like this are important though for the CT versus G2.
Sure.
Like active holding instead of just waiting.
Takes a step up. Blitz gets the headshot. 910 tucks his head down for a second.
Cortana, dude, talk to
as they
YouTube.
force the issue into the
Never mind,
A-site.
YouTube
Push over towards the long
can't
player.
make new
G2
features.
coming out of Cat. And
Need
Mahone
more
highlighted the long
Nico
plays, but
AI
honestly,
scam
versus
money.
Pain, there was a lot of just walkout Cat action that caught Pain off guard. Whether you catch Mongols off guard as this half goes on is still a question. Whether you get the pistol is actually still in question, because the Berettas are close sight. Felt like a slight chance, a little further taken back, but Senzu could still pull off what was left of this 1v3. He almost gets Mobs over, but instead it is a G2 pistol
nice
win.
round.
A T-side
LB, thanks for 13 months armor. JP, thanks for the 65 month
we
reset.
need
Thank you,
Mobs,
guys.
and Mobs is playing A+ CS yesterday in terms of his aim. Today we even saw those peaks. They didn't have an overall good Ancient score-wise, but when it started out and when they got rounds, Mobs from Cave, Mobs fighting in the middle, I mean, he's hitting clean shots and showing how
no
top
North
level his
American
aim can
team
be.
won a singular best of 3 at this major.
And there is something to why
Safe to
overcomplicate
say,
a simple map.
I'm thinking we're back.
It just fits their playstyle so well.
Nah, I haven't watched F1 yet.
Fighting for long, Hades at the tip of the spear with Heavy God behind him. And an MP7 out on the field, man of class.
Don't worry, but as NA fans, as we do, we've consumed so much copium that we've now identified FaZe as a completely North American team.
Starting to tag players down on the approach.
Ooh, and the scout and pit is down. They might have to reroute, but this is the pickle that G2 can get into when they play 5 players in one spot. They're now thinking about other options, but they didn't set themselves up early for that chance.
Kerrigan and Rain are just like the cool uncles that like have traveled the world and like lived somewhere else and just came back with an accent, you know? All
Thinking
good.
about maybe tunnels, but they are still very ahead of any sort of timing that could have gone that way. G2,
the real issue,
all along.
Even if Mongols leave with works guns and go to B, you have time to rotate back when you're spotting long from this far away. So G2, one more great shot needed.
Yeah, Frozen's definitely Canadian.
All of the Mongols show up, but another scout tag here from Senzu. And they've been given a little space to just walk along that wall, but as they get closer, maybe the pressure starts to take it away from this scout, still just trying to get further damage in. That MP7 is sitting on site behind boxes, head down, 25 seconds, and the defense trying to keep the pressure up. The SMG dropped out of the bomb site. It's a boosted Techno, 5-7. Scouts still trying to get in with further damage. A fake plant.
Bunch of fucking rats with these scouts, man.
And now this one gets taken back by G2 by the looks of it. Senzu, 34 HP, I believe an empty scout at this point. And so he's scrambling. Kind of panicking here with 2 sets of eyes still on him, and he hasn't thought about the long cross. It's a great recovery from G2 out of the 3v5.
Super, especially from Hunter, who goes up on the ramp, or up on the lip of the ledge just to get that extra kill and spawn. This is a very scary spot from G2, but they make the right play, sitting and waiting. And right here is where it just becomes easy to plant, which is the most important part.
You play Pokemon Go? Nah.
A little close from both parties. Nice catch here for Heavy God. Looks like they fixed their smoke on long.
You play any Pokemon? I see you're a Gengar fan. I did growing up. I love the originals, but nah, not anymore.
Uh-oh. Mid-B smoke missed.
At least there's nobody else banking on it. He's just playing with his own life here, Hunter. Scouts on him. Will tag Senzu. The pistols flood downwards.
I think
those
like
vanilla USPs. Oh, what?
basically
Hit that. Not supposed to
played
be
every Pokemon.
Like that, but he will. And Heavy God's going to continue to clear it all out. We saw that Taz and Heavy God power.
There's one more set after Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Was it?
Trying to keep him on it.
Oh,
and he ended that first map with the highest rating in the server. In fact, when you look at the core of G2, right? 1.49 for Heavy God.
Diamond, maybe? Yeah,
for Hunter. 1.22 for Malbs. They lost that map. But statistically, the core was there. It was enough to stand on.
Diamond,
Unfortunately, it felt like Hades,
yeah,
who finishes
I can't remember which one I
very
played, but
much
that was
at the bottom
basically
of the
like
board.
right
Bullied
when
in
I.
some very critical
That was
rounds
like
on that T side.
That's it. It's cool that you bring that up because, yeah, as Hades is playing A, that's
Best
where the rounds went on the second half.
car ride game ever.
But that's the other
Especially
problem,
for me when I was
It's
doing like travel
we
hockey
saw
and
the
stuff
game.
growing up. That was
Hades
that,
was by
that,
himself.
that
They did not have a
maintained
game
me.
plan for stopping A attacks whatsoever.
CT's into the pit already. He's still just jumping up on that. Mzinho, I mean, a lesser man would have turned into a shell of himself and allowed that to go down. Instead, he holds it over for the B site. The defenders looking to hang on. Good damage, but Senzu's going to need a
Is it for
and he's not able to stop
stuff?
that jump up from Hunter, who used his teammates' timing to get him over top. Bomb dropped in the process here. Things need to slow down. But unfortunately for G2, they're going to have to concede total control of the tunnels. And look at this retake from the Mongols. Nothing out from mid.
Yeah, it's actually, they do this. And I don't know, G2 should be somewhat ready for it, but they're about to turn that corner. Here they come to watch it.
Ooh, not a lot of health there for Hunter.
Oh, the lineup! Holy shit! 1 HP. 1 HP in 14. That was...
For a critical Snacks 3K spray down, but instead 2 survive in the first round for the Mongols on the board.
Yeah, really good try there. Hunter aiming a little high to click instantly as they crouched around the corner. Mongols, see, so the other thing was Pain when they tried to stop long control. They didn't really show us any reason why they should have won it.
I bumped him and he
Every
just
time
rolled
G2
over and he
would
looked at me.
take
He's
it,
like, the fuck's
they
your
only
problem?
played one there on the corner. That guy might have
He
died
didn't move,
or
though.
they fell back. They just either
He
lost
just
long
rolled
control
over
or
and then
lost
I was
one player
expecting to
and
pet
long
him.
control. Here the Mongols just totally win long control. They get their kill as well on Heavy God, which obviously we've seen
the fuck you
from
doing?
the one segment.
Say,
So
pet me
important
now.
for them to pull that off. So this will be a
Now
real
he's
test
literally
for
still
G2.
just
They wanna
laying there.
keep
He's like,
trying
I'm not
this,
moving.
and they will.
Look at this.
He's in
Mongols
power
right
saving
back
mode,
up
I
for it.
guess.
They're throwing their own.
That's a T-smoke on the corner. The CT smoke is the one that gives them a little more room. Hunter has slipped through it. You deny yourself vision, though, when you drop that Mongols, and it costs 2-man advantage. Hunter, great reactions! Single-handedly peels
Hunter
apart
and
the
Nico, what the
entirety of
fuck is
site,
going
and now
on?
for 2 maps back-to-back, Hunter starts strong.
And they're throwing the standard smoke. We've got Mongols trying to give themselves a gap, and Hunter making the perfect play, wrapping all the way around it.
The action out of 9-10. He just hits the deck.
A deagle shot, actually, from Malbs to take him out.
They switch Freaky Friday
queue up that
style.
Hunter highlight,
Freaky
shall
Friday
we?
or Space Jam style, where they
Player plants the bomb.
touch the basketball.
That is a fast answer to the Mongols' first round.
Coming through the fat side of the smoke there was pretty crazy for Mongols, but they must have not hit a flash.
Modesty and Nico touch the Falcons basketball.
It's an interesting spot. Last
Hunter's
round was
harnessing
pretty
that
expensive.
energy back.
This is an op to take out.
Not a ton of extra money, though, for G2.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
you know, you can afford another death, which is maybe why Snacks is taking a sniff at this smoke.
You know him and Smokes.
Oh, he's
YouTubing is hard life. Every day I gotta click like on the stream. On Twitch, you just click the button and bot out.
For G2 to get back in control of the game.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. So we're gonna watch this again. They missed this. They don't clear it either. They had a chance to.
And then this third kill, he sees the bullet holes through the smoke.
Beautiful.
Snaps over for the headshot. Malbs, cherry on top of this one.
Adding another highlight to Hunter's great week. I mean, Hunter was always the guy that got outshone by Nico and Mondesi, but he's been a consistent top 20 player. Missed it last year, I think, but before that, honestly, hovering around top 10. I've always even had him higher than HLTV has had him. So even in a team that's full of star talent, he, at his best, can also be a total carry. Hades got the chug jug.
Glorp, 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 glorp. Could have used that armor last round.
No amount of armor would have stopped that.
God damn.
Dude, so many Stewie shots this game. This stage. Wouldn't be an American major without Stewie.
You think he'll show up?
Not if the matches start at 10.
Oh, a second. I was gonna go on this tirade about
Sorry.
it's only one
Nori,
scout.
Nori
this
just came over with
time.
math chat,
There's
and I
no
just
real
told her I
reason to
dropped
be
out of
afraid
college
the
for a reason.
Mongols. It's not the double scout. Nobody actually has Kevlar, but another wallbang headshot.
Rattle,
through
thanks
the
for the
doors. You've
56
got
for the primer,
G2
and Brett,
feeling
thanks for
a
the Twitch
little
primer. Thank you.
sketched out of the situation.
That one was 10 times harder than the last. Holy.
Damn.
Usually don't find those at a minute.
But again, so little beyond that one scout in Senzu's hands to work with.
You've got a very spread map. I mean, like you're running into two, small pistols here. This is still doable for G2. The Mongols are starting to get organized that they push tunnels.
You're such a fucking
That
troll.
scout's coming over from CT spawn. Pistol players, one on Goose, one on site. Big volley of utility over the top. They get the player trying to climb into the action in 9-10. Still that
Right.
scout is out on the field. Jumping no scope.
What the
again.
fuck?
He
Oh
just
my
keeps the
god.
damage up to try to get them in it. Techno's flank well timed. Headshot needed. 26
Oh,
and Heavy Guard
NT,
gets it over the
NT.
line. They have G2 sweating bullets.
Oh my goodness. Not just G2. Me too. Crazy. NT from Senzu. We had the wings on that scout after these two kills as well.
Fucking A, man.
that?
He's just
What
a
is
scouter,
that?
I guess. He's just a scouter.
What is this?
I've seen Senzu op.
It's a man possessed.
It's real. It's 50-50. He hits or he doesn't. I was slightly distracted.
nature.
Nori was playing with measuring tape like you do as a kid.
He's probably a little upset. Got all those kills.
Basically,
They couldn't figure
my wife
around
was
out,
armed with
but
a measuring tape lightsaber behind me.
Power in that attack.
I was slightly
from G2.
distracted.
They had all their good nades, great guns. Ooh. Risky business here from Mzinho.
Butters, you're changing spots now? Look at you. You're behind my heel now. You're putting your paw on my toe.
Techno not making a move here.
Well, then leave.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
He doesn't know that he could be here, but
Senzu's gonna peek into him as Techno comes. Oh, nice.
All right, Hades. Ah.
to that?
I don't know. That was luckily for the
He
side of
really
G2,
thought he
they
was
hold
him.
on to man advantage thanks to catching that long flank.
Oh, Hades made a critical error there. Hopefully it won't cost him, but
He was like, hold on, live budget. No. I've always been very, very honest and forthcoming.
Blitz gets one. There's still another CT on that jump up with an
1.5 is huge, right, chat?
here for the Mongols.
they smoked a long cross. That would have
Asking
helped
for
them
like
keep
one of
that
my
open.
friends that asked me the
What
other
a
day.
dire place to be in for a double op retake.
Ooh,
In a half that
double
is
up
very
retake,
quickly
and he's gonna go for the long.
overwhelming you on the scoreboard.
Massive?
Fast move
Okay,
here
thank
from
you.
9-10 to try to take it over towards long. Heavy Gods on the angle. 23 health for this first opper, and then Senzu's coming up from catwalk. Easy first one. And so does that take the wind out of Senzu's sails? Absolutely not. He swaps over to the AK. Easier for the retake. Tries to piece together positions. Doesn't know where Malbs has got off to. He's cautious about Goose. Goes for the top rope, tries to find this, knows that Malbs is hiding somewhere, and Malbs has so effectively avoided him that time is going to decide it. No, line up for the double headshots, and maybe that's why you don't peek Senzu.
And he stays alive.
Mechanically, he's on. He'll save his op, but it's still a 5-round lead.
Yeah, he kind of needs the rest of a team at the moment, but G2 are calling great, actually. I mean, again, it's like what worked with Pain now versus a team that's actually playing long better, and they're still pulling these situations out. Also, multiple man-down situations that they're winning. They're not getting scared. They're still throwing their nades in the right spot.
She's scary when she has the measuring tape, buddy.
Doesn't seem like this half is done yet, but so
I
far,
don't scare
like,
him.
It's not as if G2 are getting lucky to pull these out.
He doesn't like the measuring tape.
They're
That's
surviving
funny.
a lot of bad
Well,
situations.
I know. I don't, you know, she doesn't know what she's doing. I don't know.
Coming back for this long control. Seen good things from Hunter. He wants pit. He'll get out. No smoke needed.
All right. There you go, bub.
Challenged around it. The only thing between him and that A site is this measly Desert Eagle. I like that G2 aren't wasting time. Keep up that tempo. It's in some of their slowdown moments that the Mongols have been able to rob rounds away, at least back on Ancient. Senzu's gonna find a kill with this off, just comfortably sitting on the cat ankle. Gives up a little more space. The Deagle comes out with one. They can't get Mzinho out of here. Now the MP9 starts to surpass that sniper. Snacks and Heavy Guard taking him down one at a time off of that catwalk. But here comes 910, boosted on the head of a teammate. That's going to tell you both positions. Snacks to a clutch. The third 1vx needed for G2 so far this game.
He needs a clip off. He's looking for a head here.
Trying to get out of it.
How far will he dip into game helper? He's walking around the same direction as the Mongols are walking back. 910 just got his 2 kills and now is following Snacks.
Is he going to jump up? Now he takes the ramp. Snacks caught in transition.
Yeah, that's a great round for 910 with the boost as well. Solid from, honestly, 4 players right here. We had the Deagle shot from Mzinho and the op as well from Senzu. Continues to have output this game. Can't be surprised that Mongols eventually win a round like this because they brought so many of these close.
It's G2 following through with that 5-player long play, but no cat control really had Senzu in the comfort zone. Damn, money dries up that fast, huh? It's a force buy from G2 with Tech 9s.
B pop right under this?
Moments like that.
Or what's Snacks
G2
doing
had
over
some
there?
mid-lurker or something like that, then they could just
Is he like
have taken
faking
out
a mid
that
to
boost as it was
B,
getting
or is he throwing it
assembled.
from top
But
of mid?
I think that Mongols know when they take long control, they mean it.
he's
They're
just
gonna
throwing
have
it from
5
top
guys there.
of
They might
mid.
watch a flank, but they can just all start to rotate over to A.
Excuse me.
They don't really fake until late in the half.
T-side on Ancient was going just as well. We thought it would end up even better, but yet the Mongols able to sprinkle in a few rounds as the half went on.
They're going for this.
Kind of getting to a similar scene here for Dust 2 as the Flashes find their targets out middle. 910 gets the first kill. Senzu looking to turn now towards doors. All's going well until Heavy God's in that kill feed, but it's only momentarily. Snacks coming out from the smoke, nothing from beyond that point, and shutting down the force buy means the cash still not flowing for G2 as the Mongols hope to catch up.
And
Dropping
G2 already have their
HEs
6
in CT
rounds.
spawn is so
Mongols
valuable,
to
man.
close the
It's
gap
fucking
like they
crazy.
did back on Ancient, but it was a bit more competitive
It's
then.
so crazy. It's got to be.
What a find from 910. I was wondering.
I would
how he
almost
died.
argue
Take
it's
those.
like more
Yeah.
important than getting the second op on CT side.
Damn, it gets pricey after that.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
low buy win.
like a lot of teams like to crutch the double up, and Mongols will do it too at times. But like just having like a couple HEs in spawn is so fucking sick. The control it gives you over mid is
that's a flash.
Insane. Allows you to make such better reads too. Or if they go up cat.
Gets his team out at least. Met by a frag and a bullet storm from Blitz 910.
Oh, they could lose. Actually.
How is this a
These are
2v2?
Glocks. You have lost 3 players to
Jesus.
Glocks. And so trying to get the bomb back is crazy, but hell, getting 3 kills is even crazier.
It is. Very, very well done from that distance. Pretty much the hardest round to win. Taking long with Glocks.
Just to repeat, this is Glocks on long A, the longest duel essentially in the competitive map pool.
It's so long that if you hit someone in the head with a deagle to pit, it doesn't kill them. That's how far away it is.
But you hit
That's
them in
how
the
much-
head 7 times with a
What
Glock.
the fuck?
Yeah. To give up from embarrassment.
The hell was that? G2 gonna go right back at it, this time throwing Hades over towards the tunnels. And it's not as instant of the long take as the one we saw lose to Senzu and Mzinho's Deagle. But they creep their way through that smoke eventually. And the Mongols getting into a similar state. Comparable positions to where they shut it all down from
No
last
op on
time.
Hades, and he's 2-8. Tough. Tough.
Got to appreciate at least
He's played
the
well,
4-1
I
here.
feel like, up
It's a
until
great
now
move
as
from
well.
Mongols. I think they know it's long control. They're walking up.
Yeah, they want to fight. They want a
Big
piece
time.
of this.
They have an op behind it as well, actually.
Off goes for the car angle, missed chance. Players along the wall are both down, and this
Bro
op is
is
signed up for a fight that he's not
Actually,
winning.
me, holy
Finally,
fuck.
one of those connects.
They got to spam him down.
He got dinked through that window. Still barely up. Tries to serve up another distraction, but
Guys, I
instead
made it.
Snacks and Heavy God to combine for some long control. Another op arrives. It is Senzu on the scene. He has been the saving grace of this team so far. On a struggling CT side, he's down at the hands of Snacks.
Oh, it's so
Still
early
a
this fight, though.
1v1.
Snacks going to watch this.
Does he hear him?
Coming out wide.
Nope.
He's stomping his way the entire time. You
Nah,
see how
doesn't hear that.
blindsided he is. He's thinking about cracking open smokes. Has no idea the Techno's here to steamroll.
That's a
and
crazy
to try to
timing on
tie
the
up
flank.
this half
There's
in
no
the
way
end.
he's
He's
getting
got
that.
caught in this 4-1, and they haven't used alert too often, but he has had a bad map, and he had, you know, low kills last map, even though he kind of gave him some excuses for that. But here's a situation where his kill could have definitely made a difference.
Okay. You do you, Senzu.
Oh, he will.
Up middle. Tries to go back.
Oh, I thought he got the third. Jesus.
It's going to keep Senzu standing a bit longer.
He's still
Oh, yeah,
just
I've got this
going,
off.
bro.
That's right.
Still not leaving, by the way.
Sticking around behind the fire.
Bro is trespassing at this point.
20 and 9, man. What a half out of Senzu.
20 kills, 9 deaths.
Yeah, that's
Isn't it nuts with how this started that we're about to be
see it.
6-6?
You absolutely love to see it from Senzu.
And I said 20 and 9 like it
But
was
that's
over.
pretty fucking
he
nuts.
repositions ahead of this B hit. If this is what G2 want a piece of, Senzu is their nightmare so far in this second map of the series. And he is on the line, ready to continue to tear them apart.
They just did a marathon to avoid him.
And he drops the bomb in the tunnels as well, so Hunter is on a damn near impossible recovery. If not for the 50 seconds on this clock, we'd call it already. Mzinho's grenade in hand, though. That's an open invitation. Senzu's low health. Window player's gonna lock it in. Yet again, a strong start from G2 on a T side, answered back 5 rounds in a row from the Mongols as they get their hands back on this game.
Alright, chat, heads up.
This new generation, I can't.
new
Back in my
generation.
days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like now. Now, that time, I have those teenagers, fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old positioning Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
Oops. Hello guys. I'm Komisu. It's Ime from Navi, and now I'm gonna show you what I have in my bag.
Dang, dude, more bags? I don't think I've seen these ones. New bags. Everybody lock the fuck in. There will be a quiz.
So first of all,
What about all of his fucking clothes?
so this is my secondary mouse pad. Technically, it's my first one, but it got dirty, so I switched to the newer one. My mouse. I got mouse. Keyboard. Keyboard. Super heavy, so I'm using like a suitcase to carry it. My dad built this one. It's like a keyboard addict. And then another mouse pad. Wires. Got a mouse dongle. Mouse wire. And my earbuds. In years that I'll not show you the brand. Budbazauer. He's not still on my table because this little guy stole the show, and now he's gonna be for the major on my table. My girlfriend made it. And then just some vape head. I got that in my suitcase because I vape sometimes. Actually, my wallet, I don't know why.
That's crazy.
This thing I have for my watch, I don't have it now with me, but
Like how it
it's
explains
like
why.
a watch pillow, and then I have it all the time in case I need it.
heart in Na'Vi colors, made from my girlfriend again. And then I had it since I joined Na'Vi on the side of my backpack. And in here, some sleeves that I very rarely use. I usually wear them when it's very cold. Like for example, I think it happened in Riyadh that it was very, very cold in the area that we were playing, and then it was pretty rough. The rest is just, like I said, pills and my passport, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it. That's everything in my bag.
Stress next to the 45-month primer. Thank you. Gardner next to the primer.
There's no denying G2 come out swinging. Hunter again
Hills?
trying to kick off a successful T side, but it's hard to keep the Mongols at bay. Many empires have learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
So here they are again,
I say this, I literally
half,
don't
5
pack
rounds
my
straight to
shit
close it.
'cause
I mean,
Nori
those
loves
weren't
me,
even
and
retakes for those
also
5 rounds in a row. G2's success
have
just
ads on the
simply
last one, but
dried
that was
up,
unlucky.
and it really comes at the hands of Senzu.
But you should
21
trust
kills,
it's worth.
9 deaths on the half, never lost an opening duel, was dominating with the scout. Even in rounds before they started winning,
Gotta
Senzu
have
made it feel like this game was
emergency,
actually still alive.
Also,
maybe
there's
some
no
allergy
exit
stuff,
frags in there. Everything was impactful. His team just really didn't get that many kills. They would have
hand
got more rounds if they
sanitizer,
did.
chapstick.
So, standout performance. Lower setup here. Lots of T's coming.
Mobs locks it in with Hunter, so 2 sets of Berettas down in the tunnels sure makes a world of difference. And it's a blitz 1v5, but G2 have other ideas and will take the pistol by storm.
Yeah, first round in a while. That's nice to get. Both pistols here in this Dust 2.
2 pairs of Berettas down and lower.
It's gotta be one of the best spots for Beretta, so isn't it? Like those steps.
Those damn Berettas.
Oh, with Dust 2's form, since he hybrids and plays scopes a lot, Dust 2 is just gonna be, with Senzu's form, sorry, Dust 2 is gonna be pretty crazy for him if he can match his first half performance.
Oh, this is quick. This actually might catch G2 off guard. Yeah, there's a world. Nolms is going to pick up mid if Hades isn't aware of it.
Is there any util in CT? Doesn't look like there's an HE for him, so this walk-up might actually be a little more effective than it looks like it could be.
Deagle's in hand, 1 drops, 9-10 falls to his death. Damn you, Gravity. Blitz gets 1 kill.
Honestly, still works. He
like
moved the crosshair. Great bait.
So not
great
even
bait.
a bomb plant here to bolster the buy.
He still got him to move his
well,
crosshair, guys.
Sorry about that, 9-10.
W entry. W entry.
Gravity comes for us all.
That's true.
Every day.
Really holds us all back.
Damn, they put this shit in slow-mo. It's crazy. They said, hey, kids, watch
breaking
this.
both your ankles and dying.
No, they're not.
Imagine it.
Swinging top mid early on. Mongols
what a
looking
spot to
like
play.
they know exactly what they want, which is...
This is weird, though. Hunter's a good
I know
player.
it'll probably
Hunter
get spoiled,
helps
but I
out
appreciate if you guys don't talk
CT's
about the
a
race.
little
Thank you.
uncomfortable about this. But actually, they're moving so fast up cat quietly that this is going to be confusing now for G2, because this could be a tunnels walk. Ooh. This might be the
Real
call.
fast,
See what G2 do.
real left.
It's a good grenade to soften up Techno and Senzu. Another frag grenade trying to get that pathing, and again, it finds its mark. This is 3 players uncomfortably low for the Mongols. Fire in front of them as they get to the site. Blitz sticks around towards middle. Him and Snack's about to have a clash bottom mid. But it looks like Hades wants to get in on it. Blitz is able to get the better of it. Now Hades tries to get active. Another quick headshot coming out from the Mongols. It is nothing but headshots coming out from the Mongols.
Jesus. Oh
And
my
Mobs,
God.
just lost inside of this smoke. Had 3 teammates to work with just moments ago. Decides to take it into his
Mobs?
own hands. And as he
Mobs?
gets up this ramp, the duels
Mobs?
are right there for the taking. It is only Blitz
Holy
who remains
shit.
to fill Nico's shoes, they said.
Oh, let's fucking go!
Everybody else fell flat.
Oh my God,
And just tears them
1v4?
limb from limb.
You do not see plays like that in modern day CS.
God
Only
damn.
possible when you are that clean. Mulbs MD the surgeon.
Teammates disappeared. This round and the hopes of it disappeared. Insta kills from all the Mongols. but they let that
God
one
damn,
get
that was
away.
actually so clean, bro.
Game changer. This could have been an 8-7 moment with money here for the Mongols.
Okay, Jordan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Can we get some nice ones in chat for Jordan? Thank you, dude.
Ruined.
Exquisite, Willie. Exquisite. On the way to 12 mansions. One Twitch Tucker Oiler member mommy at a time.
Well, I said ruined, but here we are in a very similar spot.
Marshall, thanks for the 35-month resub. Thank you. They need Hades to come alive with this op.
He has to be better.
He doesn't need to drop 40 kills, but he needs to hit 1 or 2 shots.
On Ancient, there were situations where he was just left totally alone. In this one, he's
Hades,
got ahead of him.
if Hades ends with
Will
like
go too deep, it looks like it will.
10 or 11 kills in this half,
Every offer
there's
has
one.
to know how to hold back a cat hit. Hades gets his first shot off with a kill.
Could have been worse.
And
I
it
have
bails
seen
back
Operas
all
get
the way
0
over
there.
towards Long. He's got the immediate support next to him, but it looks like enough space for the Mongols to plant. Frag grenade chips away. Fire down on the feet of the 910. Just barely gets
Oh
off
my
sight.
14 HP.
They don't have anyone playing green box. They're playing back to
Praise
cat
thanks
at the
for the 2
moment.
month
This is
primer,
very
thank you.
doable for G2 to pull this retake off.
Slacks
Especially still
and
with that
Modesty,
stop
honestly.
over towards Long, scouring the site, looking out towards the field, trying to find its mark, its next victim. We've got 3 players coming up from CT spawn. Mzinho just taking a glance, taking a quick glimpse. But inside of that smoke is where all the CTs end up residing, trying to press their issue up into this retake. Diggs coming out, and it's good.
What a
It is
retake,
G2
man.
on it. Snacks has the kit. Comes close, but that's double digits. G2, another successful retake of the A site.
Yep, they don't play off cat or try to delay, and in this spot, it might not have mattered. The amount of
Alright,
players
you
that
just
stayed
gotta kind
alive.
of get through it, man. I'll be honest. We
You
just
gotta
do
take
that
a
for
breath after a moment
anti-smurfing
like
stuff,
that,
so
but
people don't try to
well-organized
scam
here.
shit, you know?
And the 1 pick off looks like it's good enough. The HE damage, the molly damage on 910 helped out here. And it's stressful, but a lot of these rounds are close. A lot of the calls are still good for the Mongols. They'll burn through all 3 timeouts first.
Inferno after this, though.
I don't think it's done, but G2 are showing a lot of range.
Yeah, it sucks. Hopefully it's a good game.
CT sides, good. X Factor from Mobs.
Mods, double the ads for Inferno coming up.
But when the bomb goes down in these spots, we saw what happened in the first half. Mongols come back and puts 5
Imagine.
in a row once they find a crack in the dam.
I'd rather watch the ads. That's tough. Hey, just remember, if you don't like the Twitch ones, you can always get AI Nico promising you skins on YouTube. Fuck.
Looks like they want to dress up a little differently, but just go back to what worked before. This time with a long take, they're going to really split the attention of Hades. Another test is coming to him, and Mobs is on the wrong side of this smoke to defend. Heavy God could totally come into play here, but now Hades has to pivot between 2 very important choke points. This stack is totally incorrect for G2.
Oh, he
That
hears
door
the fire
pump
over towards Cat.
as is
Waits
I
for
get
his
through and
chance,
get that
misses
money.
the shot on the one
Oh
towards
no,
door.
yeah,
He said
YouTube
Heavy
goes
God could
crazy
get into
because
the
it just
action, and he
auto
will
does
with
it
the
for
kill
me.
to Mzinho.
That shit goes
Opera
nuts.
still flashed off his angle. This is Heavy God to hold.
You
And he's
can't
doing
like
it on his
manually
own.
play
He
it. You
has
can
to,
only
because
insert it in the
that
VOD.
site's
It's weird.
fallen. Hades goes down with nothing, but Heavy God does it all.
That's the bomb that needed to cross. That was the chance to take the site, and now the CTs
It's like
have
that.
it easy.
Those empty op shots, nothing but a distraction. A recovery attempt, though, still queued up. Senzu's been quiet since the second half started, but you're giving him a chance to tap at it. Mobs is starting to brim over with confidence, well earned. And so he takes that duel. Techno, 25 seconds. He's trying to take the fight to Heavy God, who swings out, gets 61 damage in. Techno's job, take it away. Huge multi-kill starting to come out from the critical players of G2.
And it's Heavy God who was not in this stage at all. So much better here from Heavy God. Exactly what you want to see. Amazing work to pull off a 4K hold from this spot. Again, minimal support. Hades misses his shot. Hades goes down without a kill. He has no one that he can rely on. Just this nice deep wide angle where you can set up to get 2. It's not designed to get 4 though. That's beyond impressive.
You're so conflicted with these 2 teams? Well, I do think Mongols delivers a bit more if they make playoffs. However, I'm not going to be sad to see Mobs in playoffs.
Played versus Mao's at Shanghai. They failed because Senzu was the only guy who really just couldn't get online, and now he's the only guy who is online. To be honest, some of these trades. Like you see the
G2 have a better chance now that Nico left. I think, okay, I keep saying this. G2 is not nearly as bad as people think they are.
We get a 1v4 out of Mobs, right?
They're just in a weird spot, and a lot of people, like Mobs, if Mobs can continue to build up his form again, it just looked really bad because G2 underestimated the value of Nico, and people also from the outside, myself included, I will throw myself in this, underestimated how much Nico is doing for the team besides just being the guy.
They haven't tried B yet also.
And when Mobs was basically told, just be Nico, forehead, I think that was...
give Heavy God a little too much space when he's in
not only did they lose Nico Monesi, but they also, their replacement for Nico essentially being Mobs went really poorly, really fast because of how much weight was put on his shoulders.
Scary for Snacks too, though. They're not quite sure where this pack of the Mongols players are.
But like in terms of skill, number one, I'm the first one to throw Hunter under the bus whenever I can. He's still a great player. Mobs and Heavy God, actually really good riflers. If they could just kind of figure out the next few pieces, they're not so far away. Right? They're not. Obviously, you lost Nico fucking Monesi, but like anybody losing those two players would be in deep shit, right? Yeah, there you go, Mongols. There's some fight. Losing Nico Monesi for any org would just basically
they've been able to pull off. The
come to a
Mongols
screeching
finally
halt.
succeed in closing out one of these A-site post plants.
It's another great call for the Mongols. They get the kill on. First of all, they're also watching the Heavy God flank the entire time. He doesn't get a kill. He had a great round last round, but here he allowed them to go A.
It's going to be really interesting. I still don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think? So we know some Pius is coming in, Saw's coming in.
Here, Hades gets a kill.
For sure.
It's so important though that if Hades is going to be holding,
I'm so curious to see what it looks like because
we saw him die from long. That's
very easy to throw Snacks under the bus, but
this is a sore spot. I think Mobs' rotations right now are actually not that good. He's supposed to be overfilling on A every single time.
Chat reminded me yesterday of who actually said what I was thinking about, but I think most people in chat value Ash's opinion in terms of evaluating players and skill. Would you guys think that's fair?
But Mongols have avoided him every time. Yes, we're looking at a game where G2 are still winning these rounds, but it's not because of those rotations.
Do you guys think Ash does a good job of building teams and like identifying? If not, it's all good. But to remind you, like, Ash was the one that said that basically the where Snacks' strength is in mid rounds and being able to like build around like in the middle of a round, but he was terrible at having structure in a team. And what I talked about yesterday, so we're rehashing, but just if you missed this conversation, I think Taz and Snacks together is bad. I think
both sides now. I mean, both. Pistols,
I think actually Taz on his own with like a Kerrigan type almost would kind of be interesting. I don't want Neo to go anywhere, but just to give you an example of what kind of IGL I think he'd work with, or like meanwhile Snacks having a coach like Saw, who I think has done a great job of building structures because he has to with so much new talent he always has to pick up. Will be really interesting if they decide to keep him. Obviously, I think they will.
Money not there, so
I think they're going to stick with Snacks and bring in Saw and see how it goes.
To maybe get somebody into the action. Best case would be Hunter's AK-47 currently sitting in that A site. We haven't really seen the Mongols skip steps.
They haven't made any bad calling decisions. They've only lost in terms of fraggers right now. Mongols have one solid guy.
fl0m YouTube chat's arguing again. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. They're fighting to take my last brain cell I got left. It's kind of fucked up.
Looks like there's a chance they go back into this stack though. It's actually a lot of CTs here.
I mean, they have not gone anywhere but A site this whole T side.
Yeah, Xeno's not gonna see anything inside of middle. Snacks up close. The stack looks very good. Snacks could even cause problems for Mzinho, depending on when he turns the corner. I don't know if he's going to go for a flank, but if If they go early enough to see these guns, they can turn around. Otherwise, it's going to be a commitment. Oh, they're dropping into CT.
Yep, nice drop down. He's going to hear that on the other side of the smoke. They
Snacks. Oh, he went
effectively avoid the AK.
That shit
but
was
it's
loud.
still out
Wait,
here.
what? You heard
They're
the
getting CTs to
the
scramble.
drill bit
The
land?
CTs give up their stack. The long play comes in and it catches them off guard. But the AK's still out there. Now it's going to be on Snacks. 2 backs turned. Oh, they almost line up for him.
Okay, that got
That's crazy.
That was crazy, but it's the
actually crazy you
positioning
heard it
from the
that well.
Mongols that got G2 to think, oh shit, this is actually B.
Yeah, it was a Freiburg drop, which should be a mid-B, into the cat play. If he turned around and went up towards long, it would have made more sense. But this served as a bait and actually just made it a lot easier to take the site. G2 were extremely confused, which I totally understand.
Senzu winds up finding everybody in transition here, gets a triple kill in the middle of it all.
But yeah, I don't
People
think
in good
Malbs is
spots.
going
They can
anywhere
still
because he's
fight
only
from
been
there,
getting
but
better
not when they're not ready for
since
it. They thought
he
that they were in the
absolutely
wrong
fucking
place.
tanked when Nico
Senzu on
left.
long sees a
But so did
hand.
the team. And Malbs is always a bit of a tricky one because he's hyper aggressive, so sometimes his KD looks bad, but his impact is high.
But here it is, Hunter.
So
and
it's
Malbs
he's a little tricky to place because he's not really replacing
not
Nico in
far
that
off.
sense.
Could have been much worse. Senzu sitting pretty on 83.
Pretty unreal to see the potential from Senzu. I mean, now we're going to the second half. It's not just a flare of frags. It's not anything lucky. He's consistently, no matter the gun, the side, and it's in spite of his teammates
We'll
as
see,
well.
though. I think yeah,
Huge carry
you definitely gamble on Malbs
Still
and
3
just say,
rounds to
hey,
tie
maybe
this up, but
when we lose some of the best players in the world,
I mean, again, this is
putting
about
all of it on
Malbs'
one guy and
rotation
he's not
from
performing
spawn.
well right
When he
away
needs cat, when he
is
leads towards B, when he
slightly
goes A, this is the most
unrealistic.
important spot on the map for the CT side. He has the most freedom and the most control. Hades
hit it.
Won't have that help.
Just got to hit it.
No.
He's been solid for one, and he's got long control for sure. Heavy God actually starting to come back to try to help with sight.
It's a spot where Malbs, should be a goose. He should be game helper. They're dropping down.
Blitz is coming up from that ramp.
Hollows
CT player
YouTube
can't do
fucking
anything to
runs
stop
more
it. Just trying to get
scam
that
ads
spray
than
through the smoke, trying to catch the
anything.
lineup. And again, it is going to be bombed down. This time, 5 versus
Water
5.
Lemons, thank you very much for the
Blitz is
12-month
low health.
reset.
You've
Thank you.
retained total long control if you are G2. You've got to somehow believe in this retake to come out. It banks off of the back of 2 flashbangs from Hades. He starts to chuck those out to get these riflers out from their spawn, from that dead.
Damn, they really just ran it back on the round. They really. Is this deja vu? Oh no!
You cannot stop Senzu!
No, he's amazing. He
Oh,
actually
God.
is incredible. X
Oh,
Factor
God.
is
Oh,
just
no.
peaking right here. We've seen great maps out of Senzu. This is going to be one of his all-time best. Holy smokes.
What a beast!
Yeah. And again, I'm going to say this, even though it's making a comeback here for the Mongols, they already knew they were the better team this half for some time. They just lost that 4K round hold to Heavy God by himself when he could have just got traded. They lost a 1v4 to Malbs when it could have just been one trade. They know if they get into these cat spots again, if they're up 4
That
players or
logic
5
wasn't
players,
Taz
they're
Hooksy good.
supposed
Well,
to win.
if I
It's really
remember
about
right, I think the rumor was that they
if they're going to be in
the
A play,
management signed Taz without
Hades going to
speaking
be
to
on
the
car
team.
every single time. Heavy God can be on long. Who's your third man? Can he always be in spawn? Can he always be trying to cover the mid B? No, sometimes
I don't
he's
remember
gotta
if
play
my
goose.
memory could be
Sometimes
doing
he's
me
gotta
dirty
be
right now,
pushed
but
up.
I'm pretty sure that's what it
Sometimes
was.
he's got to be in front of the smoke, and it's a big decision Malbs has to make. But we can see this be a repetitive reason why they're not in a position to stop the execs.
I want G2 to lose, so
Right
FaZe
back
don't
to
have
the
to play
long doors
Vitality
charge,
in
and
round
this time
1.
Nobody actually taking the early spot, so it's going to be map control here for the Mongols.
I think that's fair.
Obviously, very little to work with on this one, but in a comparison to the Legacy Mouse
Like
game
fl0m would
earlier,
be better than
Mouse
Hades.
with
I
their
would definitely
consistent
crash out.
playoffs all year long, just squeeze the wins out of
I
Legacy.
do not
We're
have
getting
the
same thing
patience
here versus
whatsoever for
G2.
CS2 opping. You
Mongols not
have to
shaken
have
under the
such a
pressure of it
level
all.
of discipline, I feel like, in
Especially with a map
CS2 with
win
the op.
already in their
It's-
back pocket. Slow starts to both halves hasn't mattered.
Mm-mm.
They've never let G2 get away with the majority of the rounds and a half. Now they already find the pistols deep inside of the T-spawn. So again, we're not seeing them make wrong calls. In fact, we're seeing them make comparable calls time and time again. And just solving the puzzle that G2 are unable to fully piece together.
It is funny. It's so funny to just see like the switch up though. Hades was playing well yesterday.
So Mongols
and
take
everybody's
down
like,
this A site when there was the
Hades just
Hunter
stays on the
AK
team?
in the mix. Even less now. Doesn't mean they skip steps.
Today. Like everybody's calling for his head.
Burning him out, pistols
It's just
hit
funny
the
to
dirt
see how quickly
with
Toad
about
and Shift.
as much impact as you'd expect. Nothing inside of this A site. The
Not
Mongols
even saying
machine
Hades doesn't
roars
deserve
on.
the criticism today. It's
Poor
just funny.
Hades, late to the party. Unwinnable round. So this is double digits for the Mongols.
Yeah, when you boil down these defaults, it's just about slowly improving your position until the tension is released, and then you are aiming to be in a better spot for that, and that's what we're seeing. So this game is now 1 round difference. I think G2, at least they're looking at the fact they're on 11 now. They do have to just find a way to do a bit more. There's always now the idea that
Yeah, it's just
every single
MR12
time on these 8 plays,
Opping's harder
Mobs have
mostly
leaned
just
over.
because
One of these
MR12 in the
rounds,
economy.
Mongols will go
You
be-
everything
and so
is
Mobs have
you're
been
punished
kinda
so much
betting
harder
on
for
red,
losing
betting
your
on
op.
red, betting on red.
And there's a lot of
Changing your
things
mind
that
can be
aren't
one of
in the
hardest
meta
things
currently
that you
really
do.
is like just
Hopefully,
lends
it's
itself to
an
riflers. So
information-based play, though,
it could
and
just
not
be a
a
very
total blind gamble.
defeating feeling
That's what's
sometimes
missing, I think.
opping in CS2.
How do they get the info is the question.
Save for the op, save
If
for
and
the
when
op.
it happens.
2 of your riflers get picked in the first 15 seconds, and you either have to fully save it and go full jam time or try to make magic happen. And then if you lose your op in the process, you're probably, and your team doesn't win a round back, like the chances of you having to
again,
save
no
a couple more
interruptions
times just to
offered
like
by
have an op
G2.
for
When
one
are
more
we seeing a
time
new
and
setup?
a half before the
Right,
force
it's
buys
the
start
same
is
thing
pretty
every round.
fucked. It is a very economically like punishing weapon in MR12.
CT side. They've only had to deal with also the basically one attack, but the Mongols fine-tune it, and that op is floating top middle, so you better keep your head down, Mobs.
You know, is Heavy God getting another 4K? Bombs coming his direction. It's that same round.
What was,
same heroic
was
individual
Dunk
moment
at
that he's gonna have
39,
to tap
chat?
back into, no longer
This
working
might
with the
be...
deep corner.
He's getting
Stuck
there, man.
inside of pit. Hades dropping util over towards site. The flash from Hades! Far away and still support sticks. Hades now just has to kill one off of the cap push. Your 2 A defenders have their set of helping hands.
Oh my
Senzu gets
God.
both.
And the bomb's coming up. Cat Snacks could catch this. It's gonna walk by. Somehow finds a way through.
It finds its pathing. Senzu has been so locked in. He's not playing like a beast, he's playing like an animal.
Senzu really hunting down this long-range kill, but a 3v2 retake, totally possible here. G2, what more utility? Snacks on a smoke.
910 goes for the long play, takes damage, doesn't get the kill. Will on the second chance. This is another round made possible by Senzu and Senzu only. And 910 wants to help out while he can. Hunter to try to get the trade back, finds it. And Senzu's position not known, but Hunter's got the idea. He tries to swing out, Senzu takes it. This guy is from a different universe.
He's untouchable right now. Dinked in the air.
Unbelievable,
Stays alive,
bro.
wins the clutch. And Mongols get 11.
Unbelievable
And we still
performance
don't know
right
if
now.
this is final form. But every time you call on him, he answers. These headshots crack the round
you just
back
hear
open.
him.
The confidence to swing.
Yeah. Comes into that early, knows he can't win on time, picks the perfect moment to peak. He's holding that
35
position.
and
Regulation, he has
15.
35 kills. He's holding that position to see if a cat play's coming. That opens up so much for 910 to be able to stand on the ramp.
And is this it?
Incredible moment between those two.
Is this the B hit?
Yeah, always save it for the anti-eco. They've not given any action to Snacks this whole game except for retakes. It's the worst feeling. Yeah, you're just
Reminds me of
hoping for something to
2016
come your way.
fl0m, true.
Now
Just
it's
like
coming
me
in
for
full
real.
force when you have the worst guns possible. They do have 3 here.
Molly's well placed, confirms it. Still 910 gonna look for the help.
They don't hear that.
Actually aren't seeing that. Are they? Yeah, they are.
Oh, now they did. Now they heard it. That's tough.
Clear him out, get the
That's
first kill
fucking
going.
tough.
Still holding everything though. Still covering everything. And to be honest, when you see someone Hummer, you know that they're not
That's
alone
tough.
on the site.
Bro
It
just
was
actually
mid.
got fucking bullied.
Someone holding mid. Going back
Am I
to
picking
8:45
script? Yeah,
seconds.
they've been
Smoke's
cooked.
got a gap. Just for a second.
Pops it open, and it's a deagle for Malbs. Finds one. This is your moment. A chance yet again, but no second kill because Senzu is just locked in. Senzu knows no limits, no bounds. As this Dust 2 game has gone on. Kill after kill, MP9 peppers him from long. Finally a duel. He looked to lose, but Blitz will save him just to keep him standing, to keep this pristine scoreline going. On the brink of 40 kills in regulation. Pistols just whittling away
Blitz?
at what's left of the Mongols, but the chances of G2 have dried up again. 5-7 here from Hunter. He'll catch a couple of kills, but the Mongols have done their job. They've secured one map and match point. Another comeback.
I guess he thought he was just long getting the gun or something.
3 times in this series. They have lost control at the start, only to reclaim it, and they do it their way. Cool as ever.
No pistols, showed themselves they were better, mentally survived tests that they couldn't pass yesterday versus FaZe Clan. They do it versus the clutches and everything else, and everybody waits for their round. And they trust in the calling, and the ideas have been correct. G2, unfortunately, it was special to see how well they could play despite the practice, but now that we watched the rest of the CT side play out, you see how short their playbook is, honestly. The individuals showed up, but the ideas I don't think were there. At least they saved for this round to have a full buy. There's a very good chance they can make it to overtime. One golden idea.
But you gotta let loose if you're G2.
Yeah, you can't succumb to every little bit of pressure.
You gotta make the move.
You can't let the 1 point of failure be the new guy on your team.
Is it not the same setup again?
The same setup again, exactly. I mean, you gotta have ideas. You got. I mean,
My Uber G2 playing an awful game right now. They haven't been ready for this cat hit the whole game.
Last time a CT has started lower. How many times has Malbs played Goose?
Emergency services not answering their call.
And the retake worked what, once? I think it's like their one round.
60 health still enough for Senzu to tear you apart. Feels like he can survive anything at the moment. But here we have it, the walkout middle supported by 910. Just in case someone peeks, not
They had one, I think, good retake before that, I think, as well, right?
They've seen it plenty of times, and Blitz is going to drop on Malbs.
That's insane.
The golden kill.
That's your A support gone. Mzinho's going to take a look over towards B. Heavy God's holding it back. Again, Hades, is this your round? We got one from Heavy God. We had one from Malbs.
Oh, nice shot. Oh!
Gets the multi-kill going, but there's still solutions. He saw the second barrel. Mzinho knows he's between both, and he can call everybody back. And by everybody, it's just 910 through those tunnels with 20 seconds to try to clutch 1v3.
If he went out of that door. If he went out that door, holy shit.
The doorway to crossover, no support. Snacks, you gotta stop it. 910 calls his bluff, plants. Oh, and the tap is the execution. On the final moments of Dust 2, it's Hades to save them.
Malbs getting taken out that early. If not for Hades finding those kills, and for once, the least singular idea here for the Mongols as they kind of try to hit everything at once.
Fucking brawl right now.
They had the B split in their hands that they took Malbs out in CT spawn and they don't go for it. They run back into Hades, who hits this shot and then this one back to back. Amazing.
Finally put Senzu down. That quick scope back in onto the site, that was Senzu. And we've seen Hades get a kill from that spot, only for Senzu to sweep through the site, kill both long players. Not this time. They find their answer.
I guess the last time they did that drop, it looks like a B play, but they ended up going to A. Techno also
That was big play impact out of Hades, man.
And even though Heavy God's just been playing long standard every round, he gets his kills. He has had no problems delivering.
Probably not Inception. Just would kind of depend, but probably not.
This is the opportunity to open up. You know,
I don't think I'll ever be in a situation either Inception, so I don't have to worry about it.
To have won that round, and then you get another chance if you're G2.
He sees the utility and tracks him down. Malbs dead. Senzu gets an entire overtime to just keep cranking out these kills. Mzinho's gonna tuck. I mean, Heavy God at times has pushed this. Oh, important duel, and Heavy God picks it up again.
He's just
damn,
so
dude.
Himself.
Found Techno 1 round prior, gets Mzinho this time. And that causes an issue for the Mongols because they won't have a split if they still want to finish this A. But showing a little more attention towards this B site could damn well keep G2 overcommitted on that side of it. And so Hades will be thrust into the spotlight yet again. And instead of holding the angle, he leaves.
Techno's got the only flashbang. They just hit him in the smoke. Is he coming through?
He just walks through a smoke, gives
Alrighty.
himself over, and that's something. Hades, all the way back on the plat of Long, they can plant for Catwalk with no challenge.
I mean, they surely won't fight him. They know that he's here.
Choice.
Actually, this is a moment. The only flash was in B. Hades could have fought this time, but didn't.
Very
but they're still in
interesting
a
choice.
winning spot in this retake. So
He got ahead of it. Sits close to the
Info
corner.
play,
9-10.
yes. No, he's just trying to hold him there, but I just feel like
Kills, right? You want to cut him down before
he
they
kind of
get that
overdid
ramp
it, but that's
rolling
just me.
upwards. Challenge over towards the cross goes well for Heavy God. His second of the round. Senzu trying to give cover somehow, some way, and it's going to fall on Blitz to do it instead. Missed the jump up, tries the snapback, and Hunter's got him. Hunter finding late game impact with a triple kill.
okay, they got the kit on the defuse, and they'll grab it the first round of overtime. It seems so unlikely they get here after that giant comeback, and now that we're here, another round for G2.
To walk out into that B bomb site that is the first time we've seen it from the Mongols.
Heavy God's, it's in the name, man. He's a tank. We just walked
an
into
absolute
Long.
fucking
They're
unit.
waiting for this push to come out. He still gets his kill.
Chat wouldn't say that shit to Heavy God at land, bro.
Can't say the firepower is not impressive here for G2. And these last two rounds are Mobs dying first, and they still win.
Just feels like Hunter has been so far removed from the action because they've committed two players B time and time again.
And this is also Techno, this very weird walkout on B.
Yeah.
The rounds that they're losing are the ones they're getting way too spread out.
For the first time in the map,
Yeah.
they start to spread out.
Yeah.
And it's on the perimeters that they're coming up short. Senzu stuck at 37 for the time being. 9-10 post the op early.
And the first, double op here. Snacks on B. They're not going to be ready for it, but the flash, perfect. I think they even have that info, right?
Yeah, should have seen
So,
they'll smoke in front of it just to deny him his vision.
just, you can look at a second op and say this is a buff, but also a lot of these rounds are retakes. This is where ops are actually way worse to have. So, you get a little more dangerous.
The number of A-site retakes that have been called on G2 as well.
So the read has to be, which op does Mobs want to help?
Still just floating around in CT at the minute mark. That lands in between both halves of this pack. This pack of players that looks to have trimmed the fats on the extremities of the map and want to just fixate 5 strong on Catwalk.
Look at this map, same thing.
You're going to overwhelm Hades here. That op on cycle with 5 players in front of it, somebody's bound to get through. And with his incendiary getting extinguished, it's made all the easier. So here it comes again. Blitz goes for that drop. Scoped up over top of him, but Mobs finds the lineup through the smoke. And that's what just saved Hades. Flashbangs get him off the angle. Bomb plant yet again. Retake needed here for G2. This time double off.
Is this shit on repeat, guys? This is like when chat finds their favorite fucking song and that's all. Oh my god.
Senzu, this is just
it's literally just on repeat. Senzu just goes and finds a double, dude.
You give him a chance on this.
It's literally on repeat.
They'll climb up from the Xbox to try to get the retake going. 9-10 eats the flash. Now they're going to know he's stuck behind the stairs. It blinds both, but he recovers vision. He recovers the hold. He's going to give his back up, though. Snacks missed chance as he loses Mobs in the process, and it is a Mongols answer for
I'm so surprised 9-10 didn't expect another person because
they got Cat,
Snacks got a flash
to the same spot, and even when Mobs had walked up through CT for the first time to lead
past the
towards
major
A.
kill record?
We see what the does on the retake,
no.
right? It's not good. 40.
No, the
40
kill
and
record
18 here is Senzu.
was
It's hard
in
to talk about
regulation.
anything
I
else.
think you're thinking of the Donk
Especially
one.
with the way he just releases all the pressure, swinging on the A ramp.
I don't know what the
OT
OT
record
record is, guys. I'll be
We're going to
real.
get these kills here.
I mean,
so my
he's
teammates
fucking
don't have to
insane
pay.
right now, okay? He's definitely doing some shit.
He believes he is the one, and right now he is.
Remember the
Ungodly
fucking
numbers.
name.
40 frags and 17 deaths.
This kid's gotten 2 or 3 kills on this catwalk every fucking round. Why go B when Senzu just kills them all on cat?
And And all season long, that question mark of him getting onto the stage and then struggling there will still haunt him. But in these stages of the tournaments, rock solid. And in this game specifically,
how come they don't have one other setup, man?
It just goes beyond.
How come G2 do not have one other setup?
It's their map pick.
It's their map pick. They weren't tested on their CT side versus Pain. The game was almost done because their T side was so good.
Yes,
but like,
true.
I mean, I don't care if you have no boot camp or not. You still know the map. You have one other setup.
Haven't seen Maltz play Goose. Snack's gonna get tagged on the cross as well. Certainly not ideal for this B defense. And it's not like he has that double up from the round prior.
Failure, thanks for the Twitch primer, and R2, thanks for the 15-month primer. Thank you.
Literally the first time that we're seeing this. Hades is coming up cat.
A cat push.
There's mobs here. Yeah.
Anything different. Ooh, and Hunter slides down through middle to catch Senzu. That is a big kill to get early on.
And the moment that they go up cat, this ends up being a B lane.
And
yeah, I prefer people don't talk about F1. That'd be nice.
That is all Snacks has inside the bomb site. You've got Hunter
Not wrong,
outside
Dragon
of the
Slayer.
doorway now
Thanks for the
joining him.
5-month primer. Thank you.
It seems like they really don't want to do it. I don't know if they're going to go mid doors or actually forego this entirely.
You know, Mongols haven't had to adapt throughout this half, but it's got to be said, they have not skipped protocols.
Oh my God. Are they going to actually get the same situation again? No, 3 CTs going out towards long control.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hades flashing them to get around that
I
corner.
feel like we're doing the same shit,
Yeah,
just
it's
different
much
steps.
where we've been all half long again. Hades tags Blitz on the drop down. Good headshot coming out from the rifle as well. Now the misses start to come out. But will they still know
He's
about
dead.
this third piece, right? They've not got CT spawn, or do
Senzu's
they?
dead.
No, it's the cat fall back instead. 9-10, eyes on the corner. Here comes the flash to get it going. And it's Heavy God to try to just run this in, but Fire in front of him. Mzinho gonna keep his head down. Fire makes 9-10's job awkward, and Hades is coming out with frags. That long distance op pulls the player off site. And the bomb at the halfway point, so this one's gotta get going. Missed shot out of 9-10 is gonna spell disaster here for the Mongols. They revert back to another A site. They didn't anticipate losing somebody out in middle, and unless that shot had gotten the diffuser off, there it is, a lead for G2 and 2 rounds on a CT side.
You can see right there they have the cat set up, and then they go out to long. And even though they aren't totally ready for cat, they still have 3 over there on the ramp.
Sure,
It's something different. They're not. Mongols don't know where to look for mobs. They still get the kill, but then the trade comes in. There's still numbers here for G2. It's just finally something new. It took all the way to overtime to get there, but the ideas are starting to roll in. And Hades, he seems to be getting better by the round. His shots are never easy, and he's hitting them consistently.
As we all expected, with Senzu going 40 and 18, G2 took the lead with that incredible CT side defense. As we all predicted, right after that regulation is crazy.
Opposite and suicide, 9-10 versus Hades. It's a head-to-head that could get queued up here. G2 wanted to prove a point with their T-sides in the series, starting there both times. Get this slow burn duel between Mzinho and Heavy God over on long, and the group up into middle.
So much activity around mid here for the CTs.
They're jostling.
Following them accordingly.
G2 stack up behind that smoke. As long as Mzinho stays alive in a
G2
potential fight versus Heavy God,
our turn.
9-10 and Blitz can fixate in on what is this full pack of G2 players.
This is how you use a player surplus.
Yep.
Waiting for the smoke, though. They time it.
Tuck him into the corner, go
CGH,
for the
thanks
flash.
for the 75 fucking months.
Does
Thank
Blitz
you,
go
dude.
off it? Yes, swings, gets one for free. And now they've got to try to follow up at 20 seconds, and it is a zinger of a headshot out of Snacks. And he's going to get that second one as well. Blitz down to half health. Techno wants to save this.
Oh, the flash was good. Oh,
Hades
Hades though.
Then he gets killed from Heavy God, and so Senzu
Wait, time.
jumping shot. Oh, denied. Big Game Hunter covers the jump up.
Holy
and G2
shit.
will secure a second OT at least.
Yeah, that's actually great. I don't know how all these kills came down on this
He
approach
fucking tried.
after Blitz got his kill
Hunter
and saw
said, I've
them.
seen this one before, kid.
Heartstopper, great shot out of Snacks. We see how important that is now.
Much needed.
And Heavy God, both sides on its approaches towards Long, is winning.
Mzinho waited, throwing out that supportive utility, but it's in his cross to go actually help sight. That Heavy God finally makes his move.
They didn't see him get in there.
Strong start to both halves cannot go down in vain.
They did not see him get in there.
A couple of attempts to close out.
That is
to
a
extend play
potential
to Inferno,
multi-kill waiting to happen.
to extend their lives in Austin. Senzu seeking his 41st frag. Will get smoked off out of middle and give over some space. This is G2 with a minute to play, taking over lower tunnels now. Senzu may damn well get a duel. Oh, team kill! But at least Hades recovers it.
Yeah, that's pretty nice in the end. The problem is that
What
you
a
see Mzinho's
sequence.
push, right?
What
If
a
no one comes
sequence.
along in the next few seconds, he's just going to turn the corner.
He traded? Hey, he
There's-
traded.
Yeah, there's
He
no way,
fucking
though.
traded.
They have to go and
Hey,
take the
talk
site
your shit,
eventually.
chat. He traded him.
God starts walking up, and Mzinho thinking about going out through that door, but he is, a few seconds too late, starts to run it. They are already very much into this cat play, and you've got Hunter trying to join up forces from down beneath, and if Hunter's smoke fades, the 910's a sitting duck, but he gets his headshot first, and Hunter still yet to emerge, just gives another chance over to 910. Hunter strikes at 15 seconds, the flank's gonna drop the bomb, and this one has come
That might be the round.
at the seams.
Run and get it, but I don't think there's even time to do that.
The clock's gonna decide it. You can get the kills right back. Mzinho given those extra few seconds. 910 holds the line.
What a
and that
fucking,
stalls G2
what a play to
before
get
they
the
hit
bomb,
site.
dude.
Hades was right. Someone needed to watch the flank, but it couldn't be him. Someone had to come in and hold that as he went to go put the bomb down because G2 wasted a lot of time in a Dust 2 default doing nothing. The only reason the flank was even a threat is because they didn't put the long pressure in the first place to find out who was there to push him back.
That looked like a tag, but it wasn't.
Cross here for Hades. Sees the jump over. Senzu gonna get aggressive with his op. We saw him dominate top middle as his confidence started to boil over back in regulation. Frag grenade in the middle of the pack with Hunter's name on it. And a fast climb up from G2, trying to get back to where they lost the last round, but trying to do it with
Back
more
to
time.
cat. We're running.
Snacks gets singed here.
Oh my god.
Just on one tick. Blitz coming back here as he
We have
covers
one
mid for a
song on
second.
repeat on Spotify right now, bro.
It looked like Heavy God was going to hard commit to
I'm
watching
over
flank,
it.
but he
It
does
was
decide
fun
to
the
join his
first time.
troops.
I
All
liked
5
it early on,
members
but
of
I'm
G2
done now.
Strong on the catwalk.
Shuffle! Somebody
Nearly
shuffle!
Is Hunter just to nades. They're going to slip a player down through into that
They
smoke.
didn't see him.
Moltz gets killed by 910 over from Long. Coming back to try to stop it. You get another Snacks entry, but it stalls out for an extra second yet again. Heavy
Another
God trying
2K.
to get it going. 910 looks back for another pick. Missed shot on the player in elbow, but man advantage. And Heavy got on site.
The CTs are a little far away from this. They're going to try to hunt down 910.
they've got him.
Senzu sees this.
I mean, Hades has to run. He's standing out in the open. He knows there's players to attack this flank. And at 30 seconds, they try to cool it off here, but there's a player over tucked into the car corner.
Oh, tough decision.
What time does 910 make his move? He goes for it. Missed chance. Hades then dies to it.
He's
and now
so
Heavy
fucked.
got off of the goose. Also cut down.
Wow. Okay.
910 push
Heavy
us
God, your
into the
average
next
from your
one.
teammate. Go ahead and
OT
plant.
needed.
How often do you see a moment
Just
like
plant,
that?
dude.
Tucked on that angle
Why aren't
from
you
car for
planting,
two players
dude?
on the site. They have no idea how to advance their position. The only way down was to jump over the cat ledge and fight him.
Fucking Hades like
They were worried about the cat players who were coming up behind
Their
them.
cat. He's fucking car. What do I do?
You just never see fights like this. Only brought to you by the cat flank coming in.
And so G2 fail in their 2 chances to close this second map. Techno's gonna have to deal with the wall bang.
Nice tag. Bomb's outside of tunnels. Can't confirm that damage though.
I mean, they just gotta clear something out, Flip. Like, they know one's bottom CT or
Everyone's
a car.
allergic to B. Yeah, I mean,
That
G2
spot is a little
to be
uncommon,
fair to
but
them
he
on their
was
T
literally
side,
in that
they've gone there a
area,
couple
and
times, but
pretty good chance he didn't go back to long. So the fact that they didn't move or like try to take out anything, and they knew they were cat as well, you're just like
suicide push.
This looks like very promising
you're
for
just kind of
G2. We
asking
got
to
one
die
player
or have your
low
planner
already
die.
in the B
I guess
site,
he was just
full
hoping he
attacks
went back to
coming in.
CT.
And the long flank, I mean, it's nice, but they're so far away from actually rotating.
Hades goes back to start throwing utility.
Oh, they're taking a long time though.
Yeah, and also
CT's
keep
look at
in mind
this.
that I don't think Hades
map
was
is
really
morphed.
keeping track of 9-10 at car. That was more like
Just enough
heavy
time for the
god.
Mongols to get in that
Hades
bottom mid smoke.
in his head probably had a
smoke
better mental
offered up by
picture of the cat
Hades.
situation.
But that's going to leave the site
Can we
unsmoked, and so
claim
vision
mobs
through the
as an
doorway.
A? Well, if you Google where
Snacks trying to emerge
Central
out through middle as the hit comes out from
America
tunnels.
is,
Senzu
I think
steps
you'll be
up.
pleasantly
It's only the
surprised.
one. Techno still low, goes down, and so now all eyes on Blitz. He stands
Oh
the
my
test,
god.
at least with another couple kills. And simultaneously, they clear out middle. Hunter's got to go back and grab the bomb, but as he's throwing grenades, they will sweep in on it. It's blood in the water, and Mongols know it.
Of course, they're going to run.
Are
at
both
him in
teams
that
just beefing
2v1.
with each other? Is that
Hunter
why we
half
see the
expected
TKs?
it,
Or they
had
just
that molly out just a little too late. And it's the stack ultimately that ends up winning. There was a moment that we could see where G2 could go B, but we don't have Fog of War. And at 45 seconds, Mongols made 2 rotations to help out.
This spray
Let's
down
make him
from
some
Blitz.
moves.
Yeah, look at these last few bullets as well. He even makes sure just to get that extra damage in, he doesn't simply spray.
Why are they waiting so long to... Well, they are creating a little bit of pressure, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. Bro, you're like 7 layers deep into this shit.
And challenging around side it is the Mongols.
Like, when you're this many OTs deep, it just feels like an absolute clusterfuck.
Yeah, they haven't tried it.
And so the Mongols sign up to just a standard long fight and find 2 easy opening kills.
I think G2 had Mongols doubting themselves for a little bit in this game. Too many players not getting into it. But those score lines are starting to rise.
None as high of Senzu, of course. But 9-10's op impact is starting to be felt. It is starting to break the bones of G2. 2 versus 5 queued up towards the B site. One defender goes down empty-handed. It's an off up next.
Oh, it's on.
God's got the answer.
It's on.
This could be a 2v5. They set their cards up right. This is a bomb plant situation. Hunter playing the long con.
I mean, we're all talking about Senzu, but look at the kills from Heavy God and Hunter. If these are 2 pieces in this clutch you want, it's them. And Hunter's position's gonna catch players off. It's a knife out. Now they gotta trade back. Hunter on the line. Locks it all in. Kovac blood is thick.
Hunter in the camouflage against the wall. What
That was
a
fucking
play.
disgusting from Hunter, bro.
2v5 for G2 when they need it.
That was fucking disgusting, man. Show it to me one more time.
That was masterful positioning. We talked about in regulation how Mongols like to go for the tunnels retake. Hunter thinks about that way early.
God damn, bro. God damn.
They found the only way to win again.
2v5.
Question is do you go back to cat? We want another catwalk hit. I speak for everyone watching this game. We want more catwalk hits.
G2 are relying on incredible moments to save this game for them. Oh, and again, shots like that on the cross.
Oh, you're having fun, Techno. Imagine being 10 and 22. You're this many rounds in the game, and you're at 9 HP because of the fucking cross.
It's not kills, but it sure as hell makes Mongols' job harder. Zinio's gonna get full flashed.
Yeah, that was nice. Second layer of them.
Now 9-10 stuck in behind car, has no support.
This time for sure, they'll never see the
Mongols
catwalk
trying to
hit
bring
coming.
players out from CT spawn, but they're walking it to not give up the information. G2 hit the pause button for a second. Now that utility comes from over top of the wall. 9-10, missed chance. Critical miss at that. Now he is desperate in that corner, trying to bank on Blitz to save him. Blitz and Senzu find that layered hold.
Oh, they don't take out 9-10. They don't dislodge this target. They need to be able to scale. So now it's got to be about Hades. He's lurking into middle. They're leaving Heavy God here, which is fine. Setting up the long cross smoke.
In order to save 9-10, it took giving up all the map control.
I mean, you know,
it was all hands on deck to get those long kills.
Oh, we didn't see that. Hades.
9-10 reposition. Hades gonna clip him in the hip. Climb up from the M4 though, inside of the fire. Senzu, he's sitting in the middle and he catches both off guard. But luckily Snacks is able to recover with the kill. And so now Techno, up in hand, tagged early by Hades. His death queued up so early on.
He doesn't know Heavy God was that long.
Just tucked in and playing a dangerous game as he just skirts the side of that fire. This off goes for the jump info, and that's where Heavy God strikes him down. It's 2 terrorist round wins here for G2 off the back of a 2v5.
Now this is a lovely mid-rounds. This is more standard. This is last sort of heroics. This is just a spot that's
Techno's
kind of
intentionally
tricky, but
getting
they
shot
use
on the
fact
cross,
that
so
they
he
had
drops,
Hades down
Senzu
mid
drops his double up to him.
reorganize the same hit.
Smart.
And
Put
to be honest,
Senzu on the
they'll
rifle.
jump
It's
into
really
this.
smart.
If this 2K happens, sure, they save the day.
Techno,
but
once
otherwise, they
again,
have the CTs thinking, oh, they're worried about mid, they're worried about B.
genius.
And that's finally a spot for G2 where they have the wool over Mongol's eyes. It seems like it's been the other way for most of this game.
Techno is total ass. True. Honestly, I don't know why after starting the round at 9 HP, he doesn't simply just win the 1v2 at the other bomb site that was lost.
This game's got more to give.
Kind of a fucking bot, honestly. Like, why doesn't he simply just win that shit?
Mongols are absolutely playing on hard mode. They've sacked so many good positions in this match. I think they kind of like doing it.
Oh, man.
Twisted bunch,
Kind of
I bet.
freaky like that.
Yeah, I bet they are.
Don't act like Techno hasn't been playing like shit all year.
Otherwise, why
Yeah,
would
bro,
you
we're just
choose to
going for the
lose a
whole fucking
5v2
year.
or a 1v4 or a 3v5?
Techno,
'Cause it's
remember
always
this,
a
dude. Don't
choice.
say that. You wouldn't say that shit to him at LAN.
Here
He's
we
a
go.
nice guy.
Hunter playing close door, that's new.
Come on. What we've all been waiting for. Come on. This is... We asked for this. Please. We want one more cat hit. Please.
Very tricky. That Molly, will they
I
hard clear
need
this?
this desperately.
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Senzu, man, he's been so solid.
What
Think about that.
in the
How
fuck?
many times have G2 tried that? Never. And Senzu, when he comes out mid, he is so careful.
You think after 15 rounds of play, you'd start to, write off those threats.
Yeah.
But Senzu absolutely locked in.
Was he coming out? Oh, but he missed.
9-10 could have had Malbs dead there. Snacks is going to get tested inside sight. Hangs on to the kill versus Techno. Won't be able to better Senzu. Looks for more on door, and Malbs hits his. Man advantage G2. Wide swing out the window. Bunch of damage done. And so it is very little left of the Mongols.
Just
Empty
like
gun
me.
for Malbs. He actually gets burned into the open, and then Hades off will cover the car player so that G2 can secure it.
That's right. 2 more match points here for G2. They pull out another round here on C, and this is losing the first frag as well. Looks like 9-10's missed shot was must hit.
This walk out the doors. Cues up Malbs to get a multi-frag in the round.
Nice to see Malbs back at it as well. Starting
Also,
to fall into
Should've
the
done the
background
cat
here.
hit, man.
All that damage he gets from the window.
Should've done the cat
throwing
hit.
himself into the fire. Malbs taking action. Deep in OT, Hades
Oh.
gets first blood. Failed to close in 2
Blitz intentionally
chances
died so he
already.
could IGL from the grave.
Right here, right
Not
now,
cope.
5 versus
Real.
4.
Real strat.
There's been a lot going well for G2 throughout this map of Dust 2. Strong starts in both halves. Off the back of both pistol round wins. Malbs is going to emerge from the side of sight. There's a lot of players behind that front runner who dives into the cover of the boxes. A frag grenade to bounce off and get Techno low. Malbs goes out into the open, burned into the open. Drop shots out of Heavy God.
We finally get the cat hit.
Invitation for the Mongols to get onto this site, but the
Oh,
nade from
the
Hunter
nade.
finds the bump. plant, and that's going to cause a bit of a problem. Slight hesitation, but still, they
No
punch in
more
the
nades?
digits, and the
Ooh, just one.
retake's on.
Yeah, high numbers. One smoke here for the T side is interesting. Actually, another for 910. How's he going to use it?
Senzu
they
at
focus
elbow
forward.
with
There will
an
be no cap plays on
AK.
the retake. Snacks actually coming in late.
Yeah, very late.
Can he do it again? No, he cannot. Hades sat his ass down.
And then 910 catches him from the middle of the elbow. But soon Snacks is going to emerge. There's eyes on it from sight. They hold cover, and they cover one another. They do this so well. And with the absence of Nico, here comes Hunter, but he gets cut out. 1 kill short.
Should have just kept doing cat hits,
hang
dude.
on to the bomb site despite the
Should've just kept doing
4v5.
cat hits.
Snacks thought he had this 100% with that push. Once a kill went back from CT spawn, it felt like that was it. But they actually watched it, the right side of the smoke in that setup.
This is a Mongols.
And it has to be so fast that 910 doesn't die first. Like, look how close that is.
That not only can 910, he can't even afford to look away.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you start getting shot, you can't help it, but he fixates in on the other side of that Snacks retake. Simultaneous hits from both sides of the site.
So, Mongols allowed G2 to get into overtime, but now that we're here, this will be the 4th map point that G2 could have closed on. Can they do it now? This one's very expensive. Oh! And something novel here from Hades, going up above.
Okay. I mean, that omnipresent attack from the catwalk, you can understand trying to get a gimmick going.
They didn't get vision, right?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Mongols haven't been that far up cat jet yet, but you know they're coming.
They're sending 3 people at long. Heavy God has never failed. Yeah, never.
Flashed in, finds both blind, but he can't get the second.
That honestly is a
I
success
really
for the
thought he was
Mongols.
going
When's
to
the
get
last time he
2.
hasn't
I
got
really,
2, to be honest.
I really thought he was going to get both.
Site. You've got Mobs working
That
with
would have
only a
been
FOMIS.
such a huge
Hades
find
has a flash
too,
if
man.
He wants to try to send him through that smoke. Mobs decides to walk down the stairs. Ooh. It's the element of surprise because it's not the best weapon to be working with, and Mongols
Last round
just grouping up.
of an OT and you have a fucking FAMAS in your head.
They're holding for this aggression. And Zinio's gonna find him.
Wait, they gotta go back now, right?
30 seconds.
Oh, they gotta make a game time decision. It's getting low.
Oh,
Hades,
shit, Hades.
the newest member of this roster. So much pressure on him every round on A.
And he doesn't play from sight. Instead, he takes it more aggressive.
The
tries
smoke
to get up
took
in
forever
their
to fucking fade. It took forever to fade.
And the long play's coming.
In the 4th chance for G2 to close, it's gonna have to be Hunter and Snacks. And Hunter gets a little more damage in, but Snacks is only working
Snacks
with
with an MP9 on the long flank.
Oh,
Never mind,
swap
M4.
to an M4 is good. He's got the kid as well. It's gonna bank on somebody letting their guard down, but he announces himself, and now all 3 sets of eyes turn this way. But just because they're looking doesn't mean they'll stop him. They try to get into the cover, and Blitz needs
let's
to
go,
keep
let's
his head
go. Come
low.
on.
19 health.
Move it, big man, move it.
Snacks clutch
Psalm quad,
attempt to
move it.
close this.
Move that ass.
And he's let them get away.
Faster,
Or rather,
faster.
they ran. Techno in the corner, shows a little skin. Blitz is
Wait,
eventually going to come back.
why is it not
Falls
better
on
for
planted
them?
They've got to take the fight, and in doing so, it's going to burn more time off. He still has
Dude,
the
I wonder
kid.
if he stuck
jumps
it.
back on in an act of desperation,
Oh.
and he'll burn the hopes of G2's close.
Dude, if he
right
stuck
there
it the
with
first
him.
time,
The
maybe.
way they won
I don't
that
think
was
so,
the
but-
molly. It was planted for Log Plat, but they had that in their back pocket, and they'll
Oh.
pretend not to care. The Mongols will breach into another overtime. Heavy God could have got a second frag here. We was so close. Mzinho found that trade blind. Hades went cross-eyed when they came 3 players up cat. Decided to play it aggressively. I don't blame him for trying, but one of those moments when Mobs pushed off cat and got caught. He was 1 second away from them going B. Him just working on that flank, 2 players in the B site. That would have been the easiest way for G2 to win. But that death drew them back. No shortage of unbelievable moments in this match.
Heavy God has now hit that 40 kill mark as well.
Wow, wow.
Damn near catching up to Senzu.
And he's had his highlight rounds. Extraordinary.
G3.
Who's gonna get tired first? the other advantage to Mongols having such a young lineup. Used to just grinding out.
No,
games
chat,
like
I didn't.
this all
Lock
the
in.
time.
Any primers, prime forgetters, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube.
Because we just have not seen Senzu slow down just yet. Ooh, good damage on Techno.
You know, with the new heights that they reached in 2024, this is the most active the Mongols have ever been in a season of Counter-Strike, the most events they've ever attended.
Oh, they throw a deeper smoke into CT to block the nade, I think.
And Malb's gonna try to get into that smoke to try to challenge here with Hunter, who eats a flash at a not ideal time, recovering from
Jesus
Blitz
Christ.
with 2 headshots. Trying to join up with
Thanks
Techno,
for
but
the
these are
48
two
month primer.
players
Thank
for
you,
the
Pete.
Mongols
Appreciate
tagged
you.
up already. Techno trying his best Hunter impression to catch off any kind of tunnel retake, but there's nobody here.
Nah,
it's actually outside in
if we're
playground that
following
Heavy God
script,
comes in from.
G2
But there might
wins
be
because
some
it wasn't
irony
a
to
cat
this.
hit.
If Techno comes out early enough, they're the ones who are not going to be worried about a tunnels flank.
And they're throwing utility. They're still
my
setting up.
God.
They're going to wait for Heavy God. Techno doesn't wait. He draws.
He
2
whipped
kills,
it.
and they
I
put
jinxed
through
it.
middle.
Let's go.
Heavy God's going to get active, but it could still
Let me
catch
jinx it
the
again.
Mongols
Holy
off guard.
shit.
Problem for Heavy God. Kit's on site. There it is. Needs to swoop that up as he goes for the defuse. And at what point do they swing in on him? Still doesn't have the kit. Could scramble his brain as this clutch goes on. Door challenge is there, and they will close it. No way. Mongols break through that doorway off the back of Blitz.
It nullified the play with Techno walking out through mid that early.
Canceled.
Holy
G2, they
shit.
saw from a long time ago from the back of playground, Heavy God had confirmed vision, no one had crossed.
Imagine I got-
If he didn't come out this soon, even though he didn't know Heavy God was there.
Imagine we had
2
the double
players with
jinx,
guards
that'd be
down. I'm
crazy
honestly
work.
shocked there wasn't a trade back though. Second guy here, Techno, he's 28 HP.
It's an op shot and it's missed. Hades on the sniper. He's been powering up as the game's gone on. He got that early damage through the doorway,
That
but a
shot
very
ends it.
critical op shot that missed.
Yeah, and this is, honestly, now you can see why Mongols haven't wanted to try this mid B. That looked like a very solid defense from G2. They finally go for it. It ends up working 2v3. Blitz with that sneak.
Just a great example of why Mobs is floating around those smokes all the
Cat
time.
hit?
Yeah.
Right? That's what he's been hoping to
I don't
do.
know. Can we get a
for
cat hit
now
counter for this game?
2 overtimes
15
and
rounds.
all of regulation.
And the one time he tries it and they go, it doesn't work.
Damn
Oh!
near did though.
That's a double push. Spotted.
Gotta sing Mongols praise.
No way. Is he calling this out? Okay, no. It's like, that's unreal. I honestly wouldn't know how you'd realize. Heavy God to the plate again. So
He's
good
always
here
good
on
for
long.
one. Oh, Mzinho just slides out. Doesn't even give him the time
Shit
of day.
on.
This is going to be a really constricting split. Malbs is floating now. Throws the smoke for him on long. Ephemeral cover. Buys himself 15 seconds. Hunter here to help.
And Hunter here a little earlier as well. They're going to try to walk that smoke, and Mzinho's going to get tracked. He was hoping that
They're
it was
in B.
actually
They're in
joined
B.
up. There's that push out from Techno. Disrespected tunnels. Snacks making a ton of sound. Doesn't know. Gets blindsided by it. Still, you've got to get that bomb into the action. And Hades off.
Oh my God, they're not going cat. They're not going cat. Guys, they're winning rounds and they're going B.
Well-supported, deep positioning here for the Mongols. It seems all wrapped up. This 20th round win sitting here on a silver platter.
The more complex webs that they've spun so far haven't been successful until now. It's been a load of warm-up here for the Mongols, but they finally take their A offensive early on into the B play late. And these bomb plants, they're going to haunt G2. They pulled this off, finally scoring some rotations and punishing them.
fl0m got conditioned by Mongols as well. True. Honestly, I thought for
They're
sure
going to
we're
come
getting
in hard
another
to try
cat
to
hit,
punish
bro.
these two players who are saving. It makes the next round a whole lot easier if they can find them.
Hunter dropping off. Gives it over to Blitz, who's going to swing wide and get both. That is huge.
Blitz
Few
Oh,
extra
damn. He
bullets
game a little
just to
extra.
make
What
sure.
the fuck?
Double tap
like that?
policy.
It's like
Bottomed
that?
out economy. And G2 about to finish this one empty-handed.
They never expected after the last 15 cat hits that in one overtime we'd only go B.
3 round
Actually,
wins
genius.
demanded of them in the next half. If they don't win with less,
Yeah.
that is a massive ask. What's the limitations? 2 MP9s, a Scout, and a FAMAS.
Yeah.
Certainly not ideal.
No, not sustainable. Definitely. But you know what?
Gotta make
With
another
some of the
coffee
rounds
after
we've
this
seen
game.
so
Holy
far this
shit.
game, I'm gonna hold my breath.
Hades just
When
trying
they
to rattle
announce
off
Hunter
with the
the
scout.
Falcons for
looking
Magic
that
soon,
damage in middle,
yeah. I don't know.
but hasn't found his
You
mark.
think they're actually gonna go for Hunter?
Oh, and Senzu catches the headshot. I mean, Hades, you know, you're working with less. You're trying to get something going. I get it. Damage to maybe set up SMGs. But now here is a moment for Snacks. Perched on top of these boxes. 2 players in front of him. MP9 good for the first one. It's a Tech 9 out because the Op didn't like the chance at the trade. At the very least, Snacks has brought it
What
back.
the hell
And
did that
Zeno's
smoke
locking
bounce
horns
just
over
do?
towards Long. Him and Heavy God doing their own dance as Snacks goes up and over, caught by the wall bang.
I mean, that was just...
910 clears it out as Snacks feels the squeeze.
Okay.
Why is MZU even still fighting here? They're taking the B side, and he's going to run back. Heavy God's now like a forever rotation. Hunter going to get caught, excuse me, on the flank.
Bad molly towards the window, though. Mobs, he's going to throw the Hail Mary, and Senzu's going to make sure to cover that one. This T-side's a whole different flavors. This T-side is the Mongols playing with a bit of depth, and G2
Leftovers.
drowning in that.
I'm disgusted.
Finally, a
left him there for the last 2 days.
in
Can
these
you believe that?
OTs. We haven't seen one just
Gross.
yet.
How dare you?
Wow,
Blitz.
unbelievable. Playing with his fluid.
From this guy? The Mongols don't talk trash. The Mongols don't hoot and holler. The Mongols, well, what they do is qualify for playoffs. They've been doing it all season
What
long.
the fuck?
He didn't even show himself.
What the fuck?
You jiggle that door one too many times. Senzu's gonna find you. Just felt it.
You better be Bruin. You gotta sit through an electronic calling best of 3.
Take one last shot.
Knew he was around there somewhere.
Bada boom. Hit him. And unfortunately, Hades, we've seen moments where he gets that early damage. Not this round. G2 have faced one round that would spell defeat. They pushed it into overtime. They failed to close with 4 opportunities on Dust 2.
Whoa,
And
what?
of all the rounds that Heavy God, we've sang his praise, this time caught off guard.
Yeah, well, Hades was watching him, but he missed his
crazy.
shot.
He got assassinated because Hades missed.
Can't blame him for that one. He'll have to watch from the sidelines with 40 kills.
Hades said, "Ooh."
G2 need to do something different. Senzu waiting for them,
Oopsie.
perched up on bricks,
Or, oh.
up in hand.
48 frags on the brink of 50 with plenty of targets coming his way. Triple overtime needed to separate these teams. Missed shot gives G2 a little more to work with. Utility's gonna come through. Mobs finds his entry. Op shot connects half the damage done onto Mobs, but still standing. And Senzu taking some risky shots over this boost.
Oh, you know Senzu.
Over towards Long, Snacks gets his. Hades finishes off Senzu,
How is
and
this
this
a
is a
2v4?
recovery. This is a 4 versus 5.
How the
turned into
fuck
the 4
is
versus
this a-
2 with a bomb plant at that.
How
and economy
the
in the back
fuck?
of their minds. I don't know if Mongols swing
What
for
the
this.
fuck is this?
Tall order to get into this A site. They try to run away and instead still pay the price. G2, 19 rounds at the very least.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a start. I mean, when you win the second one, you can make it a clean 3. We just haven't seen that until Mongols got the last perfect half. 9-10's up. Desperately wants to hold on to this. They will, jump into it, but okay. Snacks will take him down. No save. Next round you think is necessary now here for the Mongols. And will this game continue? The Mara pause comes in.
Hey, chat, you're totally safe. No ads gonna run. Just don't, make sure you don't.
The setup is fine.
Don't
after
fuck
they
around
get
and
their
find out.
first
The
kill.
pre-roll's turned back
They're in a
on,
spot
okay?
to punish the cap play.
You're totally good.
Long
You're good,
goes the
you're
way of
good.
G2. Cat
You're all
goes the way of
safe, but
G2.
Don't fuck around and find out with a refresh or something. Be telling Twitch chat not to refresh, knowing that they'll do it just to spite me.
Too much of a miss here.
That way I get more
opportunity to
ad
close.
revenue.
Flustered by getting caught on sight. Yeah, exhaustion starting to sink in. This is a long, drawn-out battle going down on Dust 2. But this is the major. This is what you play for. This is where you never give up. And so G2 back at it. Hades from the bottom of the board.
Okay, Hades
Sent
getting an
forward
entry with the
into
op as we all
man advantage
expected.
Instantly.
Senzu.
You got nowhere else to be. No other events to play for. Player break on the other side.
Senzu, 48 kills. Oh, and Mobs will take him out. What a snap.
Mopped up in lower tunnels.
Damn, Mobs, okay. Are we getting another overtime?
And already a position where Mongols have to think about next round, just in case. Unless two mistakes get made here for G2, they can move into an A play.
With that op showing itself in middle, Blitz, you have no support, brother. If he cuts off this half with some utility, maybe, but they could just charge through it, and that's exactly what they're doing over on long. So Blitz is going to get steamrolled here by 3 players peeking at a distance. And this is G2 off of the back of a Hades entry frag to give themselves a chance to go OT4.
His team helped him out last round. Won it 4v5 this time. Here he gets the opener. That's massive. Oh, these two saves got to be everything right now. Full bomb.
Oh yeah, actually though, I got to make some coffee or something
G2
after.
know they need to
if
come
we go to
in
a
for
4th
this.
OT, I need some coffee.
Heavy God's already well ahead of it. Yep.
I'm in a coffee type
Down
of
goes
mood
the
right now.
Techno. Nothing. Mongols bottomed out. G2 survive against 2 of the 3 rounds.
I think we're getting another overtime, folks.
They only had
Their
to
money's
survive
not
the
good.
1
This is
back in
10K overtime,
regulation.
guys. When I say
Feeling
coffee, I
of
mean
defeat
iced Americano,
disappeared
chat.
as they secured
Hell yeah.
chances to close out.
The good life.
4v5 in the first one, the cleanest of sweeps in this last round. And what does the buy look like for Mongols? That's the
That way
question.
I drink it real slow.
What sort of limitations do they have
Hold
to come
down
back
that
from?
shit.
Oh God, MP9s for 4 players.
4 players.
So they try to just charge headstrong towards the long doors. Mob's gonna get tracked through that smoke.
Careful donating
That's
those
an upgrade.
AKs.
They're going to stick
Yep.
around here to try to punish, but they don't go forward.
Did the nade blow it away?
Does not find the gun.
Yeah, I think the nade blew it further into the corner.
Yeah, that's awkward.
Now, luckily for Mongols, it wasn't actually a lot of map control
yeah,
taken by
that's
G2 in that attempt to clear out one portion of the map. And so Mongols have a chance to reposition here, and they reposition strong.
Okay, Momo.
Everybody departs that long part.
Now post a
Cat
picture of
setup,
your
you
desk.
gotta think about what are the advantages here. G2 know vaguely what the money's
Bravo.
like. They don't know where these CTs are going to be playing from. But up on Cat, that's a good spot to jump on something. G2 have to be very careful not to make a mistake. All the CTs are nearby.
It's the Mongols who can play with a little...
the CTs are nearby.
They can run the risk because they've already got overtime secured.
Oh
Faking
my
it crazy.
God.
And MP9's on the flank. Certainly starts to feel insane. The M4 spray finds one, and it's Hades off a critical op shot to keep Mzinho out of this. 910's position's known, and he gets sold off. Hades, who dropped the shot once, makes up for it.
Oh, the first MP9
Fuck it, I'll
doesn't get
take
the kill.
one,
They were in a good
two,
spot to
maybe a
run at
couple of
that.
these.
And
Oh,
instead,
shit,
we're
that
going to go
actually
to
had
another
something
overtime. 2 perfect
Hold on.
halves back to back.
I got
4
coffee. Hold on.
overtimes needed. Both teams having now faced 4 elimination rounds. It's all tied up in that regard, and it's everything to play for. Hades, this is so critical.
Yeah, that's
the
the key
Tech-9
shot.
swap out to keep 910 away. Took it into his own hands.
$25 to close the game out. 23 for another overtime.
Where's Mobs?
24, excuse me. And where's Mobs?
Guys, where's Mobs?
Did we run out of Mobs? Do we have to put in more quarters? Mario?
There he is.
Oh.
He's doing something. He's up to no good down
That
there.
look from Snack was hilarious. What a game so far.
Quadruple overtime.
Lovely.
Making the Mongols work for this.
Yep.
But I mean, the Mongols, I mentioned it quickly. Let's get into it, man. This is a Mongols who we would see every once in a while 2 years ago. And then ever since Shanghai, which was the big breakout to make major playoffs, the first Asian team to ever do it, what they earned was a lot of invitations this year. They've attended more events than they've ever gone to, right? For a region that doesn't get represented that often. All those reps, all those playoffs. Really the biggest shortcoming in Bucharest, not making top 8. Falling short whether that's in quarters, semis.
And you could see the skill. To be honest, again, like, this is a team they're not making any moves versus a team who are going to make moves right after this major ends. And for the Mongols, the expectations are higher. They're the ones who have dropped all the disadvantaged rounds in this game so far. They're the ones who have much more to prove if they're going to have any chance of a run when they get the playoffs. Now we're trying to find out if they can even get there. Oh, Hades.
Op duel. Hades.
Oh, Senzu's in lower this time with an op.
Honestly, Hades and this comeback may have to be studied if they get to a third map. Zoned in lower tunnel, another 5v3.
Yeah, they unleashed the trap. They recognize the setup is coming in once again. Same play. This time 2 ops.
G2 are really starting to tap into some convincing T-side round wins. Mzinho's gonna try to slide up Cat, gets shadow advantage on the peak, so Snacks is down. Mzinho still with 70 health, but the fire burns behind it.
That's a beautiful swing, man. It's a micro move right there from Mzinho, but Hades is expecting him to be holding the wall.
Lower players couldn't help in that moment. Now Blitz is sticking around for his fight. He could catch him climbing up. He gets a chance at the duel, but Malbs just faster to the draw. Hits the instant headshot.
There's the sharpness. Mzinho, the man who got away. 57 health.
No help. All Mzinho all day.
Yeah,
3 rifles extending out into elbow. Techno on a sprint from the other side of the map as Mzinho's just looking to dodge threats, and he's done a good job of going unnoticed.
He actually did. They won't know he's on the right.
Oh, he steps into the Molotov. Jig is up. Now they know damn well where he's at. At least this position could still cause enough of a distraction to get Techno in maybe, but that nade finds him. And so stepping into the fire costs him his chance at a clutch. And the 5 versus 3 gets converted despite the young gun's best efforts.
It was such a nice round from G2. I mean, the way that Senzu had absolutely no chance of shooting back, the number of players that are finally getting blinded before their fights here. Hades coming out with the opening kill again on his op. He has a big job on his hands. And Mzinho makes a very cool play, but that's the end of it for the Mongols. Everything else is way better for G2. That'll be 4 rounds straight. Mzinho can't hide his frustration. Getting tagged by that molly is actually not something small.
Fast clash, Hunter's out. Burnt to a crisp. Utility's been good on long, but what's the transition? G2 taking a quick look over towards
Fuck it, I'm here. Let's go.
Already.
Cat hit!
Gonna catch heavy
Perfect timing.
Nothing to help out with. Bomb right behind Malbs. Snacks is gonna have to be the answer. We've seen good entries from this position, and he's going for it again. Tapping over towards the site. Support over from Long. That player's dropped. Long fight from Hades. And we get him versus Senzu with the bomb down on elbow.
They let him live a little too long. Hades has to clutch. And Senzu's, he's making the right play. Bomb has to get picked up. He's going all the way around to Long. He's still trying to figure out why Hades hasn't got the bomb just yet. So there's some time bought. Hades isn't going to see him here up on Cat. When he mollies this off, how is he going to plant? Oh, it's over to B.
He's going to run. Yep, Senzu's going to try to take the fight. Senzu
just missed it.
Didn't see him, still doesn't know he goes. And if he had just at least gotten the glimpse, then he'd be hot on his heels.
Crazy.
And now I wonder if Hades tries to take a door fight off this plan.
Yeah, he could do anything. Senzu's like, oh no, he got the bomb. I didn't realize at all. So much time is going to get bled off the clock.
Doesn't have a kit yet. This is even worse for Senzu. Doesn't have a kit for the play.
No kit.
Only the 2nd round of CT overtime, and he doesn't have a kit for this.
And
he's
just ran
cautious
past
about
all
this
the
window
dead bodies
peek,
where he
but with
could
a
have grabbed one
10-second
too.
defuse, he's going to have to cause Hades to panic.
It has to be one big mistake from Hades. One bad miss. Otherwise, 10-second sticks not coming in.
Everything would point to Hades closing out this clutch, but he's got to take a look at it within 5 seconds. Miss!
Oh, wait,
that's what he was looking for, but the clock decides it. That was the mistake he was looking for.
Oh.
There it is, in pit.
Oh, was that the only one? Oh my goodness.
Hades gets away. And Snacks with such critical kills. This adjustment over toward the corner.
I thought this was Malbs.
No, bro.
He got those clean headshots. He stayed out of dodge, kept his cool. Incredible aim right there. Oh.
How the fuck don't you have a kit? Because 10k over time.
Wasn't going to be running down in pit.
Jenny, your question about 6k every round, I mean, we've done 16k. I think 12.5 is the best.
Got 910 wounded as well.
I don't like the idea of just max ops being out all the time, and sometimes people starting triple ops or some shit at the start of the
At least some damage back, considering Mongols
no,
already have to deal with 2 players in the 20s.
Does the same thing. It's more money, actually.
G2 are definitely growing with confidence.
Yeah, like
Multiple
ESL and
opening
Blast, I think, run
attempts.
12.5k now.
Oh, okay.
Normally.
Maul's damage. He had to hit that first bullet.
Zeno just takes him out at the knees.
The flash molly combo is so strong when you see what happened there. Even though they got techno to
Is this ever
27,
gonna end?
that's
Well, only when they start running more
9-10's
cat
the
hits.
offer down to 22. That won't matter as much. This one kill is pretty huge. But G2 are really hitting a rhythm right now.
I
Wouldn't be
left the
surprised
second
if they find
overtime,
a way.
mowed my lawn, and they're still playing. Crazy. Dude literally just sprinted across his lawn.
They've shown some great fight. This will be a B split. Now Techno's damage might come into play here.
The kit's still over towards Long. The only kit on the round is still over on Long.
And Blitz, he maintains vision here in mid, which helps out his team a lot. The split is going to get slowed down.
Trying to fight Hunter. There's that damage that they shoot up. He's going to try to fall back into the flash. Hunter has to give him that little bit of space. Car players holding. Mzinho and Blitz locked down mid. No way.
Falls apart. The op shot, again, necessary to hit, I want to say.
Hades back turn.
Yeah.
The fadeaway flash out of Blitz gives that perfect amount of space to escape.
That was a nice move, man. That was
Second
a nice
time
move.
he's gotten to the door at the perfect moment.
Sliding
in this
around
game
like
to
that,
save
like
it.
a slippery snake, dude.
Great
Just
moment
fucking
for G2
wiggle
up
it.
until that play.
It's not even Blitz sticking around trying to get the kills. No ego.
Remember, guys, you're
just flashing
completely
off the
safe in
wall.
here from the mid rolls.
I mean,
So if
he
you've
knows
been
he needs
deady
to
in
get
here,
the B
you're
side when
locked
Techno
in.
dies.
Isn't it nice, chat?
And
Isn't it nice
Mzinho,
just
he
having
got his kill. Where did he get his first kill?
streamer
Silver
manually
smoke.
run ads?
I'm not quite certain,
Yeah,
actually.
He was over on A. That makes this game a lot more possible now for the Mongols. I don't think anyone was going to survive two flawless sides. Oh, that's a big find.
That's a
Gets
clean
little
one.
better. We were
That's a
talking about the
clean
door
one right
damage,
there.
not about the door kills.
Teach the other streamers. Well, now the other the thing is all the other streamers' viewers, if they even if they try to sneak in here now, guys, they got to pay the pre-roll tax. You guys, basically, this is your loyalty rewards kicking in right now.
Oh my God! So much sound. Bulbs tries to strike him down.
You're already in here. You're all good.
Blitz gets
Smart.
dinked in that
Loyal.
process. Mobs is hanging on to his territory. You're gonna have to fight him out of here. That
The
flashback
fl0m
sets you
rewards
up.
card, exactly.
Senzu, he's now down at the hands of Heavy
Kiki, thank you very much for the Twitch primer. Thank you.
Hades
Oh,
peeks into the off, a second victim here for 9-10 in a critical round to tie things up at 23.
It's a good try on the trade, but this allows Mzinho to roam free now.
And Mzinho, no shackles.
yeah, Twitch
takes
Turbo helps
all
me
the
out.
long
Yeah, just
control
like
he
YouTube
wants, and
Premium
Heavy
does.
God have been duking it out all map long. And even though it's damage, Heavy God, it's the frag and the sight that comes with it.
And they'll already start working on the hunt before they even come in for this plant.
I mean, you definitely
There's these
can. You
moments
can buy all
that are,
nades with
you know,
6K.
symbolic of
Just
the
skip
whole
head armor.
game. Mzinho winning a raw 50-50 with Heavy God,
Which
who
most
has
of the
just
time you
been
do anyway.
amazing in this matchup. Senzu still
T-side,
keeping
you just skip
a
one
kill
nade.
lead,
It's not
but
that big of a deal.
9-10 also getting a bit better.
Bro, I think is
Critical
my
op save
best
here
YouTube
for
video.
Snacks.
Brother, not right
Hades
now.
has been powering up as the game's gone on. He just wants to keep it.
I have no idea.
Oh, there's no guarantees. I mean, we've got teams buying a single kit on CT
I like to
sides.
think
It
that I
really
got better
goes
over
down.
time with explaining
Shows you how
certain
much the money
concepts,
means.
but I don't know. I don't really
Absolutely.
have one.
In these overtimes.
The smallest margins, but a big gap in door as far as 9-10's concerned.
That's not an easy shot. With all the rubble flying around, aiming low, kind of middle of the door, has to crouch for that moment as well. It's a very safe cross on paper for G2. They tried to make it hard.
This is that moment in the game that I remember that if this was going down inside of a packed out Moody Center, we would have fans frothing at the mouth, and that is only days away. That is what they're playing
all right, so
for.
2 nades, it's fine. You don't really need like
in top 8.
Telling you, it's not really that big of a
stay
deal.
tuned.
Most operas are just gonna have like be cycling through stuff anyway, and they drop a lot of them, especially
Mongols want
depending
it.
on the
The
map.
Dallas crowd was so on their side. America loves the underdog. And Mongols have been that all season long.
Essentially, completely
Becoming a
eliminates like
mainstay.
any sort of economics in it.
Wow, they're watching for this walkout. feel like they know something, but
do they get extra timeouts in OT? I think they get one every OT, and they don't carry over, so you can't stack them. I don't think. I think that's the rule.
Smoke goes down in front of tunnels, and that's going to cause the reposition.
They properly block it. I've seen Senzu sometimes they send him out to go fishing in mid to fight mobs. Looking to get some info back.
Blitz is officially in the 40 club. Surpasses 9-10 and everybody else.
They've been good at avoiding that HE damage. Mobs will pick up another one. This is more of a classic round now between these two teams.
This is where it all started, huh?
Yeah, that's where it all started, and that's what happens, man. Time is a flat circle. You go enough overtimes in, you go back to what works. Your animal instincts here.
We're playing a whole second game of Dust 2 at this point.
I've never seen a cat hit before. This is
Try
crazy.
to challenge around this. Mobs climbing into the smoke to play between it. We criticize them for not being on site often enough. This is one of those active positions that at some point he's going to have to pull the trigger. He's going to have to run this risk. Smoke soon to fade. Challenge goes beyond him. Flashbangs popping in the middle of it all. And as he comes up, Senzu gets that instant headshot. It is all for naught with Mobs. Hunter down in CT spawn. Plant for catwalk, and that part of the map so well held on to still by Mongols. No need to go challenging around this smoke, but it's starting to feel a little claustrophobic.
They got to bleed time down, to be honest.
They take a little look over top of the site. They're not seeing that CT contact yet. Blitz signs up and sprays away. The ramp play from Heavy God goes well. It's the only thing to start coming back to G2's favor. But it just feels like it's too little, too late. He'll try again to get something.
Insane.
Mongols heads down. They knew this job was round by round. They'll lock this in. A 24th secured.
Senzu winning his duel over Mobs, jumped up on the cap box, which if that play is supported with enough distractions, then you could get something going. And to be honest, he got Senzu low, even though he had to adjust heavily. But who better than Senzu, the guy that got them this far to win that first duel? We know how important his frags are in overtime. And they just have everyone waiting, you know, for somebody to come up from CT in the first place. It was one risk to take, but look at this, 2 MP9s. Mongols locking in a 5th overtime if necessary. Best chance to close.
G2 have to face it again. That dark cloud overhead. Snacks posted, top boxes, frag grenades are great.
Oh, extremely good. That MP9 just got a whole lot stronger, and that was a main idea. Now, here's the thing. Mongols try this on another map. It'd be hard to go back into a default. Dust 2 is still very early. Also,
I wonder,
G2 don't have confirmed information.
They don't have confirmed damage, though. Yeah.
They don't have
That was
all
great
info
nades,
back.
but also it's like...
But if they want to just re-exec, Snacks could really save the day here.
Flash blinds 2, the AWP rings out, so you know that they're still back there. Here it is,
they're
Snacks,
just
3 of
re-hitting
the
it.
primes.
Holy
But he actually gets down
shit.
with
The volley is working.
Techno burns
Oh
Hunter to a crisp. Low
no!
health or not.
The nade was too far, and the B hit just got Snacks got absolutely shit on.
Point. It has to be a 3v5 retake for G2.
Oh
They
man!
had the defense in position. They did the protocols well. The early grenade damage set it up.
Snacks got absolutely obliterated on that entry.
Those first 2 corpses. Retake queued up. Flash over top. Heavy God gets the first. They're doing it. They're bringing it back. They got a little position.
What in the Falcons? What in the Falcons?
Blitz at 9-10. All that's left. This late burn around. Mobs, star of the show. Gets
He knows,
on top
he
of
knows.
this bomb. Has the kit to defuse it.
Holy shit!
Out from the window. Are you kidding? Nico Mobs fills those shoes and takes us to OT fight.
How does this keep happening? They really did do a Falcons!
Is the Counter-Strike Major.
That's
Oh
right,
my
baby.
god!
That's right, baby. The 3v5 retake and the 1v2 clutch from Mr. MD. Just for the chance to play some more.
What in the fuck?
Op challenge
Oh
on
my
the middle of the map again.
Every time you think there can't be a better position
How
found,
are we still here?
G2 find a way out.
Oh, man.
What is going on?
Exposed.
I don't understand the relation to the Falcons. What, did you just get to the major?
He's
What
won a fair
happened?
few of
Where
those
you been?
duels.
I'll give you a hint. They did something similar. All right.
New position up here for Heavy
I'm
God.
actually tweaking so hard from this coffee already that I think I just said, like, I just threw a U in the word similar.
Regardless of if they go B. Hunt and Heavy God's in a real interesting
Similar.
spot. Snack's also trying to play this tricky, but right now, B is understaffed.
Fuck it,
They're going to throw the proper mid-B smoke, though, this time.
Senzu's blocking in this angle. I mean, this is a tough one for Snacks. Hunter just comes through.
Is he going to shoot? He's going to chill.
Wow, almost exposed to that. They could still find him over top of it.
Honestly,
Senzu
kind of
eyes
a
on
more
it the whole
efficient way to
entire
say it.
time. This was the 4
I might have
versus
to stick
5
with that.
instead man advantage for the Mongols.
And again, it's just that was the one person to help out Snacks. He'll move over to the right side. I don't think he went spotted anyway, but this B play is correct. Hades and Heavy God are not in a position to flank. Heavy God needs to leave that.
G-Money,
right
thanks
now.
for
I mean,
the
it's not
gifted
going to be
sub to
long at this point.
Falcons cosplay.
Needs
Thank
to be
you.
working on a flank. There's just no way for that to happen. So
No
Snacks is
utility.
alone.
Can't hold it down. Can't slow it down. No smoke, no fire, just the M4. And maybe an act of God. They're going to peek over top of him. What is that? Just a flying op as if Snacks has to deal with that of all things.
I thought Mario was on the other team.
Senzu straight up trying to just farm out here. That's crazy. He's literally going for clips. He's actually just going for
Feels
clips.
like Snacks has played more Counter-Strike than any other human being at this point. Has he ever had to deal with that? Flying ops inside of the B site, no chance.
That's the beautiful part
Guys,
about
friendly
the sandbox.
reminder,
Every round is brand new.
OT5
VP
round
and
one
Payne are
goes
just
the way
sitting
of
here
Mongols.
waiting, watching this. Toxic Gliss, thank you very much for the gift and sub to Similar.
Oh my goodness, man. He was watching back. I mean, the smoke is sort of suspicious, right? Senzu shoots through smokes with rifles so much. He's been opping a lot in this game, and we're seeing him get these shots through the walls, get these shots through the smokes, because he trusts himself. When he feels something's wrong, you saw Hunter throw that smoke out and stand behind it. It's the whole reason they walked back. Try to respond to
Lord
that
Gametron, thanks for the Twitch Farmer, thank you.
Signing up for fights, they decided to take it to them, and G2 will meet you where you want.
We're still
Crazy
fucking
counterattack there
banging.
for G2, right?
Sliding around the side of the smoke like that. Okay, you want to see crazy? 9-10, what you up to?
Ooh, he doesn't get hit by that, luckily.
But again, they're going to just
I
walk
think
this
28's match point, I think. I don't remember.
It's actually
Yeah, I think
middle.
28 is match
Could
point.
be a point of weakness. What sort of a recovery can the
Yeah,
Mongols
okay, it
piece
says
together
it's the top
here,
now. Yes,
3v5?
confirmed. 28.
I really think that even though Mobs has only had a pretty good game, he's had some big moments from him, but he's still, you know, on a negative KD. I think he's the guy they're the most scared of. When they want to try these mid-Bs, it's a huge game plan for them. But he could just be such a nightmare. Here it comes.
Yes, there he is. He's got him spooked, and Snacks from the backup platform is going to lock this one in alongside Hunter. Flawless round coming out of G2. A swift reminder as to what they can do, but the Mongols are the ones that said right here, right now, and signed up for that fight on long, giving away 2 kills very early.
Another timeout refresh. Mario says I'm too old for this shit. Let's keep it going.
So what the fuck is this, bro?
It's becoming a game of rock, paper, scissors. When you go this deep into an overtime game, there are no more secrets. Nobody saved an idea for this moment. You're coming up with stuff on the fly. You're synthesizing what you've seen in previous rounds. But whenever it's go this deep in overtime, by the way, only
Everyone's
map
just waiting.
2. Really depends now if G2 can actually close this.
Yeah. All the different cat hit variations have been shown already.
Climb up, that's all right. Early tunnels here for the Mongols. What's that?
Started making banana bread at 11:11, nearly done.
Okay, but they do still find the opening
Okay, but
kill.
banana bread sounds incredible. I am very jealous.
Blitz surely heard that, right?
That's crazy, but he disrespects the mid smoke. Works. He gets the kill. Are you kidding?
Oh, Blitz, he's tearing him up.
A triple out of Blitz, and
What
he's
the
still gonna go
fuck?
for it.
What?
All on his own. Takes control of the situation. The
the fuck, bro? Just became Thanos or some shit.
All logic has left the station.
That is 4 ripping headshots out of Blitz.
Okay.
Damn, he actually
Believe
almost
it or
kind
not,
of
this
smiled.
guy's on the brink of catching up to Senzu. He's the next closest to 50 frags.
He was playing a classical game, turned it into a blitz match right there. This
What's
is
this?
a crazy
I get it,
series of
London,
decisions. He
I get
heard
it.
Hunter swing out in front of him and then just
Get it.
shows us that this beautiful fluid
While we're
game.
sitting here
His
just absolutely
plays are
fucking
unreal.
enjoying this cinema, don't forget to follow on Twitch and don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube. Thank you guys.
Mid-smoke.
Gino, thanks for your 6-month primer.
4
Thank you, man.
headshots off Blitz, charging
All right, here we
down
go.
middle.
Another one.
That is how you take control of a situation.
Shameless, shut up. Specs,
What a
you're
beautiful
pissing me
reminder.
off.
All the elaborate Counter-Strike as this game is
I'm gonna
evolved and
revoke
gone
your
on.
fucking
And then out of
loyalty
nowhere, you
reward
sprinkle
fucking
one
card,
about it.
okay?
You just said when we get this deep into OT, it's a live in the moment kind of thing.
Absolutely.
I really
And
do
that is
need
what
Twitch
you
to
get.
enable.
The prime example.
Instead of timing out
And there he
viewers,
is
I should
again.
be able to
This is how one
single-handedly
man
target
and
them
one
with an
man alone
ad.
can win a game of Counter-Strike.
He is the heart and soul of Mongolian Counter.
That shit would go so hard.
He is the guy who this all revolves around as a player.
Just one person. Also, holy
Keeps up
shit.
From Pit. Couple players coming at him. He needs a little bit of help here from 910, and 910's going to offer it instantly. Techno picks up a kill elsewhere. Long absolutely shut down. It's the Opera's Paradise coming off a catwalk.
If they really
CT
do-
side for the Mongols
Oh
starts
man,
well.
they win that
Just
round
because
just to
all of
lose
our
is
first
absolute
times
pain.
this far
NorCal, thanks for
into
the
a game.
59-month
Next
resub.
round,
Dambo with the
if
Twitch
Mongols
primer.
win,
Thank you guys.
they have
I literally
qualified.
said all you gotta do is follow, like,
G2
and
will need
subscribe,
two.
and you
Try
get
that
the
again.
5, 10,
One
15,
more round.
20 gifted Volkswagen.
T6.
Oh, that was right during the scam trade as well. Shout out Match All Gifted. I owe you 20 on Twitch and
They
member
have
mommies
27
on
now,
YouTube.
though,
Timber,
so they
thanks
win
for
one
the
more. They
primer.
have 28.
Yes, and then there's okay, you're right. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Savage,
sorry,
for
I
the
felt
10
bad.
super chat. Thank you, thank you.
Let's forget that ever happened.
Lepa,
You
thanks
two
for the
do
gifted
bad.
and Twisted. Thanks for 3
This
months.
is why you're the
Thank you.
brains of the operation, Mohan.
It's got to be flawless now.
Rancor, thanks for the 5. Thank you.
Saw Blitz just suddenly get opening kills. 4K on the entry. What's up next?
2 full games of
Got
Counter-Strike.
it. Good. Thank you.
Before
Thank
your
you.
eyes here on Dust 2.
Got Turbo, and I forgot I had Prime. Son of a bitch. It's always a forgetter, man. Thank you.
Whoa, very aggressive cat
Oh,
setup. 3 CTs,
they're gonna pop
2
him, or are they
Ts
just
here
gonna
waiting.
hold?
Mob's in the corner. They know he's gonna be here.
Whoa,
They
they're
take
just
him out
fucking
quick.
sending
Just taking
it.
control.
This could be
These
it.
final 3 rounds have been about taking control.
5v3 for real this time.
Blitz set a tone when it came
Unchained,
to
thanks for the primer.
running
That's
down middle.
crazy.
One shot gets missed. Make no mistake, G2 have found to worm their way out of crazy situations, harder than this even. Will there be a heroic play here from the bomb carrier on Cat versus MCNO? All the CTs they need are here.
Nobody has to move a muscle if you're Mongols. You sit back and you secure top 8 at a major playoffs.
But if logic and reason and statistics were worth a damn, we wouldn't be this deep in OT, would we?
910 on the angle. Blitz right in front of him. Lands his shot on Heavy God. Only 2
Yeah,
players
no
left to
nades.
bring
He
it
just had
back
to
into
try
the
to
fold
pray.
here for
That's
G2.
it. That's it.
And there's not enough left in it. Hades, you've got plenty of targets.
Oh
24
my.
seconds. They're going to swarm at him. They want it. They want to close.
They're gonna
on
knife
their
him? No
terms with
fucking
knives
way.
out. It is MZNO from the backdrop.
The way they have the knife fell right there is all thanks for the 5 gift and thank you. Finman, thanks for the 53-month resub. Thank you.
At majors. Beautiful stuff out of the Mongols. A grueling
Shout out
G2
20.
fight.
No.
That's the,
I mean, 36
the best
gift. No.
test that you could ask
31
for the
gifted.
Mongols
Holy
coming
fuck,
into
I can't
top
do
8,
math.
showing they had to win against it all. This game was Heavy God breaching 40
Fucking
with
kept missing
Senzu
all the
carrying
numbers.
them, no one else fragging. Mob's torn up about this. Everybody put in great effort from G2 as well in this
Man.
game. But the Mongols, more consistent throughout, more heroes towards the end.
Really, if
Senzu
anything,
never
though-
letting off the gas pedal.
Not once. Total
G2
aggression. An otherworldly
gave me a
performance
bit
to keep them in it as
of
long as he
confidence
did.
in them
And
when
for G2,
Sampaius
it's a
and Saw
sad
get here,
story
though.
because it's one where they didn't play from inside the spotlight, but rather from the shadows. The expectations for this team starting this deep into the tournament were so
They
low.
don't look like
Especially
so
with
lost
that
as
outing
they
back
did
in
before.
Dallas. Didn't set the expectations
They
high.
don't, they don't.
They come up short versus
Obviously-
the Mongols. Another team in top 8.
Obviously, they didn't make it to playoffs, but I don't.
G2 have
were any
shown
of us
incredible
even expecting
heart
to
and
play for
strength throughout
playoffs
this
here?
major, an improvement from what we saw from you guys in Dallas, and then this insane game. Just
how hard and how exhausting was that to go through and try and think of new ways to try and combat what the Mongols were throwing at you, Hunter?
Yeah, I mean, it was very tough. I think we opened Ancient very well. Then after on City side, even though we had good calls, I think we didn't manage to kill them because they are shooting well. On us too, I mean, you've seen what happened. We had a lot of match points. I think they played well, we played well as well. Yeah. And it was very exhausting, and especially because yesterday game against Navi as well, that I think that we deserve to win more than them. But this is CS, that's why we all love this game. And yeah, it's just tough. We are really, really exhausted, but I'm really proud of the effort, especially after what happened to us in last 6 months in G2 and what was going on in Astana without me having visa, and then in Dallas that we didn't play good CS. I think we played really well. We were getting better and better, but yeah, at the end, this is how it is.
Looking at this though, right, you lose your stars, you lose Nico, you lose Manasi, you then try to rebuild, you have stand-in situation for this as well. The run you went on from the major, what you just said, if you'd won maybe a pistol or more, you would have been able to take down Navi, fighting so closely here to almost make playoffs. Are you proud of what this G2 was able to show, given all the circumstances surrounding this?
Absolutely. I'm really proud of what we did, like this major overall, especially after this game against 3D Max that we were not ourselves. Yeah. We really bounced back after that, and we played against really good teams after Aurora, Navi, today against Mongols, you know. And yeah, I just don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I'm very sorry that we didn't manage to qualify for playoffs because I think we deserved it at the end, especially against Navi yesterday. But yeah, congrats to Mongols, congrats to Navi. Wish them all the best in playoffs, and yeah, that's it.
Obviously, we already know what's going to be happening going into the next season for you guys, right? But for you, do you still motivated, inspired that this G2 can rise up again, you know, and off another back of another rebuild?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm looking forward for the new season, and I just need a small break now to chill with my family, and after we will see what will happen.
Thank you very much, Hunter. G2's run does end here, but they put up one incredible fight and a great series.
Yeah, first things first out of that rough game. I mean, what a battle for G2, for a team that kind of, in some level, we didn't expect.
We still got a whole nother best of 3 chat.
Stand up to the Mongols like this and stand up to them for the entirety of 5 overtimes. That's an insane performance out of G2.
We got a whole nother best of 3. You better lock the fuck in.
It's gonna look disappointing when you see that it's a 0-2 finish in this BO3. But anybody that was here to watch this live is not going to take it just like any other.
Also, less than a minute remaining on the scam train, ladies and gentlemen. 31 gifted on Twitch.
Even though they know that things are going to be changing into the upcoming season, they gave absolutely everything they had, heart and soul, into this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, it just constantly fighting back every single time. Someone like Blitz, someone like Senzu made a play, then you see someone like Malb step up, someone like Heavy God step up. It was always a fight back from G2, super impressive, and unfortunate for them it ends this way.
But flipping the script a little bit and looking at the positives into this, Mongols have made it through to the playoffs of the major. We got Tekno with us, we got Senzu with us. Boys, how's the energy right now? Because that was insane.
Yes, of course, it was a really rough game, and both of us,
great orientation to gift it, thank you.
And to be honest, I was out of the server for the second map, and I was. I'm so excited. Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. I'm still shocked, you know. Yeah.
It's completely fine. Senzu, I need to ask you, between map 1, map 2, yeah, you change something, you pop a Senzu bean, you start eating and powering up?
Crosshair.
Crosshair!
Crosshair!
Don't change it again.
Yeah, that might be your best
crosshair.
Use
change it again.
I don't think so.
Tekno, I want to know, I mean, that was a tough one for you, but you actually kind of had a late resurgence. You were stuck at pretty low kill count, but kind of in the end, you started having some serious impact. Like, what flips in your head? Like, when do you finally feel like something clicks?
Firstly, I always think about what should I do for my team, for the win, you know, for the winning rounds. Not for kills, but, you know, the killing people is the key to win the round. Of course, this game's important key, and I tried my best to save my team, but we lost so many. I think the 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2, and we lost that kind of rounds, and that's so much impact on for us. You know, it goes more overtime, yeah.
Did you feel the pressure of the situation, considering it's elimination or playoffs? Like, is that, do you think, part of the reason why it felt difficult to close out some of these rounds in this game? The later you guys got.
I think it's not that too many pressure for us because we won the first map and it's the second map. You know, it's not like the the
elimination map.
Yeah, the elimination map. It's not like that, but it still had pressure on us. Yeah.
Right.
For me, it's just I don't want to think just deep, just no pressure, just play good CS.
Yeah.
Like. Yeah.
Did you notice, could you feel how much you were destroying them when you were on this run? I mean, you got 36 kills in regulation. Yeah. By the way, congratulations. I'm pretty sure that's a CS2 record in majors.
Is it?
You hold it now.
Oh, he breaks the record for kills in regulation?
Okay. Could you feel it inside the server that you were just like dominating them that well?
Was Donks not in a major?
At one point and say, oh my god, I've got 36 kills.
I don't know, just
lucky. From that point, though, right, you've made it to playoffs. I know it's been a hard run for you guys. Do you feel like you guys will be able to take this time now?
I mean, still the same either way. I ain't trying to take away from it.
Some more strength on stage?
I think we will prepare the playoffs and do some the mistakes, fix some mistakes. And yeah, just play like Mongols, real Mongols, you know?
Yeah.
Play like good CS.
Play like good CS. Well, that's what we want to see from you guys. Lastly, is there anything you want to say in Mongolian to all the Mongolian fans out there supporting, cheering for you guys?
Yeah. За бид ингээд мажорын плей-офф чадгарлаа. Тэгээд бид тэгээ улам дэмжээрээ чадвал авраг авна гэхгүй. Бид авраг авна дөө гэх.
Perfect.
That's it.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you
Congratulations,
very much, guys.
Thank you.
Welcome to the playoffs. We'll see you in a few days.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm ready to fight Austin Wednesday.
And there we have it. The Mongols getting the job done in probably the sweatiest of ways to do it. An incredible performance coming out from Senzu.
That one's for everyone who wants BO5s at the majors.
Yeah.
We just gave you a BO5 right there. That's all you get. Not in the finals. It's just in a qualification game.
Dude,
is it actually over? Did the game actually end? Are we
do we have one more overtime?
Yeah.
We have another series coming up.
Yeah, we do.
That was an unbelievable performance by Senzu. That's one that's going to be memorable regardless of the outcome of what they do in the playoffs. Like the way that he just hand-delivered them that Dust 2 in qualification to the playoffs. It's why we've been singing his praises the most of any single player from his team or even from that country.
Yeah, and I think that's going to, that's going to go down. That's got to be one of the great all-time carry performances in a major game. Like even going back into CSGO, like that's got to be one of the greatest individual efforts to that whole map for me felt like how far can Senzu carry them? How far can he bring them before someone else steps up to get him over the finish line? It was blitz at the end of the day, but what, Senzu took them all the way to like triple overtime before he kind of started slowing down. That's an insane performance.
And this is it, right? It wasn't just with a rifle. His rifling was god tier, but you got the scout we're watching in this one. You have the AWP at times.
When he picked up the second op, I was like, what are you doing? Stay on the rifle.
Please stay with what you're good at.
I mean, watching Senzu in this game was like watching Donk in a North American Face-It pug. I mean, he was just running through everybody. And also, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat where it feels like your rifle was getting you so much done. Why even switch to the op? But he had some pretty decent op moments in this one too.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of criticism I'm going to lay at his feet in this game. This is just an incredible performance that he brings them forward into this kind of a match. But man, the ability. I mean, even I even forgot that they had to come back in regulation. Yeah, I even forgot that they were on the verge of just losing the map all straight up.
I'll be honest, when I start to remember this game now, I'm thinking like, was this in the same series or not? It could have been in anything. This is a wild one. This was an impressive one, and this just goes to show that what Techno said on that interview at the beginning, yeah, they weren't pressured because they held the pressure, they held that mental game, and they stayed strong throughout.
They probably felt the pressure in that 5v3 advantage on the B-bomb side. I think they wanted it to just end. I feel like a few of the ways that they were trying to finish out rounds, they just wanted to get the game over with. A little bit of over-eagerness in those kinds of moments, but also hard to blame them when they put themselves in so many advantageous positions because of a Mazinho extra swing, a blitz push through the smoke. Like they were the antics, the crazy plays that put them in the positions to win. I mean, it's like live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, that was one other thing I noticed too. I think Senzu at the end, like towards at certain points, overextended a little bit with a couple rounds, but it's also like you've got 50 kills and you're carrying your team. Like you obviously are going to feel like you can go for that extra peak and feel like you have to go to that extra peak because you're the one providing most of the impact and most of the kills.
Yeah, some rounds you would feel like, okay, I have to be the one, but sometimes maybe chilling was the right decision. Either way, Mongols got the win. Looking at this though for G2, they did put up a fight. They had the game in their hands. This one's going to hurt. This one's going to sting, but maybe less so because obviously it's the end of the run for this whole team, you know. Like that's the bit they can sit back on in that sense, but it's an improvement from what we saw in Dallas.
Well, and I think you're happy if you're G2 in the sense that Hunter played a really good game.
Yeah.
Malbs played a really good game and had some huge rounds, like a 1v4 clutch and like what, triple overtime or something crazy. Plenty of involvement in the 2v4s, the 3v5s. Heavy God had some very good rounds. So despite, again, how devastated they're going to be, I think at least if you're the G2 organization, you're bummed that you've missed out on the playoffs, but you're looking at this and like these pieces that we picked up to kind of alleviate the sting of losing m0NESY and Nico, they delivered for us. So you can be happy about that and more positive about the future.
And I feel like some people might see the emotions that G2 are expressing right now and say, why, you know, they know that they have a stand-in, they know that they're going to be making changes, why even feel this way? But when you're dedicating day in, day out, 50 hours every single week, maybe even more, to just be the absolute best at your craft, and you're giving every single inch of your life to this game, like these are the emotions that you are going to feel when your ultimate goal is not reached.
And as a player on those teams or as a coach on those teams who are competing, you are the last person to like hear that same argument that we put out of like, oh, they've lost their 2-star players. They don't have a chance of going through.
They don't care about that.
You're the last person to believe that. You're like, no, for fuck no. Like we're actually way better than these people are saying we are. Like, what the hell's wrong with them? Why aren't they giving us any credit? And that's also where you have like a chip and something to prove coming into this. And that also hurts that you weren't able to accomplish that goal on top of the other ones.
And you know as well, for Malbs, it probably hurts just that little bit more because I know he wanted to have his family, said in another interview, right, that he wanted to have his family come here, watch him play, and how much his dad's always supporting them from wherever they're playing in the world, whatever time zone it's in. So it is a bit of a tough time.
Look, I think Pop's going to be happy with that performance.
Yeah.
They're not in that game. They're not in that dust too. They're not getting to that level of overtimes. They're not that competitive without him today. So he's going to be proud regardless.
I mean, that 1v4 that he had retaking A from CT just looked impossible. Like, there's no way that the Mongols should have lost that Malbs should have been able to win that, and he did the unthinkable.
Ironically, they probably lost it because in their head they were like, this is impossible for him to win. That's probably the exact reason why they lost it.
Very true. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time and remind everyone at home where we've got to within stage 3, and that's it. G2's eliminated alongside Legacy today, but both these teams deserve a lot of respect. They put up a hell of a lot of fight, but we have one more game, one more match to decide who's going through to the playoffs and who's going home, and it's a rematch coming out of stage 2. It's Virtus Pro going up against Pain. And just a few moments. Are you guys excited for this one? You still got the energy for that? I am.
How many overtimes are you aiming for in this one?
I want to go for 10.
10?
Break all records.
James, we're going to be here till like 10 p.m. then or something. Like,
that's fine. That's not even late.
Let's just have 3 clean maps and no overtimes, okay?
I just heard we're also going to red zone all of... No, I'm joking. That's not going to happen. I was trying to freak him out, but don't be freaked out. One more game coming your way to decide who's going through to the playoffs. Don't miss it.
Oh my god, is this guy even talking? What the fuck? Everybody laugh at this stupid fucking streamer. Incarnate, thanks for the 3 years, thank you. Rubber Ducklings, thanks for the 2-month resub, thank you.
For me, it's the prestige.
No gamba yet, dude. No gamba.
This is the top of the Counter-Strike mountain. It's what every professional player wants to win. It's where you get to be immortalized in the game and everybody's watching.
I know, what a fucking idiot, am I right?
In the major environment, the level just gets turned up to 11. The extra pressure that's added in those situations is where you get to really see who's the top of the crop. This is where you're either going to crumble under the pressure or you're going to stand up, and then you become immortalized in Counter-Strike history for doing it on the biggest of stages for the biggest of trophies. The major just turns everything up a whole nother level. When anybody thinks about Boston, the Stewie moment is the most iconic. The scoreline haunts FaZe and Nico and Carrigan Rad losing that final, but it has to be the Stewie B-hold.
You guys get any snackies for the final series of the day, boys? But I am sponsored by Steel Series. They're the Steel Series ones, big dog. Code fl0m12, thank you.
The comeback on home turf, without a doubt. The crowd behind their boys, Cloud9.
I can do
the organization has been
today.
flying the flag for the country for the longest time. They're down, they're against FaZe, the superstars. It's the underdog story, the crowd, just that fever pitch, goosebumps, that type of a final, the way that that one unfolded, that's Counter-Strike. From big picture perspective, I think it's great to see as many countries that have been dominant in Counter-Strike also have a really big turnout in terms of a crowd. I think that's a very, very positive sign. So having the Paris Major, the French turnout in full force, and we had the trumpet. In terms of the bracket and the teams that qualified, this is where you're hoping that the Counter-Strike is, speaking for itself. And the teams who got there, they deserve to be there. They were the best at that time in those moments. For Vitality, they'll never forget that, especially when you have one of the absolute greatest to ever touch Counter-Strike in ZywOo lifting his first major trophy. And he's still writing the history books right now of where this can go. Who knows how far they can push it, because at the moment, no one can stop Vitality. So if you look back, sure, it was a couple of years ago, but it's the start of the Vitality that we know today. I think the turnout for Austin is going to be packed to the rafters. The North American crowd always brings the energy. They're going to make some noise. They're going to get involved. They're an active crowd. At the moment, with the storylines that we're looking at, Vitality is the top dog, 30 in a row in terms of series. Surely someone's going to take that away from them. If they don't, is it an undefeated major run and then a crazy culmination of the season? You've got Falcons powering up. You've got Mouse and Spirit who are still in the conversation. Then you've got FaZe with Simple, which is Gamble of the Century. There's a lot of storylines going into this. And if you get Mongols and Aurora finally finding form on stage, we've got a tournament with a lot of contenders.
Falcons aware.
This is it. They've been waiting, they've been watching, they've been warming up, and this is the game that decides who will be the final team making it through to the Moody Center here in Austin. It's major time, it's major moments, and it can be major heartbreak again and again. But this is what they're fighting for, this is what these players live for. And now it's time to put them to the ultimate test in a rematch of all that. Electronic at the helm of this Virtus Pro, going up against a big Yuzera who is trying to rebuild this Pain and bring in the players he wants to try and find some success. And when we're looking at Pain, this is a team that they've gone through a hell of a lot of struggles throughout this year, guys.
When they brought DGT in, it was not really the biggest shock because
Actually,
Cows was their weakest
nice
player. But unfortunately,
what's the outcome
the
we
first
want
three
if we want
events
FaZe
that
on
they
the other
played
side?
since signing him, they had to play with their coach. They had to play with a
So,
stand-in from their
but does
academy
that mean
team.
I see
The
FaZe
only
Vitality play each
tournament that
other
they played with their five-man lineup, they just lost both games immediately and were out
Pain
of
to
here.
win?
So, for my money, Pain's been a pleasant surprise at this
Let's
event
go,
so far.
Pain!
Yeah, I think we described them as like the trap team, because
It doesn't matter either way. Oh, God
that
bless.
hasn't played with their fifth, but they came in swinging, and that was kind of the Pain that we've wanted to see. And I feel like it's kind of like the Pain, like Chad in that little clip just kind of talked about how Paris was the start of the Vitality we know today. Well, I feel like the Paris qualification was sort of the start of the Pain we know. That's when Big Yuzera had his big breakout event on the international stage. He carried them to the Copenhagen playoffs as well. But now you've pulled in some pieces around him, and it's good to see them delivering for him because he's had to put a couple different lineups together with this organization.
Yeah, when we're looking at what this team's been able to do, right, we've got to look at this matchup that they had in the past, because this was for a qualification game. This was a VP who was actually leveling up beyond what we expected. We were seeing maybe they can be able to handle it, and yet Pain still were able to take a fight to him.
This was the qualification game in stage 2, I think.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
the 2-0 games. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I mean, great wins for Virtus Pro in those two maps, and obviously in the head-to-head, going to make them feel a lot more comfortable, which is good because I think if you look at VP in this third stage, I don't think you have a whole lot of reasons to feel comfortable. You got destroyed by Fury in the best of 3. You got destroyed by Vitality in the best of 3. They come into this series with 4 map straight losses, and they're all blowouts.
It hasn't been pretty for them in the last handful of matches, or maps that is, but
tough competition.
They've already exceeded some expectations for me because this feels like they're saving their season right now.
Yeah.
The Egotronic that was seemingly just kind of terrorizing all of his other teammates seems to have calmed down a little bit. I feel like their playbook has been simplified enough that everybody can follow what the action is going on the map. So this feels like a VP team that has really thrown out a lot of the bad and kept only the good.
It feels like, I mean, like if you're going to have an Ego as an IGL, right, like you're going to have to back it up with some good calling. And I think what we've seen out of the major from VP is finally Electronic having that vision. Remember when he joined VP when James is still in the lineup and his conversation was like, we can't only play the slow rounds. We can't like only play these really slow paced rounds. We have to be able to mix it up with some faster things. We have to be able to mix it up. And that was actually something that VP did as outsiders previously after winning the Rio Major. They started adding faster things in, but it never really caught fire the way they wanted it to. But Electronics got it humming at a pretty nice level at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely looking good for him, but someone who can try and stop that is probably the best playing player right now for Pain. It's NQZ, so let's hear from him.
it's a rematch against Virtus Pro. How much did you guys study the previous matchup against them?
Yeah, we studied a lot because in the previous match, everyone felt that we had the chances to beat them. And a lot of mistakes happened in this match. The fleet incident on Goose on Dust 2. Yeah. So right now I feel like we are way more prepared. But a fun thing that I said with Bigu, I feel like VP improved a lot since the last time we played them. So it's going to be a fun match. It's going to be a tough match. But I feel like after the first loss, we are much more prepared than we were. So we have to see how it goes.
Do you think the fact that you went from 2-0, they went from 2-0 and you went from 0-2, is an advantage for you?
Not really an advantage, but I feel like every match in the CS, the team that has the momentum has a good chance to power up the match and maybe win the match. So of course they must be maybe on a shaky situation because they started 2-0 and all of a sudden they were beaten by Furia 2-0, a pretty clean 2-0, and also yesterday against Vitality a pretty clean 2-0. So I feel like maybe the momentum is more for our side right now, but we can't let our mind stay in this place. We just want to play and forget everything else. So yeah.
Lastly, you are the highest rated player on the team right now. Does that mean you feel some extra pressure on your shoulders that you must perform, you must do what you've been doing in order to keep the team alive?
Actually not. I came to this tournament just with the thought that I didn't want to come back home with any regrets. So I'm trying to do my best, and today I'll try to do the same. Hopefully I can perform as well as I'm performing in this major, but I think to win today is going to be a team effort and not only mine. So yeah, we have to see. I'm excited to play.
And when you're performing as well as NQZ is right now, you can't have any regrets. And if he can deliver like that again, he could be the one that helps carry him over the line.
Is that opening duel stat for real? 38 and 14 in opening duels? That's
ridiculous.
Right out of the gate, that's a pretty big benefit you give your team. Like, if you're able to get that many opening kills in those opening engagements, win at that kind of a rate, huge. And I mean, it's nice to see from him too, because I know he's kind of been with Big Uzera through a couple of different lineups over the past 2 years or so. And great to see him hitting a peak when it matters the most and at the major to qualify for the playoffs.
And he mentioned the round in there, right, where he was talking about what fl0m was able to do.
What is the fl0m incident?
The fl incident. The fl incident. I mean, it happened on Dust 2 when they were playing in that matchup. That it was really close, and this was where Pain had an opportunity to just win the game practically. But look at this. They had a player on plat there, VP. Then they had fl0m swinging out from Goose, and then fl0m's here with a save rifle. Like, this was a stroke of genius for the VP side, and for a guy, NQZ, who's been so thorough this whole tournament, like always checking every corner. Like, you watch his POVs, he's checking things that it's like there surely should be nobody there, but he's been that thorough. I mean, he's talking about playing with no regret. This was a regret. This is one of those moments that if you lose out on the major, that's one where it's just burned into your head for eternity.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about it is if you do, you clear that corner from now on every single game you play. Every single game, matchmaking, professional, whatever it might be. But man, fl0m's playing really well for this team, and this feels like one of the areas where Electronic has done a great job. And you have to say Finn as well as the coach, activating these riflers that have been so strong for the VP lineup for years, fl0m and Fame, but particularly fl0m has been a beast.
Well, fl0m has been a beast, but so far, this team started off on a massive high, and then they got slapped all the way back down. In the games against Furia and Vitality, you can kind of give them a bit on Vitality, but against Furia, they still got rolled over. I am a little bit concerned now about VP's chances.
As am I, because fl0m, he's so good against people that are, say, out of the top 10 teams in the world. But once he makes that jump up versus tier 1 opposition, then the mechanics aren't actually that much better. The timings that he looks for will be caught out by the more thorough teams, generally speaking. He has been the difference maker, and he usually can provide a very high floor for VP. But against elite teams, which Pain are on the cusp of becoming, that's when he begins to start to struggle.
For me, I think just not as about fl0m, but as VP in general, I think this is kind of like a perfect match to have because it's brought the story full circle. Like, what did we say after day 1 watching them in stage 2 was like, yeah, it looks great, but what happens when you get punched in the face? What happens when you've now lost 2 series back-to-back that you had no chance in any of the 4 maps played in those series? What is the response going to be? Is it still going to see that great team cohesion? Is everyone still going to be on the same page? We're going to start seeing people freak out a little bit.
Well, let's get some answers to that and catch up with fl0m.
You're facing Pain, who you already beaten, and you had a good game against, but they still made it close. Do you feel like it's going to be harder this time around?
I don't know, to be honest. We're gonna see. I mean, like, have no idea how to answer that question because the game can go like you cannot predict how game will go. So, no.
Okay. Let me ask you this then, right? If it starts to go badly, they start to get a big lead, what we've seen in the game against Furia, for example, do you guys know what you need to do to turn it around and bring that fight back?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, this is not the first time, if it's gonna be that in this roster when we've been comebacking from the very bad games, when we've been 1-0 or we've been like 6-0 in the beginning of the map, we're still managing to win a game. So I think it doesn't really matter for us at this point. So yeah, absolutely.
So fl0m thinks he's ready for this one when it comes to it. We're looking at the video. There's a slight change up from last time, Maui.
We got, instead of the VP pick being Dust2, it's actually now they're going for Inferno now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Dust2's still there as the decider.
Yeah, that's pretty good for VP in my eyes.
Yeah.
Because you usually, if you're VP, want to pick D2, so getting it actually as the third map, that feels like a luxury.
Well, it's kind of cool as well to see him switch things up, especially since we heard in the interview that Payne had been studying furiously those 2 games they played against him. So it's like, okay, throw out half those notes because, you know, they don't work anymore. The map's not even being, played till later. But you have to get there first.
Yeah, and in getting there first, what do we rate the chances are right now of Payne? And we're seeing a Payne that now will be able to adjust and come back into it, because we spoke heavily about NQZ and what he can do. And even if I see the rest of the players on that team, I'm struggling to see who can really lift and deliver, especially against this level of VP.
That's the question for me. I mean, I feel like I've sung the praises of a few people on Payne for a while now. I mean, I think Davideus is extraordinary in terms of entry ability. I feel like DGT is such a solid lurker for them. NQZ so thorough as an opper, but on the other side, I feel like VP have leveled up in so many different aspects in the last handful of weeks. I mean, I think Icy is insanely consistent now.
Yep.
I feel like fl0m usually just farms teams like Payne on a regular basis, and for Payne to pick Barrage, like that's been fl0m's favorite map forever. Like, he's been one of the highest rated players on it for such a long time, so good at handling such a variety of situations.
I mean, I'll mention 2 of the guys on Payne that you didn't mention in that sequence. One of them, first up, is Snow, who's, you know, the kind of like guy that's been talked about in Brazilian Counter-Strike, big bidding war when he was 14 years old to get him a contract. We've been waiting for that potential to come. It hasn't yet.
No.
It flat out has not. I think a lot of people on the outside are wondering why there was so much hype around him. So this would be a lovely little moment for him to step up and show why everyone was pumped to get him on this roster. Next one's going to be Big Uzera, who's obviously been a driving force for this Payne organization and the various Payne teams over the last few years. But I feel like nowadays his game as an IGL is more predicated on making sure his teammates are activated rather than kind of calling plays around what he's doing as an individual, which has been where he's been able to have the most individual impact.
Give me the percentages on this, Maui, because a lot of people are just hedging all their bets going towards VP right now.
I mean, I would do 53-47.
Oh,
I probably would have done like 60-40 VP in the first matchup, but every time there's a rematch, the team that lost ends up learning so much from why things went awry.
Moses?
I'm with you. I think it's very, very close. I think I would go towards 50-50, but mostly because I think the intensity and the emotion of a moment like this for the playoffs of the major, I think you can throw a lot of the X factors out of the window. It's all about who performs.
Fuck, I forgot the drink.
Let's see who performs. Let's get into it. It's Payne taking on Virtus Pro, and we got Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all right. It's the last day. We got to hit the button.
We have to hit the button. We have control of our own microphone.
Which is
a lot of responsibility.
It's a fun game.
Yeah, but you can hear us now, and yeah, we can't hear me. I have the power. I have the power. But anyway, that's silly buggers. Let's focus on the Counter-Strike. We're done with that.
Yep.
Because we've got one that actually is really interesting for many reasons. One of which is that, Chad, you really enjoyed the first time we cast this head-to-head.
Yeah, one of my favorite series we've done, and it feels like a bit of a sleeper series. It was close last time around. The Dust discussed it. It was the 2-0 match back in Stage 2. Dust 2-13-10, Mirage 16-13, and some crazy moments in both of those maps to get VP across the line. But now, they were 2-0 in this stage. They find themselves in the 2-2. We have the live odds on screen. You've got VP favored in this. Now, I just touching on what Maui was talking about there, right? Because it's a head-to-head and it's a recent one and you learn from it, maybe that's the reason we see VP picking Inferno this time and not Dustin,
No,
right?
Chad already talked about it.
The veto is going to be called out the same, or at least if Payne did, maybe they can throw a spanner in the works today.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, and what today is all about, other than the final spot in the playoffs of the Varsity Austin Major, is it's a question of redemption. Both teams with a rough ride this season.
Last time round did frame them as the disappointments of 2025 so far. For Payne, it's been tough just to get a 5-man roster that they want to play within the server. We'll get to that and more later. And for VP, major winners, firepower. Tough to get going as they get this CT side start. fl0m boosted up, and Electron's going to bait for him here, so Three-man B start, ready to lure things in.
Yeah, this is what they've been preparing for. You run through the grey screen into dual
Oh, they baited that out. They were waiting for that.
No pain, wise to that, and we'll back away. Now, the door being locked, fl0m in the process of doing so.
There is the util set on NQZ for this. He's actually just juggled it across to Snow. So fl0m, if he keeps pushing, he's going to run into NQZ. He's just playing to contain right now.
Big wheel with the someone primer,
over towards B for VP, besides fl0m. Here they
Cat
come,
hit?
second wave.
Second wave after the smoke block, and yeah, there's going to be NQZ
It's a fake.
catching
The bomb's
that.
dropping back.
Bro, are they double faking them? Is DGT going to go?
Util now, confirmation, Fame's presence, another frag. The frags are coming to them.
Bro, they're fucking with them hard
Just by
right now.
posturing, Pain have managed to manipulate the fight.
Let's go, Pain.
Rounds over otherwise.
Yeah, bomb's on its way to his bomb site, and he is alone. Oh, missed the first tap, and now so many bombs.
Known VP
approaching onto
hater
his bomb
here.
site. Does
Not
dispatch
really,
of
but-
another. DGT goes down, but I think that's
I
gonna
indirectly
be it.
became one on
With Fl0m
accident
and
because of
Electronics
the
trying to leave
pickums.
B. Actually, with Davideus' death, Electronics headshot, they're at least given the
Accidental
freedom to
VP
either
hater.
have a go.
I
or
didn't
Fl0m
even know
to
until
save
the
his
pickums
Kev.
started.
Yeah, the problem is the bomb's already down, so getting back into this without a kid is going to be very, very tough. fl0m would need find another kill very quickly. He's going to jump into window. This is real tough. Into the jaws of Big Uzera, and I think that would just call it off. Electronic likely to go try and pick
If
up
Pain
those
wins,
Julies.
we don't get
And this one
more
all went
major
wrong,
slots,
not
but I
because
believe
of
one of
fl0m,
them
but because of the
gives us- we
information,
get
they
a-
were so
we get a
burrowed
second
down into
stage
being a
3
B
spot.
hit, that everybody was there, that flank was in play.
You're my
and ready
goat.
to
I look
rotate
like
away was Pain. So they'll kick things off with the pistol. The beautiful start, their map choice, a map they've only played one other time in their major campaign
That's
so
true.
far.
When was the last
We've
time
been
we saw a
discussing the
pistol,
map pool
dude? It's
woes
been
of
10
Pain,
years.
and it was against VP. And there's that energy. Expect a lot more of that. The Brazilians earlier in the day, Legacy, not able to get across the line. Heartbreaking fashion for them against Maus. And we just concluded another banger. Mongols just got over G2 on Dust2. That game felt like it was never going to end. Had some magic moments in that one.
Yeah, I spoke to the producer. He said it was a 2 hour and 4 minutes map.
Okay, so a quick one.
Yeah, just a quick one.
Standard MR15. Well, especially with VP of old in the server, but this is the VP in new. Electronic will call his team into a 4-spy. A couple of SMGs, a
We're going
Famas
for Pain.
scout. 5-7 to work with for
Can I
fl0m.
coffee? Americano.
Again, this balcony has been taken early by
just always what I'm
Electronic on the
drinking.
jiggles. Can't get caught. Needs to drop the smoke and stay alive.
The news is for his one drink, Garnet.
Real amount of
Well,
pressure
thank you.
applied to
Renault, thanks for the
Electronic's
14-month reset. Thank you.
fl0m, and yeah, in combination, Electronic and Fame.
Well,
get
Snow
that
just got
early push
absolutely
from Snow
thrown
cut
into the
down.
blender.
Davideus just on
That
the
felt
very
like zombie
edge of
mod,
that
dude.
smoke and put bullets through to try and clear a hole, try and
That felt
spot
like
out a
fucking
CT,
zombie mod.
but they're not committing. So reminiscent of the pistol here, the difference being VP with that opening kill. Fame and Electronic dealing with Snow's jump out of the window.
Okay, you understand what they've done. Allow the smoke to fade and then get to search with these rifles afterward. Fame jumps up, calls it clear. Could be bad information. Electronic starting to cheat away to join the defense over towards middle and A. But Pain are just
No
hitting
other
the
map
brakes. They
control?
have so
Yeah,
much
but
time,
you see
another
what they
smoke,
already
another
did to
flash, and
VP
a
after
weapon
that pistol
advantage.
run?
Big Uzera.
Although,
Worried about an
actually,
A
I don't
push.
know. On this
Could
type of
make him
run, they
join the
probably
rest
wouldn't
of his
be.
team.
But you notice how nobody's
This is
fetching
likely just
anything
gonna
right
be the
now.
commitment into B on a timing. This is where
The
your individuals
circumstances
need
in
to
this are a
value
bit
out with
different,
some
but I
big
feel like
shots.
normally,
How good are your
if
pre-fires?
this happened, VP might be a little bit more bold.
I feel like Fame's
And Electronics
guaranteed an
getting
angle
pissed
when you
off,
just
so he's
crouch to the
looking.
back
Look,
position. So many,
Electronics said,
fl0m
"Fuck
can
it."
draw attention. If fl0m from the window draws attention, can't help but feel Fame is guaranteed to get a couple into the side of the head. How good are you? Clears. Oh, the flash is brilliant. He gets them out.
That was an insane timing on the flash.
Does very
Jesus.
well. He doubles up, gets that headshot as well.
Oh,
but good
what?
tap from NQZ's AK, and now the rotation in. Big Uzera tagged by a scout. A little drive-by from Icy softens up Big Uzera, who's now tasked with defending NQZ as he punches in the code. A 2-on-2. Electronic. A nice catch onto Big Uzera. Finishes what Icy Scout started. It's NQZ to save Pain Gaming from conceding the second round force buy. Not easy for VP by any stretch, though. Bogdan's even in this round. It's just going to be about the trade. Swings through low HP. Gets the info. That's what you want. That's what you need. Icy saves VP.
Well
That's a fun
played.
head
Honestly, well played.
Okay, well, there it is.
Seemed a little too straightforward,
Electronic
maybe
has the
from Pain
fire
there.
as well,
It's
and
crazy
that's
how
really another thing
elaborate
we've
the
noted
Pain
with this
pistol
VP
seemed and how
story.
non-elaborate
The
the
woes
second
of
run
them having
seemed,
all
no?
this firepower. Obviously, fl0m at the start of the year with Katowice was not able to play in the playoffs after qualifying for it because of some visa issues. But after that, it was more about the approach of the team, looking skew-if, and also Electronic berating his teammates. Right now, he feels like he's a bit more of that supportive father figure, so growing into the leadership reins, and they've chopped and changed coach, I think, 4 times in a year and a bit.
Yeah,
so
maybe they found someone that's got some change. You know,
yeah,
actually
maybe
managed
Finn can fix the vibe.
Yeah. Well, it certainly does. It's a notable difference. From the outside, looking in. AK is in hand. It's going to be Davideus tasked with making a splash. Yeah, and a good flash. Oh, and a good headshot as well. Davideus continues to impress. Oh, when he's got the lineup for that wallbang. If he had committed, Flick could have been a dead man.
Well, opening kill goes their way. Round stalls out again. Big Uzo is going to pass through the smoke.
He's looking for that weapon.
Oh, with the dink there, surely.
Gets out the sandwich, spotted by the ramp player. So info feels very much like pressure onto A. Electronic trying to cheat over, but the bomb is not committing anywhere.
Yeah, who can get them back into this?
What does pain mean for FaZe? I'm not sure what I think it means they play Mongols, right, chat?
He might be able to catch DGT as he lingers around ramp. And it's a tough push because fl0m doesn't know what's around the corner. It could be nothing or it could be the whole team. It's very quiet for the rest of Pain as a gamble from VP. They're going to hedge their bets towards B. Electronic and fl0m are going to join fl0m on the side. I think Electronic wants to boost fl0m up on low HP. And that would be a nice boost because a player with only 8 HP probably not going to find a lot of output, but now could be guaranteed at least one.
Stat, thanks for your 91-month reset, by the way. Thank you, dude.
Does Big U0 play as a beacon for information, or do they just walk in B first? 30 seconds.
Oh, and they have been spotted on that bench position. Don't forget that little loose piece. fl0m was boosted up. Now noted, finished off, but he got one.
Your age is showing in that reset. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks for your 91.
It looks good for Pain, and now they have to fight their way into this site. Electronics making it difficult, and only a Deagle.
You just killed him with 90 years of experience.
14 seconds, boys. fl0m is coming in for DGT.
Oh! Whoa, he knows he's there.
Pain continue to wrestle for economic control, standing up, letting VP know.
This is 3 rounds in, and we're already out of our chair. Coach Rix calls a timeout off the back of that.
Because there is all MQC, so he's like, I'm fucking
but looking for the fight. Electronic gets out, and he's asking them fl0m. He steps out, denied as well.
Rix immediately.
He's like, fucking, and then the coach was like, holy shit, we have no call.
We've just started. We're only 3 rounds in.
He said we had guys. He's like, great round.
Let's see if we can convert consecutive and break VP because that is going to hurt more than Banter ever could.
Would you say that like Force by Wars favors a particular side? You know, like
for the T's for sure, right? Yeah. Because what's going to happen is for the CTs, it's going to take even longer for their loss bonus to start building up. And we know with the weapons costing a whole lot more on that CT side, especially if you want to get Icy the AWP, they're going to be hamstrung deep into the piece. So by going in again, you have to. It's the decision that everybody would make. But right now, it's it's a coin toss, right? So if you end up losing this if you VP and you don't have any of your classic VP saves from Once Upon a Day, you're going to have a real tough time. And I thought Big U0 was way too late. That kill came in with about 12 seconds left, and DGT delivers. Well, they've just acted like they won the major final, but this is it. This is what this is all about. The playoffs in pursuit of the Moody Center. Today's had the emotion. Yesterday was all about heartbreak. Today's all about elation.
Yeah, I mean, just the last seat at the table. You know, this is the big boy table, one in which the members of VP are more proficient with and more familiar with than Pain. This would be a first for all of them.
It's really
Where's
tough
fl0m?
for VP.
Doing exactly what you think I'd be doing.
Up, and then they get an average of 5 rounds per map in the next 4 maps they play. So they've just
I tried those real good branded chicken nuggets, chat. They're not nearly as good, man, as these ones.
Shot at that. You'd say it was a 50-50 game on paper.
These ones are like 170, 17 grams of protein. Still not bad. The real good ones like 130 for 24.
Being taken. Big U0 under window. Davideus is going to pass back. Towards B.
I just couldn't do it though. They weren't that good.
Haven't stacked heavy B VP. It's quite.
Which one's mine? I gotta double check. It's like a green bag, and it's called like.
That's the most exciting investment, and it's in the wrong place. So. This call might just see us
Bear
having BP
like
hold
like
on to their investments.
I don't know. I have to look.
AU tilt, it's a fake by Snow. That opens up the avenue to crawl up Cat into Electronic. He needs this kill into the AK, and then he could pivot
Just Bear.
for more.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, I did get it right.
Going to react to this. Okay, there's the kill. Needs the AK.
And now an AK in his hands. Sure, you've got the B bomb site, but Electronic, he's got your AK. He's drawn first.
Thank you, chat, for the assist.
I think they're saving.
Save's not bad. You know what?
Okay.
Like, as far as outcomes go, when you've gambled the wrong site, leaving with 5 alive and an extra rifle, pretty good.
And this is the thing. They want to really mitigate those issues I was talking about before. So
5v4, if they go in for this and lose it, they're just omega fucked.
Yep. Behind it now and give yourself your best shot. Do you take the save with the double dip and then hope that you can get the rifles out into the following? That's probably going to be the most likely outcome of all of this. This is the third head-to-head between these two teams in 2025, and before that, it was all one-way traffic for Pain, but coming into the major, coming into that 2-0 game of stage 2, the one that you'd say has the least amount of pressure. Obviously, you want to get through the stage as quickly as possible. That's where VP scalped them. But if Pain can find revenge, then it doesn't matter what happened in stage 2. Only matters what happens today. For a team that's been plagued by problems, you would love to find a silver lining at the tail end of the season.
Oh, it would be much easier to reminisce positively about what was a rough season if it ended with a high.
It's so easy to explain away, right? And this is the thing. Yeah. Last year, Pain were a team that we considered at one point, I would say, the best Brazilian team.
Yep.
But they made the roster change to replace Cowers. Biggie Zero couldn't travel to Melbourne. Rick's had to stand in a couple of times. They haven't had a kid from the academy. Keep racking up those woes. Electronic wants to take the fight.
Yeah, and take it. He shall. He's heard steps up close and will turn that flash, get swung upon, and empty hands for that Electronic AK. So
clean find.
Ideal, far from
they
it.
were so ready for that shit.
Recovers it immediately.
Well, that's the man that you want to have in his hand.
Yeah, you're right.
Desk was highlighting in stage 3. Flit's been a bit of a shadow of himself, but I think
clearing mid just as they're walking up Palace. I'm sorry to disrupt you. I'm seeing a massive gap on A.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They're not going to go anywhere until Big Uzer and David Deus are in the mix, right? These A players will just sit and wait, right? Even though they're peering out balcony, they see nothing home. You don't know what lies under shadow. You don't know what's in the sight, and that's actually given time for them to rotate back. Fame's about to get info.
Yeah, and he actually does get traded out. So Big Uzer finally felled, but.
Guys, I'm not eating your messages right now. I'm eating
that
cookies.
A
Okay,
info
grow
that you
up.
were talking about comes into play. So they peer in, use their mollies, one on the balcony, one under, one towards
Also,
sandwich.
I still can't stress this enough. Accidentally getting the spicy knives is a great choice. I didn't even know this thing existed.
Good flash to get them across, but NQZ didn't get
We will be going
the
back.
bomb across just yet. Runs it through. Con is smoked. They're taking their time with this one, understandably so. fl0m is going to be Molotov'd out of position.
Got away.
That's not bad.
All right, well, 3v4. May as well give this one a look. They picked up the rifle. Oh, Flit's still hanging around window, smoked off to Con, and no kit. It could just be another save. This is classic VP. James smiling down from above as
Feeding, why don't you just focus a little bit more on showering, a little less on typing, yeah?
Bianca could use that into the next, but you'd love to find it upgraded. He backs off. They're going to hold on to guns again. So taking the tempo out of things early are VP. All right, well, there's an extra bunch of cash for fl0m. Spots another and backs off. So an extra frag. He can drop that, as mentioned, to an individual like Electronic. He can get himself into an upgrade. Icy's AWP is not available. Nobody can drop it. Well, actually, fl0m could drop it for him. So if they really want to bring out the AWP right now, there is the chance. fl0m can drop the AWP. Icy can grab that, but looks like they're going to go rifle heavy. Electronic does take the MAC-10. They get all the nades they desire. Diffuse kit for the in-game leader. But it is a 4-1 start for Pain. Putting them through their paces early.
Yeah, and the VP saves continue in this early game.
It does just give them that extra buffer for later in the piece, doesn't it? So we'll see if that factors in. Fast mid control, not being fought for. You can tell by the setup over towards A. Playing the short defender, starting on the A side. So this is VP trying to predict the next call from Big Uzera's boys. The bomb over towards apartments at the start of the round. Make that palace is B-Apps is where we're finding the two just sitting side by side right now. They've already got the island box in middle. They're not being harassed whatsoever. Electronics on his lonesome. Deep smoke will buy more time. But if they don't have an info play on A, Alex, I hate to say it, but
all right, Cloud, take it easy, beautiful.
Again. Come on.
Well, if they waltz up short right now into a B split, I'm not sure what you're meant to do.
Electronic's going to kill 2 people with a MAC-10 and then they'll retake.
Okay, well, right now that's looking like a very tough task.
Yeah, it certainly is. Bomb, the smoke fades, bomb is on its way, and still the cavalry are miles away.
Starting to rotate now is Flit. He could get there in time. He'd have to go now.
Yeah, spots out. Now on their way in. The window drop. That's what Electronics racing for. Good find. Significant damage, and then the short side goes down to Flit. Swings through. Aggressive into Davideus. DGT, NQZ. Got a lot of work to do. Electronic played a real mean game. Great output. Yeah. Icy's arrived just in time, and Big Uzera wrong place with 20 seconds left. This one, I think he has run the clock down a little too thin.
They made the jump, chance to try and find these fights. But Icy's way too far away from this. Just push into B-Apps. Won't have to pick this whatsoever. Big Zero has to get the bomb, has to go for the plan. And this just looks too tall of a task right now.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, and that'll be round over. Better late than never on that defense, as Big Zero will do some more damage, sure, but the round will be VP's. And turns out Electronic had everything. Oh, that's after time.
Yep.
That's after time right there. That hurts a lot. That's $1,400. That actually is a really bad death.
Yeah, Big Zero's not having a good
Can get
time.
at his AWP. There can be an AK drop from DGT, so they're actually going to be fine in the buy, but let's have a quick tech timeout call. Looks like we're ready to go immediately.
Why did you do that?
Big
Don't know.
Saying they're ready, so we're unpaused. Don't worry about that one. That's the quickest tech timeout we've had all tournament long.
Don't know. Literally don't know.
Oh, he does get an AK.
Yeah, there was enough money to go around. You had extra cash on 3 of the 5 players right there.
Actually, you know what? We haven't done this once today, chat. It's time. Singular question mark time. Just one.
It's just getting that one. And well, it helps that Flip was
This one.
just over there in
You guys
time.
know the rules.
Big round for VP, getting their second, trying to get their grip
Well done.
on this first half.
They keep starting Fame towards A. They've done this a bunch of times now.
Well
Sure,
done,
on
well
the blind
done.
buys, that's a bit more explainable, but when you see it happening on the rifles, that's a read that they're just expecting these finishes that are going to be A splits or A clampdowns. The ult booster for NQZ isn't going to get anything, so that run boosts him out, but it's quite
He looks
clear
cool.
in these
No,
gun
he
rounds
gets
that
style
VP are
points.
happy
Grow
to
up.
give over all the mid territory. If you're going to burn a window smoke,
He's feeling pretty badass after that.
Use all those nades. It's going to give you a whole lot less to finish your rounds with. So how early Pain can actually identify that and hold on to their util, take mid control for free, that's going to be the change of the tune.
Yeah, rather see go through and why? Well, now that FaZe is on the other side of Vitality, give me another stage 3 spot for the Americas. Let's go
Definitely the
Pain.
A split, 2 in through ramp, 2 through con, the late piece Palace.
And Fame is going to be the one that tucks. Makes sense. The unknown. The Joker. fl0m would have loved something out of him. There's the reveal of Fame, but swings into the AWP.
Clean
and
trades.
It's comfortable.
Very clean trades.
Flit arrives towards CT. They've got 35 for the finish, and really not many chances for VP to get back in. There you go. That was it. DGT hits his headshot.
Oh, just behind the wall, the bomb going down.
These guys can play some pretty good Counter-Strike contract. You guys remember when everybody had Pain 03 though?
Here's the steps that IC
Yes,
calls the
I
fact he's
remember.
backing off, and that will help liberate the information
Idiots.
across the board. Pain should be able to rest easily knowing the 5th round is now confirmed.
Was you? That wasn't me. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Pain is a why I almost
over to have a
got
look. Biggie Zero also starting to path through the window.
Yeah, no, I had him going through.
And well, there's one of the pieces gone. I think you might just want to call it off and start to accrue a little bit more of that cash on the T side.
Yeah,
You still
true.
have a massive half coming your way.
Yeah, but if we're all clowns for putting Falcons 3-0, then
Explosive
none of us are
start
clowns,
now. It's
right?
5-2, just working through the motions. And just tempering that energy. Have it for the eruption on victory or when things start to get tense.
Yeah, these last 3 rounds from Pain, VP have had a minimum of 2 gun saves. Like, they're just constantly ensuring they have something into the next.
I think Falcons are the real
Well, this
clowns.
is one way to make sure that those forced by wars don't
Not
get ahead
wrong.
of you is a lot of the saves. It's less exciting, sure.
I mean, not
but,
everyone
can
put Falcons
avoid
3-0.
those worries. So
Most
there will be
people
the
did.
save
And
depth
most
for
people had them
AWP
advancing,
with the
so
lost
they
bonus
could
going
join the
into
clown
next
car
only
too.
2,400. So that buy next round isn't going to be great. And
Means
what
you
tends to be difficult in these
cultivated
situations is if
a
you have saved an AWP
community of
and
clowns.
you don't buy around it, it's going to be harder for him to hold on to it because they should be able to roll over the pistols easy as we get it cleared.
Unlucky, really.
ICC's
Makes
not hanging
sense,
on
though.
middle.
Yeah, Davideus was tucked tab.
Chat mirrors the streamer, you know?
QZ gets that little warning through the crack in the bricks.
Add another one to that opening tally. Had the desk highlight that to start off the series, and it's something that NQZ's been fantastic at. So we can keep that up. It's already 8-3, top of the server right now. And they're just going through the motions.
He's 2-0 in opening duels as well, just in this map.
All right, looks like they are cheating over towards the B site. IC's AWP will be here, but it's going to have to be some combat AWPing, picking these angles perfectly. 2 up short, 3 through apps. Here it goes.
Nicely though, he's pretty damn good. No slouch on that AWP and removes short immediately. Davideus down.
Oh.
Another one straight to the skull of Snow.
They can call this off. There's still time to back away, Pain.
Oh, they might have to.
Well, yeah,
Go
but
underpass, but then Icy's going to try and deal with
gonna
this
feel
from
pretty
short.
shit.
Or do you go around the world? You could head all the way back through T-spawn, try and reset.
I don't know, man. I just feel this feels helpless now.
You have to worry about the fact they stayed silent, so they could repop into B. But VP don't believe it. fl0m towards CT. fl0m's going to join
Bidding
in.
war
IC on
for
short now.
Silk
Could get caught with the
Snow
timing.
is not an
Flames
opera.
here
He's literally an
alongside.
anchor. Enky's the opera for Pain.
Zera gets the pick. Okay, awkward. An overextension from fl0m goes untraded.
15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to get close to a bomb site. fl0m and fl0m are in CT, so good luck trying to get this bomb down, especially if fl0m
He whiffed. He whiffed.
Big Zera.
No
These last second contributions,
way.
he's bailing out Pain. How has he
And the op shots missed too. How the flying fuck did they win this round?
Ah, that's agonizing, isn't it? Just down to those finest of margins. fl0m's
How
can't hit a
in
shot.
the
It's like, you know, when
absolute
Big
fuck
Zera hit
did
that
that
deagle shot
work?
on electronic bench. It's again these last seconds.
The buzzer beaters.
I was
exactly
told
what you call
VP
it, a
boot
buzzer
camp.
beater from Bigu.
What happened?
Again.
And Icy's going to lose the ball right now.
He just looked away. Oh, someone call a timeout. Let VP have 30 seconds. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, a bit of Russian
That's
out of
your
Big
blat.
Zera right there. Now, we might
Russian
get
to the finish
IC
line.
into a glass cannon AWP right now. Electronic having to operate with an SMG again. This second one is beautiful. IC hitting a fantastic shot straight
How do
through
they
the
win
smoke.
this then? 3v5?
It's the fact that fl0m and fl0m aren't connected here. So they're molly towards short. It wards away IC. If fl0m and fl0m had swung together, likely they go 1-for-1, and then planting that bomb almost becomes an impossibility. They haven't opted for glass cannon AWP, so IC will have to wield the rifle. NQZ still has the sniper advantage. 4-round gap now.
Holy.
This was a bad map for VP earlier in the season. It's clear to me that they put a lot of work into it before coming into the major.
Yeah, they took some big scalps on Mirage.
Yeah, they took down Mouse on day number 1 to cause all of this chaos. So they're not just to be waltzed over, but right now with 6 rounds already on the T side,
Baby shout.
they could have a fantastic first
Yeah, well,
half. Inferno up next. VP
he's one best
opting
of
to
3 away
change
from the
veto.
playoffs,
Thought it was
so
too close for comfort last time round.
let him fucking yap. Let him cook.
And for Pain, for the org, for all 5 of these players, they're in pursuit of their first major playoffs ever. There's one way to start that campaign with style. Another really slow, crawly round. You might even think James back in the server just with the pace that this is being allowed to be played at. And QZ, can you find another opener? Yes, he can. As easy as that. He just waltzes in, peers into the angle, grabs another, adds it to his tally, and
I do feel like NQZ is just like slowly.
It's one of those two.
Yeah,
Just-
another pick off to
He
start.
really is getting better. I feel like all the time.
Opportunity, but that inaccuracy as he tried to mantle up on the bricks. Good find, conversion from fl0m. Catches the Palace player. However, as you push through, Electronic is held by NQZ's AWP. Icy, the unknown entity. Maybe fl0m and Icy can partner up in 2v4 this. I suspect they're going to overlook this position.
Time again.
Walking around, can't deny the plant. Does have 2 on his screen. Backs a turn, now reveals his position, and he's ready for the double. A multi-kill. This is turning the odds in VP's favor. Only NQZ can save him, and he can't handle Icy. The Joker at the
Okay,
bottom
so
of the
VP
site,
kind of steals one back
hiding
there.
out and
Okay.
activates for a triple.
That's where the time can come back to hurt you, right? You killed both B defenders, Electronic and fame felled, but you don't have enough time
Kinda
to head
overcooked
towards
that, I
side
feel
of the
like.
map.
Yeah,
You
what do
run
you guys
into
think?
I see that unknown piece, not fame this time, is able to find massive impact on the rifle. Bides his time, takes the first,
Eddie, thanks for
knows exactly
continuing
where the
gifting
second is,
something up
Snow's
from me.
pinned, has to go for the trade, and Icy does it all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time we've seen the scales tip in favor of VP.
Yeah, I felt like they were
had a
just
couple
doing
of,
too much in that
feel
round.
Like divine intervention moments. Big Zera saving them in the last couple of seconds, running that clock down. But now VP get 1.
Okay, so it looks like Rix really wants a lot more on this T side.
Yeah.
They've already got 6, which I think is fantastic for Mirage, but considering how it started, he wants more. And with the finances about to be completely taken
How
away
much do they win
from
for the major?
South
What is the major at
American
right now?
side, he feels the
1.25
need to
million?
chip in, allow these
But the
30
big thing
seconds
with
to talk through.
majors
And do you have a pace change?
now
Because so
is the
far,
champions get their
space that
own
VP have
sticker
allowed you,
capsule.
you've taken it, you've walked into it, you found opening picks,
So,
and that
for
one was
those
a
of you
little
that
bit
don't know,
unfortunate. So do you stick to the game
Paris,
plan,
the numbers
or
that
do
we
you
have from
a pace change
Paris,
and get
which
a
was
little
a
bit more in
little
their
bit ago,
face?
and
Davideus with a deagle,
not
that's the worst
shouldn't
of the
assume it's
purchases in this,
always
and then
this
it's gonna
number,
be
but
Electronic on
roughly
that MP9.
one sticker capsule would bring in
What are the
2
change-ups
million
right
for all
now?
the teams in one of the stages. So
I see what's calm with the AWP. Davideus and Biggie Zero out mid and fast.
Yeah, this is fast. This is
basically,
faster than they were ready for because Icy completely blind. Clotheslined.
if you win the major, remember, so one sticker capsule for qualifying for the major when you get 2 million is split with other teams that are in your stage. So there'll be a stage 1 capsule, stage 2 capsule, stage 3 with all the teams that qualified to each one. If you win the major, you have a capsule with no other team.
There's nobody lying in wait in the side. They're not stacked. You have so much time to work with. You
It's
even know where
just
one of them
you.
are. Electronic just trying to find a
The only
right
people you split it with are Valve.
NQZ notes that and communicates that.
And Davideus licks his lips and goes in pursuit of the hunt. Flashed in. Electronic is tucked on the corner. Oh, Davideus, he's looking deadly.
I mean, Beast, even if they still do only attempt, it's still insane. Yeah, it's...
You may as well wait right now. Davideus has them boxed. DGT can come through B app. So at this point,
And if you have
really
a
want to take the
hyper
rifles away, you don't overpeak.
popular player, you know, like Vitality with
They're
Zywoo
playing
or...
market. They've used that smoke that is going to
Because
shroud
you're
the
like,
way
for
in.
example,
It's
I
gonna
don't
be
know
parking
if
up
Simple
short
will
with
actually
plenty of
get a
bodies. There's
sticker if
the
they
boost.
win it. I don't know how
Elevated
that
angle to help
works.
clear some of these
I've
corners.
never really had a
They run this
situation
down.
like this
Remember,
before.
the T-side cash isn't great either, but there's only a
But
couple of rounds left
if
in this
FaZe
half.
were to hypothetically win the major, Jesus fucking Christ, they're...
Professional savers, though. And you won't get in.
Oh, okay, sketchy spray there, but
Like-
the round is there, 7-3, and it was the pace change.
I'm just saying, some of
So
these
this
players,
is it, because
if
of the
they...
fact that VP are giving you over all of that room, and you've been going slow, you're crawling in, you're finding the
depending
openings,
on
you
who
go for
wins the
gear shift,
capsule,
but they
my
did
God.
too. That round, Icy tried to contend middle with the AWP. Fast into connector, completely blind. Pace from Davideus
We don't have a
gets the
situation like
opener
that
and
either. Well,
doubles
I'm just
up
saying,
on
we
the
never
flank.
even really had to
Shooting.
consider it. I don't know if anybody's
That's
ever
what we're
made
growing
the
to expect from
playoffs
Davideus. Looking
of a
good in
major with
that
a
pink jersey.
stand-in. I guess... No, actually, that's not true. Liquid did.
But an AK did
In
find its way
Columbus.
into the Electronic hands for this next.
When
So
Simple
he's
was
gonna
on the
be kind of
team,
feeling
but
like
it
he has
wasn't
to do it
Simple, it
all.
was Adren.
It's pretty cool right now on that side of the server, isn't it? Icy's the one
Adren
who's found
came
what I would
back
say is the most
for...
impact so far.
No, majors.
Yeah, you want to
majors.
see the individuals. I mean, that's something that we
Ah,
always discuss.
Cloud9 was Stu. What? Stu was on
used
the
to
team.
demonstrate
Yeah,
VP's
shush,
power
chat.
is the individual ability of the players.
Just jumped away, even that back turn, that could have gone horribly
camera.
wrong. So I'm just going to be able to waltz in.
2016
and even
clone
noisy
fight. You
about
think I can
it.
remember that
So,
far?
with the window broken, NQZ can just stay posted on this line. Biggie Zero,
But
not getting any friction.
2016
Nobody van, nobody on the balcony.
MLG
You
Columbus,
just pick up the bomb and you walk in.
Adren
And you
was
can even throw some utility once you get there.
set to
Big
be
Zero has a
released, but
smoke,
played the
some mollies,
major.
NQZ the same. Now NQZ is not going to take
Does
his
that
eyes
count?
off that
I don't
line
even
until
know.
there's more teammates with him. And we can see VP are just completely outmaneuvered yet again. So this one is lacking the explosive nature, but Legacy versus Mouse, it started with a blowout.
But also, we didn't have
Definitely had a bit more in your
stickers,
face.
so- or did we?
But then
No.
the series, it really delivered down the stretch.
Yes?
DGT's about to get a face full.
Yes.
Wants to deliver one. Multi-kill. Already's played. He's seen at least two. Knows one was window. Already up close, and he will lose the AK. So might just be the save again.
Oh,
I got there in the end, chat.
Well, of course. That's if Big Uzera lets them. He's locked the door off Con. They'll have to retreat towards T-spawn, so a bit of trading places here.
So within this half, 6 lost rounds for VP have been saves.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
look, I'm not saying that they should go for situations they can't win. I'm just demonstrating the lack of friction. Normally in these games, what ends up happening because of the sheer amount of saves is lack of frags. So fl0m, can he find anything? Here's one above him, and they're being so diligent. Nades
In
being used
30
to
years,
clear
my
the
pair
pesky corners.
stickers
He's
will
gonna
go to
get
the
run
moon.
down. Oh no, Flamus guards this one out.
Well,
Big Uzera
according to the
around
numbers,
corner.
a lot of people are
Thinks
trying to
better
wait
of
for
it,
30 years
and
of pair
his
stickers.
life as well. So some extra cash to splash, but the round is not yours. The best
Yeah,
you can get
damn
on this
price.
CT
Nah,
half
but good
VP
luck.
is 4.
This is a really strong case being made by Pain Gaming.
Alex, and really this goes back into that conversation of momentum one more time. It's been brought as a
You know,
stat line
Colin
in major
Rosberg and Badnock
history.
is all
There
the
have
saves.
only been 3 occasions where
No.
a 2-0 team has
But
faced
this
a 0-2
game is boring
team
right
in
now.
the 2-2 match. And in all 3 of those occasions,
But this is
the 0-2 team has
circumstances.
won the final
Kind of
game
rare
to
too.
qualify for the playoffs.
Feel free to watch my Inferno video if you'd like to
As far as
fully
this goes,
understand what I don't like
momentum
about the map. Thank you.
Still lies with Pain.
That's it, right? So
I see you.
Don't worry though,
Makes sense.
I get to
it's
watch it
just
here in a
tough for
second.
VP,
Can't
right?
wait.
They've had
I don't like
all
a
the
Mirage
energy
Inferno
sucked out
best
of them.
2, best of
Because
3.
you've had this opportunity. Every game you've played for the last 3 days has been, it could be yours. It could be the
I literally feel hungover
Now in this last one, maybe your hope starts to dry up.
because of that
Not the
G2
straight
game.
control of fl0m, though. He transfers into Snow. Now, Davideus still lingers in middle. fl0m looking to hold that as NQZ looks for a pick onto A. DGT will join him. Searching that ticket jump spot, doesn't hit the shot, not an easy flip.
No, I
but
think
stretching
saving actually
imagination.
should be an important part of the game. I do think saving existing is very good.
Staying stubborn towards A here. They're not
'Cause
rerouting.
the economy of Counter-Strike is so important to building the narrative of the game.
Good check, good conversion from
And if
IC.
saving isn't an
MVP just trying to have
actively
something
like
to work with into the next, and it looks like
strong
the
choice or like
is gonna be there for a
evaluation,
single
it just kind of leads to shitty gameplay.
side. Pain game and make a statement. 8 to work with on the T side. Pain starting strong.
Anybody that's watched a ton of CS would definitely say that that was a abnormal half of Counter-Strike on
Roles and
Mirage.
responsibilities. I'm here with Big Zera from Pain. Thank you for joining me.
All right, chat, running an ad for real this
How
time. Heads
long
up.
Have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL has been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders, such as Apex, who used to play, you know, star roles like Connector or Mirage.
Bro, I'd much rather people making logical decisions and saving than just running it down in shitty rounds just to watch them like die before a timer.
Rotation, guys come mid and let's fight together.
Starts looking really
if I'm
stupid.
Spot jumping, I cannot have this read, you know. We were playing Navi. That was like a 12
Yeah, J-Mac.
for
If
us,
Pain
the
wins,
map.
FaZe
We were
plays
city side,
Mongols.
And we lost 4 rounds in a row.
If VP
just,
wins,
because the read of the guys from mid
FaZe
was not
plays.
good.
Do they play
We just
VP or
made
do
the
they
change
play?
and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the
Yeah,
round
yeah.
and you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
That's
As
fine,
an
Grish.
in-game
You
leader
should
on
be
this
in there
team,
watching
do you
them.
prefer
then
CT
tell
or
me
T
that.
side?
To play my own game, City side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than City side.
What maps are you really liking right now? You know, what's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And that was, oh, what the f are you doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Big Zera's English has gotten so good, man.
And Nubis, if you start this side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm
What
not
needs to be
playing,
done with Inferno to
I'm,
fix
on
it?
the-
I'm not
the
sure.
server,
That's
I
like,
just
genuinely,
like
I
to
don't
leave
know.
The Counter-Strike, you know.
Big Zera, thanks for joining me, and good
I'm
luck to
not
you
smart
on
enough. I don't think making Banana any wider fixes the map.
An agonizing half for Virtus Pro from 2-0 to 2-2 and can't get anything going. Save after save after save as the South Americans looking to run away with map number 1. This is a rematch, and right now it's not looking to go the same way as it did first time round.
It's just
Virtus
like
Pro
the problem
will be
is you
resting
got to
on your
make
laurels.
retakes like possible,
Gotta
but I
find
don't know
a
how
way
you
back
do
into
that.
this game because at the
It's
moment,
such a unique problem. I feel
nobody's
like
hitting.
usually maps just
I
have
see
like
had some,
areas that kind of feel
little
bad to
patches, but
maneuver around,
Pain,
or like
they've been considered.
You know, like Anubis,
They're
it just
keeping
feels like
calm.
T's get a lot of
They're
ground
looking
for free,
strong
and so
on
maybe like
Mirage. Only
pushing
the
it
second
back
time
or
we've
like
seen them play
changing
it
the choke points
throughout their major
can
campaign.
change that. But man, Inferno just
Yeah,
it
something
feels
that
like
was
such a
interesting you just
unique
started bringing up
problem
before we
where
took that break at halftime
also
was this
it's
kind of
weird
conversation
because,
surrounding momentum. Has
like in your guys'
Virtus
games,
Pro,
in my
after
games,
a
it's not
thrashing
that
in their
bad of
two
a
best
map,
of threes,
really, because
after
people
starting
don't.
with 2 best-of-1
They're
wins,
not that
has it
good.
taken
We're not
the
doing the
real
same things that
motivation,
are
the
happening in
spirit, has it
professional
been
Counter-Strike.
crushed
You know,
from 2 convincing defeats? Does
So,
it mean coming into today?
I
your last
just
chance
it's hard
no
to
longer feels so attainable. It no longer feels within reach.
like throwing in
they
a
do
map
what
and
no
like
team has done
changing it
before
purely
in the
for
same
just
scenario
professional
in the
Counter-Strike is a
major
bit
circuit?
weird.
Yeah, this is a tough one today, right? Momentum
Speak for
versus
yourself
the
on the pros,
downscraping
bro.
in.
I
while the
guarantee
belief
you,
grows
not
on the other
even
side. Not sure
1 in
what,
4
the
rounds,
hold-up
double
is here,
maul is
ladies and
Banana and
gentlemen. We'll
smokes
be looking
bottom
to get this
B
one underway
and has a flash
ASAP.
for half wall. You know what? I bet you
See what the
1%
buys
of
are
your
for the
rounds do
pistol,
that.
and there we go. The admin has just issued the unpause. So we will get the second half going. We got a molly for Electronic, a smoke and a flash for Icy. That's the util sets.
Well, you know, the great way to ignite some momentum, Chad, is pistol and conversions. We didn't have that in the first half. Payne picking up the pistol and immediately having VP respond with the force by conversion.
I think they were happy with that, weren't they, though? They get on top of those force by wars and then actually set them up quite tidily. So no consecutive rounds for the CTs. Odds favoring Payne now.
Oh, this is very intense. We're going to have the whole squad pack rolling.
Oh, if they execute B, the site is relatively empty. Short's going to be the problem. Where's this molly gone from Electronic?
That's Snow's position.
Okay.
He will try and hit a couple of those bouncing tees, bounding into the side. Not going to
Cool
be easy
molly.
now. The post plant's real. 2 tuck into bench. Bomb gets planted. NQZ considering a late arrival through apps. Snow from short side, but Market, that was supposed to be their way in. Big Uzera gets caught. Clotheslined, Icy dead on apps. Now pressure applied, amplified.
Such a weird
Closing
retake
the
right
gap.
now.
Nice
Oh.
headshot from Electronic.
Well, I think this is going
He
VP's
connects.
way.
Not easy to find a way back in. Snow needed the first bullet, doesn't
Yeah.
get it. Flip will provide. Nice catch, and
There
they're
it
just going to
goes.
double swing him. Davideus, yeah, he's a hard shooter, but there's too many targets on his screen, and fl0m converts.
Okay, so we split the pistols here.
And I do think that fl0m is going to be, you know, he is more than just a vibes guy, but he is a vibes guy.
I think if we recall the first
Yeah,
match these
I
teams
don't know,
played
man.
against each
I'm
other,
not
Mirage
sure what to
going
do with
16-13,
Inferno.
It was late where fl0m found his activation.
I want to enjoy
He
the
did have a
map.
tough
Like,
map,
I don't
all
like
things considered, but late on in the
having
piece,
a
he
map
started
that
to
I
get
feel
these
so
nice entry
fucking
kills into towards
angry
A.
when
He
I
was
play
making
it.
space with the MAC-10.
But
And the rounds I
yeah,
remember came
it's
on
also
the
just
T
such a
side.
frustrating
So let's see
feeling
if he
when
can
you
do
start
that
playing.
again. So the pistol round converted, the rifles come out.
When
but
you're
they've
really
got a
sweating
force fire they need to
Inferno,
get
that map
past
just
Scout.
isn't enjoyable to
5-7's
me.
SMG. Couple of smokes to block. Quick con and window, and they just trundle fast up Cat. No resistance.
Holy
Yeah,
cat
this
hit?
is really pacey.
Cat
NQZ,
hit?
by the time he gets here, they're going to be close to the site. Swings through. Okay, yeah, boys, B. B is a problem. He does manage to bring down one. Damage inflicted. This is uncomfortable. fl0m and Electronic bleeding out. Rotations on its way. Another
He's
scout
getting hella
tag hit,
tags.
converted by the Deagle. There's fl0m and Electronic.
And they go down. Look,
Wrestling for control
2 of them are
the bomb site.
really low,
Electronic
though.
should be able to cover as the bomb gets
And I
planted.
think he knows he hit
DGT
him,
working on the
so
flank. Big
they might
Uzera
go for
lingers.
this, even though it's 2v3.
They've done enough, I think, despite their low HP, though. That is still the only reason I'm.
Bet you
on
even liked Vertigo fl0m, and he's cooked.
It was these two who won the force spy back in the
Liked
first
is
half.
a strong word. I didn't hate playing the map, and I liked it because it was different, like from everything else I was playing. But no, honestly, it feels very much like Inferno. Retakes happen, but I mean like smoke spams and util dumps at A ramp versus like banana.
I think he's left the market. Has no idea where he's gotten off to.
Yeah, just by cutting noise, he's sowed seeds.
I wasn't sad that Vertigo got, and especially the most recent version of Vertigo that they did, they cooked the meth with that. That was too much.
He's got time to transition to short
shit
and then
was
try and jump
awful.
towards A. Like, there's still time for this. Spotted him. Oh, no, he didn't.
And I think Valve agrees. I think they literally tried that as a last-ditch effort to make that map not shit. Oh my god. I think that was their last-ditch effort to make that map not shit, and then when it got worse, they're like, yeah, in the bin.
Converted, Payne, take it. VP. Brutality.
Ah, that was the exact same two. DGT and Big Uzera, third round of this game, and the force buy back to really open the levy of round in favor of Payne. Those were the two who were the heroics. Couple of banger deagle shots this time. It's going to be pistols and SMGs. Big Uzera, the leader, stands up, and that's 9 rounds. We're going to have the same thing kick off in this second half of play. The force buy wars.
Have to
VP
play
can't
it,
let it
dude.
slip
Yeah, the
this time.
fact
They have to
that
be able to
like
battle
you
back.
could
They
get
can't just give
spammed
it over.
anywhere on the site at A to plant on
Tech9's a
Vertigo
plenty,
was
util
the
there.
most vile shit.
A
Like,
lot of pressure on a very low buy.
oh yeah, I just ran a full execute. Oh well, I can still get spammed by this guy. Oh, also in this game we poke like holes through the smoke, so I can see you while I'm spamming you. Did I mention that if you're completely safe, I can just shoot you with an op through the
So they
box?
could have a good idea that an A execute is on the way.
Holy fuck,
Payne's
that
now
shit was
rotated back to join
nightmare
the
fuel,
rest of the
bro.
pack. Plenty of smokes, a couple of flashes and a molly to work with. As the CTs have blocked again, but this one is missed. Yeah, so there's going to be a gap to work with.
Like
Burrow
versus
down on B,
decent players,
Davideus is
dude,
looking to
planting on
assist him,
A.
so it's
If
gonna be
you had the
Big
bomb,
Uzera,
you were
NQZ,
basically
and DGT to defend this site.
like that was a
Execute
death
coming in.
sentence.
NQZ will have that
So
power
frustrating.
position, tries to disrupt the smoke, will tuck into Sandwich.
Just like
But the
Ancient
smoke
A
guising
site.
him even more so.
It
We'll
still
have
had
to cross
more
to
cover
default.
than
Still a
Ancient A
slow
site, but
crawl
yes.
from VP. They
Ancient
throw the
A site,
util,
at least if I
and now
take
they
an
start to
area
layer
that's
it in.
like
Flash,
achievable
Molotov
to
go.
take we're good. But you couldn't really take lobby
Just the one from
in
him. This is
Vertigo.
good from VP. The smokes are fading though. They need to get that bomb across, and it's a flashbang, but he has vision in time. Removes the bomb carrier. Bomb now dropped in front. Nice headshot back. Davideus returns the favor with Electronic now gone, and Triple just a tech 9. Okay, it works out. Wow.
Oh my god, these teams are fucking crazy, dude. They're just trading blows.
Hits his shot.
Jesus, we're starting both halves the same exact way. You guys know that?
For that economic control.
We'll go back and get forth again. I'm pretty sure the CTs will have to dip in it one more time, right? When you only have the 1400 loss, it's double eco territory, so you're better off forcing into it and giving it a crack.
Yeah, I just don't fancy their chances in this crack.
Oh, well, look, they did it with 5-7s before. They could easily do it with
Andrew,
5-7s in the
no
scout. Again, the
quick
only difference this time
tricks, bro.
is
You
there's no
just gotta keep
MP9. So
grinding.
the buy is almost exactly the same as last time they won one of these.
Refi, thanks for 20. He said, this isn't a Prime sub, but shout out to all the viewers who Prime sub. I think like half my reset messages now are just my subs really plugging people to use their Prime.
He hit that. Electronic
Snow's got one. 8 HP on Electronic.
You can't go into this now. You've been blocked and you've lost an opener.
Cancel
You have
time.
to flip it away. Icy's over towards B-Apps on his own.
With the bomb.
So they're not going to jump up and push him. It feels very unlikely. DGT has just said, okay, still nothing out towards A. Big Zero rotating over, understands connector and window have been a problem.
Hey, they're
It's
hitting,
crazy
man.
that Snow got an opening just like that onto fl0m. He's had, what, 3 kills up until this point? But what an incredibly influential kill he's provided in combination with the damage onto Electronic from that short side.
It's just NQZ on the side, but this is great because the scout, we already saw what damage he did from this position previously. Tags are good enough.
Yeah, and he's not exposed to that boost, but he did just catch a whiff. And he found the headshot. That was one of the healthy members, fl0m. Dead to the scout. Big Uzera in
Special
time.
thanks to
Gets
the
so
2 month
much
resub,
info
thank you.
safely.
Hey, just safe travels,
On
man.
the window position, sure.
Yeah, but you have to play together. You can't be
How old
lurking
is
for
Snow?
it.
I think he's 17, maybe he's 18 now.
Are they going for a window boost? Yeah, they are, but how are you going to crack into this? You can't lurk flit. You have to make a play.
Yeah, making a
But
play.
yeah,
to a
Snow
5-7
does look
on
like
this
he
kind
just
of
skipped
angle
class
is
to
large.
show up for the
Is
major.
Icy coming back? Are they going in? He's found a frag, sure, but needs to get past Snow.
Icy's pivoting. The bomb's going down.
20 seconds.
20 seconds he's running through underpass. It's not a bad call. DGT's miles away. He's towards the ramp. We'll be able to like at least disrupt the plan.
15?
15 comes through Con. Loud about
No,
this.
increasing the map pool just lowers the level of play we'll get. We just need to rotate it more. That's all.
There is absolutely no cover.
Oh,
Headshot should have
it
denied
got
the
down.
block. It goes down.
That
Is there
could
really
be.
grounds for this to go wrong for Pain?
That could
Somehow VP of extended
be
play.
the way in.
Oh, golden opportunity squandered.
Never mind.
DGT
Literally no
stands
fucking
around to
chance.
finish.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
now
I like
running
how
out of chances,
Pain, you
running
know
out
how
of
like
options
Legacy
on
was
this
just
Mirage.
Jamal
They
saying
can't
all of
convert it
this?
around like
Pain
that.
kind of has like a
Twice.
duo
You had
going
two
on between
opportunities to get that
NQZ and
conversion in. You
Snow.
ran the exact same play. You've gone for
They
B
kind of
splits
ping
twice.
pong off
Snow's
each other,
just
you know?
jumped
It's a
up,
lot of
Snow
energy.
plumes. Oh my god.
What?
He's just shot straight through the smoke. 2 bullets, gets the kill. They call it off after the damage
So I think
done.
Bro is
Easy finding
actually
that one through
cheating.
the boards as well, and that's a primal roll from him.
Brazilians are seeing through the smokes more than us, chat. They have a different version, I swear to God.
Again, but,
Shock,
oh, man.
thanks for the 7-month
VP,
primer, thank you.
The type of rounds where you've had these advantages but not been able to close, not been able to punish. Nothing consecutive in this second half, but you go again.
Bloody hell.
AK, Galil, couple of Tech 9s.
Oh, there's definitely a lot more.
Teams winning
There's a lot
rounds
more
with less.
parity in CS now than there used to be. Yes. Vitality. Funny enough, I think this is like the most good, like competitive scene we've had in a while across the board. But also, it's funny because we have borderline Vitality doing like an Astralis era type run at the same time. It's weird.
No point going through a gray
Everybody
screen.
else
Try and
seems
play
really
the round out as
competitive,
a
and then
team, so this
Vitality's
is
just
feeling
kind
hollow now
of
for
walking
VP.
on through, just collecting all their trophies. It's weird. Cisco, thanks for the Twitch primer. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So they're going to group up and potentially try and finish towards the
And then
B
they
side.
lost the
There's
legacy,
some
but-
util to work with. You could smoke off short. You could smoke off window. You can get some good flashes in. Snow's on the elevation. Davide is playing under the balcony, worrying about short, gravitating towards middle of paint, so they're on a fast rotation.
Yeah, you know, and
These need to be
honestly,
perfect
Vitality
entries.
showing that they can bleed a little bit will probably help other teams maybe mentally when they face
It's gonna be
off.
hard to get a kill on this.
How your pick'em's looking for the stage? Absolute dog shit.
Wow, dispatches of fame. Davideus tracking in that moment's respite from the flashes, and another easy frag into Electronic. Doesn't even shoot back.
You don't want to hold on to a scout. There's 30 seconds left.
What about NIP back in
Holding
the
on
day?
to a
Nobody's
scout,
going to
sure.
touch that
In next
record.
round, you're going to have yourself the loss bonus of 1900. Great.
Vitality sent like
So it's day
the,
after day. For 3 days,
They're
VP
second
have
highest
plugged
now
in the mouse
behind
and
NIP.
keyboard,
They
prepared
beat all the
themselves for what
Astralis
could be a
records, and
spot
then
in the
actually,
playoffs
funny
and
enough,
lost.
most people don't know, it was actually
2-0
Liquid
fashion.
that held the longest.
That just tracked down by
besides
DGT. Sure, he's blocked his lines
But
a
yeah,
little
Vitality
bit, but
took that from
regardless, he gets
Liquid.
the kill. Board wipe clean. It has to be the eco now. That's for 12. Then it needs to be 6 consecutive rounds from VP just to push us to OT. Their other option is, forced by now,
Give you an
how is
idea of
this
how
their first
fucked
actual
up
timeout?
our Counter-Strike
That's a
scene
great
used to be,
question.
chat, and
How
like
with
and
the
how we
rounds
did things
and the way
and
that they've
how
flowed,
far we've come.
how is this the first
During the
tactical
Liquid
timeout
era,
that
they
guys,
literally
it's
did the
not?
same run
Okay.
that Vitality
Well,
just did in terms of maps won.
on my in-game.
Yeah, it says
it's
1
the
out of
first.
3. Okay.
Well,
Now,
okay, all right, well,
keep in mind there were less tournaments in,
Someone's
so they
lying.
just showed up to every tournament and won all of them. Then, guys, imagine instead of a major to conclude all of it, there's a player break.
I don't know what you're supposed to say at this point.
I think it's just, all right, boys, let's just win 6 straight. We have to.
I want
right
you to
now.
picture
There's no
that.
point
Imagine
force-finding
all
with
that
this.
build-up. Imagine everything going on.
No other option.
Imagine that team
They'll
doing
try
all
to
that
put a deal.
damage like Liquid
I feel
was.
like
Then
that's an
imagine a player break, and then
overinvestment.
out of that
2,400
player
into
break
next
when they're not supposed to
He's
play
already willing to
Counter-Strike
play with a Galil, so
because
thinks
it's their
he
only
gives his
time
team
that they
edge.
don't have to go to tournaments.
A very minor chance.
The first tournament out of that player break, the major.
All right, well, away we go.
Bruh.
What a horrible position.
So
to find
that's how the
yourself in
Counter-Strike
such an
scene used to be
important game, just
structured.
forced to eco at 11-6.
I think that's the big problem, right? Is when you look at the Furia game blown
Yeah,
out.
they didn't do
against
very well at
Vitality,
that
sure, it's
major.
draw number 1, but you lose both games with only 6 rounds to your name. The average coming into this was 5 rounds over the last 4 maps. So at least they're above that average.
But we fixed that. That's good.
We're looking for any glimmers of hope. NQZ spots an awful lot.
Yeah, but he's not playing scared.
Niprun gets too much hate for a lot of top team players they beat.
Would put an M4 into
There
enemy
was.
hands if he
It was an
overextended.
impressive
He's got
streak.
support now.
It's
Big
just
Zero
also
chipped in
like
from Con. Davidas is here to help
there's
as well,
also
and,
just the
they're the
acknowledgement
ones who are playing
that
scared of
as
VP.
time goes on,
Thought there was
people get
more,
better at the
and
game, and
understandably
that's
so.
fine.
There's more block utility thrown out.
That
to
doesn't
A
make
for now.
their run unimpressive, but also it's important for perspective that
So the
when we
pressure,
talk about these
you
streaks
can
and you mention
understand for the pain
NIP,
players.
I don't think there's anybody that's ever going to even come
One
close.
best of 3 away from the playoffs. No single player in the team has ever been to the major playoffs before.
Yeah, run boost. Will he be distracted by the
Like
run
Vitality
boost?
went on this
Oh,
crazy
well,
run that we all just witnessed that eventually now ended, right? Guys, they weren't even halfway to NIP's streak.
Defense, it's all fine and dandy, and it means an awful lot to NQZ and the Pain Gaming boys.
Like, they weren't even half.
Getting closer now to taking the first map in this series, to being even closer to those playoffs than ever before.
They've only played Inferno once in this campaign as well, Payne, and that was against 3D Max. They picked up the win 13-9.
I'm not sure what'll happen
they've got
with
confidence in
Simple
recent
after the
matches.
major.
And I think something else to keep in mind with Payne is all those woes.
I think
that
if
we
they keep
discussed,
this
right? The
up,
fact
man, I
that,
would love to see
it took
him
a while to get DGT
be in that
actually in the
jersey for a
server.
little bit longer. That'd be a
They
lot
have
of
such
fun.
a small sample size of maps with this full roster. So for them, as well as VP, a season of disappointments, you're looking for an ending on a high. One of the two.
Was
that's
the
not a
competition the
possibility.
same for
Okay,
NIP?
the AKs are out. Needs to
it
be
wasn't
6
nearly as fleshed out.
flawless
People
rounds.
were,
Electronic, that was audible.
they're beating some teams that weren't even salaried, you know?
Engages, still gets it.
That's to no fault of NIPs. That's just how it was.
A belated trade. Flit activates.
There were
Walks on
good
out,
teams
Fl0m
at that
and
time,
him
though.
starting their flight paths into the A site ahead of the util. Will they be overlooked? Is this a timing they can work with? I think so. Snow not considing that they could have got
The
this far
fucking,
out,
there
and
were a
it's
bunch of
jump scare for
Frenchies,
Snow.
very
Flit
games that
removes
were
his head, and access to
basically
the A site now
second
granted.
fiddle to NIP the whole way and could never beat them.
Have down the day instead to rights here. That's the Flit special, just walking ahead of timings. Knew he had the round in the palm of his hand and has done so. Converting, convincing for VP. The first time we've said that. And it's with the margin for error of 0. 6 consecutive, as Chad said, was the team talk. Well, make it 5.
You can make it easier for yourself if you wipe the board right now. And then
No,
wipe it again
winner,
in the next.
guys, this is win. You're in
So if they
playoffs,
hung
lose,
away
you're
the
out of the
AWP and
tournament.
the
That's
rifle
where we're
of
at in the
DGT,
stage
that'd be
right now.
fantastic. NQZ.
Last game, this is the last team that'll make playoffs right
There's
here.
no one partnered up, so it's one and then a chance to bolt. He could do even more as he jumps across. Util thrown his way, and they really should try and take this away. Oh, it's got the support, doesn't he? If you lose everything on the VP side, your buy's going to be hollow, and there it is. fl0m in the side of the head, just NQZ now.
I don't know how stickers would work if
comes in and spams.
hypothetically
It
if
couldn't be too
FaZe
far
made the
off the mark
Cinderella run and completed it. I don't
He's just going to
know
hold on to the AK,
what goes
understanding
on
the
with that
importance. There's
sticker.
going to need to be drops into the next. Take a look bottom right. Flick can buy himself. himself, but the other two need AKs in their hands. So AWP kept over.
I would hope
AGZ
in that
has enough to
scenario
drop his
that
in-game lead to
Simple
Big
gets a
Zero right
sticker.
now. Everybody else has been able to
Even
invest,
if it comes
with
at
a
the
little bit
expense of
leftover
like
cash going
they don't
forward.
want to remove Brokey, but they just have like
This
6.
pickoff, yeah, I mean, this trade from fl0m, I should say,
I'd literally rather that, like than not
so far
like
ahead
one
of
or
the
the other. If that's
expectation.
how it has to be done.
Gotta do that again.
Opening kills have been flowing though for Pain. You got 5-0 for NQZ, 3 opening kills for Biggie Zero, 2 for everybody else.
Damn.
Not 2 combined, 2 each.
fl0m heard you retreating. Snow's been having a tough day in the office.
He's the only one on the B site right now. Biggie Zero can chip in from short, but they're going to call it off.
Rocky didn't play well to get one. Same one why he has one, even though he's not playing, which is one. We've never had a situation like that, so I don't know what the rules are, right? So that's remember.
Is NQZ going to be going into
Simple as marked as a substitute. That's the only way he actually got to be able to play this.
Yeah, no indecision.
And I talked about this before. I think Brokey actually does deserve the initial sticker, for example, because, like it or not, Brokey was playing like shit at the end, and that is why he got benched. But like it or not, his previous success and being on that team and the results of that team are why they were in the major.
Okay, well, there's some intel for fl0m for VP.
That is a horrible precedent to set, that if somebody gets benched, that they just lose their fucking sticker, because there will be times, there would definitely be times where somebody, you know, maybe not playing poorly, but then gets benched, then also loses the sticker. That's crazy. That would be horrible. You definitely don't want to create a situation where that could happen.
Yeah, an opener indeed for NQZ. Gets himself another one. His 5th in the opening department. Snow, you need something here, mate. It's your bomb site. He gets nothing done, but Davideus can't either. Icy does deliver what should be a bomb plant now. And a save for the CTs.
He's not there to save. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said,
he's coming to investigate. He has a HE. Not going to lob it out right now, and he's actually giving this one a go.
I don't know how it works, guys.
Open targets. First one's there. There's a chance for this.
Yeah, NQZ maybe is going to come and give it a look in. DGT buys time.
They're both half HP. Doesn't have to be headshots.
Clear the corners, throw out your nades. No one home. Now what?
All right, going fishing. Nothing bit.
Yeah, I mean, look at your raw HP. I mean, why not? You need one. You just need one.
Exactly, and there's the loss bonus,
You
right?
think Demal will go to a better Brazilian team? He played really well.
1900 now.
Dude, if you're Demal, I can't imagine he would leave right now.
So with these 2 saves, there were so many of them in the first half. It just felt
Also,
like
Brazilian buyouts are notoriously
is that going to be the same for Pain? Remember, it had to be 6
insane.
consecutive. Well, there's 2. Now it becomes more manageable.
And the reason I say that, by the way, is Legacy has not only just like made a crazy run, they've beaten so many top teams that I'm really curious. Their VRS will definitely be high enough to start getting invites to events.
Killing it.
So you actually might be going to a lower ranked team based on VRS and maybe missing out on playing more tournaments.
Series this time round, VP have opted to take it elsewhere. As Pain, they're going to burn their 3rd of 3 tactical, and it is. I was right, Alex. Look, VP have 2 left. So that was the first VP tactical timeout before. So the fact that it was so late in the game for them to call their first, Pain are the ones who are in the
Remember,
lead.
they just got a new IGL, guys. Like, that team is...
Well, I remember Rex, yeah, he burnt through his in the
They're
first
feeling
half.
pretty good about
He was
themselves right
unhappy
now, I
they
can tell you
weren't
that.
dominating as dominantly as he would have liked. 20-9 NQZ, 6 opening kills. Making a strong case for his boys in those playoffs.
Snow's actually opted in with an SMG for util purposes to block this B site, so let's see if that comes back to hurt him. All up to vent immediately. But we've seen from VP, they're not tussling with this mid control. It's only one round where they went a little bit fast. Big Zero got the first, then traded. They're just continuing with the slower crawl. They don't want to give away any early picks. You know, if there's an underpass push, if they're lusting all the way up middle. Flip this time in Palace, fl0m's ramp. Just taking their time again, just parked outside top mid. Electronic and Icy both just with knives in their hands, waiting for something to come their way. Waiting for some information to inform what the setup looks like.
Yeah, waiting for Pain to be their own worst enemy. Make an overextension, give a way back in for VP.
This time the power smoke does land. That was from Davideus over towards the outside.
Thank you very much for the 34-month resub. Thank you.
The way that they're postured is telling of an A split. You get fl0m to come up ramp. He's going to be joined by the likes of Icy and Electronic. fl0m will be the late lurk piece through underpass and flit out of Palace.
fl0m having himself a game fire emoji.
A couple of smokes.
Twin, you're always hating.
Those to deal with. Another
You're a D1 hater, dude.
And that was just under the 42nd.
That's why you're always marked as sus in this chat, because you're always just one fucking
flit in Palace. So these two one
step, buddy.
Couple of flashes and go. But the time, you got to go shortly.
Yeah,
He's never keep competitive on streaming anymore. Well, I don't know if you noticed, but I've been kind of busy co-streaming the major.
Starting to hear sounds on A.
I haven't
DGT
played
readies
CS
himself.
since
fl0m will swing
the
out.
major
It's a hard
started.
flick. Biguzera confirms it. He actually times it to perfection. And now Electronic on his pathing into DGT's
No, D-man, but you
crosshair.
should
It all
be.
lines up for Pain. Last to fall, Icy and fl0m fighting, but no hope, no time. And Pain Gaming taking it 13-8. One map away now from the playoffs. The South American flair on Mirage. And they start as they mean to go on.
Should be happy with that. That's a commanding victory. VP coming out the
When does my
gates
season
flat.
start?
The
I don't
momentum
know.
is all on
Not for a
one
little
side
while.
of the server. The doubt has crept in for VP while the belief grows. Pain, they can get this done 2-0. Don't you question that.
Biguzera standing up, puffing his chest up, and putting it in the faces of Virtus Pro. As last time around, it was a 16-13 win for Virtus Pro on this map. Now Pain have come back. They've changed things up. They've delivered on an individual level, and they've stepped up to.
But I'm not
VP.
gonna lie,
Look,
based on your
you're not
message
getting
history,
rounds,
the fact
and
that
you might not get
you
another
watch
map
golf,
off
I'm
your
assuming you
incredible
play it,
start
and I
of the
just
major.
imagine you
It's a
having
crazy
generational
situation
crash
they find
outs
themselves in.
every weekend.
Great battle there
Oh my
from the
God,
Pain
so
side. So many times they
$37.
were
What a
seemingly
terrible
down and
map
and
out of
around,
him,
and they
holy
just bring
shit.
it back out of thin air. I mean, I feel like the composure has to be celebrated for some of those
Bro's
moments.
actually
also,
doing
just
like
individuals
number
popping
one
off in
yapper,
pretty
bottom
unexpected
fracking.
ways,
Oh,
even
you know
underpowered
VP's
ways
tilted.
with some of the weaponry.
Yeah, I think you could talk a lot about
No,
positives on
we're
both
maybe
sides,
not.
actually, to be honest with you. But the one glaring negative that I think for me is the key to this match is Virtus Pro lost 3 eco rounds.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what you do on the map. You lose 3 eco rounds in one map. Like, that's a very difficult map to win. Like, you're just not going to happen. So, you stub your toe a number of times, sip on Legos, however you want to phrase it. That's a disaster for Virtus Pro.
Should we look into that disaster?
Yeah.
Should we
Let's get into it.
enjoy the madness that is these eco rounds? They do deliver so a lot of entertainment here.
Let's just say right out of the gate, the 5-7 is a little bit unreasonable. that's all I want to start with. We'll see that in the next one, but obviously a really nice job stepping into things and just stepping into this bomb site, and no clean fights for Virtus Pro.
I mean, this is one where it really feels like the people from VP had it under control for a second, and then they just get banged out. Like, those last 2 shots right there from Biguzera, and I think it was DGT.
Yes.
I mean, what can you even do right there? You just get cleaned up.
This is the one of the 5-7 of just like it's, or maybe it's the next one, but this, I mean, this round is just another eco round. The scout just tagging them. No one's actually taking space. No one's scaling towards them. They're all nervous about the deagle at the back of the bomb site. Hall's players are taking a while to get activated into the fight, and there's way too much time for basically an entire magazine of the scout to just get emptied.
I mean,
I don't
yeah,
see
this
Train
is
too much,
this is
and
a
why do
moment
we
also
see
for
Ancient
Icy
so
where
much?
he's been pretty good in late round moments.
Ancient is
but
Green
just kinda
Mirage.
picks wrong.
Train
I don't know where
replaced
he
the
thought
map that
Biguzera
nobody already
necessarily
played.
was, but just runs right
Only
into his
teams
waiting
that are going to
arms, and
actively
the
try to
scout from
add a
QZ
map
really
that they
was the
already
hero of
didn't
that one
play
for me,
into
though,
their
but
map pool are
the
teams
pistols,
that are
like,
weaker.
I think in both of them,
and don't
it's
have
how
a fleshed
active
out
the
map
Pain
pool.
players are. Like, they're always getting somebody flanking. Like, that's definitely
Right,
been the ace in the hole for them.
Vertigo is the least played map in the map pool by far. Only one team in like the top 20 picked it
the VP attack
when it was
like in that round we
available.
just saw. That's when you get those active pistol players rotating over.
They
right?
remove
'Cause it's
that
kind
map,
of
then
like,
you
okay,
put
we
in
know
a
where
brand
this is
new
coming,
map.
we'll
Most
just stack
teams
up
are
this
not
bomb
going
site,
to
and it worked
actively.
perfectly.
They
Yeah,
might
you lose
play
two of
it,
them and
but
you
they're
got
not
no
going to
chance.
actively push
definitely
for
not.
it.
And it did work perfectly.
There's no
and the openers
incentive.
kept coming for NQZ.
Especially
even
for the
on these
top
rounds
teams,
where he
there's
didn't have
zero
the best
incentive.
weaponry in there, right? At this time, he starts with the opener on round 8. They go into a, what is it, a 4?
You're just
3v4
compromising
for Pain,
basically
and they
like
still
what you're
manage to take
working
the
on, you
win.
know?
This one showed the composure of Pain. This one was really they
Trouser,
were
shut up.
headed into a B stack after they got the opening pick, and really like VP they chose the right bomb site here. For all intents and purposes, they were even able to whittle him down as Icy's able to get a couple of nice kills right here, one of which is coming through the smoke. But then good mid-rounding. Like, this is why we say great stuff about Biguzera. Like, he just kind of calms the situation down, doesn't run directly into the stack, recognizes they have a molly. They can molly off Cat for their approach onto the A bomb site. And VP, they're left scrambling, whereas Biguzera just holds his nerve completely.
Yeah, that's a beautiful repositioning.
They should use a random map
relocation on the
generator.
Really well called, and I don't think
They have
Virtus caught onto
before.
it well enough.
You know,
Actually,
that-
the defense they had there, the 2 players back at ticket, wasn't
NQZ
too bad
look at the
all.
opening
It
duels.
just wasn't able to
Holy
get anyone
shit.
else over there, and good cover on the plant. NQZ had a hell of a game. What was it, 38-14 was his opening duels across stage 3 so far, now 6-0 in this map. It's bonkers, dude, what he's doing.
He's just adding to it, and he's making the highlight reel of his own in here. This is a guy oozing with confidence. He said he wants to leave the major with no regrets. Well, he can't regret anything at this point still.
What's up with all these Brazilian teams and players like having a rough time for 6 months in this year and showing up to the major and just everyone turning into the badasses they were supposed to be this whole time. Like,
I mean, yeah.
Brazilian Counter-Strike just sold us a nightmare this whole year.
It just feels like it's so up and down for some of these players, because I'd love to tell you the story right now that NQZ has been Brazil's best offer for an incredibly long time. It's just not been the case, okay? Because at the very beginning of this year, even going into last year, there was probably a 3-4 month stretch where it felt like he was the best Brazilian opper and maybe even like a top 3 Brazilian player. Yeah. But he fell off from maybe March until this month, and then suddenly he's just back up again. So good to see, I guess.
I know. It's like we got to the point where we were just like, I don't want to talk about Brazilian teams anymore. Yeah. There's nothing new to say, and now it's like, okay, well, we got it all at the major.
Here's what it looks like.
The right opportunity, and the hype is coming out from them from start to finish. They were getting in the faces of
Words are hard.
You see how much this means from the same time. This is largely impressive, and this is a different
this is what it looks like if Pain
than who
wins.
VP faced last time.
I'd say there's like a factor that we haven't touched on outside of the game, because when we saw that round 3 in the replays, what we didn't see after that was the reaction of like Pain. And remember, like Virtus Pro had won a round before that. They got really loud as well. Both teams were trying to get energetic, because while we were up here watching that 5 overtime Dust 2 with Mongols, all the VP player guys were over here. All the Pain guys are just sitting in their seats. And like there is that sneaky factor of like when you're waiting for a game that's going into 2nd overtime, 3rd overtime, you can actually like ice yourself out by just being here and being like, I was prepared to play an hour ago, and now I'm supposed to be prepared for this entire hour and then into the match. So I mean, those like getting loud at the start of this game, I think both teams and both like energy players on each side were trying to get their team geared up for the rest of the match, because they'd had such a cold like hour of waiting for that game to finish.
Well, you're talking about the cold. The only one that was hot was Icy on the side of Virtus Pro as well. And they're going to need more from all the individuals on this team, right? I wasn't seeing the same moves from VP that I expect.
Man, I really do just feel like I'm completely fucking depleted after the fucking G2 game, dude.
Now. And for me, really,
VP opening up with that many saves on their CT side, plus the crazy game that we just got out of G2 Mongols.
Really their best player in terms of just making sure that he's not leaving us like, unturned. Like he's so good at just
taking a
sure,
nap.
Like there's angles being covered. He's just kind of sometimes a little bit too supportive for my liking, but all in all, I mean, like this was a game where it felt like he could be the turning point, but there just wasn't enough help across the board.
Yeah, I think too, like you
Some
saw some cool things
honestly,
from
I should probably
as well.
stop here
I like
soon.
the round Flit kind of finds the gap after an opening pick to slide in towards Cubby, take out Snow and Dark, and you kind of build upon that round. Those are really cool things, and I feel like those are the rounds that play to the strengths of VP's individual players. But again, I think the conversation they're having outside right now is about the force buy rounds. Like that's why like I'm just kind of like, no matter what you say, it all comes down to losing 3 of these anti-ecos, anti-force buys, and that'll be the conversation Electronic and Finn are having, is like rehashing their philosophy of how they want to approach these rounds, because you just that's what beat you in this. You know, if you don't lose those, you have more chances to actually play out full rounds and get into things. So that's the convo I think VP's having.
Well, let's find out what happens when we go into the next map. It's Inferno coming up next. VP have switched things up when it comes to the veto to try and make sure that they can secure this and get a spot in the playoffs. But right now, their backs are against the wall. The mental might be broken, and it's key they stay strong.
Ad time?
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to
the
discuss
Heads
the
up.
cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays.
What happened to Twitch Moments? Nobody used them, so they discontinued
Cloud9
them.
had
But
to
people
grind
still have
all the way
them.
from the first stage and stage 2 to get into the playoffs. They managed to battle all the way into the final, and then at 15-14, Stewie 2K pulls off the clip of Counter-Strike.
28 seconds now, and Olaf Meister might try to pull rotation.
So much pressure on A.
Looking towards the apps position, the Molotov comes in, but so does the rotation. Olaf Meister, though, has been taken out towards the B bomb site.
It's the Olaf death, man, and they feel cooked now. The Olaf kill is huge, and then he does this.
But look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds to plant the bomb!
That's very much. The bomb tumbles away, so much chaos.
They're trying to build pyramid!
Insane shot on Nico, and then the follow-up rain trying to plant. Dude, it's the perfect clip.
I mean, they're out of their chairs. America
is losing their minds in this moment. There are no pyramids, there is no clay. Stewie just won them the round to lock in overtime, and from this, springboard NA to its first major win.
If FaZe managed to reset mentally, would we remember Stewie's play? Probably not in the same way.
Probably not in the same way, but that's where the cultural impact comes from. when you look at the names on that FaZe squad, this was also like the beginning of the downfall of that FaZe squad with Carrigan at the helm, the big split between him and Nico. So much stuff like echoed from this one play. That's like what it meant to FaZe and how crushing it was to them. He does seem to have cultural riz. Dare I even say he mocked them?
I don't quite know that one, but perhaps he did.
Okay.
Perhaps he did, and I appreciate, it's
Give us a
always
bit next
important
to the 14 with Primer, thank you.
establish the vernacular of the youth so as one can continue to relay the culture.
That is the most insane way to win a major.
And so there it is, the tale of Stewie 2K in Boston. A pretty good time. And that's why we give it a 9 out of 10 on the culture scale and a 6 out of 10 on the individual brilliance.
Pain are up 1-0 in the series for now, and Virtus.pro are looking to try and change that around. They did switch things up and they brought in Inferno here. My question to you guys right now is, will Pain be expecting this? Do you think this was a surprise for them, or do you think they're ready for it?
I feel like Pain coming into this thought that they were going to run back the same maps that they played last time around.
That's probably why they let Dust 2 be the decider as well.
Yeah, so I feel like they probably had a game plan for more so those maps. So VP here, a little bit of a punish pick, one where they definitely are the stronger team on it overall. Pain at least got a win recently on this map, so they're not slouches on it. Yeah. But I just don't think that Big Azera and Snow have a great grasp of defending B, if I'm being real.
Well, let's find out some more things when it comes to Inferno, as we've got another Mahone zone for you all.
Maui just said that they might not be great at defending B, but NQZ, he might be the solution here because he has a couple different setups that I want to show right now. So, first up, the first one is simply an aggressive car pick. Now, NQZ, he's going to try to path towards that right side car. He's going to have Snow back him up with this smoke. Now, this smoke is designed to basically extinguish the typical T-car Molotov that comes in towards that banana side. What this does is it creates space for NQZ to actually peek down banana. With this very easy pick, allows him to extend, catch a player coming out through banana. Now, the side benefit of this smoke as well is that after he gets his kill, he gets a little bit of cover when he falls back. Now, the second setup is a little bit more passive, but it's interesting because it actually allows NQZ to creep up. And the reason why is because Snow, he's actually playing on top of the sandbag here. And notice his positioning here. So the first thing is that he's playing anti-flash so that if a flash comes in, he's going to be able to turn right away to challenge so that if NQZ gets blinded holding this angle, he's going to be able to cover. But the second interesting thing is that if a Molotov comes in towards the typical sandbag position, he's not actually going to get burned. He can actually maintain positioning on the sandbag. So when NQZ finds his first kill on the body, Snow's right there to be able to back him up. It allows him to escape, allows him to get away. That's the second setup. Now the third one is a little bit more of a passive one towards the CT spawn area. Now it's a typical angle, but NQZ does have a bit of backup. Big Uzera and Snow, they're here towards the site. Big Uzera up close, Snow towards spools. And the idea behind this setup is that NQZ, he's going to take the first line. He's going to find the first kill. Then the second player, he's going to find the follow-up. He's going to try to get the trade. And then Snow, lastly, he's going to throw flashes to push the T's back. Very simple setup. Here you're going to see it in motion. NQZ finds the first kill. Big Uzera tries to follow up on the second. And then Snow, he pushes back with his nades. So if Virtus.pro decide to come up towards banana, they're also going to have to worry about NQZ. Here are three key setups to watch out for. We'll have to see if they can handle it.
And by the looks of it, it'll be very hard to handle. But at least if you're VP right now, the 2 wins you've had so far at the Major when it comes to this map were dominant. They absolutely destroyed both Bait and OG. But Pain's a bit of a different beast right now.
Yeah, they really are. With the way they're playing and obviously with the confidence they'll have coming out of that first map, it's going to be completely different. That car setup is kind of cool. I feel like I don't see a whole lot of oppers going for that car peek down banana. That's like an old school tactic that's like come full circle and been recycled back into it. If NQZ can actually pull that off with any kind of consistency and impact in this, that'll be a great benefit for Payton.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking, though, that VP didn't study that kind of footage, that they didn't see that NQZ loves to start to help out, in my eyes, a weak B duo. So if fl0m notices that there's an Opera over there, I think they're just going to pivot towards A pretty quickly.
It's been an important match for Snow to deliver. I think he had 5 kills on map 1, a quiet game. Didn't really need to do a whole lot because the rest of his team was delivering. But if you're going to be the B bomb site defender and you have that quiet first map, second map better be very loud.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be coming his way, and we got some action coming your way as well. It's Inferno. It could be the last map for VP. They're trying to fight for their survival here at the Major, and we're back with Sponge and Machine.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yeah, it's do or die now for Virtus Pro. What has now been 5 consecutive map losses, and Pain are the favorites. You can see the odds on your screen.
Game time. We're going map 3, or is Pain closing this out 2-0?
This map, they will pick themselves up a spot in the playoffs.
What do you got? What do you got?
Will be head in hands after a loss streak to end and exit the Blast TV Austin Major.
The last time
Archon Joe, thanks to the 11-month reset. Thank you,
when they won in Rio 2022. They were outsiders, but we may as well
Chopper
say
never
it was
gets
Virtus Pro.
credit. Correct.
So it's been a long time between drinks, and you look at those two individuals.
LOL,
for fl0m, this is his 7th
oh my god, help on.
This is only his 4th.
Chopper bad.
He's been at 4 and he's won 1, so that's not bad odds whatsoever. It's the Young Guns Primus is 2nd, Icy's 3rd, but Electronic 13 to his name. They've got the pedigree, they've got the experience, but do they have what it takes to handle the pressure, or will they crumble from a 2-0 start?
Yeah, well, they elected to take it to Inferno, Chad. It's a map that typically lends itself to their style of play and calling. And their T side is where they'll set
Giving
the
map
tone.
3 vibes.
Yeah, well,
I think we've gotten map.
from
Well, we didn't get map 3
slow,
last series, but
Let's see if
we
that
got the
keeps up
equivalent
here.
of 3 maps.
I feel that's not the best VP. That's them doing a bit of a callback to what they were once upon a time known for.
Can Inferno be fixed?
I'm
sure
taken, U2 being
the
juggled,
things that I complain about could be fixed, but only by somebody much more intelligent than me that actually knows how to fix it.
On the pistol. This is a fake.
I got
you can see the bomb over towards apartments. So the CTs will block out, and that was without being baited.
That
NQZ
tries too much
DGT in the
and
side,
doesn't actually have any answers. And I'm okay with that. Fuck this map. Fuck this.
Now comes the fake. Electronic is going to assist in this. Does he throw a flash? Now it's going to be the smoke. So 2 smokes, that's an awful lot of investment. NQZ, DGT rotating. Now it's just Amadeus. Very convincing fake.
It is convincing, so much so that the whole rotation.
Oh.
Actually, DGT, yeah, wait.
DGT has got an idea.
Now Davideus, here's them. Will they clear him? They do. He gets 1.
I mean,
Glamour
getting 1 there.
Right. Need the plant.
I see we'll get that planted
Not bad.
now. DGT smoked off. Heavy utility.
Did we not? Looks like we got a prediction.
No,
Where the fuck
DGT's
were you,
flash.
Skelly?
That could be the avenue
Where the
back
fuck
in.
were
They
you?
don't care if they group up, the flash is perfect. They can just sprint into this site and trade out efficiently. The Berettas will help in this.
Yeah, okay, they're starting their crawl now. Pigazera is actually
Looping?
electing to go through apps with
Unlucky.
the dual Berettas. Snow partners up with him, so just 4 pistols are about to flood out of the balcony. Electronic gets spotted out as well. Long range drops off. Good setup. VP now have the numbers flying into the side of Snow. Need this cleanly, need this quickly. Gets it. It's just Icy on the side.
No
the
kit.
ball's ticking in his favor. There's no kit, no chance, no time. VP will take it.
Snow went crazy
It does
right
come
there.
down to a 1v1. It's far from glamorous, far from clean. But VP, the must-win pistol, is theirs.
I can't believe they went before the flash, right? The flash didn't even feel like it was part of the consideration there. They go silently through halls. This was great from Davideus to get 1, right? The fact that he has so many players spilling out in his direction. There's the flash late after you've already lost NQZ and Big U0.
In a little bit, don't forget to follow on Twitch, and don't forget to like and subscribe to YouTube chat. Appreciate you guys.
But this is where the problems really crept in. Jason touched on it. 3 anti-eco
Can
attempts that
a
VP
team convert after the
while
pistol? Here we
anti-forces
go.
They scout back out for NQZ.
The bane of everyone's
3
existence
SMGs, a
at this
5-7.
stage. Here we go.
You need this one, VP, if you want to have any shot in this series. I think your confidence would tank.
RW,
It's not even
thank
just
you very
about
much
the
for your Twitch
ramifications
Primer,
of
man.
this round.
Thank
It's
you,
about
dude.
what it's going to
Welcome.
do to your mental if you lose another one of these.
I'm gonna
The
just
hardest
graduate.
rounds to win in
Hell
Counter-Strike,
yeah.
sure. It sounds like it should be simple, but when the chips are down
Also
and
red.
the investment is lower,
Now
the
I'm
round is in
sham-
flux.
I think you tried to
There's
type
more
champagne
options available. You take more
drunk on
risks,
my
and
floor.
that's harder
Bro,
to
drink
account for.
Champagne and just lay it on the floor.
Bang on with the HE.
Get it done.
spread of 50
Now he's
damage.
lying. He says, I love everybody. Brett literally has generational crash outs at least 3 times a week in my chat, usually at somebody or with someone. He does not love everyone. He is definitely drunk.
Smokes, mollies, flashes, everything you need and more. Blocks that. That is going to cause some issues. That's going to puff.
I got to put bro in timeout at least 2 or 3 times a week because he crashes out so hard.
Ooh, yeah, and NQZ's scout is on the back of the site. This is his first opportunity as the util starts to flood the site. Flash is good. Snow backs up into the Molotov and will burn down 100 to 0. Big Zero though with that blocked smoke. He's only got the one. You're right. It's been hurt though, and a drive-by from Davideus keeps it interesting. Icy needed that. Wow, different round if DGT had won that duel. Now Davideus is retreating.
Well, the
Is that the first conversion of this series? It is, right?
This is about exits, this is about saving. Well, the fact that he
You
leers
think
forward
after
into
Major,
middle
the
tells you he's
teams
looking
can
to get an
step up
upgrade
to
if he
tier
can.
1 teams. Well, dude, I don't
Icy
know.
really kind of ahead of the play.
Everybody
Ran away
say
towards
what?
the T-Abs to save.
What's the lowest ranked tier 1 team in your mind? Everybody type. You get 1 slot.
Electronic's actually going to leave
So
the scout
20,
behind. And makes
10,
an awful lot of sense from
5.
the T side of Inferno
What's
ahead
the
of you.
lowest ranked tier 1
How much
team?
damage can be done here if you think that
In
the
terms
avenue
of
is
a
clear
number.
because Icy's run through? You'd be wrong. Electronic gets
No,
that
no, no,
information.
no.
Fame with 95
Not a name,
points of health, he can
because you
survive
guys
and Banana.
actually
It's not
aren't even
too
listed.
many
Like,
problems.
not a name, a
Davideus
number.
gets an extra kill, has 3,700. So right now, if you would like to get an M4 into the mix, there is a possibility. Obviously, it's out of the box.
Now, when somebody
But
asks
see
me
how aggressive DePayne want to start their
Can the
CT side
tier
of
1
Inferno,
teams
I think we'll
compete
just
with
see
the
them
tier
take it
2?
quite
Do you see the
casually. That
problem
extra
with
cash is going to
answering
be
this
great
question?
for NQZ to get his AWP come first rifle round, and we'll continue to talk about how good he has been in the opening department. But I think it's worth noting, giving people a bit of a history lesson in terms of Payne's season.
What you
Because it's spoken about like there haven't been any woes. It's just like, oh, they've been mid for
I'm
the
just
season.
doing this to
and,
prove a
yeah,
point
now
because
they're
people
good.
ask me
That's
stuff
not
like that all the
case
time.
whatsoever.
But
the season started with the ramifications of Shanghai.
I
They were getting rid of
personally,
Lux,
chat,
and they were looking for a
I think it
replacement. They
depends.
signed
Like,
Davideus back
but
in
I
January.
usually say 15 or 20.
They went,
I think
into
right
Bounty and
now,
they made the
current
playoffs,
competitive
right? That's
Counter-Strike,
online into the LAN, and that's a good
20.
way to start the season.
But
Then they were
also,
grouped in
I think in
Katowice.
that
They made
top
the playoffs
5,
with
3 to 5 is a different class.
They got grouped to EPO, and
But,
apparently that was enough to look for a
I
replacement
think anybody
for
really in
Callus,
that
who
top
felt like he was
20 can
playing
beat
out of
each other
position.
on different
Highlights were
days.
some
Now,
deeper
some more than
rounds,
others,
but, all in
obviously, and
all,
it's matchup
they felt
based.
that they
but-
could find better firepower. But they went to trial Demo, who was
I
from
think
their
past
academy.
20
That was in March. So right, we're already at that point halfway
Debatable.
through the season. You move into Melbourne, Rix has to stand in. So not only do you have an academy player, you have to play with your coach because Big Uzera had glue ear, couldn't travel, couldn't get on a plane,
Yeah,
couldn't do the long haul
it's just
flight.
hard to answer
So
questions
another
like
event,
that. Because we don't
Another
have
event where you can't
definitive
put
what
your
is
best
tier
foot
1. It's
forward.
all
You can't even
feeling.
see if this player from
Some
the
people
academy
are
is
listing
somebody
off
that you wanna
teams
work
that aren't
with.
even in top 20, but then
Rivals
I
rolls
saw
around, they signed DGT for
I
Demo.
clicked
Now you've got
their
a team,
names
right,
to see
it
their chat
becomes
history, and
South
then I saw
American
them
at that
literally
point, no
put
longer
a ranking
Brazilian.
where the team that they listed wasn't
They
in
played
that
there,
ranking.
It was last place showing, but Rivals is the best teams in the world.
So it's just-
Does
it was
have
kind of
control?
interesting.
No, 3v3 into A, just Big Uzera here. And I'm giving a history lesson.
So some of you are like, it's top 15 unless it's this team. And then they're also tier 1 because I know them and they're popular. Right? So it's like,
but yeah, the bomb's going down.
And we can finish the summary. So they go into Rivals, that last place there, but that's an event that is meant to have some of the best teams in the world attending, and their first event with DGT. Then Astana rolls around. DGT has issues with a visa. Can't attend. Rix has to play the first 2 games in the Swiss. He gets in the server. They get to play the next couple of matches together.
Yeah,
but they
I
still
think
get grouped.
anybody
Now,
top
they're in the
20
major.
can
That's
give
their
anybody
season.
in
Doesn't
like
sound
a hard
like
time,
the 5 players
basically.
have been able to whir into action.
And I think
Sure.
if there's a team that's in the
it's
major
only
outside
2
of the
players
top
over the course of
20,
the season, but it's been up and down. It's been your in-game leader. It's having the coach stand in.
with the new VRS system, they're going to probably, if they had a good run here, they're going to be moved probably into that top 20. And
It's going to take time to actually
by
have
my
that
own
off. Never
logic,
mind
yeah,
where
they'll
you
be
keep attending
competitive.
events with your hand tied behind your back, without Big Uzera, without your new pickup of DGT. So yeah, actually fielding 5 roster, it must have been quite a
T1 is more org-based
exciting
than
moment
ranking-based,
for
I
them
know,
to realize, wait,
because
we're
salaries
attending
and
the event with
expectations.
our entire roster.
Yeah, and you just
So
look at
you're
the sheer
saying,
lack of reps because of all those things.
based
with the
on how
5-man
popular
core,
a team
the
is,
5-man team. So it's
is
taken
what
them
their
a while to
tier
get
is,
going. And
or
now,
what
in a
people
2-2
expect
game,
them?
one
Because I
match
would
to the
agree
good.
with you that people
VP sure their
expect
3s are up
certain
on their map pick,
teams,
but let's see how far that
orgs,
continues. NQZ
players players to be tier 1, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are.
Yep, DGT just goes and leaves a cache of nades for the boys on B.
For example, I don't think NIP is a tier 1 team. But actually, that might not be true. They might be top 20. I might be bullshitting, because dude, they won Fragadelphia, bro.
Just questioned their B setup, so let's see.
They got hell of ERS points in that. Where are they? Oh, they're 24. Nope, I'm still safe.
We know the pace. Everyone at home can take a breath. The rounds are going to be slow.
No emote Monday
They're
tomorrow,
just gonna go
no,
through a lot
because
of
I
the
leave
default
Wednesday.
spreads. They'll wait for the protocol CT utility. The main thing that you want to keep your eyes on is the restraint from pain in the nade department. Do they save the utility to block late? And do they gamble with the 3-2 splits correctly? Well, right now it's all 5 in banana. Well placed, well timed. That will cancel proceedings as U2 was already thrown out. So if they wanted to go on that timing, they'll have to wait a moment longer. Double smoke.
Oh dear.
Double smoke. That's definitely an extension to run through short.
Well, something they just created a system. It's just like a matchmaking system, essentially. It's just an ELO-based system. And yeah, it's actually, I think VRS has tons of problems, but I'm still enjoying its existence quite a bit.
But still they connect with Electronic and fl0m as the site is taken. Davideus called upon
What face it rank?
NQZ as well. He's even got
Can
a
I say I'm good at CS? Whenever you feel good about it, man.
Will they be able to get back in? Deep CT smoke, but Davideus already heading in through the ruins.
They're really constricted by these smokes right now. They just want to save this smoke. Going to start to fade in a moment. NQZ
Play
gets
1
over
hour
his position,
Counter-Strike
falling
every
back,
night, and you
baiting right
fucking
now.
keep
Davideus,
ranking
but
up.
they're in.
Probably pretty
Yeah,
good.
it actually found fl0m as he was so low. Just bowled over. Electronic with 37 HP, and he's got a plan.
No kit.
HE and spam. That's the name of the game. Throws it down. Tracers. That's all
Does he have it? I think he got it.
Precision.
Go back in
Be
game.
close. The bomb.
Okay.
Only a couple moments left, and that defuse comes through. Couldn't knock him off. Couldn't get the job done. And the HE from hell. The holy hand grenade from NQZ.
I really like the idea from Electronic. I mean, sure, you know, you've got a smoke in front of you. Do you want to underhand it and break it? But he figures, I know where the bomb's planted. If I can just knock him off the defuse, the round is mine. Davideus just so quick to the trigger.
The teams I think are not really cheer. Well, I think like
Right place. The U2
I don't know, man.
a
It's
little
hard
bit
to.
off the mark. You double
I
smoke.
don't really
You
like
didn't
the
have to.
question
That nade
because
right there. That's the way back in. Otherwise, they could have been considering the save. See the HE come through.
Some teams aren't
Yeah,
competitive
landed over
with
towards pool. So they
certain
can buy. It's
matchups
going to be a
and
tech
then
knife. Oh, look at the mid push.
this map pool. There are a lot of
Tone setter.
factors.
Yeah, wow.
I think there's also a lot of teams that will make changes and shit like that. I
Flash
don't know.
room to
It's hard
fight.
to
There
say.
are possibilities to flash deep from banana or down middle. NQZ trained on the AWP. Biggie Zero's here as well. This might go undercleared.
Like MIBR already had Lakowski bench himself. Like they're kind of in a weird spot, and they're 19 right now.
What he hears.
We saw the trajectory of that, surely.
Yeah, no, this one was second mid near stairs, but not into the apps
Honestly,
yet.
dude, this is
Hearing
the
all
first
this
time in a
stuff,
while I've
everything,
looked at the
this
top
information
20
frees up the rotation.
VRS,
Davideus
and
Biggie Zero rotating over.
like I've watched all of these
That gets
teams
even better
play.
for him. fl0m's caught on his transition back to try and help the boys on P.
Well, do you call it off?
That's the question.
It's actually
Still
so
got time
interesting.
to. There's
Like,
over a minute, well, under a minute now left on the
previous
clock. but
times
over
with
when
like the
kill
old
came
soft
in.
franchising shit,
But
like
you
some of the
boxed.
teams outside of like
DT
top
keeps pushing.
15, I
He's gonna
might
be
not have
completely
like
behind
seen
you,
play
T stage.
Counter-Strike or
You're
like top
full
10 even.
play.
Okay, well, Snow gets Molotov down.
Top 10 with a sprinkle of Big Clan and EG losing all their group stages.
Into play. Big Uzera set Davideus up for it, and as he turns, he gets them both. Attention drawn by the boost. The team play is there. Payne string together 2 consecutive.
Yeah, bro, nice fucking.
That's
ult, to be
huge
honest.
push, and the fact it's not just into a fight. Normally, when you see that type of push, you keep on pushing down.
Why
on the
did
back of a
IC look
flash,
so
and you
sad?
surprise
That
them
was
as they're just
actually
setting
like-
up in the default spread. But he was just the beacon of information. And he was down here for so long. Look, he only started transitioning forward at 1 minute and 7 seconds on the clock. So DGT, a round-winning move, information. It's got
Good team to play well on all
awful lot
maps.
of
On the long
ramifications
run,
if you can
no
hear
thoughts?
exactly where
No, they
everybody
don't.
is. Set
Almost
up for
every
success,
top
and now
team in
down to an
Counter-Strike
eco.
always
The
has a
opportunity to
permaban.
tie things up
And no, they
3-3.
almost always have some weaker maps.
Strong
And
start
when
for
they
Payne.
don't, they
And this
go
is
on a
gonna be
crazy
throwing you
run
for a
like
bit of a loop
Vitality
if you're
has.
VP. They're not letting you just play
Which
your
is why it's
game.
matchup based.
Showing that they can be a nuisance.
Yeah.
250 Deagle and a smoke for good measure for Electronic. Full banana control means that
But Vitality
Payne needs
also
to
does not
be a
play
little bit
7
more
maps, they
considered
play
about a
6.
Halls pop possibility. And QZ on the line. Saw the shadow for the smoke. There's no flash to force him off, but he backs off on his own volition.
6 maps, noobs.
Ooh, I'm sure
Navi
they'll
attempts
try and
or
look for the
pretends and lies to themselves that they play
swinging
7.
from short side is DGT. He's got bullets for days, but just the 2.
I think we could all see how that's been going for them so far.
So they've made a lot out of a little. The AWP finding his way into fl0m's hands. He's going to throw that out of bounds and go on down. So a little bit of financial damage. There's good output.
They're looking for the AWP. They're not able to get that one back. It's over the fence. You got to ask Mum if you can go talk to the neighbor because
Payne build
that one
themselves a
is,
little bit of a
Fame
foothold in the
being a
CT
little bit
half. Let's
cheeky.
see now.
But don't you worry, there is money. That's 3 consecutive rounds. They can get the AWP out again. Icy, not equipped, but not necessary.
Right now. We actually have more than we used to. That's actually kind of the tricky, weird thing. We're like Brazil light right now. We don't have as many fans. We don't have as many players. We don't have as many orgs. But the players that we do have and the orgs that we do have are just locked down enough to where we cannot form a true front-runner team. It's pretty awesome, actually.
Palm only lands, one back. Smoke half full. To deny the
which is a problem that the Brazilian scene has, but like on a grander scale.
Looking for the silent boost up and towards the window.
We don't have enough players to like make more than one really competitive team. Not currently. And even if we did, and like all the stars would have to align in terms of personalities, and contracts and money would have to not exist to even like look at it. And we wouldn't have an opera still, to be honest with you. We don't have an opera. We'd have to go import an opera for sure.
U2 set to take back some control. Nobody flushed forward.
Yeah, they are going to ask questions of this double D defense.
Davides can block now. He has a smoke. Not too late.
Oh, yeah, DGT, though. No one's looking at him, and there's a perfectly timed incendiary that is crouching in the flames. Electronic short clears
Why
the
do so
site.
many games want to franchise a competitive scene?
Flurry of frags from
Because they're usually American and grew up here where everything is franchised.
It's up to Snow and NQZ.
Double pit, okay.
Yeah, it's been beaten into us that rebuild seasons are normal in a competitive environment.
Double pit with a molly, a HE, a couple of flashes. This is very worrying, actually.
Don't blame people. It's just what they grew up around.
He's just gotten away from that, though. Electronic smart, reposition. HE does nothing.
Also,
Molly will, though,
the idea that they're necessarily more profitable is kind of interesting, too.
Flit doesn't finish his meal, and now here comes Snow, no bullets, onto the P2, it's Flit, good for it, VP fighting back. That was a big round out of Electronic, it's Flit to close.
That got so chaotic, right? As
yeah, imagine in a competitive sport,
lands on the balcony there, they're able to get their eyes to the guns, to lose. A couple of nice trades, but they come out on top, a 2v2 that could have gone wrong because of U2. Well, they do get back on the board.
Oh, shit.
No AWP available for NQZ now. It's actually going to be quite a hampered purchase going forward. Here
sure,
it is
that's
again.
A great
You see
system.
that.
Follow the rabbit with a 2-month primer. Thank you.
Beautiful double from Electronic. He is going to be mandatory if they want to pull this series back and take it to the third at Dust 2. A couple of SMGs, a FAMAS, and M4.
Franchising shit, and if you ever need a great example of all the places it's worked, well, I don't have any except for the places where I think any system would work because the games are so popular.
No response.
4 players, not Banana.
And they're going to swing for it. They're going to take the fights. Icy controls the spray for 2. NQZ puts him in a grave. fl0m. Fame, yeah, completely pantsing him. He got distracted.
Remember
by the
Overwatch
sound of
League?
fl0m's
Oh yeah,
retreating.
my favorite.
First bullet
You guys know I love a good Overwatch League, Grant.
The bomb down in Banana.
Oh, that's
I mean, what other company and league can say they got sued by the Department of Justice?
DGT, excuse me.
Well done. I mean, that's kind of sick to have that under your belt, to be honest.
He's going to be in the open.
Yeah, he's got a lot to consider.
Ooh.
Gap's been pipped.
I feel like he's off angle, though, if he's holding for the arch wrap. Should have the first free. Free aim. Doesn't matter. DGT dynamic.
That's a massive round. Think about how poor that buy was. They started 4 towards B, 3 of which were fighting.
Can you explain the DOJ bit? Oh, yeah. Put it in
and then in the 2v2, both
salary cap, Overwatch League, Blizzard Activision. Go ahead.
So like,
it'll come up. It will be a DOJ link. You're welcome. It'll be a government link.
We're going to have to put our bodies on the line. So it comes down there to hitting your shots. And that is beautiful work.
Short version, collusion and manipulation of people's salaries.
8 kills for him so far is back down to just some pesky pistols and a Khalil.
If they could best the pesky pistols, Chad, Payne can get themselves a nice comfy cushion on the CT side.
Yeah, 6 would be beautiful. They'll be eyeing up those playoffs, don't you worry about that. And I believe I've been taking a look.
Saying Riot's making it work, like LCS literally isn't just a money pit. And the only reason it exists is just because of the goodwill of Riot. Is kind of funny. And like I said, it works in other regions, but I would argue that those regions where it's successful, it would work under any format because of how popular the game is.
The boost response.
This is just so tough for VP. You consider how well this stage started, how well they came into stage 3. They 3-0'd. And Payne was the team they took down. This is a rematch.
There is not I can't think of any franchise league in esports that I actually enjoy or think is going well.
They showed a whole lot more fight than they did today.
It's been empty hands for VP 3 consecutive days.
Yeah, and that's doubt. It's crept in. It's in the gameplay. You're seeing it. Sure, they're not stressed. They're not yelling at each other yet, but this would just be a horrible
yeah,
way
no, I
to
know
end
the
your
LCS
season. We
is
talk
gone now. I
about
don't
Pain's
think many...
disappointments, VPs as well. Some big names, some heavy hitters, and some upgrades into 2025.
Yeah, major champs. 3 of them.
Can you stick your landing, though? Rotation on the way, NQZ. Got a couple of flashes. These could be perfect.
Okay, Nate, go. Snow, what have you got? He's got a white screen. That's what he's got. But he's also got Big Uzera holding his hand, getting a double. The B-side defense gets the majority of the frag zone. Sure, there is a bomb plant. It's electronic and
I mean, basically, they put Valorant on life support with franchising. LCS is gone. The European League of Legends scene is absolutely scuffed. Like I said, it's going well in Asia, I think, for them, but I think that's just because of pure popularity.
Everything VP double swing. Can't finish it. NQZ down
Not
now.
necessarily because the system is good.
Oh.
1v1, 1v1. Oh, the cables, the cables!
He's running at you.
Oh my god!
He's fumbled that. He was a
I almost just fell, but now my dog's looking at me like I'm the problem.
Davideus,
and he also still didn't move. I want you to know that.
Look
Holy
at that,
fuck.
Big looking across the line and throwing.
Almost just died to a fucking hot dog.
This is the type of team you can get in VP's
gonna
head.
roll over?
Without a doubt. You know, if I'm talking about a team whose head you can get into, Electronic is definitely one.
What a very unique 1v1 like setup here. So Davideus manages to get back onto the bomb, but he holds it for 4.
That was in English.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, well, hey, in their heads, timeout taken. Finn on the mic. Got to avoid this pressure getting set in. You can tilt Electronic, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, well, so far he's still having good output. I'm looking for fl0m. Where's this disruptive force that took the stage by storm?
You guys
Well,
want
he's
to see
inexperienced,
what
right?
I'm
This is
dealing
only
with
his
right behind me?
second major.
Yeah,
we had him in Shanghai Gamer Legion.
This fucking
and in
face
terms
of
of the
his is
position he's been put
insane.
in, it's not the same one
Hold
Ash
on.
did. Ash used him as
You
the
need to
sharpest
see
tool in
what
the
I'm
shed
dealing
right
with.
now. He's around a lot of other players who have equally as good aim, and it just feels the pace that VP have come in today, they're regressing. It's not the Counter-Strike that we've been loving in their victories, but let's see. This game ain't over yet. It's just a one-round game.
A selfless Electronic sets Flit up.
And yeah, that
I'll
means
show stream here in a sec.
So,
Angel, thanks for the 8 month
cash
reset.
left
Thank
over
you.
for a bunch of the players, but they're still trying to vie for this one. It's 2,900 into the next Flit. You need to find the opener with this AK.
Yeah, he is on the warpath, but Big Uzera and Snow will not oblige with any early fights. Instead, they're just lining up for that early block util.
That's literally right behind my foot, and that's after I basically almost tripped over him and died.
They're giving their chance, team
That's
the
his
chance to
face.
retake it. There goes the AK. Look, this is great. They found their solution. They're not just being bullied. They're making sure they're dictating the tone.
What
right?
a luxury.
And previously, they've been playing a little bit more on the site. So they've been playing against executes. They've had that third man there to help. This time they play forward. They find the opening kill, and they send them packing back towards A. And now they've been blocked there as well. This just feels hopeless. It's like you're drowning at the moment.
To Inferno. Everywhere your pack goes, a smoke screen obscures.
He's going again.
Locks.
He's going again.
Yeah, he is. Another go, another dip. Just as they start to throw their util, and then QZ's there as well. The multiple bodies, they're just running him in. That's what you want to see from fl0m. A triple kill on the triple B setup.
Oh, another 2v2 post plan on B.
He's
This
1
time
and
they have
9
the chance
before
to
this,
set
by
up.
the way, guys.
Davideus late banana, DGT already responding. Deep smoke is so tough. Get a reload in, son. You got 6 bullets.
Oh, he's only got 6, but he might just need the 1 if he can just put one to the side of the head.
Oh.
Last bullet into the body. No reload necessary. He'll take it and scavenge off the DGT's corpse.
Ace it?
Accelerating now. Davideus knows this 180 crossfire is not easy to break. And it's fl0m's round. Wow.
Sick round, bro.
Ace out of
Sick
fl0m.
round.
I was asking for him. He goes from 1 to 6. And he lets them know.
Oh, he said something.
Look, that is only the 5th
think he
ace
said,
of this stage
I hope
so
you guys are
far,
having a
and it
wonderful
couldn't have
day,
come
I
at a
think
better
is what he
time.
said.
The fact that fl0m pulls
Right?
this off right here, right now. This is how it
Hey,
starts.
actually, here's the
Opening kill from
replay.
Big
Here's the
Uzera. The
replay. And then I'll show Doggo.
fl0m gets the triple kill. Makes mincemeat of that push. Forward with no bullets, only has Kevlar, no head armor, and then into the M4 for the finish. The young gun, second major, makes an impact, and Pain are just down to pebbles right now.
Yeah, just after Pain piped up.
Pep-Bits?
fl0m comes alive.
You win this, it's almost a guaranteed 7-5 half for VP. Right, next round, only 1900, final round for either team.
Chat.
Just the back and forth nature of this game.
This is what I almost
Basically,
tripped on and
hinges off of
died.
this setup.
Do you
Does it
see this
work?
fucker's
Does the
face?
progression into the apartments work
Let's
out?
watch him in
fl0m's
halls real
immediately
quick. Do you
cut
see
down
his
back.
face?
GT's not looking the right direction.
He doesn't give a fuck.
It's noise.
Oh, doesn't know how free that kill would have been. They weren't expecting more. They found the hero of the last immediately, sure. but they might just continue with this crawl. fl0m's already top banana. He's been blocked. They can sell a fake. We saw them do it quite proficiently on the pistol. Him and Icy.
Oh. That's the bomb spotted. Okay, intel flows. NQZ was about to leave A. Now they're looking for DGT. There's fl0m.
Is that?
Questions of big
it's a golden weenie.
Oh, I think it was just in his blind spot.
He's a full-size golden weenie, so he's thick.
Headshot found. Okay,
in a
they
mini.
know they're just looking for Snow. fl0m on the flight path didn't consider the boost. 5-7 tracks him. Just the tip of his head as he tried to crouch under. fl0m doing the same. Going to be dipping
Snow
towards
might
B.
just be a pistol-only player at this point. What do we think?
Has to run through this smoke.
What's his name? Butters.
Trying to get across.
Do they boost up again?
Late boost, perhaps. Where's that bomb? Starting to cross now.
Yeah,
the timing.
It's not going to be considered.
Icy's on the boost. He doesn't get distracted by electronic range. Gonna bring it down.
The correction is crazy.
Pressure. They need that bomb planted. Icy punching in the code. DGT and Snow partner up. It's NQZ coming in from that banana side. It's going to be held in an open angle. Icy exposed to this fight unless he slips. He's holding. He's looking. Damage inflicted on info. They know where they both are. 5-7 headshot from
What a
DGT.
shot. Oh, the molly.
Bomb could win the round alone. It's going to be very
They're going to chase him.
They're running him down, running him round. Going to tuck on in. Get spotted now behind the pulpit. Did you not see him? Snow, you've got to hit him. You've got to kill him. Warbacks come through. They line up for fl0m. And now 6 is theirs. VP.
Oh my god. They didn't have a kit, so I think they wanted to bail.
Must-win map.
Right
and then they got stuck, and then they both ended up dying.
They killed him. I think they would have had time to go back for the defuse, so they fumbled this situation. Utility coming in clutch. They did so well to manifest these kills as DGT. The second attempt on the boost is a thing of beauty.
Should defuse through. Honestly, just next time, ignore the fire on the ground and just defuse it.
Perfectly placed, under pressure, didn't flub his lines, and that's 6. It'll be the same type of buy for Pain yet again.
Oh.
Losing some U2 early and actually gets further stuck under the truck. Oh, did he get it? No, he did. Okay, well, Fortune.
I mean, I'm impressed they managed to make it as competitive in the last, but regardless, it's VP that managed to stabilize.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? You go back to Mirage, the type of rounds that they were losing were exactly like this. They almost
Somebody
lost
told me the stove was hot and I ignored them.
A great shot to win this.
Hot. Yeah, I'll see for myself, buddy.
He just loses his head to a fl0m headshot. We know what he's capable of, and he is just going to keep his hunting going.
Timing.
Deus runs him down, catches fl0m in apps. That's a lot of info. No one else home, he says. Be ready, B.
They have to execute into B right now. They don't know it. The rotation's still miles away. The site's open. If they get a CT smoke in, they're good. You have to brave this. Have to call Snow's bluff.
They will. Or not. No, just spam the smoke. They're terrified.
So scared.
Terrified.
Well, last round
Well, no, they're going to hear this. They're going to hear this. They have plenty of time to go back.
On the rotation. NQZ is going to deal with this from long side. It's just the MP9. So if he tucks in and he goes to deny the plan,
they
that's the best way that
that.
he can cause chaos. He can't lock them down in a choke point. He doesn't have the weapon for the job. He doesn't have any utility. He can just play in the site. One kill is going to be enough, and they're looking to wrap. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Well, but by wrapping at this point, DGT and Davides are returning. They might be caught out. There might be more than just NQZ to hold this.
Mid to B, really?
DGT. Oh, he gets the info. There's some help from Davides. He doesn't connect the spray.
Back to another back to...
NQZ's here. One man. 4. Encroaching on his bomb site, but he has got a little bit of the element of surprise. Walks around the corner, catches one. Element of surprise is only good for the first, though, and Snow doesn't have the health to give this a look in. Good luck, mate. It's your last round. You've got 8 HP and an AK. In a do-or-die map, VP, their pick, their territory.
Well, you know what's crazy is I feel like Pain literally lost 2 fights because of objects in front of them.
These last few days, and Snow goes down. VP have the lead.
I'm running it out at halftime. That way, if we get another Dust 2 G2 moment, we're good to go. Right? Did it not feel like that fucking
trivia? This is why we
umbrella is not the right word. Why am I spacing? Whatever. You know what I'm talking about. That shit was in his way, and then the other guy had the rails in his way.
And unlocking potential of the chairs to find some comfort if they can do the questions.
VP Bootcamp. Unmatched.
First man taking the challenge is Falcon from Honesty. How are we doing?
I'm doing very good. I'm so excited.
I got Simple with me from FaZe Clan here. All right, you ready for the questions?
Yeah.
Which team famously completed a 0-2 comeback in the E-League Boston 2018 Major to win it all?
I guess it was Cloud9.
To win it all?
They won, yeah.
Cloud9.
Yes, there you go. You started off very strong.
What
was the most iconic map for Astralis during their peak dominance in 2018-2019?
Bad question. It was nuke, but
I know, I think.
Inferno.
It's Dust 2 or Inferno. Could be Dust 2. I think Inferno.
Inferno?
Inferno, they played more and had a 98% win rate or something.
Wait, sorry.
But Nuke, they had the win streak.
I forgot.
Inferno was actually more impressive.
The
I don't care what
CS2
anyone says.
Major, PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Not to Swinster.
There we go.
Not to Swinster, yes.
Where would you want to adjust first?
Niley, thanks for the 27-month primer. Slippy, thanks for the 8-month primer. Thank you.
Man, I'm ready.
All right. Which player is known for pulling off the infamous jumping double AWP kill on
Also,
Cash?
this... God damn, these are pissing me
I
off.
don't know. Guardian?
Jumping double is cold.
Cold Zero.
On Cash.
Simple was falling.
Yeah.
It wasn't jumping.
Simple, yeah.
Sasha Simple Kostarev.
You got it correctly. Which
And it
team
wasn't
was known
God damn
as Choke Clan for a while before finally winning a major?
Face?
Face Clan.
Correct. All right, what do you want to change now? What do you want to get more comfy?
Like this.
Okay, yeah, I will just leave it like this.
Which player got vac banned in front of a live audience?
I said Kukli.
I
I was
forgot.
wrong. Let's Forsaken.
That's Indian guy?
Yeah, what was his name?
Man, what was his nickname?
First letter, F.
Forsaken.
Yeah!
Forsaken?
Yes, that's the one. Which organization was once banned from all majors due to a coaching bug abuse scandal?
Is it a really famous organization?
Forsaken get back live.
CIS
Nah, he was
reason.
cheating and he had
Yes.
something called Word.exe.
Okay, I
That was just a blatant
I
cheat that he was
know.
loading
Legion,
up.
right?
He
Legion,
tried to push
this
an admin off his
first part.
PC.
on H, right?
Yeah.
Hard Legion?
Yes, there we go.
He said
Hey,
you don't
what's
see anything,
Legion?
dude.
Ah, see? Look, I helped you too much. Damn it, I shouldn't help you.
Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for playing.
you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
You can cut the tension with a knife reflected in the gameplay. 12 days of Swiss coming to its conclusion right here, right now. And this is it. One spot left in the playoffs. It's been slow. It's been tempered. It's had its moments. And Payne, they're not out of this map just yet. 7-5
Genuinely not
at
a
the
terrible
half.
Inferno
They've got
half.
it
I
done
ain't
with a
gonna lie.
whole lot
That wasn't
less
bad.
in a lot of these rounds. So even if they lose
That was
this
much-
pistol,
that was actually
let's
much
see what
better than
they've
that
got in
Mirage
store
game, but
for
that
the
was-
Four Spies.
Yeah, fighting to extend their season.
Still does not change how I feel about either of the
Marking
maps.
the culmination of the first VRS system season.
Bookend rounds there for VP.
I didn't Forsaken sticker,
3 to
not
start,
getting
3 to
loot
finish,
money.
and 1 in the middle.
Forsaken has a
It's a
sticker?
heavy lean towards A. Just flip towards the B site. I see long. You see the porch setup highlighted there.
I don't
It is
think he
going
has
to
a
be
sticker.
that electronic, the safety net in pit. It's on screen, still favoring Paint.
you
And
talking
they're
about?
heading right in this direction towards the stack. Big Uzera deep in second mid. NQZ under
Bro
the
just
balcony.
yapping out of his
and
booty.
the other 3 over towards Halls. Now, Big Uzera has the util. He's doubling back. Might take a bit of a pro banana, I thought, but just checking if that anyone has pushed down that sound cue.
It was so
There's
outrageous,
nobody able
chat.
to
I
hear
had to
that.
double check with
As
you
he
guys, you
flips
know what I
still
mean?
Quite deep towards Car. So Big Uzera lines up his util.
You know how like
gets ready
somebody
to
says
let
something
rip.
so ridiculous it almost makes you like
Fame
believe it?
starts to ask questions just as they path forward. fl0m, a nice click. And QZ down in mid, fast flank towards the Amps players now. Electronic calling for aid. He is just crouched, hiding out on the side. Amadeus will wrap him down. Bomb goes down. Awkward now. It's
That
Fame's
nor is
flank.
bedazzling more
Does
things.
everything for VP and their chances. He's really had a resurgence in form. A player they really needed. A spin.
The drippy fl0m merch now, guys.
Oh, Davideus
with the
doing him
bite
dirty.
from
Fame
Butters.
can flank though. Fame can flank. Oh, Fame continues to
Okay.
lay down the pain
Hold on,
onto
1v2.
them.
It's still
Just Big Uzera
kind of
trying to pivot
manageable.
with that bomb. At least he's retrieved that.
Ooh,
but
them
Fame's playing for
separating
the
is
win
actually
here.
Flit's going to beat him
tough.
Yeah.
13 seconds. This is going to be damn close, and that's been said in a lot of rounds. Just has to go for the plant here.
I mean, Flit just needs one headshot. He hasn't immediately found it. Big Uzera's just asking him off the top. Double bluff. Kill him off the top. Yeah, that's VP's pistol. Okay, fame. Wow. After they broke in and Davide has hit a couple of bangers, it looked like it was up for debate, but Fame, he closes that down, shuts it down. fl0m with a start onto NQZ. This is a great one from Davide.
Yeah,
how quick he is.
Spinning on a dime, ready for everything.
Wow, you needed that first bullet. It had to be the first bullet as well, otherwise you lose control.
Okay, that's both pistols.
Yeah, okay.
And without the plant, it might just have to be the eco from Pain. They're not going to force in. They're not going to give this one a go. There's just one Deagle to work with in the hands of Davide. The rest is just on the block. This feels like a mandatory 9th round for VP now.
It's literally just sitting on my hair. It's not even on my head.
The third and deciding map. And when they played in stage 2, that was VP's choice. They won it 13-10. And you might question, why didn't they pick it again? But a lot of learnings happen from losses, and Pain coming into this today will have likely looked at it and maybe expected VP to pick in the same pursuit.
You could bedazzle the
Inferno's an
trucker
opportunity to go, okay, this isn't a map they're potentially ready for.
I'm going to say, chat, should she bedazzle this one?
So deep banana from Flit with the SMG. Pain to try and bait him in. A deep incendiary for now, but this one, if you're on the CT side, you really want to keep as many bodies alive as possible. You can give away one cavity, maybe two. If you give away more than that or a plant, that's going to be miserable. As Utility donated with that buffer of the smoke landing, and on the T sides in rounds like this, we tend to get them just siphoning out Utility, allowing the CTs to limp forward with their nades, forcing them to rebuy, keeping the economy humble, making sure it can't get too out of control.
Yeah, I just wanted to continue.
You guys think that, is this hat the right size, guys, or what?
Only 2 there for Flit.
He had 8-16 scoreline in the loss on Mirage, now finding himself with a 2 KD. Could have padded his stats, but he's letting the boys get some, farming them up.
He'd love it to definitely be these SMGs.
Not really a hat guy, but...
well, trying to get towards A. Big Uzer being cheeky. He's heard. fl0m will not allow this to happen. 2 rounds trying to get the plant. Come on in, the water's warm. fl0m will grab that. Now, do they upgrade into the AWP? To do so, no, they're not going to be able to right now. So Icy will just have to likely stick with this SMG. Flicker by himself. This is a key round right now if there will be a comeback available for Pain. I heard Alexia, I heard Heroic, I heard a lot of different names of World Counter-Strike there. Let's see how that opens up when you have these bonus SMGs to work with on Inferno. You'd like to get stuck in. But it appears they're just going to sit on back.
That brain is fat. Too bad it's mostly fucking
on
empty.
the boost over towards B. They can still be very pesky. So second wave for the banana control. Negated for now. Nade drops out, takes some lick of flames down to 60 points of health. So Flit, oh, even taking more.
Feels like a big part of VP's game plan has always been to take deep banana control, not always a priority for others.
So with all that damage, he's actually given the M4 over to Fame. And Flit's just going to play with the SMG and go be a loose piece over towards A. So it's a gamble again. Remember this on Mirage. They did it early in the game plan. It was actually Fame who was the short defender who they were putting in A in, I think, 3 of the early rounds. And they were gambling. And well, right now, it looked like it would have paid off.
Ooh, DGT, that's an incredible shot.
And he doesn't think he's alone. He thinks right.
Suspicious push to do a load. Oh, DGT, that's a double entry. I don't care how you want to categorize it. That
Good luck,
is a double entry into A.
MP9 solo sight. You got it, bud. You'll be fine.
Kills everyone. Somehow, some way. Swing on it. Hit the headshot. Drive by the first, and Big Uzera picks up.
Honestly, kind of disappointing. He didn't hold that.
Round Pain Gaming.
Okay, well, the bomb will
get
an
MP9.
Will come through. Big Uzera just being safe about it, even on the redeploy. So we'll get more of this. And to reflect back on Mirage as well, there was a lot of saves for VP. And if you are going to take gambles, that they were sticking to the gamble, right? Flit had hedged over, and then something called him off. He headed back over towards the B site, and that's when the pop came in. 2 players walked through apartments. Yeah, that's a beautiful first, isn't it? And then just sticking to this line. Electronic thinks, well, I'm already in.
Right.
let's keep on searching, shall we?
Again. Sorry about that. Good.
Icy and fl0m will have enough to buy. Flit can drop the SMG to Electronic and get himself a rifle as well. So never any issues as far as VP and getting weapons in their hand is concerned. But this is a pivotal moment in this match. NQZ, who's been brilliant with openings throughout, is having a tough time of things on Inferno. Only 4 kills for him. Couldn't stop saying his name on map number 1.
How much to do that again? Hey. YouTube chat, fucking, y'all need to simmer down.
The half can get away from you now on this CT side, and they can clamp back this gap. It's awfully quiet out there. This will all be packed up at the end of today. We're moving into the arena. Thursday next week. 12 days of play, and all the emotions. We've seen it on display just one final time. Let's reverse right now. Payne not getting stuck in for the banana control. Allowing VP to use all their nades to grab the space. Postured again for something heavy towards A, and last time they didn't stick to their guns.
Twitch
This
chat.
time with the AWP,
Please stop
postured
taking
so
my last
far
brain
forward
cell,
in
thank
banana,
you.
you think you can definitely gamble right now. Icy can do fallback AWPing. Up brackets, applying pressure towards A. Bomb T stairs, smoke gonna fade bottom banana.
Team, I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. Appreciate you. You look great. You smell incredible.
Questions of Icy,
You're
but it feels
crushing
like,
it.
oh, barrel, easy pick off. Yeah, dry. Just Davideus walking on up. Like a Daisical and a couple.
Well, you like CS2 or CS2
Biggie
MAJOR?
needs to apply pressure right now because you want to force that rotation. Electronic's about to get a bunch of information.
CS2.
Yeah, more than information. He gets a bullet in his head.
Another crazy push.
But understand, I'm the type of person that just wants to play the more competitive thing all the time.
They're trying to force a rotate, but if VP are fully burrowed in here, they are committed.
That's bait.
It's the right
Well,
gamble.
honestly, it's a bait question just to spark the conversation if you really think about it.
Trying to find consecutive rounds.
But
This
yeah.
double up in mini pit is it's gonna be a bit of a jump scare. It's gonna be very surprising.
I find like basically the gameplay choices like with like smokes, just volumetric smokes and ATs being able to blow up in the smokes. Immediately make it just like far more engaging to me.
You think another info play from Electronic is going to cost them there? Icy does so well just to get a clean opener for free, no
And
pressure,
I'm Unk
nothing
status.
felt,
I've
and
played through
Electronic just
multiple
leans
games,
forward
so
in
like
middle. But the boogeyman in the pit,
anything that really doesn't feel great, I kind of just don't even.
and you're feeling an awful
It's not to
lot
say
of
you
it.
shouldn't complain. I'm just
Rounds the difference
kind of
as
know
they
it's
just
gonna get
need
better.
3 more to
So
push us
I'm
over
just
to
chilling.
just 2. The mental warfare in this, it's on display as Payne are going to take their first tactical timeout of the map.
Well, do not.
Their money situation.
Dust 2 Inferno is one thing, but the fact that we had like a 2.5 hour
Snow
Dust
could
2
get
game
AK
kind of
just
fucked
with
me
head
up.
armor if he wants to get
Dude,
firepower, could
going
go Galil
Dust
if they need the
2,
nades.
was it 5 OTs into
Tech
6
for
saves
Davideus,
on
and
CT
then
side
QZ.
Mirage from VP was just like
Be
a
able to get out of
fucking
Galil as well.
whiplash.
So decent amount of firepower to work with in this, but maybe something more direct. You've been playing the default, you've been hoping to be able to pants in these sites to play the rotations, you're allowing them to get the banana control. Maybe now fight for it. The half could be over and you haven't contested for the banana control. So now could be a good time.
Yeah, looks like Davideus
I mean,
with
the
his
op
tech
is
line
just
gonna
as
be
good.
trying
It's
to
just
get an early
expensive in
skirmish.
MR12, man.
Takes an early lick from the HE.
If you guys don't believe me that the op is just as good, I think the 5 highest rated players at the major right now are all oppers.
Eats a second.
So,
And now
I think
they
it's
pull
still
for that
pretty good.
incendiary smoke combo we've seen utilized by Payne on their defense.
I'm just going to set up in banana for an execute. No molly, so that's not going to flush anybody out backside. Big nade.
I'm forgetting
on
Donk.
Icy.
Sorry.
There's another
Donk
one
is in a
available
class
for
of his
DGT.
own. He doesn't count.
Give me another one.
Can't forget Donk, but also Donk is just in a class of there's only one Donk per tournament, so.
Oh yeah, Flit's lining up for a HE on half wall. That could do significant damage. Flashed off the AWP line. He's buying it so much time. He really wants to time this.
4
to
out of the
perfection.
top 5 are oppers. My bad. My bad. My bad. Unk got it wrong.
The shrapnel. 45 seconds for the go.
Oh, blocked as well.
Imagine
You
a
gotta
2.5
stack
hour
it. You might as
Inferno.
well let
Please
him in.
don't.
DGT has the HE
Should I
to
ban
clear.
this
could
person
actually
in
work
YouTube
out
chat
quite
for just putting
perfectly.
that out there?
They could pop into the site in a moment.
Shallow.
It's a fake. It's a fake.
Yeah, okay. That's
Electronic's
double the
rotating.
Commitment Electronic was, but they're saying no to nothing commitment. Nothing in.
fl0m needs a multi.
Yeah, fl0m is on high alert now. Doesn't have the support of fl0m this time around, so it is just going to be Electronic and fl0m Hard clears here for Pain. They're not going to be easy fights. fl0m Electronic making it look easy. Double with the MP9 on site. DGT and Davideus, it cost them everything. 30 points of health for the remaining two
No
players.
smoke for Moto. They're
the
just
South
stuck in this
American
post
side.
plant. No movement.
Still uncomfortable on the retake if they do not find that pick
No
off.
HP.
Icy doesn't connect but distracts. DGT sidelined. Nice catch. Amadeus. Oh, fl0m. Doesn't matter if he's there initially. He makes that site his. The impact being felt 23 frag total from fl0m. He just keeps on laying down the law, pulling VP into a third map and pulling VP towards converting a map win.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks, hasn't it? 5 maps consecutive loss for VP. These last 2 best of 3s have not gone their way, not at all. They have been absolutely dominated by Furia and
diff.
Vitality.
This is the boot camp diff.
Finally putting up some resistance, and that right there, they just stuck to that
This
V,
VP's
man,
pick?
the
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
entire time.
I'm actually convinced that VP only played Inferno for like 3 weeks straight at a boot camp.
They didn't like what they
to
head
get ready
back
for
to
the
A, and
major.
that was actually their best chance. Well, now it is going to have to be a partial loss bonus, 2,900 into the next.
Yo.
Bomb goes down again. It
fl0m.
does help get
What
down
up,
these
dude?
level of investments. The CT side not brimming with cash, so you can still make a dent. It's not too late in this game. If they get up to 12, at that point, I feel that it will be
once
close
win,
to
I think
both.
it's
So both
better
teams looking relatively dominant
for
on
the
their map
Americas
choices.
region if Pain wins.
Lurk
Gives us
Smoke
an extra
scuttled forward
stage
in
3
middle.
spot.
Again, it's just a
North
two-man
America does
defense.
not
It's the
deserve it
same.
for our performance, but South America
Playing from
has
VP,
gone
and
insane.
they're
They
not playing
absolutely
for
do.
info. This is one of my worst nightmares when I see an
I
Inferno
silver
setup.
coin enjoyer
You
gold.
don't
Oh, I'm
have
gonna be
banana
silver,
control,
dude.
you
I
don't have brackets info.
as soon
And
as
then
I
you're top
fucked up
mid lurk
stage
smoke,
2,
which
who
means
the fuck
they could
cares
lurk
about
through
a
and be
gold
wrapping
coin?
A or mid to B. That has to be a consideration.
Who the
But this is going to be
fuck
pouncy, right?
cares?
This smoke's going to land CT,
You gotta.
and they're just going to charge in.
Gold is just like saying, like, well, okay. It's just
Still on the line.
for what?
They drive by. Davideus removing flip. Icy at least catching one, but now flash over the line. It's Davideus. Hang on. They accelerate into the.
There he is again.
Touch him. fl0m again. Every moment, every chance.
What was fl0m's scoreline of Mirage, by the way? Anybody remember at the top of their
Time
head?
for a captain's clutch, 1v3.
Yeah. Big Zera to give Pain some hope of the 2-0. Trying to catch fl0m as he walks on up and removes his head.
Ooh,
Clean
Big
from the
Zera.
first. The 1v3 taking shape. An overextension. A trade provided by Electronic. That's full faith from fl0m.
8 and 16 is what he finished with. No, 37 ADR was Snow. I think he was like 43 or something.
Endless output from fl0m in map 2 here. It has just been multi on multi on multi.
First time doing pickups, how much do
to
playoffs
succeed.
contribute
Look
to
at
the
it from
point level? If you
Davideus.
do not
So
get the
well
playoffs right,
to
you
get
can't
into
get
the side.
diamond.
A double
You have
kill
to
and
get
a
to get diamond, you have to
smoke
get
in
5 of
his
every
face,
stage, and you have to get
controls
5 in playoffs, which 5 in playoffs means you have to
It just
get.
tells Electronic I'm going.
Or wait, no.
I think
right?
somebody as young as fl0m,
That's all right.
who's already a major winner back in Rio, he's only
You have to
at
get
his
2
4th major
quarterfinalists
now.
correct. You have to
He's
get
only ever been to the
1
playoffs
semifinal correct,
When
and
he
you have
won
to
it.
get
When he
the
won
winner
it.
correct to get diamond.
Well, he'd be liking to say have a second attempt.
All right, well, Pain, you get the bomb down again.
Your fantasy team do well in HL.
Give
I didn't
yourself
do
something
it.
to work with. Lost bonuses there.
I always
Big
forget to
kill.
do it.
fl0m cannot connect into DGT.
Doing that alone, that's a lot to ask of yourself. It's given away.
DGT's been great in the apartments, hasn't he? Especially when the kills have come his way. Short smoke.
Well, that's not fun for Icy. He has a HG.
Yeah, he's staying committed.
I guess he's just hoping to, stay anti and hit a quick scope. It's asking a lot.
Yeah, because he's on his own on the porch side. The other two are long. Double setup.
Wait. HG break, everyone looks his way. He gets the kill, and then Electronic and fl0m don't even need to lift a finger. DGT on their way back in. Ooh, headshot found. Still does well. How's he got output there?
I know there's 2 on A.
The most important part, Chad, is who he killed. fl0m goes down. It'll have to be these 3.
Pick'ems are way too
fl0m
hard.
has a lot of utility. He can get the smoke into block. If he
Being
blocks right
difficult
now,
means
I
it's
don't
also
know if they
more
can break through
engaging.
this. I think they're accelerating ahead of the timing.
We're CS players.
It's going to be
Can't
too
be
late.
Yeah, he
too
knows that.
easy.
He knows that. So he prepares himself for the wrap around the ruins. Electronic catches Davideus on the cross.
Should just
It
waited
looks
out the
good.
smoke, man.
It looks great. Dust 2 looms. It's all just 1 kill away now, and it's NQZ. It's 4 frag total. Stays there. 13-6. A thrashing. Securing a third match.
Nah,
You
it's
yelled
definitely
at
gold
Electronic,
flip.
and maybe you fired him up. He never looked more focused. Locked
First round
in,
matchup is the only one that would have been
13-6,
affected
one
by
map
that.
away. It's
And then even
essentially
then,
a
it's
best
like
of one.
the prep
And
you do
Dust
for any
2,
team
that
isn't
was the
really.
map they toppled
You're
him on
gonna have
last time.
prep done,
That was
but
their pick last time
you're
round.
gonna do do the same level of prep before the match like you would any other team, especially at the major, unless you're fucking
back
dumb.
In the server, and they are back with an important win after starting 2-0 on the opening day in the best of ones, then getting destroyed again and again, taking beatdown after beatdown. This is a statement map victory
NQZ,
that they desperately needed to survive this elimination.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, you break the streak, and I think the other good sign of this too is you had fl0m having an absolutely incredible game, 26-11. He's like the other part of that 1-2 punch of their rifling.
That's the last time I ever say anything nice about you, buddy.
One of those two activated, the other one's going to play better, and that was the recipe to them winning the major back in Rio as well, is those two riflers stepping up and hitting a level we hadn't seen out of them before. So this ball bodes very well for Virtus.pro.
Hey, thanks to the raid and host. Appreciate you.
You only had 10 kills for fl0m, but I remember 5 of them pretty distinctly. I mean,
yeah, should we get into that now? Should we have a look at some of those 5?
Let's jump in.
Should.
That's fair. Yeah.
I mean, this was a
force game 7. I fucking hope so, dude. I'm tired. You know, the Oilers are. As somebody that wants the Oilers to win, but isn't truly like invested, fuck that team, bro. Jesus.
And this was a moment where it felt like if Pain would have won this round, probably would have came into the second half with a lot more momentum. But to win 3 straight off the back of this, I mean, credit to him.
Yeah, there were a couple of rounds in this, like how I talked about like Virtus.pro having their like Achilles heel on Mirage.
Talk about the most annoying fucking team probably I've ever seen in the Stanley Cup Finals. They start out slow, and you have 2 options. They might make the comeback, or they continue to get blown out. So either way, you're forced to watch because you don't want to miss the comeback, but also there's a good chance they just suck.
I think there were like 3 or 4 rounds like that in that first half.
Like, what the fuck? Who the fuck wants to cheer for that? That's awful.
Pain were in control, and then going into the second half as well, that control kept happening in the favor of Virtus.pro. Once they got the swings right, once they got towards the end of this first half, in the second half, they came back to
I watched the NBA Finals at all.
There was certainly a chance for Pain, but Virtus.pro shut that down.
I mean, literally, I know the score of the series.
I mean, you talked about fl0m already. I feel like the pistol round is
I
where
know
he really showed
where
his
they
mettle.
played,
I mean,
and I had
to
it on
push
for about
into
5 minutes,
Boiler
but
here,
no.
And to catch the players from Pain off, like sometimes it really just takes a spark. I mean, you had the fl0m round that got them 3 to close the half out, and then fl0m to outplay them so drastically. Like Snow didn't even really seem to know what was happening still, even though his teammate just got shot. That's how surprising it was that he was.
I want to enjoy basketball. I think the game itself is like cool as fuck. I just think I just don't appreciate the NBA product at all, or like any of really like.
So they were just completely lost in that scenario. Great move by fl0m, great map from
Officiating has tons of say in all games and impact, but I really do feel like there's none worse than in basketball.
With Pain, where they said they looked into the series they played back in stage 2
the amount of influence they have on the type of game that you see is insane.
And how much is it going to be just Pain being able to actually play the game?
As
they get beat on the one map that they couldn't have looked into.
Yeah, this is true, right? And then it's going to set some doubts in them, and also you're going to now raise the confidence of Virtus.pro that it doesn't matter what they were saying in the interviews, doesn't matter what they were looking like. You were taking.
I'm not saying refs in other games aren't bad, by the way. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. To me, that.
Yeah,
whenever I turn into a basketball game, it just, I don't know. I don't like what it's become. I act like I ever watch, but I don't like what it is, I guess. Better way to put it.
Half had nothing for Pain. That T-side had nothing to it.
No, unfortunately, they had some moments where
just
it felt
feels
like they were gonna maybe
every game is called completely differently, and then also feels like people are just basically full-time baiting fouls, which is like.
Got that one multi-frag that probably shouldn't have happened, and that's a testament to individual
ability. If that's the system that's encouraging that, then that's a problem with like the system and the product.
Not nearly as effective as I'm seeing some of the other top teams right now.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they just had a tough time that whole T-side. Like Virtus.pro just stomped.
See, I don't.
It's a complete reversal of
see,
the
but this door. See, I understand he gets free throws a lot, and he's like always flopping around, but that's not his fault. That's the fucking. That's literally the referees in the league's fault for creating that.
And he was nowhere to be seen on Inferno.
You guys are always don't hate the player, hate the game. Remember
exactly what went so wrong for him repeatedly. I mean, what was it? 4 kills in the entire map, and I feel like I didn't see the.
It's not his fault, dude. He's been maxing to win, like, but they created that shit.
And that's definitely gonna hurt his chances. But I've seen him in the past do good work with the rifle. So to see him down and out, 4 and 16.
They created that. Whether you, if you don't like what he's doing, like that's not like, bro. They did that.
Rotator, usually get to be that extra factor in a defense. Like usually, still stuff is set up for you, and you know we had that beautiful Mahone zone breaking down all these cool setups he has, but like without the op in his hands, like you can't run any of that.
Yeah, they never did any of it.
What if I choose to hate both?
Inferno, classically a tough map for oppers as well, and if you don't get it in your hand on the CT side especially, like you're not going to get great looks on the T side. Like it's really the CT side that's going to have the production.
What do you think the conversation is right now in the Pain camp? What are they talking about at this point? Is he just going now, we ignore this, we have to keep moving and focus on the fact that we know what they should be doing when it comes to Dust 2?
Exactly. You played Inferno, and this was a bit of a
All this
surprise
back to
pick
saying, yeah, I
coming
just
out
don't really
from
like it
Virtus
that much.
Pro to bring it out as their first stage pick. Now it's into what you've game planned for. My eyes, I thought VP was going to go for Dust 2.
Turn it on, and I'm just watching people fucking throw their hands in the air and like
now all
shooting
that
free
prep work
throws.
that Rix has done, Big Uzera's done, that's going to come into play because
Also,
you've
load
already lost to them
management
on it. It was a
plus
pretty close affair. You're
not
just
playing
gonna get tricked
defense
twice
until
in the same
basically
way.
the playoffs
I
is
agree with
insane.
you 100%. I think that's the convo that they're having as Pain is like, you know, who cares about this map? Now we have the map that we prepped for. Now we knew Dust 2 was
Once
going to come
again,
into this at
that's
some
not
point.
really a
When they
basketball
didn't pick it,
problem.
sure,
That's
we
a-
got
that's a
surprised, but we've
product.
left it for the third one. Now we get to use all that work and all that experience from stage 2. We get to put it into play.
Do you feel like we're going to see more
Dude,
fire
imagine
coming
you
out from
pay
VP
hella
now,
money
though,
and it's your
right?
first
This
ever
is
fucking like
such an important way
game
for them
and
to actually believe in
so
themselves.
insert
It'll be interesting. I mean,
most
Alex and
popular
Jack
player of that
commented on it.
team.
As soon as they started,
name
like,
here
I
is
forget who it was on the
on
Pain
load
side, stood up and
management.
like the chest out to electronic. It
Big
was
Uzera
like,
and NQZ were the main
I
ones.
was like, all right, bro.
You know how fucking yeah, that'd be
Cool, man. I hope
fucking
you enjoyed
awful,
that,
man.
'cause
That's
they
a
just came back
horrible
and steamrolled
experience.
you. It'll be interesting to see how both teams open it up in the third map. Like if you're going to get in their face like that, or if you're going to play it calm, knowing that it can be a long, grinded out map. I think for this map, off a bad performance from NQZ,
casual
Icy's
experience.
performance.
Hey,
so
man, if
far,
you
there's
enjoy
an
that, that's
edge there.
fine.
It
I'm
feels
just saying
to
that's
VP
why I
in
don't.
terms of the op impact on this third map, NQZ better have a great bounce back.
I am casual, and I have no interest of not being a casual.
All things Dust 2 when we come back from this. This is the deciding map.
I have no
between
interest in
VP
being invested in
and
that.
Pain. This is not going to be easy. This is going to get wild. We expect it to be a drawn-out affair. We'll have to see how it goes down after the break.
Didn't Ovi break his leg and was playing like 45 days later and still broke the record?
CS like lower than in Europe.
Diabolical can be the problem of people are going to international teams. I think maybe that's
maybe
why
it's
they're
on basketball
struggling.
because he's 4'1" and can't play it, dude.
That's about it. Obviously, you are expecting to see at least some of the teams here because of they will play in front of the crowd and everything. But unfortunately, when they couldn't make, I think they needed some changes of bringing maybe the players from outside of the country more, like from Europe or like somewhere else.
Because of the COVID, I would say that North America get out the net of CS, and for Euro teams, they just get a lot steps ahead. This is why I would say
A lot of the players on teams have like been around somewhat for a decent
No, no,
time.
true. All
Now,
cheaters on
still
Faceit
some,
are
like,
Oscar
players
award
like
winners.
George and like X. But I think like back in the day, like you had players that had massive potential, and players like myself, Elige, Twist, Nitro, and up and coming players, and then like Stewie. Like there was just a boatload of more players I think you could really trust in terms of actually like taking the baton really far. I think I would probably say so.
maybe.
Currently the best player in the world is Zaiwu. Now I think Zaiwu.
I think after the major, this will be clearer. It's hard to be consistent when there is Vitality who is destroying everyone, like literally, 0 losses.
I think statistically, like he is the best player, I guess, so far, like in the world. I mean, you have Zaiwu, of course, who's winning like a bunch of the MVPs and all that, obviously, but he seems to be just more on the winning team. Whereas, yeah, he's having better team stuff. And maybe Donk is better individually as a player, and you know, excluding his team. He's also a rifler. It's a little harder to do instead of using a one-shot cannon.
They are statistical anomalies. Those two players for now. Obviously, one is up there, but compared to what's happening in the servers right now, it's just Zaiwu and Donk.
Now, because of the achievement, I think Zaiwu first and Donk is second. But if we just keep up to any
Now what happened to the audio? Who unplugged that shit? Donk's barber needs to be fired? I think he needs a fucking raise. That shit looked immaculate all the way around, dude. Is FaZe playing today? What the fuck? Yeah, bro. After this.
This is what it all comes down to. The final spot
That's always hating,
left
man.
in the playoffs of the Blast TV Austin Major. Ready to get into that moody center, but one of these two teams won't be able to make that possible. We're going to
Everybody always hating on how they look, how others look on the internet.
Last time around, it was close, and
I
Pain
have
just
some
made
strong
it one
suspicions
round.
about
They could have
how
been
some
able to
of the
have it. They could
creatures
have
that
been in
say
their
shit that
bag.
they do might
They said
look.
they've
That's
done
all
the
I'm
prep.
saying.
They said they've watched this
I
game
have
back.
some
They said they're trying to
suspicions.
learn from it. But VP as well, they've surely been learning some things and growing as a team throughout this whole major.
What is the most
I don't
cinema
really care about
quarterfinals?
their
You mean
map
like in
stats
terms of
versus other
matchups?
teams, like who's
I
the
think if
highest rated player or
Pain
anything
wins,
like
we
that,
get
because it
FaZe
really
Mongols
does
right off
just
the
boil
bat, and
down
then
to who
for
learned the
sure
most
FaZe
from
is
that
on the
matchup,
opposite
who
side
has
of
more
Vitality Spirit,
familiarity,
which is kind of
and
insane.
My money is still on Electronic and VP. I think that they understand more about Pain, even though they won that match, and Pain's going to be looking back at that footage. I know that he's got the pedigree of a major champion, that Finn's brought a lot in terms of helping out the individuals get the most out of themselves. So Pain right now, they better have done their homework, and they got to get a couple players waking up.
And no matter how even you might think it is, it's really hard to give the edge to Pain in this. I would lean towards Virtus Pro as well, just due to the experience, due to the fact they've got 3 major winners on the roster as it stands right now. So I mean, this is the time where that experience is supposed to show. First time they played this map, it was fl0m popping off, it was NQZ popping off for Pain. Those two kind of went blow for blow, and it makes sense. Obviously, the Opera on one side of things, but I think fl0m, his skill set that we see is like his ability to find gaps in the defense is unparalleled. Like he's really good at it. And on a map like Dust 2, you get 1 pick for your team, something's gonna open up, and fl0m's gonna find it. And now you have Fame punching as well. If he keeps up that level,
The fuck is
if
a
Fame
metal
keeps up the
detector
level he's
gonna
at,
do?
and fl0m performs at his, an
Bro
average
doesn't know
level
about
for
the
him,
chess
the
knowledge.
map's
It's
over.
crazy.
Like, those two can, I think, just deliver the death blow.
Not only are those individuals looking for just cracks in the defense to exploit, but this is the one map where I really actually enjoy watching VP because they just disrespect smokes.
Yes,
they see a smoke on Cat, they see a smoke at B tunnels, they just pop it, they blow it up, they don't care, they just they bomb into that site. They don't really mind that you throw some good defensive
Serious
utility
question, how does
uh,
because unless you are
fighting and
holding
work
it
in hockey, do
with
both
total certainty,
disagree to it?
you are
Yeah,
going
pretty
to
much.
get exploded on.
Sometimes,
regardless of that
very
fact.
rarely, people try to drag others in, but usually if somebody doesn't want to, you
Pause. Yeah. Okay.
But if you
You won't have to. I literally paused. I was listening.
and they've already dealt with it.
Well, you know it's coming. It's the timing of it. Is like you never. That's you know it's happening at some point. The timing of it is where you're like, is it this round? Is it
Very
the next round?
rarely
Because
will a player
Electronic
get
loves these
dragged
pace
into a
changes,
fight that
especially on
doesn't
Dust
want
2,
to,
I've
and
seen
if they
him call
do,
a
usually
number
another
of
player
rounds
on
where
the
it's
team
like
will
3-4
step in
players
anyway.
contact out mid at like the minute and 25-second mark. I've seen him do it at the B bomb
So
site
you
as
might
well.
be trying to
So you
force
can
one
get
with a
3 or 4
certain player,
standard
but you
rounds,
might
and just
end up
when
with
he
your
feels
hands
like you're at
full.
your weakest, he's going to call a change
If
up in the
somebody's
pace,
not
a change
really
up in the
about
style
it.
that's going to knock you out.
And do you
The ref just pauses the game. If it's a clean break into a fight,
they
they let them fight. If it's a bit drawn out and it's like more of like a scruff, no, they'll separate
so
them.
known for this slow,
I don't know how else to
methodical
describe
play
it,
that just
but
drew the entire round out.
if you keep
This
watching,
is
you'll
the closest
understand.
resemblance to the Virtus Plow that we have seen in 10 years from this organization.
Sure, and I think too, if you look at what Pain played on the B and Banana on Inferno, how disruptive they were for better. Like it wasn't always successful, but they were willing to take that initial fight and go for that initial kill. If they don't play with that same philosophy at like catwalk and middle, if they give all that space over to VP round after round after round, they're screwed. We're gonna have to see them get aggressive. We're gonna have to see them take some risks to try and slow down and disrupt
trying
the
to fight
pacing
on
that VP is
skates.
gonna bring out.
Well, thank you very much
You
for
know,
your thoughts, guys.
once
We're
you
getting into
skate
it.
that long,
it's
it
Dust 2.
doesn't.
It's the last map of stage 3. Now we
Your
get to
movements
decide
is
who are we
different.
taking
It
that last
doesn't
playoff spot.
honestly even like at least. Yeah, like, it just doesn't really even feel like you're like you are skating, but it's just how you're just walking differently now. Is like once you get to a certain point, so fighting doesn't really change how you're feeling.
The opportunity to buck the trend. You can see the odds favoring Virtus Pro to do it, to do what hasn't been done before and complete and survive.
Like, honestly, there was probably a point in time where I was more balanced
and
and
you can easy to understand that,
comfortable on
right?
skates
2-0
and
up,
walking.
you're on top of the world, but
If
then
I'm being
losing
real.
series in back-to-back fashions, especially in the way that VP has, doubts can start to creep
Fuck,
in.
with how much
On
I
the
was playing
other
at one
side,
point,
Pain,
probably
they were down, they were
was
out, they have
skating
everything to play for day
not
after
quite
day,
as
and
much,
they've
but
been
damn, it was
grinding and
getting
running
close.
with the momentum. Well, has that been taken away from them now? T-side start in the rematch. This was
You just
VP's
get
pick
used to
last
it.
time round, and well, Pain decided to start on the CT side then. This time, giving it over to VP. Icy flashed off, backs away. Key pieces of utility for the CTs, a HE for Electronic and a flash. Does this come with pace? He blocked the smoke there.
Yeah, very
Big
well
gap.
done.
I think that's accidental.
I think the short play.
Well, like I said, if a guy just mauls one guy, then yeah, it's a penalty. But if they fight, nah, they just both get canceling out penalties. It doesn't affect the game. It's just literally purely for momentum is the idea.
Yeah, that HE does look like it's destined for damage on the plant. counter. Combination with a jump headshot.
Oh my. I am in shock that he got for the first time ever, we got a jumping kill from Elevator!
Possession. Oh, hectic on the dual barrettes, but good shooting from fl0m.
Damn, everybody's getting fucking bombed.
He had an incredible second map and a terrible
Okay,
first.
they definitely all consumed a lot of nicotine in between. There's no way. Okay, holy. Oh yeah, they're amped.
Well, you can understand the celebrations.
Holy.
Didn't grab a pistol round on the second map of play.
Are my
That's
knees
3-2
still
for the
solid?
series.
My right one is kind of dumb, but I have a theory that hockey probably didn't help it, but I think honestly probably sitting and streaming as much as I did for such a long period of time. Now obviously I stand a lot during the stream.
And look at that from Snow.
God damn.
Bottle that up. That's the energy we're all looking for.
Me when mom tells me dinner's ready.
Heavy lean towards mid and B right now for VP as Big Uzera finds an avenue. Corner smoke's no good, sure.
I'd be highly suspicious of that if a CT borrows in. Yeah, okay,
Let's go!
Let's really clear it out.
Mom, when she comes back home with pizza rolls,
to the top of A and gets clear vision towards pit because the corner smoke didn't land. So you need a flash and then jump a player in a pit. There's the flash. Oh no, it's a smoke. Okay. Well, blocking it again. I don't think that was perfect from fl0m, but still something to work with.
Yeah, and if you get a little scout tag, that's an if.
I'm doing pizza rolls, hell yeah, man.
Key to know right now, Snow's still outside upper tunnel, so they could always reroute back towards B. They don't have the space, but at least they know
Not
it hasn't
American,
been
what is a
pushed.
pizza roll?
There's a whole team on his screen. Icy's alive. Yeah, just about.
Wait, y'all really don't have pizza rolls around the world? This can't, is that only an American thing? Holy fuck, you guys have the worst childhood.
B9's at this range. Davideus has already slipped past.
Imagine not having chemically concocted fucking food. God, you think this shit sucks.
Tucks on Gandalf, but fl0m gives it a little drive-by.
So tough to get into. You didn't get any kills in the chaos right now, and Snow's on the lurk.
At least we're not fat. Yeah, okay, man. Whatever. I've had pizza rolls, bitch.
Snow comes in from short, and actually
You'll never know what it's like.
Should be a kill. Gets it done eventually. Can farm up a couple of extras with backs turned. Snow, $1,200 with his Mac 10 just farming him up, and fl0m is in hot
Couple
retreat.
pizza rolls didn't hurt anybody. Anybody that only had a couple pizza rolls absolutely is put on a list somewhere.
If you lose that long control,
if you are not consuming at least 50% of the pizza roll bag at a time, you are literally.
And look,
I don't
Snow
trust you.
Not being the cleanest with those
There's
kills,
no way.
I think you're going to see more and more of that, and not just from Snow.
Surely you
All
just
five
cut
of the
that
main
shit
players,
in
they've never
half
been
and
in the
dump it
playoffs
onto
of
the
a
plate,
major
and whatever
before, so
fit
they're
on the
trying to
plate
make
is what you
history
did.
for
You didn't look
themselves.
at the instructions, you just go. Right?
That's where, you know, the pressure, the stress is going to have the implications on
That's
just
how it
how
worked,
clean they
right?
can be
There
with
was
the
no,
frags.
like-
But this is still a 2-0 start, likely to be 3-0 now that VP have to sustain the eco.
And I think all of that feeds into this.
Some of y'all are actually can't be trusted. I don't know. If you guys were actually like picking out individual pizza rolls and putting them on there, holy shit.
And for 2 days straight,
Ah,
they
you
managed
guys
to
are
pick up the win
crazy.
now into the final.
It's all vibes, bro.
To do something that you've never done before. Playoffs at a
What is a
major.
pizza roll? Just think of like, God, what is even the
Major
outside,
champions.
guys? I
I didn't
Oh,
actually
think it
don't.
could look more sketchy, but from the over-shoulder cap.
I don't even know how to describe the outside.
VP Classic, a hero M4 the flit.
Yeah.
Well, see what he can
It's
get
like
done.
breading, but like,
Warded
and then
away
it
with
makes
an early molly down middle, so no push for you, they
a
say.
pocket, and then there's like
Ultimate lands
sauce
this
in it
time,
with
Snow had to
cheese,
bloop in, and
with like pepperoni
the fact that he
bits.
hasn't been pressed or pushed, and DGT is here to support. I would just call my
Basically,
team
think
into a
of the
long
world's
finish.
smallest
You're not gonna be
calzone. I
expecting
get,
this
but
M4.
that's such a
So fl0m does have to
misrepresentation
find
of what
one
it
those
is.
crazy timings, and if people just reflect back to the head-to-head, the first time they played stage 2,
It's breading
2-0
on the
game,
outside.
fl0m had a heroic play from Goose.
Okay,
It was
and it kind of looks
insane.
like a
They
pillow.
played it in the pre-match.
Okay, like imagine a
Here it is
miniature
again.
pillow, like the size or like the shape of it, and then it was filled up with like different, like it was like you might have a pepperoni one.
Nice forward
Maybe you
position
just
from him.
have.
He's always just up close and personal as Davideus. Oh no, a back turn. That's not.
Nah, bro,
ideal, is
saying it was a roll. Nah, because that shit was not crispy at all. That's wow. You can kind of get it crispy if you're lucky in the oven.
It's actually going wrong. It's actually
Kind of
going
depends.
wrong. Snow, that
There was a lot of
Mac 10
technique to pizza rolls.
Oh my god.
If you microwaved it, it was kind of fucked. To be honest, the
Give this a
texture
go.
was
He's got
not.
the M4. If he just darts
You weren't
around to long
peeking.
immediately, the bomb's just only going to get planted now. But he's planted 4 long, somewhat in the open. fl0m
Air
is
fryer. See, I
darting
didn't
it
have
quick as
like,
he
dude,
can.
air fryers. I've not had pizza rolls since I was like a kid. I'll be real, Chad. I don't know. I've actually never experienced pizza rolls in an air fryer.
weird goosh.
It was either oven or
Corner of
microwave.
the box. Now they know where he is and will play the time. Snow staying active, letting the
No, I imagine they're good, dude. It'd be sick.
Low HP, and yeah, it was a little scary for a moment.
It hits the first, then you
Okay, also for Europeans that don't know about pizza rolls, you know, like the
situation. Now Snow just
Europeans have hot pockets.
That's a little bit beefier.
Fuck, surely they've at least
But,
seen a hot
Fl0m
pocket.
knows that he needs
You
to
guys
hold
know
on
the
to this.
premise
This is
of
gonna keep the
microwaving
team
things,
fully
and it's
ball.
either liquid lava hot
They're both
though
looking
or
to
ice
exit
cold.
through short.
Pizza rolls were
Might be able to get an
basically
extra kill
only
here,
liquid
Fl0m's
lava
worst
hot,
case,
and
you
if
give
you
away
bit
the
into them
rifle,
too early, they'd
that worst
literally
case is,
fucking squirt out
definitely
pizza
quite
sauce,
horrible
and
if
you
your
would
name is
burn
Flip,
the
but it's all
entirety
good.
of your mouth.
Won't overstep the mark, and there's the 3.
Like, imagine liquid lava being
Sure, there was a
unleashed
hero M4, but,
inside
it was
your
really down
fucking
to those
mouth,
5
and you
sevens, those
just
pistols getting kills across the map.
it's just dead. Like,
This one from fame was great.
but it kind
too.
of added to the
Let's see if he's
flavor.
able to find the same contributions as Inferno. He plays the B anchor, so not going to be easy. Feels like a lot of the time he'll either have to be going for aggressive maneuvers.
Anyway,
when he anchors
why the
down,
fuck
we
are we
need
still
multis,
talking
and
about
then he'll be
pizza rolls,
retaking
man?
that A side, but here we go. Icy's AWP out.
Sorry, I was actually kind
Icy
of in
versus
shock that
NQZ.
some people didn't know what a
head-to-head with
pizza
these
roll
two
was.
offers.
Getting aggressive.
Sorry. I haven't even had one in so
To
long.
disrupt their default pathing.
To be fair, we did watch a lot of Dusty today. You guys do get a pass.
Wide past the crosshair of Flit and an opening.
I'm hungry. No, I'm chilling.
Death for Flit.
Okay, well, how do you get this one back? You don't even have long control.
I feel like it was
Right now, the
my-
map feels very small.
I feel like I was required to tell you about pizza rolls.
You
Like,
couldn't do that. Now they'll take long for free.
Europeans asking me what they are. I feel like I had a real responsibility.
They don't know what lies on the other side. They don't have a flash either on A. fl0m's trying to... Oh, they have to do this dry, Alex. They're walking into this dry.
Which is what NQZ is banking on. Just as easy as that, ahead of the
Don't lie, you're always hungry.
smoke.
Nah, I've been
Free
drinking
frag for
coffee
the
and I
AWP.
had some nuggies earlier, so I'm
Electronical
chilling.
tuck car. Now, is there a Molotov and will they bother? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Smoke, though. Hang on. Oh,
I don't know if I need this knowledge. Ah, dude. That was like peak, though.
Amadeus double. Icy's AWP is on B. DGT will report that, and so he's in a bit of a rush to try and relocate.
Well, how bad
Pizza
is the
rolls
hunt on?
fueled a
NQZ
lot of
over
my
towards bedroom.
acne
Doesn't want to give away
and
his or
gaming
either, but they
hours.
have,
It was
decent
peak, dude.
cash
It was
in the
so
coffers
good.
right now. Snow's going to join in. The round is secure, so this is 4-0. This is the hot start that Pain need. They can run with this momentum.
He had like bagel bites too, which are just like little mini bagels.
AWP. It will give them something to work with into the next. Flick could go for another one of those hero M4s. Loss bonus is maxed out, so 3,400 to be injected into the bank balance. But that risk he takes, if it pays off, sure, it looks great. But you get to see the opposite of that in this scenario. And when you have so few rounds to work with, that
4
magic
rounds
number
in,
of
1 cat
13
hit. Damn
grows ever
right.
closer. Maybe that's going to act as a deterrent now to go for those type of plays down the stretch.
Terrorists win.
Some of the most important rounds
I
of
remember having.
Counter-Strike.
Oh, timeout's called on the CT
Feels
side.
like a few, but pizza
If he
rolls
wants
I
to get on
remember
the
more
mic
fondly,
early.
yeah. Pizza rolls have a chemical taste
That's
now
the
that I'm old.
opener,
Dude, I feel like
this
that's
is the
almost
closer.
everything now when I
Essentially,
was...
the other kills are
Dude, I had like a...
fl0m tries to kick up a bit of a fuss.
Like a cosmic brownie, dude. And those things sucked. Oh my god.
Finn getting on the mic. So right now,
It's like I bit into fucking
Icy
chalk.
could drop an M4. fl0m can buy one.
I've
of his
had
own.
cosmic
Flick can buy
brownies
one
from
of his
like some
own
other
easily.
places that
fl0m
are
can
like
operate with an SMG as the B anchor.
bakeries, and their versions of it are way better. But man, like the actual proper ones,
Make fl0m's play close along with an MP9.
dude, those things fucking blow.
You just go light investments. Know that you get the 3,400 again into the next. Icy doesn't buy anything. You bring the AWP out again. So they're going to go for a bit of hedging right now. So the AWP with some upgrades to give themselves
Dude, that
a
stuff,
shot.
I
at trying to
remember
work
that
this around
stuff
the
so
save and
fondly,
still
man. I
be
was
able
always
to
so
buy
hyped to get
regardless.
that.
This is the type of round that will fill you with confidence. You know you're doing a bit less. You still have a shot, but it's one to rip away from Pain.
Worth highlighting, NQZ had the best B spawn.
Uncrustables still hit. Oh, that's because Uncrustables are literally fueled by the NFL.
No one home.
You understand, right? Because they know the AWP is
I didn't
safe,
realize
so what
that
are
they had
options
such an
for the
infinite
AWP?
money
Mid-door
glitch
pick,
with the NFL,
right?
but that
Getting
shit was
boosted
crazy
short.
when I learned about that.
You can go pick the long corner to deal with the rush. But right
Catch
now
up
he's
some of
completely
you,
smoked
like,
off. He has a HE for
short
the break.
version.
There it is. And gets
The
nothing.
NFL eats a lot of fucking
The only
Uncrustables.
HE on the CT side to try and get clears.
Oh, a little premature.
Explain.
Through that.
Everywhere they go, it's just how they get their
before the smoke
calories.
faded.
What was the Denver Broncos? How many? What was the stat on the Broncos, Chad? I know somebody knows it.
Icy's AWP can stay posted on upper tunnels. But
Oh,
that
another
means he's
cat
out of
hit.
the
Here we
play,
go.
And you
My-
want
my
your
favorite.
best weapon in the round to try and find an impact. So if you're gambling, expecting it to be a B execute, you've gambled incorrectly.
700 a week. 700 Uncrustables a week is what they were eating on average on the Broncos, Chad. 80,000
Snow goes down.
for the whole NFL.
Flip disruptive as always. Dipping away, spamming the smokes. They're starting to advance.
That's how you.
On that goose position.
That's how you maintain mass, Chad.
Oh dear! Both of them now. They're pivoting to B though. They might pivot.
Icy's still here.
Yes, right. That's right. That AWP justifies his presence. Gets a nice.
They turn straight around.
Pivoting again. 25. Oh no! This is really uncomfortable for Payne now. The MP9 draws in. fl0m overextension perhaps.
They're up short.
And now Flit
15
has to run
seconds.
to A. They know where Icy was. They know where Flit is.
Oh, he's leaving him
Stop the plant.
unprotected.
It's going to plant. It's safe. Stops Flit from walking up towards that.
Is it
round.
planted for
Big
Cat
Uzera.
though? Oh, did he? I think he saw him.
Gets the info. Gets the kill.
Oh my
Very hard
God.
for him to even look at this. It would have to be given to him. A jiggle from Big Uzera. Ooh, he's actually looking at it. Icy's trying to back away. Big Uzera, though, he wants the round. He doesn't want to play for any high-risk Counter-Strike. They want to keep the wins flowing. And a 5th consecutive. That's the closest it felt. That felt very threatening from VP.
And we saw similar scenes on Mirage. Remember when Icy gets the double kill over towards B, and then they're still able to go back through underpass. They get the short molly in. fl0m runs out desperately from Ticket. Flit's not with him, and they snatch away the round. So the mid-round again. It started so poorly. But Payne, they stick the landing in the woes of this season. They are willing to put it behind them. This, to book yourself in for your first major playoffs ever. That's what
Chat
they're
update.
looking for. And this double from DGT.
What is this?
The
I don't know how many days I've had the inners.
Electronic cannot connect the
Live.
dots.
9 hours, 48 minutes. They're supposed to have 10-hour battery life, but
Just caught a
they're
lick
still at
of information
25%.
right there, Big Uzera.
Lord
Gets the
Zazu
jump
with the
on
9-month
Flit,
resub,
trying to
thank
creep
you.
up the ramp silently. No surprise here today. Long spawn.
Not bad, not bad.
AWP of NQZ going to look for an opener, and he's great in this department, head-to-head against Icy.
Yeah, we are going to see the orbs collide. And Icy, wow, instantaneous. Pulls the trigger.
Pizza
NQZ
puff?
didn't even get
Oh,
to
I've
get his
seen
eye
those
to the
before.
scope.
I don't think I've ever had a pizza
there.
puff.
Oh, a
Ooh.
chance. So, hang on, is that going to reveal the double orb?
Oh, for
Should.
sure.
Yeah, he should. He can't have teleported. And, oh,
Huge
Face
miss.
missed the shot.
He's open.
Oh, no, Flit's dead too. Bomb's on his way. Davideus, he's miles away, but can hold the rotations, and they're saving. Running long, VP. I was just about to say an opportunity has presented itself to get yourself on the board, get the wins flowing.
It's not often you see a double op setup from VP. Very surprising to see that in Fame's hands right there. And 2 misses, right? The first one he had his boots planted, misses the shot. The second he was out of position and gets punished
I feel like
for
I'm
it.
watching the
And
Mirage
Flit
game,
also
actually.
failed. So you think about the rifle round so far. One
Eat
time they
Pop-Tarts?
pushed into
Nah.
lower tunnels, Flit was on his own, he
I
dies.
don't-
Round's essentially over because they just are able to really snuff them out with all the space. This one, they vie in with double orbs. It starts so well. Icy wins his duel
I
head-to-head
don't really
with the
eat anything
opponent.
like that anymore.
NQZ, the man who manifests openings, he just able to deliver time and time again, and then, well, they respond. Big Uzera, Snow, brute force in. The kill comes through. And looking shaky right now, VP 6-0, spotless start.
My goat IGL is just giving them false security. This was the boot camp plan.
Not
Okay, my
about it.
bad,
They
my
are
bad.
able to buy again. This time it will not be the double orbs. Here it is, the opener from Icy. Turns the flash, jumps in, hits the shot, and backs away.
No, I know,
This is
Libra.
right
We
here.
got it.
Oh, it's
Right
it's
away.
hideous. A dink, but Snow hits the shot
I
necessary.
get fat. I
Flit.
blame chat. The hell?
1 point of damage, all he was missing. That's another look to NQZ. This time no Icy on the other
NQZ
side.
already has as
He's
many
posted
kills as he
mid
did
for the
in front
cross.
of chat. The turnaround
How's
needs
his
to be
HE
studied.
stock
Crazy
looking?
mental.
Has an opportunity to break and will do so, hoping to catch a swing on the barrel. Davideus! AKV orb and an instant headshot. Icy's gone. You can lose Flit too. Davideus, a constant thorn in their side right now. Oh, HE can do some good damage. What? 6 HP is how he survives, how he gets out.
You know Icy's not having a good time right now, man.
VP left wanting once more.
Remember last time we did this matchup, they were boosting Flit and CT spawn on the
How do we feel
toolbox.
about
We haven't seen any
Fame's
of that yet.
opping? Where are my VP
Payne
boot
aren't gonna
camp
be fooled by
enjoyers
that, and
at?
They're also not walking into it. They
Scale
don't
1 to
need
10. How's Fame's op?
I know
I feel like it's like a 4.
dominating, and it is a gamble from the CTs again. They've just sold Fame down the river. Said, listen, son, if they come towards your site, it's all over. You get a multi-kill or we lose. The AWP in his hands, short. fl0m's on the jiggle towards long. This doesn't fill me with confidence.
Now what? Now what?
Back away, turtle up. You got to fight him eventually.
Okay, tucked in, but they've got some util. They've got a Molotov. They could just throw it. Instead, they contact walking in.
Oh.
fl0m spotted and cleared. It's
He looks
too
like
easy.
a fish out of water.
He certainly does. Flit, can't finish it. He's used all
I don't know
his
why
bullets.
fl0m is playing the ankle like that, if I'm being honest with you. There's just no advantage
Of
to
course,
that.
Electronics still present on the short side. But
Molly's good to the lane. Look at
catch
the time.
him. Holding in the plant, committing to the plant, could burn down for that. Ooh, 5
5
HP from
HP.
DGT, but he commits.
They dealt with both the lurks. They can focus
Like the
fire
only
towards the
way
site. NQZ long with the
off
enemy.
angling the way fl0m works out is if the guy close to the wall peeks him first, which is just pretty unlikely, I feel.
Good util, forces Big Uzera down. DGT's low. He can save him. Flit to find him.
That's
VP
kind of, I'm not gonna lie.
breakthrough.
Oh. Damn, dude, he just
Plan
fucking
there
owned the
because they were
stream.
under so much pressure.
VP
and it
winning
came in
that
so late, they
round
couldn't
is
plan
kind of
open
odd.
for long. So NQZ
Out of all the rounds I thought they were going to get, that was not the one I was
to make that
expecting.
possible. But if he misses one shot and they're in behind the single box to defuse, he just has absolutely no chance. And that's how it started. Electronic does a really good job. This is off-screen
No,
action
Rickus, that was a long
because
hit.
there's so
That was
many
not a
fights
cat hit.
currently going on, but he deals with both lurks. Snow and Davideus dealt with. And there's the first round. The first of what VP hoped to be many.
Damn, Electronics just so focused as well. Locked in. That was huge from him. He's given VP a way in.
This could be a B-pop right now.
It could, and Flit's actually going to go early, aggressive, and back away, trying to slow them down, slow their crawl. Smoke to block, and what is this? DGT's lining up mid to B smoke. Alternate variation.
All right, well, they're locked down long. Flit and fl0m have been able to cheat back over in time. There's harass utility from short as well.
How do you handle tilt while playing in a match? Depends on the
How
day.
quickly can they help fl0m? He's back at the site right now.
Depends on the day, depends on the
He has an
situation.
incendiary to slow.
I don't know. In general, like if I'm doing a good job, I'm just, at least for me, I'm always realizing that like I can't be the one to lose it.
Crisscross smokes.
And I think that should be everybody's mindset. Like,
But the pressure now amplified. Fate feeling the pressure, feeling a lot of flames at his feet. Icy flashed off. The util's too good. A double molly heads window. Flip pushes through to his demise, and it's all good in the pain hood. Spam through the door.
oh wait, that's a big spam.
To Snow.
That's a huge spam
Now,
actually.
Hail Mary wall back on that plant spot, trying to punch in the code. DGT gets it in. They're going to give it a look in. That's one hell of a flash. fl0m, you're the only one with it.
What's that molly?
Trying to clear that potential for someone up in the window, but NQZ burrows at the back of the site. Time ticking away. Half gone. Looking the wrong way. That's
So
what you want
fucking
from
shit,
DGT.
man.
Delivers a double, but VP left once
It's
again.
so shit,
Forced
man.
away from
OG
the site.
objective, thanks
Icy
to
trying to
71 month
save.
primer, thank you.
And Pain returns straight to their winning ways.
DGT's hot on this. Real quick, real fast. He's not missing a shot. Icy, run. You better hide, mate.
CT incendiaries are literal dog
About
shit.
10 seconds to survive. You can hear him coming, worried about long side. DGT really is in hot pursuit. Icy bails himself out. They won it. VP do too, but has
No,
that
I really do
surprise.
feel like definitively they
Taking
got
the
CT
distance.
incendiaries just
Picking up a
wrong.
map win. It's an unfamiliar feeling for VP after these last couple of days.
It does feel like Pain had done their homework, right?
It's what's nuts
losing
too
and
is I feel
loss.
like if they put the spread back, it actually
They've definitely come
be
in
so
with
much
Dustin
better.
with a point to prove. DGT has been fantastic. Some of the double kills have just been
Like the
instrumental.
shorter
in round
timer
wins.
on the molly is actually really, I think, a great idea, and I think the nerf for the spread was a terrible idea.
Interesting state of affairs for long. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. Smoke on the long doors will nullify NQZ's
Also, I will
surge.
take this moment to shit on my least favorite map and blame Inferno for them nerfing the spread on it. What's the difference in mollies? CT Incendiary does not spread as much, and it does not stay on fire as long.
Typically Molotov. Snow doesn't have
I like that they reduced the cost of it. I thought that was nice. Too bad it's literally just a useless piece of shit.
Zero will.
The fact that CTs have a piece of utility that Ts want to actively drop out of their inventory that they spent $500 on is kind of crazy.
Oh, and DGT's done him dirty. Just like that, onto the side. Icy, an AWP, not the best weapon for
Like
the job
that's,
if you don't
I
hit
don't
the
know.
first, but he has. He's still going to lose his head to Davideus. Flitz on
I
the pit
want-
side. Everything to do.
I don't know. Maybe this is just a boomer version of me, but I like when the util is uniform.
Jiggling, being pushed on. Nade lands right behind him. Hoping for an overextension, a quick 1-2.
I understand the gun difference in the balancing, but I don't appreciate it with the. Do you not see the shadow?
Davidea's caught off, but now Snow.
Oh, he thinks he's. Oh, now he's putting it together.
Time. We need to be on that defuse soon. Where is Snow? Hiding out in the smoke thrown by his teammate. Oh my God. In the smoke. It's going to be a knife kill. Starts to spam. Can't seem to find him. It's right on top. Just
oh, the adjustment was so key right there.
And no hope, no chance. Fame has to run away. Snow saves it with the clutch.
Did fl0m not see the shadow? I don't know if he didn't or what. I don't know what happened there, I'll be honest.
VP now. Every round they start with something different. There's always a gamble. It's
I don't know. I don't know what happened with that shadow. It looked like he saw it, but then based on how he played it, I don't feel like he did. Skill and thanks to the 49-month farmer. OG thanks to the 71. Maybe he was just hyper-focused and missed it.
There's always that, like, there's some sort of loose piece. This one was DGT. You threw the crisscross, and DGT's just committing. Electronic gets completely pantsed as the opening.
I think he thought it was a smoke, maybe, yeah.
Crazy return. Same team, same map. Looking for a very different result.
And last time it was much closer. It was down to the smallest of margins. This one right now, VP, it feels like they're always working back into a round. It very rarely feels like they have an advantage. And in the few that they have, it also feels like they've given those away. It's crazy that this stat line is going to stay true. Or if it continues this way, it will. 0-2 versus 2-0. 0-2 is going to have done every single time. This is the 4th occasion ever in the major history. And that momentum, it trumps a good start. The comeback, the belief, as we're going to pipe straight up middle into some duels. DGT again. Oh, team flash, but it's NQZ who finds the opener. Don't you worry about that. Full on control, opening kill, so early within the round.
Just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, there's nothing positive you can say.
Oh, I
about
wonder
any
if
of
Snow
these
searches
scenarios. Look, they
be
gamble
here.
again because they have to. They're down a player again.
He's not, so they're going to go into the stack.
Composed T side, you don't rush things here. Big Uzera's still got the bomb suicide, so there's absolutely no.
Yeah, last map of the day.
Sure, you've got Davidea spamming smokes. Sure,
last team of the playoffs.
in that pit to search for an inquisitive CT. But VP are on the move. They have partnered up.
They're always on the move. Right, this is it. And the Lurks have dealt with them. This time it's Snow. He got it done on the eco round to the MAC-10. Sure, the shots weren't the cleanest, but now with an AK-47, you come through the door, he should have one of you dead to rights. Icy might just get caught in transition. Look at this, the crawl up. Davideus is about to path on over. The clear's going to get you nothing. Snow activates. There it is. Already in the sight.
So much trouble. Davideus catches Icy just cycling
Damn,
through
dude, they really did just like, they're like, all right, it's not here, and then just instantly worst timing.
On the rotation, and jobs are good and
Absolutely fucking worst.
You need some rounds, but what are you meant to do? You have nothing. The Lurk's still alive. They're into the site for free. You've done absolutely
Yeah,
no
you can't
damage.
go for this. No
2
fucking
HP.
way.
Davideus took 3 damage. That's it. You are being stuffed right now, VP. The disappointing season is going to continue. We thought
Spirit, Navi, Vitality, Mouse one side, Fury, Pain, Mongols on the other. Yeah, that's a pretty big discrepancy, but also like
want to remove it all of your hope, what little hope
Navi Mouse did not look great, like going into this. So
Fame holding on just as
meanwhile, Fury, I know we're not used to seeing him actually look pretty fucking good. But that side, yeah, undeniably weaker. You're right when you compare the two.
Dark, gloomy, miserable.
I would not disagree with you. It's just, I do think it's
the best you can get.
It looks even more skewed when if you don't take into context how they played at this major so far.
Short half that's ahead of you, but it's mandatory if you want any chance. And you just have absolutely no say. The flow of the game has gotten away from you completely. The frustrations are being shown. You have no read.
VP, remember the boot camp.
You look flustered out of it in every situation. You even try and take the fight to them and they're still ready for you.
Just nothing working. And this path of misery for Virtus Pro after such a convincing start. Couple of missed shots. Electronic under pressure. Snow will get away unscathed.
Think about the pressure that puts on your rotation immediately. Oh, they've walked out middle at a minute 25 on the clock. All right, now they've dropped to mid to B. Now your B defenders are screaming. They feel tight. They're worried about upper tunnels. They could have leaked out mid. Icy gets pushed back from short. The walls are closing in. They have everything. This is a scout. It's not even an AWP.
VP has Icy on a scout.
They have to be headshots.
Yeah.
Tags aren't good enough.
57. Silence falls across Dust 2.
Cat hit. We've seen a lot of these today. We are ready.
Got the lineup as well.
Ooh,
so
that's cool.
should have that ramp molly thrown in. Icy will not be able to cross to the side.
Like that little lineup.
Headshot on the cross. Time for
Was that Goose?
well. Turns theirs, and he doesn't connect. How
Oh,
many chances will he
close,
get though?
close, but
Electronic arrives. Flit as well, running through that CT smoke, gets himself to that ramp position. It's Snow to hold the ramp push as NQZ gets that bomb down. Good damage, you know. NQZ softened up, Snow as well. Still York connects for one. Traded out, good work. A flurry of frags favoring VP. 2-on-4. Davide is forced out of position.
Oh, what the
He gets three, forced into the fight, but he fights
Oh
hard.
my God,
He
that was
fights
all
tooth and nail
headshots.
to keep the wins flowing. And there's a molly for the bomb, Chad. Fame is trouble. Fame without a head. Just when you think VP have got a way in. Unbelievable scenes from Payne.
Holy
Unbelievable
shit.
aim from Davide.
That was insane,
Domination
dude.
on display right now. Big Azera stands up, looks at him.
Big
says,
Azera
"What are you
fucking
gonna
aura
do?"
farming him,
The
dude.
score's 10-1. Hey, fl0m, you got out of your chair. You won one round. We just need 3 more. You can take your
Holy
2-0. You can
shit,
take
that
the
was
3-0 from stage
insane,
2.
dude.
This is the one that matters.
That was
this
disgusting.
is the one for the playoffs, and we're panting you in that pursuit. We're making you look foolish.
How many
This is the
times do you
trash
see a
talk
player
major.
in that situation just
And
shoot
it
their
ain't
shot
gonna
for
end
that
before
round
Swiss
and it
stage
never
does.
works?
And isn't it poetic on Dust?
You know what I
2?
mean?
The
Like,
man
we
went
see
best of
this,
one
right? They get mullied out quad, they get cleaned up. Bro, fucking, oh my God.
And then
That was
after
disgusting,
Day, best of 3 after best of 3, Payne held on. And in this final day, the final spot, Payne on Dust 2 no less are stomping, storming, and 3 away from the playoffs.
Any point of hope is what VP are looking for right now.
Valid point, Chemical, valid.
To break ahead, to reset, to screw your head back on tight, to try and get the pistol and climb this mountain ahead. Payne continue to go through the paces. They don't just come out swinging. They take their time, the default crawl.
And he can't
Not
fault.
done.
He has 3 kills and stood up.
So often.
Well, one's the IGL of his team, and the other one that stood up one after. He stood up and he's 2-9, and he stood up in the one round that they
He tried
won.
it again. He saw the incendiary, didn't want to wait around. And now that aggression, it's going to work out for one. Will it work out for more? fl0m and Electronic, they want to fight you here.
But B's open. Snow can clear it right now.
Yeah, you're right, but will they get the bomb across? Because now, look, fl0m, he's ready to catch you. As he's trying to leave, Big Uzera takes him down. Electronic reveals his position. It's just a short stack. DGT, he can hold them. He can hit these shots. Electronic, not playing scared, leaps into action. And they're running, they're pivoting straight into B. NQZ bringing that bomb through. Re-smokes on the door.
They just have
gonna
to
walk
push.
through
You
this.
have to go.
They're going to go. Electronic with the timing push. No one's holding. Snow's going to get completely freaked out, but Electronic walks through, removes Snow, and it's just NQZ to keep the wins flowing, to truly break VP, break their hearts.
Oh my God, if you won that as well.
It's a scrap. It's a meager 2 rounds on the half. VP, they have to do the impossible if they want to be in the playoffs.
Bro, this new generation, I can't. Back in my days, you stop and then you shoot. Not like
Shit, I gotta piss.
Now, that time, I have those
It's time, I ran out of
teenagers.
that heads up.
Fucking Mercedes picking me. Spamming, crouch, dodging bullets like Neo. Are we watching some Matrix? What happened to good old position in Counter-Strike? This is not the same. Holding an angle? Huh? Now they're doing some tic-tac dances, whatever. What is this? In 1.6, so much easier. You just wallbang this dumb kid, bro. And what happened with my smokes? Before I was hiding in them, now they're breaking. What the fuck is this? Imagine them like 5 years ago preparing without PC, not playing a Face It. They're doing preparation, what map, what massage and stuff like this, and we are just talking about like what steak we're gonna eat. Now they're taking this coach, the second coach, nutritionist, therapist. The last one is actually not bad. I would take one.
I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
I'm not talking about that freak, all right? Is he here? Is he listening in? How do I get this mic off?
One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts rage inside that mind.
Dreams of chronic and sustained growth.
Dispatches of him and look at Dog do it! That's disgusting!
Welcome to Katowice, Dog. Moving aggressively.
Swing out a bit.
Can this little nuisance pull off an unbelievable clutch to keep his team in it? With this kid, with this monster!
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when fallen and his up were in the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left to a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got a Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived a top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Quite literally the same level of acting as Nico AI, to be honest. Jake, thanks for the 54-month reset, thank you. It's literally the Nico AI ad.
Rio. Big Uzera just standing up and staring
No,
down
I've seen all the bits, bro. I don't know if you know, but I've kind of been here a lot.
And it is 4 playoffs. It is to complete their return from 0-2 all the way to the playoffs and the last spot of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Oof, they can touch it, they can taste it. It's right around the corner. And that pop-off explains exactly that.
True.
Just 3 rounds required, the pistol, and you think it's a
Karma, thanks for the 12-month reset. Thank you, guys. Any other primers, prime forgetters?
In Counter-Strike history
for the last map, last stage 3 game.
You were chasing ghosts.
Nico AI is better.
Chasing your tail in that first half of players. Icy peppered up early. P250 in suicide. 2 in through lower, and they're going to fight in lower tunnels.
Oof, NQZ's got the good weapon for it. It's just going to come down to fl0m and his clears. Now, Big Uzera's HE could soften him up. This looks like it's going to be well placed. Fantastic use of the nade, but no kills from NQZ.
God.
BP, give him
Dude,
some
that
rope.
happens so much as they nade them and then the nades look, you can't see.
Does find fl0mers to equalize. Awkward
I've
now.
seen that
fl0m and
happen
fl0m
so many times in
hanging
that
on.
setup.
30 points of health for them.
fl0m probably feels he should have had that one. Big Uzera was looking the wrong way. Electronics out long, and they're coming back to clear him. Big Uzera and Davideus. This is a hard clear onto blue bin.
Yeah, he can get a lot done here.
Welcome from my Prime.
He's got a bullet between his eyes. Big Uzera puts it there.
They have to go B. And look, Snow's back at platform. Look at the determination right now.
Yeah, you have to stay focused. He has the opportunity now.
Door smoke, not lurk.
You'll see the indication.
Open runway.
Pre-aim and fire damage. He takes a heavy blow, tries to uncrouch. DGT does what he couldn't. 2 left, just fl0m and Icy. Into the B site would really shift the odds in their favor if they could just get this bomb down. A fake, flit, aggression, steps, heard. Davide is faking him out. Icy needs to provide the cover. He's only got 5 bullets, and the flank doesn't hit his shots. Flit and Icy, they've connected.
No.
Taking their sweet time. 20 seconds. Big
no.
Zero, they know where you are.
Big
He's
Zero,
running
you...
Icy. Headshot provided. Pain would raise the roof if Big Zero does this. And he's only got 1 HP. Flit for the 4K to give VP something.
Oh!
And he does it. VP, the necessary pistol, and it comes down to the 1 HP, 1-on-1.
Whoa. See the sigh relief.
All right,
right
we're
there.
going.
That
I've
was
seen
touch
enough.
and go.
We're
The
going
fact
to
that they're gonna
overtime.
fight
Get
back
ready,
into
chat.
after the skirmish in middle. They get the opener, sure, but the kills on the way back.
I've
Electronic
seen
gets
enough.
nothing. That's fl0m going down towards long. It's Big Zero to deal with Electronic, leader on leader action there, but these shots that are being hit, Icy and Flit, they keep their cool.
1 HP is crazy though, man.
The way back in. This one comes next. Force by double scout. If you go out long, oh, he's been tagged already.
Nice, he's been having a frustration. We can see the emotions on his reactions. They get smoked and they go. Big Uzera, he's the only man here, so it doesn't feel like he can take that alone.
But if they get both of these scouts to the top of A, I'm not sure how you're meant to deal with this. They can both just block. Oh, it's fast, the pace.
It's quick, yeah, but that does mean that Big Uzera gets a chance now. NQZ can't hit the quick scope. Just too much pace.
Oh, what? How, what? Huh?
Fast flank. DGT's already here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, flank with the 5-7's brutal though.
Bomb's yet to go down. Planning it now.
How the fuck did he get a kill?
DGT's chances on this fight with fl0m, but a scout makes it a bit more manageable. If Flit doesn't instantaneously hit this shot, the scout...
Oh my god!
Davadeus doing it!
Dude.
Surely not another one. That's what you need to see from VP. Electronic and Fame stabilize.
Jesus.
God, they're close. Davadeus is
check him
incredible
PC
right
again.
Now.
Check it again.
In. The comms are tense. They're just communicating where the AK is to pick that up. Now, look, that was the force buy. This will be the eco. You get to chip in with a little bit more because of the frags that you just found.
It's a two-man show right now. I mean, 30 frags for DGT and Davadeus. The new additions to Pain. The extra muscle in their ranks, and the Flit Electronic duo just 1 frag behind.
Yeah, sure, they're under the Pain banner, but they are Brazilian, Uruguay, and Chile on display, and the two of them packing a punch. They couldn't do it with 9Z. Hoping to do it with Pain. Big Uzera. He's a leader that you follow into battle. These Deagles, delete it now. Stabbing out. P57, just one. When is he done?
How is he alive? How has he gotten away? How is he going in for more? Gets punished for it, thankfully.
Well, at least they're in the right place, and that's been the story of this game. Pain have been outmaneuvering VP. And on the CT side, on a light buy like this, you want to cluster up and see if you can delete them. Look at the damage done. You get a kill on Electronic, fl0m is low, Flit as well at half HP. So you really had your chances there in what was essentially an eco round.
What do we think? What do we think?
Day,
you know what? I'm
most of
standing
these,
up.
you're
We're
always going to see some form of investment. It's very
happening?
rare. It's a full Glock round or it's a full USP round. But right now, they just need to pump this one in. 10-2 is about to become 10-5.
OT. OT.
Right there.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's not take any of that.
Nothing scary. Sure, it's a nice shot. But you can plan that bomb and you can secure the round. And
another coffee or maybe a monster.
We're going to be able to see an Icy AWP into the next. He's actually doing a little bit of housekeeping, just throwing away the rifles, making sure DGT can't get himself an upgrade. Sure, a MAC-10, but you definitely want something a little bit heftier. Take a moment.
Why do y'all jinx everything? Because you guys have the mental fortitude of a peanut, so everything that somebody says is a jinx.
But yeah, Chile and Uruguay.
Which is why you guys mentally check out and lose after pistol.
Hope that helps. Sure, in this paint.
That's why.
And to pick themselves up a spot in the playoffs, it is 3 rounds away. But is that not when the pressure gets amplified?
Well, this is the thing, right? They haven't ever gone this far before. And this is their opportunity to do so, and you're so close. But you're about to see how quick a comeback could be made.
Yeah.
So you get the pistol, you get the conversions. Now we're about to go into the first rifle round. NQZ has saved his pennies. Take a look. Lost bonus comes through. He's got 6.3. He has guaranteed his AWP.
Are you stalking my game?
Icy, he can buy himself an AWP and drop an AK to one of his teammates. So if they really want to wield it, which if it's part of the game plan, then yeah, let's bring it into the mix. And you're not going to get many other opportunities if you don't. So they're going to stick with 5 AKs. We'll see how that influences the call. But NQZ,
I mentally check
this
out
guy is
at
the
map
can
picks.
opener. Not just of this team, but of the tournament so far. His opening kills have been insane. He's got his weapon of choice.
Oh, shit.
Had a really slow go of things over there on Inferno. If he can pick things up right now on Dust 2, join DGT.
Taz, thanks for the 10-month reset. Thank you.
Davadeus in closing this down. In the pursuit of their dreams. Find those playoffs. Find the arena. The Moody Center just around the corner. 1 seat left. Round opener. Long control taken. Amadeus and Big Zero, they have that sorted. A standard setup. This is just basics on display right now. This is Dust 2 101. Big Zero will be your rotating rifler. But that MAC-10 has been carried in. It's not in the worst position in the world. Amadeus can use that up close and personal towards long. But if it's a B finish, if it's a long play, he's going to have to push. It's going to be hard for him to take those fights at range. We'll need to get around those smokes. Staging area now for VP. Being given the good graces. You can have middle, you can have lower, you've got your space. Now it's about the push-pull. Do we fake the mid to B? Do we fake the short? What's our finish? Electronic. Can you call your team into a winning position for their 6th round?
Cat hit. Electronic's just going to look for a duel to try to hold any sort of rotate, but they're playing for A this round, so... Oh, no. He's trying to go through on CT.
Sights on CT. And QZ was flash, catches Flit on the
That was
tail.
great
Good
patience
flash
from
QZ. Was
QZ.
holding it from the palm. Removes Icy. fl0m very low HP. Responsible for that bomb. Electronic feeling useless in the CT position. And he gets cleared.
Hey.
That is convincing. Closer than ever before. Every step forward for Pain.
Flawless round. AK scooped up. Buyback available, and there's the counter.
Nah, that was great patience. I'm pretty sure he saw the first guy while he's partial. He knew a second was coming.
The fact that Electronic coming through spawn and Big Zera isn't playing to deal with mid to B, right? The rotating A rifler normally gets drawn towards CT to deal with that. If Electronic comes through, there's no rotation to deal with. Here we go, long pace, coming out, all in.
Okay, wow, this is it. Electronics doing the flashbang. Dan still gets one. DGT. Spread of the flames good, but oh no! The Amadeus double doesn't
If he got another, Jesus Christ.
Yankees is a car. Cross smoke lands.
Oh, they need this. This is compulsory for VP. All their back-to-back-to-back days of misery end like this. He puts him down. One more round.
And that's the money bottomed out. VP, they're in the bin. 2 Cray across the board. They got nothing to work with.
Energy,
that was
bro.
an all-in long play. And Sloppy Harding not ready for this. They
so
line up. Electronic getting taken down through fl0m. The kid, it's only his 2nd major. Having a tough time to find his footing.
I love that Sto's like,
now they're
for
about to be
whatever
sent
reason,
packing.
Sto looks so fucking goofy to me because he's
Tech
keeping his hand
P250,
on his
Galil.
keyboard, but I don't know what
All
he's
they have to
doing.
work with.
He only like half his, like, I don't know, it just looks so funny to me.
This could be their round.
He wasn't
Spot in the
defusing.
playoffs. DGT.
Oh, baby.
He takes them a step forward.
Oh, nope.
fl0m
Tech 9
pushes them
humbles you
back.
real quick.
Trade out in the lower tunnels.
Tech 9 humbles us all, chat.
AK upgrade valuable.
Nameplating wanting to head back to B. No attempt to execute into snow. Now he's got help. Big Zera's here.
Oh no. Champ
Plenty of util for the pop.
Council
There's the lurk. They
is
already
only
know
if you win. Although I
Flame
think
was in
now they're
tunnels, so
adding
this is
like,
no
what is it,
surprise.
like
But what level of
charms or
commitment
whatever
comes
for
behind
playoff
it?
teams? I don't know how that works, or if
They're
they
on the
make more
smoke,
money.
Nothing spotted. Lining up for the execute. All in right now.
Volley the back plat. And here they come. Snow to be tested. He does get flashed off. Lines them up. Doesn't do the damage. Big Zera though with them softened up. Racks up the double. I see in fl0m to keep VP's hopes alive.
Is he really pushing?
fl0m is doing them so dirty. The trigger's discipline. They're trying to play dead. Through the smoke and Icy's ready.
That's a bold fucking move. That's bold.
To be pushing in a 2-on-2.
Considering the struggles that he's had in this
That was
map so
bold.
far, right? He's not been having a good time whatsoever to make that level of an audacious play. When you could just right there and then, you could have been deleted. You could have left your player in a 1v2 situation. They execute perfection. Big Zera gets the double. fl0m finds the trade. I cannot believe that he has done this on 12-5. What an insane play. But respect to the kid for sticking to his play style. Money's there. Buy back in for both teams. VP, win this, you make a dent. You force them onto Eco. 12-7 becomes 12-8. And then it's just a 4-round game.
A 10-2 half goes 12-6. That molly doesn't force the AWPer away. That one does. NQZ away. Big Uzera on the new box. fl0m relays the information.
He didn't play for long at all on the CT side, so you can see NQZ going back now to poke in. Knows he can't really be a jarring force towards short until they start to leak out with the execute. Using the boost against them. And this is something that in the head-to-head last time round that fl0m was using time after time. Be a real nuisance against Pain. Now if it is the mid to beat, could it be their unraveling? Nade comes in. Light damage done. Nothing really to note. Everybody clustered for short. fl0m, that loose piece towards the mid doors. Here comes the execute again.
Incendiary, well placed by NQZ, forces them forward into Davideus' crosshair.
Jumping spawn.
Jumping spawn. Davideus in the smoke. Oh my god, a complete shower of
Oh,
flashes.
he gave up the kill. They're staying alive.
He closes the distance and runs down the AWP. Davideus is the
He missed the jump. He still killed one.
They should save.
That's a save.
It looks like DGT and fl0m aren't even going to have a look in. It's the MP9. I'm not sure about saving. If you could find something better, that would be lovely.
It's just the problem right now, and this is a good call from them, right? They could go into it, they could try and find these frags and go for a heroic 2v3 situation, and it could be emphatic everybody out of their chairs, but really, you just need one more round, and you've got a bunch more chances to opt with. Now, if you go for this and you lose everything, you only have a 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. This way, you have something. Something is better than nothing when you just need that one round of play. AWP will not be obtainable. You can see it here, and I believe
what if
that
12
was
is all they get,
It was just the nuisance in the smoke there to find that frag.
What if?
The setup wasn't bad to deal with that. They weren't expecting anything through long. They really focused fire towards short, but this time just a change in the pathing. fl0m has a good long spawn right now. It just gets tougher in this situation.
You're going to shave your head?
Because they become
Cox
like
underscore 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 underscore.
You've
I
got
feel like you're already bald.
You're starting to spread around.
Oh my god, look at that. How does that not amplify the pressure?
Yeah, don't look up.
Don't look up. You're sitting there and you're just thinking...
It's like the fucking stick meme. Come on, do something.
What?
Watch VP starts getting more rounds and the camera starts
so at least
shifting
if it was
the
a
other way.
fast long play or a pop through, they would have had the defenses there. So you can see hedging in this situation from Pain. This is where you need to take a few more risks, play a little bit more flux, don't play a standard round. So they get the long control. Snow hunkers down on B. To rotate back through spawn, and they're going to set up the boost again. Now it's just the USP, but if they path towards window, might be able to get a couple taps from the back of the head. DGT playing Goose. It's something that they've opted for a lot. Big Uzera has been here in multiple rounds.
Clout, thank you so much for your 25-month resub. Thank you.
But this time, take a look. Bottom left of your screen, no flash. fl0m having a look. Can't go into this round empty-handed. Needs info. Can't cost him his life. Could play ahead of that. Oh, at least he wanted to. Saw the Goose flag, calling him into mid to B. Let's see if NQZ can find any impact.
Yeah, and don't forget that saved MP9. Snow on the other side. Electronic is parting in. Snow gets nothing done. There's a little bit of an opportunity for NQZ's USP. Gets nothing done. Big Uzera walking down mid. It's in blind spot of Icy and ooh, nearly hit the flick as well. Big Uzera did not hit his shot. Nade grazes him. Big Uzera hears that fl0m AK on the other side of the smoke, and as it fades, fl0m will adjust. Handles it well.
Getting closer. It's getting closer. You're starting to get nervous, chat?
Next gun round coming up. That is
what do the channel points say? Let's see how nervous you guys are getting.
Starting to lose
most of the chat has the channel points on VP.
Looking at what the buy is going to resemble.
Some of you are getting
They're not going to be able to carry anything through other than this M4.
Some of you are going to start typing
NQZ with 24. Actually, it's going to be the 2,900 loss, so he can definitely get up the AWP.
No, they want it. They want to take it all away. I don't see a world where he holds on to this. Good shot. fl0m hits it. 3 consecutive
timeout,
from
timeout.
VP after 12th was secured. And it is time for a CT timeout. Pain. Have Ricks on the mic. Just letting them know.
God, dude, I can't wait for another 5 OT Dust 2. I can't fucking
none of us have
wait.
been to the playoffs. I understand it's closer than it's ever been before, but do not think about that now. Leads to that straying thought you lose your flow state, you lose your focus, and you just need your focus for a single converted round.
There can be a lot more saves, right? This is the thing. Once they put themselves in a round-winning position, then go for it. But until then, if you gamble incorrectly, if you lose an opening pick, if you lose a site, then you can continue to go for these saves. But eventually, you will have to go for one. So if you get yourself into a 3v3 and maybe you lose the site early and you're rotating in, you might have to give it a look. You might have to give it a crack. Right now for VP, they don't have long spawns.
I wonder how many VIPs I'm going to get after some of you guys cash out your fucking channel points.
He's been damn good.
Wonder.
Last time it was surprise play through CT that stripped him.
Channel point millionaires
right now,
in the
it looks like they
fucking
want to try
stream,
and
man.
finish in towards the B site. Snow and DGT here. The
Billionaires
even.
even.
Creep. It's going to contact. HE lands, soften damage. Will there be a smoke? No. Snow sticking to his guns.
Yeah, and he's ready for the contact play. This is his opportunity. The flashes will come through. He starts and loses
Perfect
his head
flash.
immediately. The flash is a brilliant
Save.
from Electronic.
Save.
Just like that, 3 bodies down. Intel on the AWP's position, and VP break into B.
Well, Electronic will plant the bomb. That all happened, and that round was over at 1:22.
I would like to learn those flashes from Electronic, because my God, the default positioning of this 2 CTs completely booked. White screens for both of them.
Now, these hunts are important, and we know we talk about VP, or at least fl0m and fl0m coming from the school of Jame, right?
Yeah.
They know how to come back, they know how to manage their finances, but hunting is something that they're also quite proficient at. So are they going to give this one a go? Because they know that NQZ's alive. If they can take the AWP out of his hands, max loss bonus into the next, they won't be able to buy another. You take away both of these guns, they won't be able to drop. And I feel like Pain will take the more conservative of the approaches anyway. So it might just be a partial with, okay, well, there's an AK. Davide, it's not going to lear in for that one. Flashed out long is fl0m.
This is the boot camp, all coming together. They've been training
2 guns.
for years for this.
But that Rix just used his last tactical timeout. So right now, biguzero is going to need to use these next 20 seconds of freeze time just to talk to what he wants to do.
Maybe...
Now, they could drop 2 guns. But the better option is just to go for light
maybe an ad block or something.
Like just to get out a couple of upgrades on the players who died, and the players who survived
YouTube's a
don't
great
invest
platform.
too much. Just know, hey, if we
So
lose this,
I'm sure
NQZ,
they would do nothing to obscure your vision or
when he is
experience
at
with the stream
spear,
if you're
you get
running
to
one.
see what he can deliver. 2 kills, round over, job done, and just 3 more now.
It's still going. We're still fucking
Try
going.
and bait some shots. Hear that rattling off, but nobody's home.
Well, it's funny, if you're up that big, that means you're actually winning it all and taking it away from people.
Pain were ready for this maneuver in the first half when Icy saved one. So let's see if it's the same for VP, and that has a timer on it. And that timer has come to its logical conclusion. So clustered around middle.
Bomb didn't believe in the boot camp last week. I know.
Just allow the clock to be
boot
there.
Camp doubter here, dude. It's crazy. What was I thinking?
The
What is
smoke,
Pain thinking right now, dude? How much is this pressure just getting to them right now?
Where the AWP could be prying for an opener. DGT towards long. Now, if he can get up close and personal, it'll be strong. If he stays back, it's going to be very tough. In through the smoke, coming through.
Flashing through the smoke, and DGT's
Got him again. That's going to be the round.
caught out. fl0m draws first
Unless
blood.
NQZ goes nuclear here with the op.
Immediately, but is that going to be the follow through?
It's long control, back to cat.
He's talking an awful lot.
Yeah, he is.
NQZ's positioned on long. The only way they have a chance back into this is if NQZ positions himself more towards cat, or if these pistols go crazy. Oh, sorry, he had an M4, my bad.
Bullets, no head, flip fires him.
And
NQZ would have loved to have picked off that piece. Now
I can't believe he's staying here.
And he's going to hit one anyway through the flames he gets out. Maybe
He
just a
needs to
save.
get the fuck out
Have
with this
another
op.
go.
Editor, go back to where I talked about the funny.
Hearing this, those rotation steps away, you might even be able to take this one on the cross. NQZ is solo, just a straight bullet, and there it is. We'll be able to buy an AWP into the next, so it's not the end of the world, but Snow would love to give them that to work with. They're surging forward, they want it to be there. Snow will grab another. Stepping out, Icy
Op's
finishes
gone.
the job.
What's the money like?
And this is just 2 rounds. That pressure, the stress, the
I
realization
know they
of
can
the
buy, but
situation.
can they
were
get
so
an
close
op?
They could taste it. They were standing up. They were staring them down. They thought the hard work was done, but nothing is harder than this next round of play.
That pressure,
5 kills, it seems pretty damn simple.
Yeah,
it's right there in front of them. I hate closing games on CP said.
From Pain.
We came into this wondering if it could deliver in the same fashion as the previous 2 series did. Mousebook in their spot. What a game that was. Mongols, hard fought on Dust 2, and here we are again. On the line, feels like they will have to block with the smoke this time. Snow's going to have to respect it. There it is, nice and deep. So they call it off. Now it'll
Why
be a
do you say like
rebound.
that?
That's your opening option. Cancel the plan, make a new plan.
Just round after round, VP staying so calm, so composed.
And it's the vets, the ones finding the output right now. Flit with 22, 19 for Electronic, 14 for fame.
Oh, yeah,
maneuver into it.
on display.
What's the
Fl0m
call
and
here?
They've had their moment short. But for these two, this is a new experience. The other three, they know what it takes to lift that trophy. They know what it takes to get to those playoffs.
What is this?
With just 2 more
Clearing
rounds.
lower.
This feels achievable now.
It's not. I don't know, actually. I don't know what they're
Zero
doing.
floating.
Are they going to
Set
take
up
Cat
strong.
back before they move?
Box,
Yes, they
backside.
are. Make sure
Jumping up
nothing's on
short.
Cat.
45
And
seconds. Good restraint on you two.
So Icy has an
B,
op.
smoke box short. That's going to give them options.
They just got smoked off at 40. You're going to have time for the B split if that's what they really want.
Looks like this is gonna be
I
a
don't
fake.
think
Biggie
it's
Zero
what they really
blocks it.
want, though. It looks like they want Cat. And Icy's going to slot in.
And it's gonna
Lurk
be a
op is
finish.
crazy.
He's been great at this first shot.
All right, these flashes have been great. Oh, he missed the first two.
That does deliver once more, but they're already up close.
Oh,
Hits the
goodbye.
headshot. AWP removed from the ramp. A site taken. Fl0m brings that bomb through.
Icy with the lurk op. That should have pissed me off so
And now
much.
a heavy advantage for VP. That's a big duel for Davideus. Electronic
They might save it again, dude.
forces him
They're going to
back,
save
and
it.
DGT and Big Uzera have been given the signal to retreat. Backing away, saving till another day.
Yeah, this is the thing. They have to go for next round, though. And trying to get rid of all these
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
You know it's only going to be the 3,400.
No,
offense.
Icy, you
That's all it
should
could possibly
chase,
be.
dude. Well,
So right now, this
it's
is the
weird
best
if Icy
time behind.
chases, because
This is
if he
the
gives
time
them an
behind where
op,
you
that
strip
actually
these
could
guns
fuck it
and you
up.
have them on the ropes. We're talking Famises, we're talking MP9s, we're talking bottom of the barrel. The dogs, the hounds, the polar bears, they're off the leash. They're ravenous right now. If they could rip these guns away, that final round becomes so much easier. Boxed in, Electronic is going to take Davideus from the back.
Electronic, he's got him. Guns are
That's
gone.
everything.
It's just
It's
DGT
everything.
trying to hold on,
No
trying
money.
to have something into this next round of play. VP, they were down, but they're certainly not out. There was a pistol round, 1v1.
He died.
DGT loses
He went
it in the
down.
last
Phoenix
second.
thanks to the 14 tier 3.
A buzzer beater
reset
right there,
back.
Davideus. He had a surprising amount of money right there. He can actually drop the AWP for NQZ. He got the opener again. He continues to deliver, so they can facilitate that. There's another rifle available, but the rest are going to be on less. MP9s, they've gone for 3 of them. The util is going to be there to block early. But right now, this comeback, it is just 1 round away. And then we're in overtime. Then it doesn't matter about the 10-2 scoreline. Back towards B. The AWP boosted right now in Suicide, looking for a fight.
All right, let's
6
see it.
on the trot from VP after being cornered by the 12th.
All comes down to this.
Flit. Clears in.
Oh, he
Perfect.
walked
DGT
the mid.
completely unawares, completely unprepared. NQZ, can he step up?
Oh,
He
that's
can.
a huge
Delivers
find
onto
back,
Flit.
though.
Forced
They
to
know where
watch
that
as
op
his
is
fate
now.
No longer in his hands.
Are they just going to
Playing partnered up now. If they try and walk into B and bully Snow, there could be a way back through.
No, no,
The smoke
wait,
on the
different
cross is
ideas,
trying to
different
get to
ideas, you
Big
can tell.
Uzera support. There's a gun available here. He
They're
wants
figuring it out. I think it's going to be a B-end, but I don't know.
Mid smoke thrown out.
It is, it is.
Big
Big
Uzera says
Uzera
nothing
should
out
know.
the doors.
But Icy's already holding mid. Oh my
Big Uzera
god,
confirms
that's
it
so
all holding the
awkward.
rotation. That's something.
All on Snow. It's all on Snow.
Good spread. Big Uzera could burn. Seems like he's safe.
Davideus will have this kill.
Wait.
Should do. But MP9 at this range. No. Spots him slipping lower. Snow
Says go B. He said go B. Wait, NQC's here. NQC's here.
Gets his. Wants the upper guard. He's
Oh!
got the shot. He's gone.
What
Big
the
one.
trade?
Electronic wants to keep playing.
Oh my god, it might go to overtime. Holy shit. No way.
Playoffs on the line. I see perfect. He's offline.
Woo!
He's dead. No! And it's theirs. Look what it means to them. The first for all 5 of pain. The playoffs are theirs.
Every round of play
Oh my
required,
God.
and they get it done when the chips were down. They wait for the defuse to come
Oh
through.
my
but Pain
God.
from 0-2. The playoffs are theirs.
Plagued by issues, rosters,
Holy
visas,
shit. Well, no
health
overtime.
issues. They
Holy
couldn't
shit.
have this 5 together. And yet still, they managed to redeem their season. Playoffs at the major when it matters.
Sicko Gatler, if you guys are watching, we'll do pick'ems
Steps
tomorrow.
up. DGT delivers. Big Uzera pulling
Right
the
when I wake up in the
strings,
morning.
and it's theirs. NQZ, the impact on that AWP, and a valiant fight from VP.
All the way up that mountain just to slip at the final hurdle. 10-2 the first half. It
And
felt
chat,
like condemnation.
you can
but
hear
they
that too.
never
I'm doing
gave up.
pick'ems tomorrow. I
What
gotta
a way for this
dip
to
out of
end
here
for
actually in a
VP.
second.
But for Brazil,
So thank God
for
there's no
Chile,
overtime.
For Uruguay,
Did I set
they
that
get
up
it
all
done.
along?
Made some roster changes.
I don't know. Did I? Maybe.
Made some gambles. And it's paid off. A season of issues. And theirs isn't done yet.
All right. I can't do interviews, so we're going to wrap it up. We'll talk about the results and we'll talk about what's coming. Dude, congrats to Payne, though. That's fucking sick. That's sick. But yeah, I gotta wrap it up a little bit early today. All right, a little recap time. Subscribe to the fl0m Clips and Highlights channel. I can't believe they won that. Okay, so Mao's legacy, heartbreak for the Brazilians. Absolute heartbreak. They should have won Inferno. They should have won Nuke, and they didn't win either one. Was that great games to watch, by the way? Great games to watch. Maybe skip the Inferno game. Just watch the Nuke game. Really good games to watch. Also, the games today were just really like, well, we had almost 11 hours of games today for these 3 best of 3s, which is kind of nuts. Mongols G2. If you're currently watching this in the recap, I just want you to look at the round number right here, and then you can decide if you'd like to watch this back and if you think that was a good game. Yeah, it was good. It was good. It delivered. Absolutely insane game between G2 and Mongols, even though it was a 2-0. And Payne Vitality. Did I just say Vitality? Sorry, different V. Virtus Pro. The boot camp wore off, guys. Now I can finally tell you I told you so, guys. From 2-0 to 2-3. No, they actually looked a lot better than I thought they would. They looked terrible coming into this major. But no, they definitely seem like Inferno merchants, though, is really what I took away from this. Just to really be toxic and just to double down, you know. Flip side, watch this game, watch Dust 2 back. David had a crazy 3K from Cat on elbow that you'll definitely see in a highlight package from somebody that's cooler than me at some point. But great game all around between these two. I would definitely just take a glance at that Dust 2 game. It was pretty insane. So going into playoffs, this is what we can now expect. Fury and Mao's Spirit versus Mongols. That's wrong. Hold on. Wait, I lied. This is because this got messed up. Where did it go? I'm blind. There it is. Okay. There we go. Spirit Mao's, Furia, Payne Gaming, FaZe versus Mongols, Navi versus VP. Now I called Vitality VP. I need more coffee. Anyway, need a monster. This side plays this side. These two play each other. So I'll explain it to you like your 5. Spirit, Mao's, Navi, Vitality. One side, Furia, Payne, FaZe, Mongols. Other side, FaZe cannot run into any of those teams, Navi, Vitality, Mao's, Spirit, before the finals. I think you can understand what I'm alluding to here. Furia versus Payne, we have a Brazilian derby in the quarterfinals. FaZe versus Mongols is going to be absolutely insane. Now that FaZe is on the opposite side of all of those teams, they will lose in the first round of Mongols, and I will probably crash out in the arena live, and you'll get to watch it. Okay. Subscribe. Like the stream, YouTube chat, Twitch chat. Don't forget to follow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming Tuesday as well. We'll do pick'ems tomorrow. And I leave Wednesday. Okay? Let me raid and host somebody here. Insane game, though, man. Insane games today. Ponolin's playing some Tarkov. Give him some love. All right. He's jamming out. He's playing some Tarkov. YouTube chat, I can't rate anything because they hate that platform. Don't give your skins to AI Nico. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Pay out? Yeah, I got you. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, morning, afternoon. Take it easy. Thank you for being here. We are almost up to 12 mansions, so great job, guys. Thank you, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye, guys. Take it easy, y'all.